Chapter 1. The deadly poison of destiny seizes the Star Soul. In the ancient city of Dao, at the back mountain of the Lord's mansion, within the training chamber. Jian, have you dealt with the matter of the Star Soul slave? Not yet, but the deadly poison has already been ingested and can be dealt with at any time. At that moment, her voice paused, tinged with shyness. At that moment, I shall belong to Brother Qingyun. The frivolous words that emanated from the training chamber made the young man, who had just arrived outside, halt abruptly. He felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze instantly becoming hollow. That voice belonged to Xia Jian, his childhood sweetheart and fiancée. In his eyes, the girl who had always seemed as pure as a celestial being could not possibly utter such lewd words. And who was that man? Just then, the sound from within the room resonated once more. Now, that's more like it. The young man nodded in satisfaction, lightly tilting the girl's chin and inhaling deeply from her form. This elicited heavier breath from the girl, who playfully protested, "Brother Qingyun, you're so naughty." "Is that so? Then tell Brother Qingyun, do you truly like it?" "Truly." The girl hesitated, then trembled as she confessed, "I like it." Her bashful yet alluring whispers pierced through the young man's mind like a steel needle, leaving him utterly stunned. If he had harbored doubts before, he was now completely convinced of his suspicions. His hollow eyes were filled with disbelief. He and Xia Yan had grown up together, activating their extraordinary talents, training side by side, and forging their star souls, nearly inseparable, both achieving the title of prodigies in the ancient city. Chu Ran, the most talented youth of the ancient city, had begun cultivating at 6, reached the 9th level of the mortal realm by 8, and successfully forged the 5-fold celestial sword soul at 10. He could master any martial arts technique with a mere glance. Xia Jian, the foremost girl of the ancient city, had also, with Chu Ran's guidance, successfully forged the 5-fold celestial ice lotus soul at the age of 11. In the eyes of others, and even in Chu Ran's own, they were a match made in heaven, a perfect pair admired by countless peers. Yet now, Xia Jian had committed such a despicable act of betrayal. Scoundrels! Unable to endure any longer, the young man kicked violently at the door of the training chamber. Bang! The wooden door shattered upon impact. The scene within the room was instantly revealed to Chu Ran. The sight of the lewd couple was unbearable. Even through the gauzy curtain, it was all too clear. Chu Ran felt a surge of rage, his eyes bloodshot. Adulterers! His roar reverberated, shaking the entire training chamber. The sudden noise startled the couple within, with Qingyun tumbling off the bed in shock, hastily dressing, only to see Chu Ran burst through the door. Chu Ran. On the bed, Xia Jian quickly pulled the covers to shield her body, her eyes reflecting a mix of panic and confusion as she gazed at Chu Ran. "Ah, it's just this worthless star soul slave." Upon realizing it was Chu Ran, Qingyun quickly regained his composure, a sneer creeping onto his lips. He leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the girl's forehead, comforting her. "He's just a waste. Jian, with Brother Qingyun here, don't be afraid." The girl responded softly, "MHM, adulterers, I will kill you both." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Chu Ran roared as he drew his sword and lunged at Qingyun. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly felt his internal energy surging violently. The spiritual power within his dantian was thrown into chaos, violently crashing against it. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped Chu Ran, cold sweat instantly soaking his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Hee, it seems the effects of the deadly poison have finally kicked in. Xia Jian's light laughter rang out as she donned a sheer veil and descended from the bed. She approached Qingyun, who wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her scent with delight. The agony that Chu Ran endured intensified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Jian, like a blooming flower, sauntered to Chu Ran's side, looking down at him with disdain. "Chu Ran, struggling is futile. The Star Soul Slave is your ultimate fate accepted." "Star Soul Slave?" Hearing those 3 words, Chu Ran gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to lift his head. His bloodshot eyes bore into the woman before him. All these years, Have you plotted against me just for my fivefold celestial sword soul? He could not fathom why this once gentle woman had turned so vile and malicious. What else could it be? Xia Xian's haughty expression was devoid of warmth as she addressed Chu Ran. Without the sword soul, do you think you are worthy of me? The young man glared fiercely at Xia Xian. Do not forget who helped you forge your fivefold celestial ice lotus soul. Indeed, it was you, but so what? Compared to Brother Qingyan, you are nothing but a waste. With a derisive snort, she turned to the side, addressing the young man. Brother Qingyun, for his assistance in forging my star soul, spare him his life. Ha ha, very well. Yin Qingyun laughed heartily, drawing a dagger and pointing it at Chu Ran. Waste, as a star soul slave, you must have the awareness of a star soul slave. Just enjoy yourself. The weighty words fell, and the dagger plunged towards the young man's dantian. In the midst of Chu Ran's somewhat twisted gaze, it pierced into his dantian. Crack, crack. The sounds of the dagger tearing through flesh contorted the young man's face in agony, the unbearable pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he endured, his eyes fixed on the two killers before him. His gaze, fierce as that of a prowling beast, sent a shiver down the spines of Xia Dian and Yin Qingyun. Thud! Seemingly uncomfortable under Chu Ran's gaze, Yin Qingyun suddenly lunged at the boy's dantian, ruthlessly tearing out his star soul. With that, the young man succumbed to darkness. Just before losing consciousness, a chilling voice, as if from the depths of the abyss, echoed, "If I do not die, I will slaughter you scoundrels and wash the Lord's mansion in blood." As the voice faded, his gaze dimmed. The two onlookers, for reasons unknown, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, they could not shake the haunting echo of the boy's final roar, lingering in their minds like a nightmare. Summon someone, spread the word that Chu Ran plotted against the lady of the Lord's mansion and has been stripped of his star soul. With the command issued, the two departed. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, the young man lying unconscious on the ground was surrounded by flickering black glimmers. These dark lights flowed gently, gradually merging into the boy's dantian, disappearing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Time passed, and within the unconscious boy, a cacophony resounded deep within his soul. The sound seemed to possess a summoning force, drawing his spirit to a realm filled with nebulous and chaotic power. Suddenly, within this chaotic space, meteors streaked across the sky, plummeting to the ground. The terrifying sounds echoed like the fall of stars. The nine heavens' meteoric land. Upon witnessing this scene, the boy gasped in astonishment from the depths of his soul. He had been here before. Not just him, any martial artist who reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm would come here when forging their star soul, to observe the falling stars, to seek a corresponding star. Ultimately, in the dantian, to forge a star soul imbued with the power of the stars, becoming a star-forging martial artist. The meteoric land spanned 9 celestial realms, with countless stars shimmering, none identical. Lonely Wind Star, Distant Sea Star, Thundercliff Star, Pearl Python Star, Scale-Claw Star, and so forth. Each star possessed unique powers. The higher the count of the corresponding star, the stronger its power would be. Thus, the higher the talent and mastery upon successful forging. In the past, he had forged the fivefold celestial sword soul, which already marked him as a prodigy. Yet he never anticipated that it would ultimately be snatched away by the treacherous woman he once cherished. Had I not already forged a star soul? Why am I here again? The boy gazed at the vast starry sea with confusion. Isn't a martial artist granted only one chance to enter the 9 heavens' meteoric land? Could it be that because my star soul was taken, the heavens have granted me another chance to forge it anew? With this thought, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in the boy's eyes. If he could reforge his star soul, he would ensure that Xia Jian understood that her most grievous mistake in this life was betraying and harming him. He would make the scoundrels pay with their blood. Chapter 2. Forging the Dark Star Soul. The boy no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the 9 heavens' meteoric land within the chaotic space. Meteors blanketed the 9 heavens' meteoric land. In the first layer of the meteor region, he found no star soul with which he could resonate. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a first layer star, he could accept it. After all, first layer star souls were utterly useless. He found nothing in the second and third layers either. Finally reaching the fifth layer without success, a smile appeared in Chu Ran's eyes. This signifies that the star soul he is about to forge this time may surpass the previous sword spirit star soul. Yet in the sixth heaven, there was still nothing. In the seventh heaven, it remained elusive. It was not until he arrived at the ninth heaven's meteorite domain that his heart raced fervently, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. In this world, those capable of forging a star soul of the ninth heaven are exceedingly rare, each one an unparalleled force, immortalized in the annals of history. If he could successfully forge a star soul of the ninth heaven, not only would he have a place among the likes of Xia Jian, but he would also secure his position within the entire Tianyue Empire. However, after searching extensively and scouring every meteorite, he still could not find a star that resonated with his being. Suddenly, a tremor stirred deep within Chu Ran's soul, a call emanating from the depths of the meteorite domain, gradually infiltrating his mind. Deeper still, beyond the nine heavens, could it be that there are more meteorites there? Yet, he had never heard of anyone forging a star soul beyond the confines of the nine heavens. Even the ancient texts bore no mention of such a phenomenon. Just as he stepped into the outer regions of the ninth heavens meteorite area, he was suddenly struck by the overwhelming sensation of 7 vast waves of energy surging forth from ahead, each one exponentially more potent than the forces within the ninth heaven's meteorites. Before these 7 forces, even the meteorites of the ninth heaven seemed no more significant than mere ants. Chu Ran's heart trembled intensely beyond the nine heavens. There truly existed even more powerful and terrifying celestial bodies. Moreover, there were 7 of them. Boom! Before he could react, his entire being was enveloped by an immense surge of energy, causing him to vanish from his original position and reappear before a meteorite as dark as ink, exuding an overwhelming, consuming force reminiscent of a black hole. Familiar energy waves coursed through him, intertwining perfectly with the power within. Resonance. Beyond the nine heavens, the dark celestial bodies, the dark star soul could devour all things in the world, feasting upon boundless spiritual energy. Xia Jian, Yin Qingyun, what you owe me, Chu Ran, I demand you repay me 10-fold, 100-fold. At the moment the dark star soul was successfully forged, the youth's low growl reverberated throughout the expanse beyond the nine heavens. The countless stars beyond trembled at the sound of his voice, causing the very heavens to change hue in that instant. The entire firmament was shrouded in rolling black mist, plunging the ancient Dao city into darkness. A chilling aura enveloped the hearts of all within the ancient Dao city. Countless people gazed skyward, bewildered by the unfolding events, cursing the heavens for unleashing such a torrential downpour of inky black rain. When the deluge finally receded, the skies gradually cleared. The youth, who had lain motionless on the ground, slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the city lord's mansion below. He clenched his fists tightly, looking towards the city lord's mansion, his eyes as tranquil as still water. Wait for me. I shall return. With that, he began to stride away into the distance. In the ancient Dao city, at the Chu residence, this disgraceful marriage contract was bestowed upon us by your Chu family today. I, Su Qiming, return it to you. Su Kaiming's gaze swept over the members of the Chu family, as he threw the torn marriage contract at his wife, Chu Yuer. For the sake of his family's advancement, he had endured the indignity of being a son-in-law, swallowing his pride within the Chu family for 3 long years. Now, due to the incident involving Chu Ran, the city lord's mansion had severed ties with the Chu family and decided to support the Su family, allowing him to no longer endure in silence. The Su family no longer needed the Chu family. Qiming Chu trembled slightly, staring at the defiant Su Qiming before her. Was this truly the man she had married 3 years ago, who had suppressed even his own breath? Yuer, you should return home first. The elder of the Chu family patted Chu Yuer on the shoulder and coldly gazed at Su Qiming. Su Qiming, has my Chu family not treated you well? Although Su Qiming held the title of son-in-law, the members of the Chu family had never looked down upon him. They bestowed upon him various cultivation resources, even exceeding those allocated to many of their own kin. Even the Su family's current standing was largely due to the support from the Chu family. Were it not for the Chu family, the Su family would still be a mere insignificant clan today. To think that they had raised a thankless wretch, an ungrateful family. You should count yourselves fortunate that I, Su Qiming, and my Su family have not been wronged by you. Otherwise, what awaits the Chu family today would not be a mere letter of divorce, but the iron cavalry of the Su family. With a disdainful snort, Su Qiming's gaze swept past the elder and landed on the head of the Chu family. Chu Changtian. Chu Changtian, I have been in the Chu residence for 3 years, and I shall not waste words at a sum of 10,000 spirit stones each year, totaling 30,000. If you comply, we shall consider this matter resolved. If not, the iron cavalry of the Su family shall soon march into your Chu residence. Arrogance, fantasies. Su Qiming's utterance ignited the fury of the Chu family members. This mere son-in-law dares to demand 30,000 spirit stones. This amount represents the Chu family's income for 3 years. How dare the insignificant Su family threaten to unleash their cavalry upon the Chu residents? Such arrogance! At the moment Su Qiming's words fell, 2 ice dragons suddenly emerged from an elder's body beside him, a chilling aura sweeping over the entire main courtyard, causing everyone present to feel a shiver as if plunged into an icy abyss. The ice dragon Star Soul. This elder was none other than the 3rd elder of the City Lord's mansion, Xia Longjia, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Star Forging realm. The Su family had actually allied with the City Lord's mansion. Was this enough? The elder spoke but 5 words. Yet, these words fell upon the crowd like a weighty mountain, particularly upon Chu Changtian, whose expression darkened to an extreme. The Su family may be insufficient, but the City Lord's mansion is not. If the City Lord's mansion intervenes, the Chu family would have no means to retaliate. The strongest among them, head of the family Chu Changtian, is merely at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Star Forging realm, equivalent to just 1 elder of the City Lord's mansion. And not to mention the City Lord, Xia Yunhao, at the 100 Forging's realm. This is not the fault of my Su family. Su Qiming smirked, looking down upon the members of the Chu family. If you wish to place blame, then blame Chu Ran, even daring to disrespect Miss Jian and provoke the City Lord's mansion. Without the backing of the City Lord's mansion, your Chu family would be nothing. As he reached the end of his words, Su Qiming suddenly changed his demeanor, coldly demanding, 1 word. Will you give it or not? You. The members of the Chu family gritted their teeth, yet found themselves powerless to refute. After all, the power of the City Lord's mansion was too formidable. With the City Lord's mansion backing the Su family, they had no choice. Do you even deserve it? Just as many in the Chu family's upper echelons had already decided to endure and avoid disaster through financial loss. A cold voice abruptly rang out from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to look as a figure slowly approached. Chu Ran, the young master? Upon seeing this figure, everyone present couldn't help but be taken aback. No one expected that Chu Ran, who had been missing for 3 whole days, would suddenly return to the Chu residence at this moment. For Chu Ran, the Chu family had searched tirelessly for 3 days, even considering storming the City Lord's mansion to demand his return. However, they were thwarted by the incident with Su Qiming. Child, the head of the Chu family, Chu Changtian, instantly appeared before Chu Ran, his eyes filled with concern as he scanned Chu Ran from head to toe. Noticing he appeared unscathed, the tension that gripped him for 3 days finally eased a little. Father, rest assured, I am fine. Observing his father's significantly aged face, Chu Ran couldn't help but take a deep breath. The young master is safe. Ha. The young master is unharmed. Splendid. The members of the Chu residence rejoiced upon witnessing this, their excitement palpable. Looking at his kin, a long-lost smile crept upon Chu Ran's face. However, when his gaze drifted to the pale-faced, spiritless Chu Yuer nearby, he couldn't help but clench his teeth slightly. Chu Yuer was the daughter of his 3rd uncle and 3 years his senior. Since childhood, she had treated him with great kindness. Though not siblings by blood, their bond was closer than that of many biological siblings. In his memory, Chu Yuer had always been gentle and generous. But her current state ignited a sense of anger within Chu Ran. How could anyone bully his sister? How could the illustrious Chu family allow such insolence? Chu ran. Su Qiming was equally surprised, but his astonishment quickly morphed in a mockery. Do you still have the audacity to say, I am unworthy? If I were you, I would immediately retreat to my bed and resign myself to being a waste. According to the city lord's mansion, Chu Ran had already been rendered useless. Even if he appeared unharmed now, he was merely a shell of his former self. A waste dares to confront him? Do you still remember what I once told you? Chu Ran disregarded Su Qiming's taunts and asked indifferently. Years prior, when Su Qiming had entered the Chu residence as a son-in-law to wed Chu Yuer, Chu Ran had warned him that should he ever dare to bully his sister, he, Chu Ran, would be the first to object. Ha ha ha. Back then, you indeed had some qualifications, but now, Su Qiming could not help but laugh maniacally. Once his laughter subsided, a cold arrogance filled his eyes. You are nothing more than a dying waste now. How dare you be so brazen? Back then, when he had been the most talented individual in Gudao City, he had felt a tinge of apprehension. Now he was but an insect. A dog raised by the Chu family dares to bite its master. With a cold snort, Chu Ran recalled how the Su family had desperately pleaded with his father to allow Su Qiming to enter the Chu residence as a son-in-law. It was precisely due to this relationship that the Chu family had vigorously supported the Su family over the years, elevating them to one of the 3 prominent families in Gudao City. Yet, now that the Chu family faced troubles, the Su family was the first to leap into action, utterly ungrateful. In the next moment, the youthful figure suddenly vanished from his spot. You dare to insult me. Slap! Before Su Qiming could even finish his retort, a resounding slap landed forcefully across his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his senses, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, causing his body to tumble backward. A harrowing wail echoed throughout the Chu residence. Rendered useless, it was too swift. From the slap to his incapacitation, it happened in the blink of an eye. Many had yet to react before Su Qiming had been rendered unable to fight. What? Everyone present was stunned. One strike had incapacitated Su Qiming, who was at the 4th layer of the star forging realm. Wasn't Chu Ran supposed to be rendered useless by the city lord's mansion? This matter had already spread throughout Gudao City, and there could be no mistake about it. But how could this be? Even at his peak, Chu Ran was only at the 3rd layer of the star forging realm, and there was simply no way he could have incapacitated Su Qiming in one blow. Not only the crowd, but even Xia Longjia, the 3rd elder of the city lord's mansion besides Su Qiming, was momentarily taken aback. Then came his fury. An unending rage enveloped Xia Longjia, his body emanating the coldness of ice dragons, and his cold gaze was as sharp as a sword as Su Qiming was brought in by him. To have Su Qiming incapacitated before his very eyes was tantamount to a slap in the face, and an affront to the city lord's mansion itself. You fool! You seek death! In a fit of rage, Xia Longjia roared, and the ice dragons immediately coiled around his fist, launching a punch toward Chu Ran. The chilling aura surged toward Chu Ran in an instant, causing his heart to tremble violently. Chu Ran, be careful! The young master is in danger. The surrounding crowd cried out in alarm. Ranner, Chu Changtian shouted, rushing forward without a moment's hesitation. Xiaolongjia was a peak powerhouse at the 9th layer of the star forging realm, second only to City Lord Xia Yunhao and the master of the Heavenly Martial Hall in all of Gudao City. Such a formidable figure would easily overwhelm not just Chu Ran, but even 100 of him. This was a suppression of cultivation, a weight like a mountain. Moreover, the difference was 6 layers. However, Xia Longjia was too close to Chu Ran. Even Chu Changtian had no hope of intercepting him. Chu Ran was in grave danger. You dare to kill my Ranner. I shall annihilate the city lord's mansion. Chu Changtian's voice rang out in fury. He had only one son, and if anything were to happen to Chu Ran, he would stop at nothing for revenge. Humph. Yet Xia Longjia disregarded him entirely. In an instant, the ice dragon's fist enveloped Chu Ran, and in a heartbeat, the area within several dozen meters surrounding Chu Ran was transformed into ice crystals. A terrifying chill seized the hearts of the crowd. Under the cover of the ice dragon, Chu Ran seemed to show no sign of resistance, as if he had been frozen into an ice statue. It's over. This scene caused a collective shiver among the crowd. Everyone understood that the outcome had been sealed. The Chu family was doomed. Xiao Longjie didn't even spare a glance at where Chu Ran was, merely uttering 4 words before turning to leave the Chu residence. Even Su Qiming was left behind. Forgotten, Su Qiming was but the first pawn in the annihilation of the Chu family, and once he had served his purpose, he was no longer needed. As for Chu Ran, he was already a dead man. Xiao Longjie. Chu Changtian let out a furious roar, his figure bursting forward. He would not rest until he avenged his only son. As the figure of Chu Changtian stirred, he was abruptly halted by the crisp sound of ice cracking behind him. Turning around, he beheld the ice-encased figure of Chu Ran as the fissures in the ice began to spread ominously. Wisps of black mist erupted from the cracks, enveloping the surrounding ice sculptures with a swift ferocity. An inexplicable force of devouring energy rippled through the air, leaving all present in a state of shock and horror. They realized, with growing dread, that their own spiritual energy was gradually dissipating under this consuming power, an uncontrollable phenomenon. Xiao Longjie's brow furrowed as he, too, came to a halt a few steps forward. Unlike the others, he had released the ice dragon, and his perception was sharper. The power within the ice dragon was being devoured at an unimaginable rate by the encroaching black mist, nearly vanishing in the blink of an eye. More terrifyingly, once the ice dragon's energy was consumed, his own spiritual power began to be siphoned away. 1 layer, 2 layers, 5 layers. In mere moments, half of Xiao Longjie's spiritual energy was devoured, and the process showed no signs of abating. His expression shifted dramatically. The dark star soul, a consuming force, a faint yet chilling voice echoed in his ears, instilling a profound terror within him. No, save me. Xiao Longjie struggled and roared, yet before he could finish his plea, his spiritual energy was entirely consumed by the black mist. With the depletion of his spiritual power, it was only a matter of moments before he was reduced to nothing but scattered bones. A once mighty figure who had commanded respect throughout the ancient Dao city. The chilling sight of his white bones sent shivers through the hearts of those present. Chapter 4. The demon that consumes flesh and blood with a thunderous crack. Chu Ran, encased in ice, burst forth at the same moment. Everyone from the Chu family stood in stunned disbelief. In a matter of moments, a flesh and blood being had been reduced to bones. How had Xiao Longjie perished? They only witnessed the black mist sweeping over Xiao Longjie's form, and when it dissipated, he had been transformed into a mere skeleton. It was utterly bizarre. You. Su Qiming, who had witnessed the entire scene, trembled violently, pointing at the emerging Chu Ran, his eyes wide with terror. Oblivious to the pain in his lower body, in his mind, Chu Ran had become a demon that devours flesh and blood. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Chu Ran coldly regarded Su Qiming and declared, Return and inform your family head that if the Su family dares to act recklessly again, I, Chu Ran, will annihilate your entire clan. Begone! With that final roar, Su Qiming scrambled away from the Chu residence, howling in despair to Ranner. The elder of the Chu family was the first to reach Chu Ran's side, his eyes filled with bewilderment. A sentiment echoed by the rest of the Chu family. The events of the day were too strange. Chu Ran had seemingly been crippled, yet inexplicably recovered. Not only had he incapacitated Su Qiming with a single blow, but he had also bizarrely killed Xiao Longjie, the 3rd elder of the city lord's residence, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the star forging realm. Even the family head would find it difficult to kill him. Yet, Chu Ran had achieved it. Amidst the hushed murmurs, only one individual remained silent, his eyes devoid of doubt, filled instead with a sense of inexplicable melancholy. He was Chu Changtian, the head of the Chu family. I am unscathed. Chu Ran glanced around at the crowd, but as the words left his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling everyone. Clutching his chest, his complexion turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging as the turbulent spiritual energy within him threatened to explode. The dark star soul can consume all things for its own use. However, the energy within Xiao Longjie was far too immense, overwhelming Chu Ran's body and pushing it to its limits, teetering on the edge of explosion. Just as Chu Ran felt he could hold on no longer, a large hand rested on his shoulder. A gentle power gradually seeped into him, calming the raging spiritual energy within Devour, Go rest. I shall handle matters here." His father's voice brought a sigh of relief to Chu Ran. Without further ado, he dashed toward the training room. If he did not refine the power within him soon, he would surely meet his end. "Elder, inform everyone present that the events of today, especially concerning Ranner, must not be leaked. Xiao Longjia has died within the Chu residence. The city lord's residence will not let this matter rest. Gather the clan's younger members. They must not leave the Chu residence in the coming days. All businesses in the city are to cease operations. The West Mountain Mine shall retain only a few to continue its work." Chu Chantian issued a series of commands. The Chu family was vast, and while all business could be suspended, the West Mountain Mine was essential, the very lifeblood of the Chu family. The source of spiritual stones for hundreds of clan members. "Understood, family head." The elder acknowledged, though still harboring doubts. "While the family will keep Ranner as matters confidential, what about Su Qiming, who is still alive?" "For the time being, he shall not pose a threat." Chu Chantian replied that today's events have thoroughly frightened Su Qiming. Indeed, in the imperial capital of the Tianyue Empire, within the royal ancestral hall, a massive blue crystal radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall and drawing the attention of the royal family. "Your Majesty, the ancestral hall's star brilliance has manifested. According to the stellar signs, an unparalleled genius has emerged within the empire, possessing a star soul of at least the 7th layer, perhaps even the 8th or 9th layer. The location is ancient Dao City. In the royal seat, the emperor, clad in a robe adorned with dragons and wearing a golden crown, nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "This is fortuitous for our empire. Summon the Royal Academy immediately and dispatch someone to ancient Dao City to investigate. If it is indeed the 7th layer, let the Academy nurture him. If it is above the 8th layer, he shall be invited to the palace." "Understood." The Grand Master of the Empire departed with a bow. A star soul above the 7th layer was undoubtedly a top talent, even within the entire empire. Given sufficient time and space for growth, they would soon become a pillar of the empire. If one could reach the 8th or 9th layer, the future would be unimaginable. A genius with a star soul above the 7th layer? Only upward from here. Simultaneously, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the ancient academy of Tianza, the news also reached them. "Ancient Dao City?" An elder in a green robe inquired. "Indeed," replied another, bowing, "from the direction of ancient Dao City. We have confirmed the identity of this genius. She is named Xia Jian, with a 7th layer Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul." "Oh, so quick!" The elder raised an eyebrow slightly. "Our academy has a trainee mentor named Yin Qingyun currently in ancient Dao City. So, Yin Qingyun, if memory serves, he is the grandson of the infamous poison master Yin Tianhe. Correct?" "Yes, indeed. A 7th layer star soul, while somewhat low, is still acceptable. Let us recruit her into the academy." "Yes, Dean." After this individual departed, the elder turned back to the radiant crystal ball behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did he feel that the intensity of the star brilliance did not seem to belong to a 7th layer star soul? It felt more akin to the 8th or even the 9th layer. "Perhaps I am overthinking this." The elder shook his head lightly. "Indeed, how could a mere small city like ancient Dao City possibly produce another unparalleled talent with a star soul stronger than a 7th layer?" Boom, 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 within the vast underground chamber of the Chu residence. The sound of violent explosions echoed, causing the entire estate to tremble. The cacophony persisted for a full day and night, instilling fear in the hearts of the Chu family members. Had they not known it was caused by Chu Ran, they might have believed it was retaliation from the city lord's residence. At last, it has been released. After a considerable time, a fatigued Chu Ran finally ceased his actions. However, the once modest chamber had expanded to more than double its size. The walls were marred with scars from swords and fists. The power of Xiao Longjia had been overwhelmingly massive, so great that even after a full day and night of unrestrained release, Chu Ran had barely managed to consume just over half of it. The residual energy had propelled his cultivation to the 5th layer of the star forging realm. Even so, much of it remained, making complete refinement in the near term a daunting task. At least now, his body could endure in the future. I shall avoid such foolishness. as Chu Ran felt the lingering spiritual energy within him. A sense of dread filled his eyes. Had it not been for his father's timely assistance, he might have exploded right within the courtyard. The Dark Star Soul, as expected, was a terrifying force that surpassed the ninth layer. Until he truly mastered the power of the Star Soul, he must not recklessly utilize it again. It was a matter of life and death. Wait! Suddenly, a familiar fluctuation resonated within Chu Ran's dantian, causing his heart to leap in surprise. The sword. Without much thought, he suddenly shouted sharply, and a 3-foot-long azure sword appeared in his hand. Before he could make any move, the sword in his grasp unleashed waves of sword energy, gaining speed and intensity with each passing moment. In mere moments, a dazzling curtain of sword light enveloped him, stirring the surrounding air into a chorus of howling sounds. The sword danced around him, shaking his very soul. Sword spirit and star soul. Sensing the state of his body, Chu Ran couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The sword spirit star soul that had been stripped away from his dantian had inexplicably been reforged. Residing right beside the Dark Star Soul, the two star souls intertwined, neither interfering with nor repelling the other, operating in a peculiar manner akin to the yin-yang fish. Dual Star Souls. Chapter 5. The sword merges with the heart. The sword moves with the mind. What on earth is happening? After the initial joy came an endless wave of doubt. He had inexplicably gained a dual star soul. Star souls are the foundation for martial cultivators, providing an unending source of spiritual power, akin to a reservoir of spiritual energy. The more powerful the star soul, the richer the spiritual energy it can harbor, leading to greater sustained combat capability within the same realm. A dual star soul signifies that a martial cultivator can simultaneously cultivate two star souls, thus possessing two distinct celestial powers and two sources of spiritual energy. Even if both star souls are not of exceptionally high grade, their abundance of spiritual energy would surpass that of the vast majority of martial cultivators with higher-tier star souls, conferring an immeasurable advantage in battle. The most terrifying aspect is that any dual star soul cultivator would experience a significant enhancement in aptitude and talent due to their dual star souls. However, the number of cultivators capable of forging dual star souls is exceedingly rare. Even in the entire Tianyue Empire, amongst millions of martial cultivators, one could hardly find 20. Each of them would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. Chu Ran never dreamt that he would regain his sword spirit star soul and become one of the dual star soul cultivators. Chu Ran bellowed, concentrating the sword curtain around him, which instantly surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the stone wall ahead. Boom! The remains scattered, stone fragments flew, and the stone wall was gouged out to a depth of nearly an inch. Observing the sword marks on the wall, Chu Ran, sword in hand, instinctively began to dance with the blade once more. Waves of sword radiance erupted forth, cleaving through space to strike the stone wall. A swordsman is invincible. A swordsman advances relentlessly. The sword moves with the heart. The heart dances with the sword. Chu Ran slowly closed his eyes, yet the sword in his hand never halted. Though he could not see, each beam of sword light struck precisely within the same sword mark. 10 strikes to 100 strikes to 1,000 strikes. The sword light intensified, seemingly capable of tearing apart all existence, severing any obstruction. Boom! When the final beam of sword light descended, it carved out a sword mark on the stone wall that was no less than a meter deep. Smooth as if cut, meticulously sculpted, devoid of any flaw. The sword merges with the heart. The sword moves with the mind. So this is the essence of the sword, the subtle essence of the sword. Everything in the world possesses an artistic conception. The sword has its sword intent, the blade its blade intent, and mountains and waves each have their own realms of meaning. There are 3 realms: subtlety, great accomplishment, and unity of heaven and man. Chu Ran never anticipated that consuming the spiritual power of Xiaolongjia would not only allow him to regain his lost sword spirit star soul, but also enable him to comprehend sword intent, achieving a breakthrough to the subtlety realm. This was undoubtedly a monumental leap for Chu Ran. Though he was merely at the 5th level of star forging, he could now stand toe-to-toe with those at the 7th level. No, wait. At that moment, Chu Ran suddenly remembered something and instinctively reached for his waist. He then produced a jade box, and upon finding it intact, he let out a sigh of relief. This jade box was the only thing his mother had left him. Since his birth, he had never seen his mother again. This jade box was his only connection to her, and he cherished it deeply. As he slowly opened the jade box, his expression changed instantly. The black crystal inside was gone. The black crystal, the dark star soul. The youth suddenly recalled something and immediately focused his mind on his dantian. He was taken aback to find that the dark star soul within his dantian had transformed into swirling black mist. And amidst this mist, a fist-sized black crystal floated. This black crystal was none other than the dark crystal from the jade box. How did it end up within the star soul? Could it be? The youth's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that he could break free and forge anew the star soul from beyond the 9 heavens? All because of this black crystal. It must be so. Yet he still found it hard to believe what this black crystal truly was, capable of summoning fallen stars from beyond the heavens. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. Who exactly was his mother, to have bequeathed him such a holy object? His father. Suddenly, he recalled the incident in the main courtyard when he was on the verge of exploding. His father had channeled a gentle force into him, which immediately quelled the raging power within, allowing him to escape narrowly. That gentle force, it seemed, was not something a peak 9th-level star forger could release. Father, mother. At that moment, Chu Ran felt overwhelmed by the complexity of it all. What exactly was happening? For the first time, he sensed that there were deeper secrets regarding his parents that he had yet to uncover. He initially intended to confront his father for answers, but reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the thought. He knew his father's character all too well. Even if he asked, he would likely get no substantial answers. He had inquired about his mother on more than one occasion, and the response had always been the same. You will understand when you grow up. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Chu Ran's reverie. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door to find his father standing outside, and he quickly bowed in greeting. Father, how is your health? Chu Chantian surveyed Chu Ran from head to toe, and upon seeing him in good spirits, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, his gaze soon fell upon the jade box in Chu Ran's hand, and a fleeting look of melancholy crossed his eyes. The father thought he would never need it in his lifetime, yet the world is full of surprises. Chu Chantian withdrew his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. In the end, you could not escape your mother's prophecy. Prophecy? What prophecy? Chu Ran, filled with confusion, felt his bewilderment deepen. Father, what is happening? What is the black crystal? What about my mother? A cascade of questions spilled forth, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Chantian's wave of his hand. Some things are not meant for you to know at this moment. I do not wish for you to follow in your mother's footsteps. Chu Chantian looked at Chu Ran, his eyes filled with affection and a hint of reluctance. However, these emotions quickly faded, leaving only a trace of resolve. Ranner, remember, as a human being, everyone has their own responsibilities, some greater than others, and you are different. Your life is long, very long. Your horizon should not be limited to the small town of Gudao. You may harbor hatred, but do not let hatred dictate your actions, for that will only confine your thoughts. Do you understand your father's meaning? I understand, father. Chu Ran fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. He knew his father was cautioning him not to dwell in hatred towards Xiaojian. He would not, for Xiaojian was unworthy. This hatred would soon come to an end. With Xiaojian's blood, it would be resolved. There are rumors that the Royal Academy and Tianzi Academy have already sent representatives to Gudao City. An enrollment event is set for half a month from now that I hope you will take the opportunity to visit. These two academies are the most powerful in the entire Tianyue Empire, heralded as the two great cradles of champions. If you can gain entry into either, the future is bright. The Royal Academy is established by the royal family, primarily attended by gifted noble children. Though there are also commoners, each a true prodigy. Graduates from the Royal Academy almost invariably enter into official careers, while the Tianzi Academy lacks such a background. It is even older, said to predate the history of the Tianyue Empire itself. Enrollment at the Academy, upon hearing these words, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. When they were very young, Xiaodian had told him many times that her dream was to enter the Tianzi Academy as the foremost person of Gudao City. For that, Chu Ran had once smiled and promised her, "As long as you participate, I will concede. The title of the foremost person in Gudao City will be yours." The time for enrollment had finally arrived. At that time, she would undoubtedly participate. He would no longer concede, for she was no longer the same person, that he was no longer the person he once was. The enrollment at the academy would mark the day of Xia Jian's disgrace and the day of blood for blood. The youth clenched his fists tightly, making a vow within his heart. "Master, master, something's wrong." Just as the father and son were conversing, a panicked member of the Chu family rushed in, shouting, "The second young master of the Lin family, Lin Xie, has taken over the Shishan mine. The 3 family heads have been killed, and young master Chu Xiao has had his legs and dantian crippled." Chapter 6. A meeting with the king of hell. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Chu Changtian felt a tremendous ringing in his head, as if the world around him had suddenly spun out of control. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Isn't the Shishan mine protected by a formation? How could dozens of people possibly seize it? The 3rd-tier Fire Sea formation is immensely powerful. It is not something that a mere handful of individuals can breach with ease. Even if they could, the Chu family would have received news and sent reinforcements. Yet, inexplicably, there has been no communication at all. The formation has inexplicably ceased to respond." The Chu family disciple who reported this news collapsed to the ground, nearly on the brink of madness. With a sudden surge of fury, Chu Changtian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. "Father!" Chu Ran quickly supported his father. The 3rd family head was Chu Ran's uncle, and also the father of Chu Yuer and Chu Xiao. For a long time, the affairs of the Shishan mine had been managed by this uncle and his son. Chu Xiao think they had been usurped by the Lin family. The 3rd family head had been killed, and Chu Xiao had been incapacitated. The losses were catastrophic. What on earth had happened? Stealing himself. Chu Changtian's voice turned hoarse as his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the messenger. Just now, the 2nd young master of the Lin family, Lin Xie, led dozens of their powerful members into the Shishan mine. Without a word, they attacked us unprepared, resulting in heavy casualties. Young Master Chu Xiao was incapacitated in a single encounter with Lin Xie. As he spoke, the Chu family disciple knelt on the ground, a pained expression on his face. "Oh, cover our retreat." The 3rd family head was ultimately surrounded and killed by the Lin family, and we could not even recover his body. Lin family. The news of his brother's death ignited an uncontrollable fury in Chu Changtian's mind. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter 6 chilling words. "I will annihilate the Lin family." Father! Watching his father, Chu Ran's heart ached. All of this could be said to be his fault. If it weren't for his issues, the Lord's residents would never have severed ties with the Chu family. The Lin family, despite claiming to be the foremost family in Gouda City, would never have dared to act so brazenly. Xia Jian. Chu Ran clenched his fists tightly, his hatred for Xia Jian surging anew. "Father, you should rest. Leave this matter to your son." Without waiting for his father's response, Chu Ran summoned 2 attendants. "Quickly assist the family head to rest." His father, consumed by rage and confusion, would likely cause great trouble if he ventured out himself. Most importantly, this mission was fraught with peril, and they could easily fall into a trap set by the Lin family. Should anything happen to his father, the entire Chu family could be doomed. "Ranner," Chu Changtian called out sternly. He would not allow his son to take such risks. He had to go himself. "Do not worry, father. If I fail to handle this matter properly, I am unworthy to be your son," Chu Ran declared, then turned sharply to the 2 attendants, commanding them, "Support the family head to rest." The 2, not daring to hesitate, quickly helped Chu Changtian. After a moment of silence, Chu Changtian took a deep breath and acquiesced. He understood Chu Ran's intentions and had faith in his son's abilities. Ranner, although this incident was instigated by the Lin family, is likely a retaliation from the Lord's residence for Xia Longjia's death. Go to the Martial Hall and summon 100 iron cavalry to head to the Shishan mine. Remember, do not act recklessly. As for your uncle's body, do your best to recover it with a heavy heart. He concluded, "I have no choice regarding your uncle's body. It will be brought back by you." Having said this, Chu Ran left the room. The Shishan mine was the lifeblood of the Chu family, a product of his father's toil, and it must not be lost. His uncle was a close relative, and with his death his body must not be defiled. The Lin family would not escape his wrath. The Su family would also face retribution. Anyone who threatened the Chu family would be met with death. First, the Su family, then the Lin family, if they wished for the downfall of the Chu family. He would ensure that both families met their end together. As he stepped out of the room, he heard the heart-wrenching cries emanating from the side courtyard, causing Chu Ran's steps to falter involuntarily. His gaze turned towards the source of the sorrowful sounds, and he clenched his teeth that he recognized that voice. It was undoubtedly Chu Yuera. She had yet to recover from the incident involving Su Qiming. And now, with their father murdered and her brother incapacitated, it was easy to imagine the turmoil within her heart that Su family, Lin family. Chu Ran's fists tightened, the sound of them cracking resonating in the air. Rest assured, Xiao brother, once this matter is resolved, I will help you recover. Chu Ran silently vowed within his heart. After that, he made his way directly to the martial hall. Within a martial hall were the Chu family's 800 iron cavalry, the most elite force of the family, each warrior possessing a minimum cultivation of the 5th realm of star forging. For years, the Chu family had expended vast resources to train these cavalrymen. Waiting for this very day, now, the Lin family had sought death that it was high time for the Chu family's iron cavalry to draw their swords. The order of the family head: summon 100 iron cavalry to accompany me to the Shishan mine, to annihilate Lin Xie and reclaim the body of the 3rd family head. With no one present in the martial hall, Chu Ran's commanding voice echoed through the chamber. Young master, please remain calm. At that moment, the 3rd elder of the Chu family slowly emerged from the back hall. He was the one responsible for the martial hall. There is no one in the hall right now. No one. Hearing this, Chu Ran was taken aback and frowned. Where the Chu family's 800 iron cavalry? Upon receiving news of the situation at the Shishan mine, the 2nd family head, enraged, took young Master Chu Song with him and left a quarter of an hour ago, leading the 800 iron cavalry to the Shishan mine to avenge the 3rd family head. What? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Chu Ran's mind. The 800 iron cavalry were the Chu family's strongest force and their final trump card. The Lin family must have known about their presence. Now that they dared to brazenly seize the Shishan mine and murder the 3rd family head, they had certainly made preparations. Moreover, there was likely the backing of the Lord's residence. His father had instructed him to take 100 men to scout the situation. Even if it went awry, it would not lead to the annihilation of their clan. But now, with all 800 iron cavalry dispatched, if anything went wrong, the Chu family would be in grave danger. How dare you act on your own accord and summon the 800 iron cavalry without the family head's order? Chu Ran glared at the 3rd elder, shouting, if anything happens to the 800 iron cavalry, you will not be spared. You are being unreasonable, young master. The 3rd elder retorted angrily. I am the 3rd elder of the Chu family. Do not forget that you have yet to ascend to your position. How can you speak to me with such disrespect? Upon hearing this, the 3rd elder's irritation grew. You may question me once you inherit the family head position. Until then, you are not qualified. With an annoyed huff, Chu Ran chose to ignore him and left the martial hall without a second thought. A cold voice echoed back from his retreating figure. If nothing happens, all is well. But if something does go wrong, I will not spare you. Having exited the martial hall, Chu Ran mounted his horse and raced toward the Shishan direction beyond the city. Chapter 7. Betrayal and Deception. Just as Chu Ran departed from the martial hall, a middle-aged man stepped out from the back hall, bearing a resemblance to the family head, Chu Changtin. This man was none other than the 2nd family head of the Chu family, Chu Changhe, who had been leading the 800 iron cavalry for revenge. Clearly, he had not gone to the Shishan mine. 2nd family head, are we truly safe doing this? Upon seeing Chu Changhe, the 3rd elder's eyes reflected deep uncertainty. If Chu Ran returns alive and reports this to the family head, I will be doomed. He will not return. The corners of Chu Changhe's mouth curled into a faint smirk. The Lin family has laid a trap, ready to ensnare our 800 iron cavalry. Now that the cavalry has not arrived, instead, it is Chu Ran who has shown up. You truly believe he can survive? The 3rd elder was momentarily taken aback. Prepared. How do you know this? I have my own methods, Chu Changhe replied. Our iron cavalry is the foundation of the Chu family. We cannot afford any losses, not even 100. As for Chu Ran, if he dies, then so be it. With that, Chu Chang'e strode out of the martial hall. The precarious situation of the 800 iron cavalry sent Chu Ran's heart racing as he galloped furiously. It took him only a quarter of an hour to reach the foot of Xishan. The Xishan mine lay nestled halfway up the mountain. The young man rode on without pause, heading straight for the Xishan mine. A biting mountain wind swept down, chilling him to the bone. Even his steed seemed restless, emitting uneasy whinnies that filled him with an ominous premonition. Just as he considered stopping his horse, he felt a surge of energy ripple through the ground beneath him. Before he could react, a sharp whinny erupted from his mouth. Suddenly, a tripwire appeared out of thin air, severing his horse's 4 legs in an instant. Chu Ran was thrown off, but thankfully he managed to channel his spiritual energy in time to stabilize his fall. Who? Charon's cold gaze swept across the surrounding mountains and forests, and with a sharp command, the tranquility was shattered. The rustling of the woods erupted into a cacophony of footsteps as a multitude of figures surged forth from the thickets. Numbering no less than 100, but observing their attire, it was unmistakably the kin of the Lin family. The Lin family. Upon sighting these individuals, Charon's brow furrowed slightly as he unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, its blade gleaming ominously at the gathered crowd. Yet within him, a tide of confusion swelled. What business did the Lin family have setting traps here? There were no signs of battle anywhere in the vicinity. Where were the 800 iron cavalry of the Charon family? By all accounts, they should have arrived long ago, yet not a single figure was in sight, nor any trace of their presence. Charon, how can it be you? I thought you were dead. Lin Xie stepped forth from the throng, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of doubt as he regarded the fallen Charon. He had anticipated the arrival of the Charon clan's patriarch, Charon Changtian, but could never have imagined it would be Charon himself. Hadn't the second patriarch declared that Charon was dead? After painstakingly laying a trap, he found that not only had Charon Changtian failed to show up, but the 800 iron cavalry were also absent, leaving only the worthless Charon to contend with. The thought caused Lin Xie's face to twitch in frustration as he ground his teeth in anger. Charon Chang'e. You cunning old fox, what have you done to my Charon family's 800 cavalry? Charon's icy gaze bore into Lin Xie, his voice laced with fury to, Oh, how I pity you, Charon. Lin Xie did not respond to Charon's inquiry, his eyes flashing with disdain. Once, you were a figure of remarkable talent. Yet now, reduced to a mere shell of your former self, you have become a discarded pawn of the Charon family. It is not I, Lin Xie, who wishes you dead. It is your own clan that has doomed you. What do you mean by that? Charon's brow furrowed deeper. It seems not only has your cultivation been rendered null, but your intellect as well. Lin Xie scoffed indifferently. After your demise, you may inquire in a dream with your second uncle. Second uncle? At this revelation, Charon's mind buzzed as memories flooded back, in an instant. He comprehended the implications. The second patriarch, Charon Chang'e, had always harbored great ambitions, coveting the position of patriarch for a long time, but never having the opportunity due to his father's dominance. Unbeknownst to him, he had exploited the Charon family's misfortune to orchestrate his schemes. It was likely that the formation protecting the Xishan mine was also his doing. Otherwise, how could the Lin family, with merely a handful of their members, breach the defenses of the Xishan mine? All of this was a plot devised by Charon Chang'e, intended to lead him to his demise. He should have realized it sooner. No, more likely, Charon Chang'e intended to harm his father. Yet it was he who fell into the trap, that treacherous old rogue. Fury bubbled within Charon as he silently cursed. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the Lin family members surrounding him, fully aware that they were all there to kill him. Should the 100-strong members of the Lin family strike simultaneously, even with his star Devouring Soul, he would stand no chance of survival. He sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lin Xie's gaze growing ever more intense. Death! The youth's heart surged with determination, and without hesitation, he charged toward Lin Xie, who was closest to him. Instead of succumbing to the encirclement, he would seize the initiative. Spiritual energy. Weren't you rendered impotent by the city lord's manner? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, sensing the fluctuations of Charon's energy. Yet, in the next instant, a glint of icy resolve crossed his eyes. Even if you are not completely powerless, you will undoubtedly die today. Kill! Lin Xie commanded with a fierce wave of his hand, and the dozen or so Lin family warriors surrounding him immediately sprang into action that a torrent of murderous intent coalesced upon their blades. All aimed at Churin. None among them were weaker than the fourth tier of Star Forging realm. The lethal web of swords and blades, once ensnaring Churin, would ensure his demise, no matter his prowess. Blade! Churin shouted, and as he unleashed his sword, black spiritual energy surged forth, erupting into a flurry of sword light. The beams clashed violently with the incoming blades, but despite the ferocity of his assault, Churin's sword light shattered under the onslaught, dissipating into the void. As the Lin family warriors witnessed this, they could not suppress a cold snicker. Moments ago, upon hearing Lin Xie's assertion that Churin had not been completely stripped of his abilities, they had felt a fleeting sense of trepidation. After all, Churin had long been heralded as the unrivaled prodigy of the ancient Dao city, his reputation casting a long shadow. However, they now realized that his released sword light was alarmingly fragile. It was clear that he had indeed been rendered ineffective, albeit not entirely so. Finish him. Lin Xie contemptuously shook his head, and the Lin family warriors ceased to hold back. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the sword light that had just been shattered had not fully vanished. Instead, it had silently coalesced into a thread of sword intent. This sword intent pierced through the crowd's defenses, striking the massive ancient tree behind them with a deafening crack. The colossal tree, succumbing to the refined sword intent, splintered and collapsed, its massive trunk and canopy crashing down towards the very spot where the battle raged. Watch out above. The Lin family warriors, caught off guard, were thrown into a frenzy. None had anticipated the ancient tree's sudden collapse. Given its size, should it fall upon them, even those who survived the initial impact would be crushed beneath its weight. Retreat! With Lin Xie's command, the warriors hastily scrambled to the sides. The life of a worthless individual was hardly worth their own lives. However, amidst the chaos, they failed to notice that the youth, instead of retreating, pressed forward. With a sword in hand, he disregarded the others and charged directly at Lin Xie's position. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in within 100 meters of Lin Xie. Young master, be careful. Two of Lin Xie's companions, witnessing this scene, shouted a warning, yet drowned out by the chaos of hooves and the cracking sounds of the ancient tree crashing into others. Their cries went unanswered. Only the two who had spotted Churin attempted to intercept him. A cold glint flickered in Churin's eyes as he uttered a single word, "Die." Whoosh! Two beams of sword light shot forth. Aimed directly at the two warriors, they assumed that these two beams were no different from the previous feeble attempts and did not evade, charging forward with their swords drawn. With a resounding crack, their blades shattered beneath the force of Churin's sword light, crashing into their bodies with devastating impact. Chapter 8. Two Swords Slay. This refined sword intent. The two warriors were struck with shock, and as they attempted to evade, it was already too late. The swords might descended upon them, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Churin surged forward, arriving before Lin Xie in an instant. With a single stroke, he severed the legs of Lin Xie's warhorse, sending the unprepared Lin Xie tumbling to the ground. Churin. It was only at that moment that Lin Xie truly recognized the figure before him. Yet his surprise quickly morphed into calm indifference, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You've come to seek your own death. A half-wit like you has the audacity to challenge me. In that instant, Lin Xie charged at Churin, sword drawn. Blade! Churin's heart surged with determination, and his sword gleamed with radiant light as he unleashed two beams of sword light that sliced toward Lin Xie. The sword light was unembellished, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes. That it was as though two casual strikes had been unleashed. Oh, you even know how to wield a sword. Lin Xie sneered, his body enveloped in a phantom of an iron steed, which doubled his speed. In this moment, the power of his sword surged dramatically, unleashing the full strength of his fifth tier in Star Forging realm. With the prowess of the fourth tier, the iron steed Star Soul imbued him with the swiftness of a galloping horse. blending speed and defense into an impressive force. Even Charon could not help but raise an eyebrow. Devour the sword's might. Charon's heart echoed with determination as the two beams of sword light struck the void. They erupted with a dark surge of star soul power. The overwhelming force of the star devouring soul engulfed the oncoming Lin Xie, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He felt his own star soul slipping from his grasp. This was impossible. He let out a low growl, attempting to cast aside the haunting illusion from his mind. Yet he soon realized that this was no mere figment of his imagination. He could distinctly feel the fear emanating from the star soul within his dantian, transmitting its dread to him. This revelation filled his eyes with disbelief. After all, his star soul was a 4-layered celestial essence. Even a 6-layered star soul should not be capable of instilling such terror. What manner of star soul do you possess? In his shock, Lin Xie could not help but roar in anger. His furious shout finally drew the attention of the surrounding Lin family warriors, who surged forward with low growls, intent on annihilation. Your star soul is a death sentence. The youth uttered a few terse words, and in an instant, the sword light in the void lunged toward Lin Xie. The moment the sword light descended, the ironclad star soul enveloping Lin Xie shattered completely under the oppressive force of the dark star soul. Bereft of his star soul's protection, Lin Xie felt the sword radiance pierce through his body. With a piercing sound, the sword light erupted from his arms. Lin Xie was initially taken aback, but then he erupted into laughter. A waste is still a waste. The sword light shatters upon contact. However, before he could finish his taunt, an excruciating pain surged through his arms, radiating throughout his entire being. Instinctively, he glanced at his arms, only to be horrified to find them utterly devoid of substance. His body continued to lurch forward, his arms falling to the ground, blood gushing forth like a crimson curtain. The sword light was so keenly sharp that it severed Lin Xie's arms without him even realizing it. This was the essence of sword intent. The sword intent of Chu Ran, unyielding and unbreakable. With a single strike, none could withstand it. A piercing scream reverberated through the mountains. Lin Xie's body collapsed just a meter away from Chu Ran. Second young master. The Lin family's warriors gasped in shock and rushed toward Lin Xie. They were known as the Lin family warriors, yet in reality, they were mere guards. If anything were to befall Lin Xie in their presence, they would likely share his fate. Too late. The youth sneered, his form flickering as he appeared before Lin Xie, his sword poised at Lin Xie's throat that he bellowed at the gathered Lin family warriors. If any of you dare to take another step, I shall slay him. Everyone retreat, retreat. The icy aura of death at his throat dispelled much of Lin Xie's pain, and he screamed in sheer terror. The Lin family warriors dared not move another inch. Move. The youth held his sword in one hand while dragging Lin Xie with the other, his gaze fixed intently on the crowd of Lin family members as he slowly retreated into the mountains on the right. Blood streaming from Lin Xie's severed arms carved 2 long crimson trails upon the ground. That why you're not incapacitated. Lin Xie, being dragged along, stared intently at Chu Ran. The power Chu Ran had just displayed showed no signs of being diminished. In fact, he appeared even stronger than before. The rumors of Chu Ran's incapacitation had spread from the Lord's manor. It could not possibly be false. The half-disability he had presumed was entirely unfounded. Once you perish in a dream, I shall tell you. Chu Ran's eyes glinted coldly, his words laced with a chilling intent. This murderous aura made Lin Xie's entire being tremble violently. He had just spoken similar words himself, harboring a deadly resolve against Chu Ran. Now, the tables had turned, which could only imply, "Let me go, Chu Ran. If you let me go, I assure you I, Lin Xie, and my kin shall never harm you, never." Lin Xie's eyes widened in desperation. Fixated on Chu Ran, "Please release me. Let me go." He was still young, with an infinite future ahead. He did not wish to die. "Why did you ambush us at the Western Mountain Mine?" Chu Ran coldly interrogated. "I asked you, can you let me go?" Lin Xie trembled as he replied, "You have no right to make demands." Chu Ran scoffed, and in an instant, the sword light pierced Lin Xie's throat ever so slightly, causing Lin Xie to nearly faint from the fear and pain that he hastily answered. "It was Chu Changhe. He sent word to our Lin family, claiming that the formation at the Western Mountain Mine had been breached. He asserted that with sufficient manpower, it could be easily captured. Afterward, the head of the Chu family would surely lead the Chu cavalry in a counterattack. If our Lin family prepared in advance, we could easily annihilate the 800 Chu cavalry. Without the 800 cavalry, the Chu family could be easily crushed. Lin Xie recounted the entire sequence of events without omitting a single detail. Chu Changhe. Upon hearing this name, Chu Ran gritted his teeth in fury. Though he had suspected as much, the confirmation ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. That man was his father's own brother, his uncle. The second head of the Chu family, he held a status only second to that of his father. Yet, in pursuit of his own ambitions, he betrayed the family's interests, leading to the death of his third uncle, and even sought to harm his father, to betray his brothers and sell out the family. He was nothing short of a beast. Upon my return, I shall not spare you. Chu Ran's eyes radiated a chilling black glow, his dark orbs resembling endless voids, as if they sought to consume all existence. As they spoke, Lin Xie had already been dragged several hundred meters into the woods, and the Lin family warriors dared not pursue. Chu Ran took a deep breath, striving to calm his raging emotions, temporarily setting aside his fury. His gaze returned to Lin Xie. "Do not kill me. Chu Ran, I beg you spare my life." Feeling the absolute coldness of Chu Ran's murderous intent, Lin Xie trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Chu Ran. Yet, all that awaited him was the slowly rising cold brilliance of the sword. "I am the second young master of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, you shall not survive either. The Lin family will surely annihilate your Chu family." Thud! Before he could finish, his words were abruptly cut short. Lin Xie felt an agonizing pain surge through his dantian. The terrifying sound of the sword swirling within his core resembling the death knell from hell. Rendering him utterly rigid, he attempted to lower his head to look, but he found that even this simplest of actions was now beyond him. Simultaneously, a demonic voice whispered in his ear. "This sword is the one that incapacitated Chu Xiao. I return it to you." Before Lin Xie could react, another sword light descended. Under this sword light, he would never again have the opportunity to respond. His massive head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth, before he collapsed lifelessly. "The second sword is for your provocation against the Chu family. It is yours to bear." Another voice echoed. Alas, Lin Xie would never hear it. Chapter 9. If he does not die, I shall not find peace. Second young master. Second young master. The Lin family members, upon realizing the situation, rushed over, only to be met with the sight of the deceased Lin Xie. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace behind. The second young master is dead. The Lin family warriors were left dumbfounded. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Xie was slain, and they could not absolve themselves of blame. Lin Long, return immediately and notify the family head. The rest of you, follow me. A captain barked. We must slay Chu Ran. If we do not, we will all perish. Understood, Captain. A group of them swiftly dashed into the woods, urgently pursuing the direction in which Chu Ran had fled. At the Lin Manor. What? Sierra was killed by Chu Ran. The moment the news of Lin Xie's death reached the main hall, the entire Lin Manor trembled under the weight of a furious roar. Countless members of the Lin family were left shaken to their core. After a lengthy silence, the commotion gradually subsided. Chu family, I, Lin Jun, vow to exterminate your entire clan. Within the main hall, the family head Lin Jun's eyes blazed with fury, his voice cold enough to chill the very air. Chu Ran, I shall flay you alive and subject you to 1,000 tortures. Bring forth my orders. The third elder is to immediately lead 300 Lin family cavalry to the western mountains and capture Chu Ran alive. Remember, I want him unharmed. Position spies at every city gate. Should Chu Ran dare to return to the city, apprehend him immediately. Those who obstruct us shall be executed without mercy, including those from the Lord's Manor. The Lin family martial hall must promptly mobilize its troops. We will annihilate the Chu family upon capturing Chu Ran. For my son, we shall seek vengeance. A flurry of commands was issued. Yes, family head. We accept the orders. The crowd quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. The news of the second young master Lin Xie's murder at the hands of Chu Ran spread like wildfire throughout the ancient road city. Almost everyone became aware of the undeniable truth. Chu Ran had returned to his former glory. The Lord's manor quickly caught wind of the news. Chu Ran has recovered. This is impossible. In the back courtyard of the Lord's manor, Xia Jian received the news, and disbelief was etched across her delicate features. This was simply an inconceivable occurrence. Chu Ran's star soul had now become an integral part of her sevenfold celestial ice lotus sword star soul. Without the star soul, how could he possibly recover? Unless he were to reconstruct the star soul. But is that even feasible? Such occurrences are rarely documented in ancient texts. Even if it were possible to reconstruct the star soul, how could he regain his cultivation in such a short span of time? Furthermore, he managed to slay Lin Xie, a fourth level of star forging. Preposterous. Just then, a voice broke the tension. Father! Upon seeing the newcomer, Xia Jian performed a slight bow and asked with a hint of confusion, Father, what do you mean by very likely? The second family head of the Chu clan, Chu Changhe, conveyed to me that the third elder, Xia Longjue, was killed by Chu Ran. The voice of Xia Yunhao, the lord of Guda City, was laced with a somber tone. The third elder, killed by Chu Ran? That is utterly impossible. Hearing this, Xia Jian was incredulous. Yet upon observing her father's grave demeanor, her heart quivered. Could it be true? The third elder was a peak ninth level of star forging. Chu Changhe would not dare deceive me. Although Xia Yunhao spoke these words, it was evident that he too harbored doubts. The matter was simply too extraordinary to accept. Regardless of its veracity, Chu Ran's recovery had become an established fact. Moreover, the reconstructed star soul might surpass the previous one, with even more terrifying potential. Because of your circumstances, Chu Ran will undoubtedly harbor resentment toward the entire Lord's manor. I cannot permit the emergence of any individual or family that poses a threat to the manor, whether now or in the future. Therefore, Chu Ran must die. Upon hearing her father's declaration, Xia Jian felt a slight tremor in her heart at a stronger star soul, a more formidable talent. These words thundered in her mind. In this world, perhaps even Chu Ran's father did not understand him better than she did. The former Chu Ran, known as the greatest talent of Guda City, owed his reputation not merely to his star soul, but to an even more formidable talent, photographic memory. Anything he glimpsed, be it martial techniques, cultivation methods, formations, or alchemical recipes, he could memorize with a single glance. That he could even retain the operational methods of martial techniques and cultivate them at an unimaginable speed. To master martial techniques with just a glance. These 8 characters were not mere rhetoric. Even more alarming was that he could learn martial techniques demonstrated by others. In this respect, he was truly a prodigy. Should such a person acquire a powerful star soul, the terror would be unfathomable. Had I known this, I would have eliminated Chu Ran directly. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xia Jian's brow. There is no need for concern, my dear. Even if he reconstructs his star soul, it shall not exceed your own. Xia Yunhao affectionately brushed his daughter's hair. The position of a specially recruited student at Tian's Academy can only belong to you. Besides, you have the assistance of Yin Xingyun. Her father's reassurances allowed Xia Jian to take a deep breath, her eyes deepening with resolve. Father, I cannot find peace until he is dead. This matter need not trouble you. With less than half a month until the Academy's recruitment, focus solely on your cultivation.as for him. Your father will manage it. With that, Xia Yunhao departed the courtyard. The Guda mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, resembling an impassable chasm that divided the entire Tianyue Empire into southern and northern regions. Guda City was a stronghold carved from these mountains, the only city that connected the empire's north and south. The western mountains were part of this expansive range. After slaying Lin Xie, Chu Ran ventured directly into the dense forests of the Guda mountain range, teeming with exotic beasts. Behind him, members of the Lin family pursued him relentlessly. In 3 days, Chu Ran had traversed hundreds of miles, having slain no fewer than 50 Lin family experts. At present, returning to the city was not an option. He feared he would be ambushed by the Lin family's cavalry en route. In the mountains, he held no fear of the Lin family. His only concern was whether the second family head, Chu Changhe, would pose a threat to his father. His father held no suspicion toward Chu Changha. Die! In the forest, Chu Ran bellowed, and several flashes of sword light flickered, causing the last two pursuing Lin family experts to fall into a pool of blood. Like the others, they bore a single sword scar across their necks. Instantaneous kills. 100 spirit stones and 2 advanced yellow-ranked martial techniques. That was rather satisfactory. Chu Ran turned over the bodies of several Lin family experts beneath his feet, nodding in approval, particularly at the martial techniques, which excited him greatly. The ranks of martial techniques and cultivation methods are classified as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each divided into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Advanced yellow-ranked martial techniques were already considered quite strong in Gouda City, with only 7 or 8 such techniques available in the entire Chu clan. After a cursory glance, Chu Ran collected these items. He sheathed his sword and slowly raised his hand. The Dark Star Soul surged. Streams of black spiritual energy flowed from his palm into the corpses of the Lin family experts. The bodies visibly aged and shriveled, ultimately becoming desiccated husks, having devoured 3 corpses in succession. The spiritual energy expended during the previous skirmishes was completely replenished, filling his meridians and dantian once more. Only then did Chu Ran cease his actions. He had finally stabilized at the 6th level of star forging. Sensing the steady flow of his Dantian star soul, full of vitality, Chu Ran murmured to himself. His cultivation had only just reached the 6th level. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a month to stabilize. Yet, with this immense influx of spiritual energy, he had achieved stability in just 3 days. Faintly, he could sense the 7th level drawing near. Over the past few days, continuously unleashing the devouring power of his Dark Star Soul had allowed Chu Ran to adapt. Although he still could not control it, he had identified the limits of his body's endurance. This limit was the 7th level of star forging. He could unleash his devouring power upon any martial cultivator at the 7th level. Albeit only one at a time. At the 6th level, he could devour up to 3 individuals. Any more, and he would meet the same fate as Xiaolingju in these vast mountains, without his father's assistance. He did not wish to perish from an overload of spiritual energy. I must leave. If I linger any longer, they will catch up. Chu Ran murmured and then rose, disappearing deeper into the mountains. Chapter 10. Spied upon by a young girl. Shortly after Chu Ran departed, the 3rd elder of the Lin family arrived with his men, and upon seeing the corpses of the Lin family experts sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened to an extreme. Those who had perished were all elites of the Lin family, each one cultivated at great expense. They had already encountered no fewer than 50 corpses along the way, many of which had been reduced to desiccated remains, a sight most tragic. Chu Ran, the 3rd elder, seethed with rage, his animosity palpable. The Chu Ran who had vanished into the mountains was like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of Lin family corpses with each appearance. By the time they received news and rushed to the scene, he had vanished once more. Could it be that Chu Ran's spiritual energy was boundless? How could he have evaded capture for so long without exhausting his energy? The 3rd elder struck a nearby tree with his fist, splitting it in 2 and sending flocks of birds into the air. 3rd elder, we cannot continue to pursue separately. At that moment, a young man stepped forward and said, this Chu Ran must possess a method of replenishing his spiritual energy that we are unaware of. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have evaded us this long and still possess the capability to counterattack. They could not comprehend it, yet it was the undeniable truth. Young Master Lin Jian, what do you propose we do? The 3rd elder sounded somewhat powerless, yet resigned. Chu Ran was like a pest, impossible to kill, impossible to catch, and capable of biting them at any moment. Lin Jian remained silent for a moment before producing a map and spreading on the ground. He pointed at it with his sword. If we proceed further, we will enter the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, which is the territory of the savage beasts, where 7th and 8th tier savage beasts roam. If we separate, it will only complicate matters further. Savage beasts were equivalent to martial cultivators at the level of star forging. 7th and 8th tier savage beasts possess strength that surpassed even that of martial cultivators at the same level. Due to their innate advantages, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Jian spoke, I shall continue the pursuit of Chu Ran. Third Elder, you take the others back to the West Mountain Mine. Chu Ran has come to the West Mountain Mine for the body of the third family head. As long as that body remains, he will undoubtedly return. The West Mountain Mine, suddenly taken aback, the third elder finally reacted. Young Master Lin Jian, you alone? I do not require any encumbrances. Lin Jian merely uttered 6 words. The third elder momentarily faltered. He was well aware of Lin Jian's character. Yet Chu Ran was a perilous individual. He could not, nor dared he, allow Lin Jian to ascend the mountain alone. I shall leave you with 20 men. After some contemplation, the third elder ultimately decided to leave 20 individuals behind, leading the rest back along the same path. Lin Jian neither acquiesced nor declined, watching the third elder and his companions depart. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a spirit butterfly, radiating with vibrant hues, gracefully emerged. The illusory rainbow butterfly, known for its acute sensitivity to scents, flitted about momentarily before darting off in a specific direction, the very direction in which Chu Ran had departed. Grasping his sword, Lin Jian pursued the path the butterfly had taken. Observing his actions, the others hastily followed suit. 9 Springs Palm, Gale Leg. Beneath the waterfall's cascade, amidst the roaring sounds of rushing water, Chu Ran's low voice echoed through the forest. The howling winds from his fists and legs stirred the waters of the pool into tumultuous waves, crashing forth like a monstrous beast, relentlessly surging towards the pool's edge. Any trees or rocks that stood in their way shattered upon contact. After a considerable time, the waves gradually subsided. Chu Ran emerged from the pool. Slowly making his way to the shore, he sat by the water's edge, sipping the refreshing water and exhaling a long sigh of relief. To his astonishment, the power of these 2 advanced yellow-tier martial arts was far greater than he had anticipated. However, the training had been somewhat slow. It took nearly 15 minutes to master them. Typically, for advanced yellow-tier techniques, Chu Ran would only need to observe once and practice twice to fully grasp them. This process usually took no more than 7.5 minutes. Yet this time, mastering 2 techniques consumed a full 15 minutes. Could it be that his comprehension had diminished? With a soft sigh, Chu Ran stood up and began to dress. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, an abrupt voice startled him. Hee, this young handsome fellow, with such a fine physique, don't rush to put on your clothes. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ran's hair stood on end, his eyes flashing with intensity as he turned abruptly toward a large tree 20 meters away from the pool. Perched on its trunk was a figure, more precisely, the silhouette of a girl resembling a sprite. This girl appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, clad in a light green dress, with twin ponytails adorning her head that a piece of fruit candy was clutched between her lips, and a playful smirk danced at the corners of her mouth, her eyes gleaming with mischief as they fixed upon him. Someone was spying on him. This was Chu Ran's immediate reaction. However, upon seeing the girl in the tree, he felt somewhat dazed. How could such a young girl be watching him? Who are you, and why are you spying on me? Chu Ran exclaimed, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice as he hastily adjusted his attire, relieved that he had merely removed his upper garment for training. Had he been bathing, it would have been a significant embarrassment. Such a handsome young man, with such an admirable physique. Isn't it just for show? The girl remarked with an air of nonchalance, licking the candy in her hand. Then, with a leap, she gracefully descended from the tree, bouncing over to stand in front of Chu Ran, showing no signs of embarrassment for having spied on him. Standing before Chu Ran, the girl surveyed him from head to toe, with a slight arch of her brow. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her face. Dual Star Soul. One at the 6th heaven level, and the other is even beyond my perception, at least above the 7th heaven. And your comprehension is not low. You can barely be considered a genius. I never expected such a figure to emerge from the ancient city of Gudao. As she spoke, the surprise quickly faded, replaced by a more neutral demeanor. Yet, each word sent Chu Ran's expression shifting from surprise to disbelief. A dual star soul can only be considered a mere genius. It seems that within the entire Tianyu Empire, individuals with a dual star soul are exceedingly rare. Who on earth is this girl? What audacity! Even more alarming was the fact that she could completely see through him. While he felt utterly unable to sense anything from her, not even a hint of spiritual energy. She appeared as an ordinary person. This sensation left Chu Ran feeling quite oppressed, a feeling he detested. "Hello, I am Luo Xingmi." The girl beamed sweetly. "You must be Xia Jian, the owner of the Seventh Heaven Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul from Gudao City. Right? I never expected you to be a dual Star Soul as well. You are indeed a genius. I do adore making friends with geniuses. It is a pleasure to meet you." Saying this, the girl bit into the candy in her mouth, extending her free hand towards Chu Ran in a gesture of friendship. However, Chu Ran completely ignored it in own need for that. Chu Ran stepped back, clearly indicating his lack of interest in shaking hands, and retreated 2 steps further. "First, you spied on me, which I find distasteful. Secondly, I am not Xia Jian. You have mistaken me for someone else. And one more thing, I do not wish to make friends." With that, Chu Ran turned and strode into the depths of the forest. Having lingered long enough, he anticipated that the Lin family would soon be in pursuit. He had no desire to squander more time on a stranger. Watching Chu Ran depart, the girl tilted her head, seemingly unfazed by the situation, but somewhat puzzled. "Not Xia Jian? Could it be I truly mistook him for someone else? Oh, wait." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and she smacked her thigh. "Xia Jian is clearly a girl's name. How could I be so foolish? I never expected that such a small border town as Gudao City would simultaneously harbor 2 geniuses." It seems the headmaster was indeed correct. Gudao City is truly extraordinary. This time, my visit was not in vain. "Hey, handsome young man, you haven't told me your name yet." As Luo Xingmi saw Chu Ran walking away, she called out. However, no response came, leaving her to pout in disappointment. "What a dull person," she muttered before vanishing into the forest, still eager to uncover the answer she sought. Chapter 11. The Heartless Individual. As Chu Ran walked through the woods, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In the next moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by a shrill cry that rang out from the nearby bushes. An illusory rainbow butterfly. Upon seeing the severed remains of the butterfly, Chu Ran finally comprehended why he was so easily located by the Lin family wherever he went. "Chu Ran, why aren't you fleeing?" A cold voice emerged from behind him, as a group of individuals quickly closed in on him, forming a subtle encirclement. Lin Jian, spotting the newcomers, Chu Ran's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that this particular individual would be among them. Lin Jian was the eldest son of the second head of the Lin family, possessing the 5th Heaven Cold Sword Star Soul, and his talents were quite remarkable in the entirety of the Lin family. He was second only to the eldest son, Lin Lang. Merely 20 years old, he had already attained formidable strength at the 7th level of the Star Forging realm, wielding his cold sword with exceptional skill. Even the former Chu Ran would have stood no chance against him, of course. That was in the past. Now, with someone offering to enhance his cultivation, why would he run? A smile crept across Chu Ran's face as he observed the members of the Lin family, who seemed to know he had just refined the devoured spiritual energy and were eager to provide him with more. Offering cultivation? These words made Lin Jian furrow his brow, not quite grasping their meaning. However, to him, it merely sounded like Chu Ran was posturing. "Killing so many of my Lin family members has indeed earned you some respect." Lin Jian regarded Chu Ran with indifference, an air of arrogance emanating from him. "You can still smile in front of me. Huh. Did the deaths of my family's worthless members give you courage?" In his eyes, Chu Ran's kills amounted to nothing more than the demise of insignificant members of the Lin family. Had he been in the same position, he would have executed them with even greater efficiency. "Is that so?" The smile on Chu Ran's face vanished the moment he spoke. His gaze swept over the Lin family members, an expression akin to that of a deep abyss flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, a gust of wind swirled beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from sight. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosive sounds rang out. And behind Lin Jian, 3 members of the Lin family instantly had their skulls shattered, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Until their last breath, they remained oblivious to the manner of their demise. Not only they, but even the surrounding Lin family members failed to witness the event, for Chu Ran's movements were simply too swift, too elusive for their eyes to capture. The only one who discerned Chu Ran's actions was Lin Jian. However, he did not make a single move, nor did he attempt to intervene. That it was as if the lives and deaths of those he had brought with him were of no consequence to him. As a cold, indifferent smile lingered on his face, boom! Another series of explosive sounds erupted. 3 more fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Jian remained silent. Kill him. Though Lin Jian uttered not a word, the members of the Lin family could no longer endure the sight of their comrades being slaughtered. Roaring in fury as they charged toward the now stationary Chu Ran. 9 Springs Palm. Chu Ran bellowed, and in an instant his fist transformed into a colossal wave, sweeping through the air. 9 imprints of spiritual energy surged forth. Rolling through the void, he then struck down with a palm, the 9 waves engulfing the Lin family members, reducing them to mere puddles of flesh. The roar of the waves was incessant. 9 transformed into 8, and 8 into 16. Within moments, the sky above was filled with countless palm imprints. The Lin family members had scarcely approached Chu Ran before the howling waves descended upon them, shattering them into fragments. 20 individuals within 10 seconds, not a single complete corpse remained. Yet Lin Jian stood, unmoving, his gaze fixed on the unfolding carnage. Spirit Wind Leg, 9 Springs Palm. These 6 words were the only ones Lin Jian uttered during the entire ordeal. Tinged with a hint of surprise, yet devoid of any emotion, his apathetic demeanor sent a chill down Chu Ran's spine. These were the signs of the Lin family. Such indifference toward the lives of his kin was chilling. This man was truly merciless. Once in ancient texts, Chu Ran had encountered saying, "The more heartless a person is, the closer they are to becoming a strong man. For the heartless are unperturbed by anything, fixated solely on the thought of becoming powerful. Such individuals possess a stronger inner self, making it easier for them to become formidable." Chu Ran had once endeavored to become such a heartless person, especially after the incident involving Xia Jian. Yet ultimately, he abandoned the notion, for he realized he could not achieve it. He had a father, a family, and kin. These were bonds of affection. To be devoid of feelings for these people was a feat he could never accomplish. However, Lin Jian seemed to have succeeded. This elicited a profound reverence within Chu Ran, dispelling any mockery he had harbored upon Lin Jian's arrival. Perhaps Lin Jian was the strongest adversary he had encountered since the rebirth of his star soul. Even Xia Longjia had never evoked such a potent sensation. What a heartless individual! Coupled with his cold sword star soul, it was indeed intriguing. This small ancient Dao city truly harbored hidden talents. Not far away, perched on a tree trunk, Luo Xingmi, one hand clutching a fruit candy and the other gripping a branch, swung her legs leisurely. Upon witnessing the scene, she blinked her eyes with keen interest. "Now, between you and me, there are no distractions." Lin Jian did not cast a single glance at the fallen. His eyes were solely fixed on Chu Ran. "However, what I see of you is still not enough for me to draw my sword." As the words fell, a cold glint flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. In the next moment, a chilling radiance erupted from his body, transforming into a fierce cold wind, swirling around him and forming rows of palm imprints. These imprints were strikingly similar to the 9 Springs palm that Chu Ran had just unleashed, save for their differing attributes. Let you know, the things you steal are merely remnants discarded by others. Lin Jian suddenly roared, "Go!" In that instant, dozens of cold wind palm imprints surged toward Chu Ran. The howling, frigid spiritual energy caused the temperature around them to plummet, intensifying the might of his icy palm imprints. "Is that so?" Chu Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. He unleashed the 9 Springs palm once more. However, this time, within his 9 Springs palm, an additional radiant sword aura emerged, an essence from his sword soul. This caused the 9 Springs palm to explode with brilliance, as if claws had been embedded within the palm imprints, rendering them even more ferocious. As the palm imprints surged forth, it was as if they tore through the void, producing deafening sonic booms. Boom! In an instant, the 2 9 Springs palms collided. Lin Jian let out a muffled groan, his body staggering back 4 steps. Meanwhile, Chu Ran retreated only a single step. "The things you have left behind are not even as good as my beginner's effort. I wonder how you have played with them all these years." Chu Ran regarded Lin Jian, his words dripping with indifference. Chapter 12. the might of the sword, the great completion of sword intent. You are worthy of my sword. Lin Jian did not respond, his cold gaze fixed firmly on Chu Ran. His cold sword slowly emerged from its sheath. With every inch the sword was drawn. The chill in the air intensified until, when fully unsheathed, the atmosphere felt as though it had been frozen solid. Cold. Lin Jian uttered the word. In an instant, the long sword sliced through the air, its frigid brilliance transforming into a vast expanse of sword light, as if to sever the very fabric of time itself. Sword. Another word escaped his lips. The sky was awash with sword radiance, casting the world into deeper shades of darkness. Heartless. As the last two words left his mouth, Lin Jian was enveloped by an invisible aura, as though he had transformed into a merciless blade, poised to obliterate all that existed, unstoppable by any force. Indeed, heartlessness was also a form of sword intent. Watching Lin Jian, Chu Ran's previously calm pupils flickered with ripples of astonishment. He had always believed that a sword was merely a sword, and sword intent was simply sword intent, distinct yet fundamentally the same. He had never considered that a sword could be wielded in such a manner. If heartlessness was a form of sword intent, then could it be that invulnerability, relentless pursuit, sharpness, and even compassion were also forms of sword intent? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his hand instinctively tightened around his long sword. Within his dantian, the sword soul seemed to respond, surging forth like a torrent of sword radiance, enveloping Chu Ran in a resplendent curtain of light. Amidst the sword curtain, a clear, resonant sword cry echoed in his mind, transforming his consciousness into a realm of swords that in this world. Reaching to the heavens above and plunging to the depths below, there existed only swords. Endless, countless swords. The sun's brilliance was a sword. The tides of rivers and lakes were swords. The tempestuous winds and rains were swords. Even the branches and leaves of flowers and trees were swords. In this world, Chu Ran himself transformed into a sword. He gazed in awe at this realm of swords, realizing that the sword he had become was the most mundane and ordinary of all. Suddenly, this picturesque sword realm began to stir. The sun rolled, the mountains and rivers shifted, the lakes and seas roared, and the flora danced wildly. With each movement, boundless sword intent surged forth, gradually tearing apart this world. The sun's rolling produced a scorching sword, imbued with the essence of fiery sword intent. The shifting mountains and rivers contained the sword intent of the heavenly Tao. The roaring lakes and seas manifested an unwavering sword intent. The dancing flora gave rise to the sword intent of nature. There were countless sword intents howling throughout this world, rending it asunder, as if seeking to completely shatter the very fabric of existence. Immersed in these sword intents, Chu Ran was utterly stunned. This was the true essence of sword intent, a revelation born from battle. Nearby, the girl perched on the tree trunk observed Chu Ran's state, her eyes flashing with astonishment. Her grandfather had often told her that combat was the fastest way to comprehend a realm, and she wholeheartedly believed his words, but she had never personally experienced it. Having traversed half of the Tianyue Empire and over 200 cities, she had yet to find a peer who could withstand a single blow from her. This time, her target was none other than the number one genius of ancient Dao City, Xia Jian. Yet, unexpectedly, before even reaching the city, she witnessed this scene through another's eyes, further piquing her interest in Chu Ran. "I wonder if you can withstand a single blow from me," she murmured softly. Engage me in battle and still dare to be distracted. Lin Jian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of ruthless light in his gaze. To disregard his sword was the greatest insult. The only way to cleanse that insult was through death. Die. Lin Jian pointed out, and the merciless cold swords descended from the sky like a chilling tempest, directly cleaving toward Chu Ran. Only the corpse of his opponent would serve as a tribute to his relentless cold blades. Boom. The sword light rampaged, exploding around Chu Ran. However, it was all entirely thwarted by the sword curtain enveloping him. Not a single beam of sword energy could penetrate its defenses. Lin Jian furrowed his brows tightly. With a slight clench of his teeth, he unleashed another 100 ruthless cold swords. Each strike harbored an essence of merciless intent. its overwhelming might shaking the heavens. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The sword curtain surrounding Chu Ran stood as an insurmountable chasm, and he could distinctly sense that the power of the curtain was transforming in a manner beyond his comprehension. At times, it burned with searing heat. At others, it was sharp and fierce. It could be tender as water or profoundly unfathomable. These variations represented different transformations of sword intent, to command such a multitude of sword intents with his own strength. A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Jian's eyes. What manner of sword is this? Meanwhile, Chu Ran felt utterly oblivious to Lin Jian's assault. His mind was entirely immersed in the realm of swords. The swordsman, elusive and unpredictable, manifests in myriad forms. The sword that veers off the conventional path, agile and ethereal, is the sword, sweeping across the world. Invincible in all directions is the sword. Unrivaled, commanding authority is the sword. Tender as water, yet resolute and ruthless, is equally the sword. These musings flowed from his lips, and the moment they escaped, the world of swords in his mind crumbled violently. Within the sword curtain, Chu Ran suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, a myriad of sword radiance burst forth from his gaze. It dawned upon him that the true essence of the sword lies in its capacity to embrace all. In a whisper, Chu Ran slowly turned his eyes toward Lin Jian and said, "Thank you for assisting me in my breakthrough. Now, you may perish." Upon uttering the final word, the sword radiance in Chu Ran's eyes converged entirely upon Lin Jian. In that moment, Lin Jian felt as though his very soul was enveloped by countless, overwhelming sword intents. Each form of sword intent transformed into a razor-sharp blade, ruthlessly tearing at his soul. The overwhelming repression and horrific pain contorted Lin Jian's face into a grimace. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself unable to move a single finger. He wished to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. In his mind, only one thought remained, sending tremors through his very essence. The Great Ascension sword intent. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening roar echoed as Lin Jian's body exploded into a mist of blood. Scattering into the air, his world had utterly come to an end. Clang! The cold sword fell, emitting a muffled thud, as if mourning for its master's demise. The oppressive force of the sword, the Great Ascension sword intent. Perched upon a branch, Luo Xingmi witnessed this scene and immediately leaped down. With a crisp crack, the fruit candy in the young girl's mouth shattered, and her lively eyes brimmed with astonishment. The realm of intent is a profound comprehension of martial arts. It bears little relation to cultivation level, only to innate talent and understanding. The higher one's talent and comprehension, the easier it is to master intent. However, in the world of martial cultivators, typically only those who have reached the 8th level of the star forging realm might grasp the essence of intent. Mastery of the intricacies of intent is almost exclusively attainable by those at the 9th level of the star forging realm. That AS for the Great Ascension realm is nearly unattainable for those below the 100 refinements realm. Achieving a state beyond Great Ascension relies solely on innate talent and understanding or time. However, for those lacking innate talent, the time required is beyond imagination. In the realm of martial cultivation, over 80% of practitioners remain stuck at the threshold of Great Ascension, forever barred from the 100 refinements realm, destined to linger at the peak of the 9th level of the star forging realm, with no possibility of breakthrough. The youth before her has managed to master the Great Ascension intent at the 6th level of the star forging realm. Truly inconceivable. Even merely grasping ordinary intent would qualify one as a genuine genius, not to mention crossing into the realm of Great Ascension. This signifies that when this youth breaks into the 100 refinements realm, he will encounter no obstacles whatsoever. Looking across the entirety of the Tianyuan Empire, she knew of only one person possessing such extraordinary talent and comprehension, and that person was, of course, herself. Chapter 13. Annihilation. Total collapse. The Great Ascension sword intent. After Lin Jian's demise, Chu Ran caressed the long sword in his hand, a smile gradually blooming upon his face. The twin star soul had indeed significantly enhanced his innate talent. At his age and cultivation level, To comprehend the great Ascension Sword intent, he would likely find few rivals throughout the entire Tianyue Empire. It was merely a pity about those cultivators, surveying the surroundings. Blood and gore littered the ground. Lin Jian's followers had been reduced to nothing but shattered remnants. With not a single intact corpse remaining, their spiritual power long dissipated, rendering the Dark Star Soul unable to consume them. Otherwise, he would have been confident in breaking through to the 7th level of the Star Forging Realm in one fell swoop. With a flick of his hand, Lin Jian's fallen cold sword soared into his grasp. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body as it entered him. This sword is quite impressive. After a few glances, Chu Ran noted that this cold sword was forged from cold iron, crafted with exquisite skill, particularly enhancing the power of star souls with ice attributes. Its grade could be considered mid-tier among mundane weapons. The classification of treasures includes mundane weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, and spiritual weapons. Each category is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and ultimate grades. It is said that above spiritual weapons exist even higher grades of treasures, yet each possesses the power to annihilate worlds, being exceedingly rare. Besides treasures, the world is also home to many extraordinary artifacts imbued with the forces of nature and the might of the heavens. However, these artifacts are even scarcer, each containing unique powers, making them truly elusive. True Cold Sword. Noticing the character's True Cold engraved on the hilt, Chu Ran murmured softly to himself, just as he intended to stow the sword away. A light and ethereal voice unexpectedly floated from behind him. "That sword does not suit you." The sudden voice startled Chu Ran, causing him to whirl around abruptly, confronting a delicate, youthful face nearly touching his own, even catching a faint, sweet scent of candy on her breath. "You!" Chu Ran was taken aback, instinctively retreating several steps, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, and furrowing his brow at Luo Xingmi. "What brings you here again? I find you somewhat intriguing. The Great Ascension intent at the 7th level of the Star Forging Realm is quite rare," Luo Xingmi replied, a faint smile playing on her lips as she regarded Chu Ran. "What do you want? Why are you following me?" Chu Ran tightened his grip on the long sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This woman could see through all his intentions, yet he knew nothing about her. Moreover, he was uncertain of her true motives. 10 days from now, in the ancient Path City, shall we spar? Do you dare? Luo Xingmi proposed, seemingly recalling something, adding, "Rest assured, we will only be exchanging insights on intent. Your current cultivation level is insufficient for anything more." Exchanging insights on intent. Chu Ran shook his head and replied, "Not interested." With that, he turned to leave. After the incident with Xia Jian, his cultivation was no longer meant for sparring. It was for killing, to eradicate the heartless and ungrateful. As for qualifications, that was not for her to dictate, nor was it any concern of his. Upon finishing his last words, he strode away. "If you're too afraid, so be it." Luo Xingmi chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and continued, "Xia Jian, I hope you, the top genius of Ancient Path City, do not disappoint me again." She had come specifically for the foremost figure of Ancient Path City. This Chu Ran, while igniting her interest slightly, meant little to her. Only the title of the best brought true excitement. That a nameless individual from Ancient Path City possessing such talent would undoubtedly make the pursuit of the title all the more exhilarating. Chu Ran's footsteps halted at the mention of a name, and he turned to look at Luo Xingmi. "Xiaojian?" Luo Xingmi glanced at him. "What of it?" "Nothing, just wanted to inform you that if you wish to challenge her, you should hurry. Otherwise, what you may find is merely a corpse." A smile crept across Chu Ran's face, yet within it lurked a chilling intent to kill. Having said that, he vanished into the forest. A corpse? It seems this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Luo Xingmi blinked her eyes and then vanished into the depths of the forest, in the ancient city of Dao, at the foot of the western mountain. 300 cavalrymen from the Chu family surged forth with an imposing demeanor, their presence exuding a chilling aura as they stirred up clouds of yellow dust. Leading them was a woman clad in red battle armor, none other than Chu Yuer. However, at this moment, she exuded no trace of frailty. The murder of her father and the crippling of her brother had unleashed boundless hatred within her, leaving only an insatiable thirst for blood. Her singular objective was to crush the Western Mountain Mine. My brothers of the Chu family, the Lin clan has seized our Western Mountain Mine, slain our 3 family heads, and caused the disappearance of our young master. Today, we shall wash the Western Mountain Mine in blood, eradicating every last one of the Lin family scoundrels, leaving not a single one alive. Chu Yiware's furious roar ignited a simultaneous shout of kill. From the 300 Chu cavalrymen behind her, the group thundered into the Western Mountain Mine. Yet upon their entry, they found the mine utterly deserted. Not a single soul was in sight, not even a miner. The entirety of the Western Mountain Mine lay barren. Where were the Lin family members? Chu Yiware's heart inexplicably raced, a foreboding thought invading her mind. Halt! She abruptly reined in her steed, signaling her cavalry to exercise caution. There may be an ambush. Fall back. As her expression shifted with concern, the piercing wails from the mountains surrounding the mine echoed ominously. People of the Chu family, today marks your demise. Huh? You dare to invade my Western Mountain Mine? You've fallen into my trap. Accompanying the voice were throngs of Lin cavalrymen, positioned high above, completely encircling the Chu family members within the mine. You waited for Chu Ran, but instead, you found yourselves as the interest in payment for the death of young Master Lin Xie. At the mine's entrance, the Lin family's 3rd elder led 100 riders, his cold gaze fixed upon the 300 Chu cavalrymen, sealing off their escape routes completely. Old thief Lin Xian. Chu Yiware glared at the Lin family's 3rd elder. Her teeth clenched in fury. Kill! The Lin family's 3rd elder waved his hand. In an instant, cries of slaughter erupted from both the mountains and the valley. The torrent of spiritual arrows and fierce flame spears cascaded down from above, crashing into the Chu cavalry. In a mere moment, nearly half of the Chu cavalry had suffered casualties. The mournful cries of war horses and the wails of Chu family disciples echoed throughout the Western Mountain. Lin Xian, I will kill you. Chu Yiware's eyes turned bloodshot. The Chu family was undergoing a drastic transformation. The 2nd family head, Chu Changhe, had conspired with the 2nd and 3rd elders, along with the city lord's manor, to seize power, imprisoning the family head and taking control of the Chu family. These 300 cavalrymen represented the last hope left by the family head, allowing her to reclaim the Western Mountain Mine, find Chu Ran, and seize back control of the Chu family. Yet unexpectedly, just as they entered the mine, they were on the brink of annihilation. Chu Changhe, you are ruthless. Chu Yiware's teeth clenched tightly. They had secretly left the city in the dead of night, making it impossible to be discovered. The only possibility was that someone had betrayed them. This person could only be the traitor Chu Changhe. Watching as the Chu cavalry fell one by one, Chu Yiware felt her heart shatter, blood streaming from her very soul. Was it truly destined for them to be completely wiped out? Chapter 14. Who dares to kill a member of the Chu family? Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded from behind the entrance of the Western Mountain Mine. Accompanying the shout was a terrifying sword light towering several feet high, cleaving down from the sky, instantly bisecting a dozen Lin cavalrymen. Chaos erupted among the Lin cavalry. "It's the young master. The young master has arrived." Hearing Chu Ran's voice, the Chu cavalrymen trapped within the mine erupted with renewed vigor, their previously waning spiritual energy surging once more. "The young master has come to save us. Let us break free from the mine together." Chu Yiware shouted fiercely, leading the charge directly towards the 3rd elder and his men. Though she was a woman and had taken a husband early on, her neglect of cultivation did not diminish her innate talent and aptitude, which, even within the Chu family, was considered exceptional. At the age of 20, she possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the star forging realm. With her full power unleashed, every spiritual arrow she loosed from her longbow fell to Lin cavalrymen. Witnessing this, the Chu cavalry also erupted with extraordinary fighting spirit. As the two forces clashed, spiritual energy surged and roiled, shaking the very foundations of the Western Mountain, the scent of blood pervading the air. "Chu Ran, you dare to come and seek death alone. I've been waiting for you." The Lin family's 3rd elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent upon seeing Chu Ran's arrival. "The Chu cavalry is breaking through," a subordinate reported. "You lot, come with me to kill Chu Ran." The rest of you, stop the Chu cavalry. We must annihilate them today, leaving not a single one alive." The third elder pointed out several individuals, issuing commands, before immediately charging toward the rear with a group of over 10 men. Chu ran, "Accept your death," as Chu ran battled amidst the Lin cavalry. He suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Utilizing his wind spirit legs, he dodged as a cold arrow whizzed past, creating a massive crater on the ground. Lin Xian, old thief. Turning back, he saw the Lin family's third elder and a few others charging at him. A wave of murderous intent engulfing him. Having returned from the forest, he intended to retrieve his uncle's corpse and return to the Chu family, but he had not anticipated encountering the encircled Chu cavalry led by Chu Wu. Naturally, he could not stand idly by and immediately took action without hesitation. "You think you can save them by yourself? What a joke." The Lin family's third elder smirked coldly at a lost dog. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Lost dog?" Hearing these words, Chu Ran frowned involuntarily. Chu Ran, the distinguished young master of the Chu family. How could he be labeled a lost dog? It seemed he was utterly unaware of his own insignificance. "Since you are so ignorant, then go to your death." The third elder paused momentarily before suddenly waving his hand. "Kill." With that command, over 10 Lin cavalrymen surged toward Chu Ran. Seeking death, Chu Ran roared, wielding the true cold sword, charging headlong into the Lin cavalry. The sword spirit and star soul activated simultaneously, and as his spiritual energy surged, a dazzling sword light enveloped him, empowered by the great mastery sword intent, transforming into a reaper's scythe that would claim the lives of any Lin cavalryman who dared to touch it in an instant. More than 10 of them, along with their steeds, were cleaved into pieces. Blood gushing forth that the true cold sword. Young Master Lin Jian is dead. The remaining Lin cavalrymen felt their hair stand on end upon seeing the sword in Chu Ran's hand. Panic rising within them. Young Master Lin Jian was a 7th level cultivator of the Star Forging realm, having mastered the true ruthless sword intent, a genuine sword cultivator. Even an 8th level martial cultivator would find it difficult to contend with him. Yet now, the true cold sword had fallen into Chu Ran's hands. As a sword cultivator, the only circumstance under which one sword would fall into another's hands was death. "You killed young Master Lin Jian?" The Lin family's third elder's face contorted in disbelief. He had assumed that Lin Jian had not found Chu Ran. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Jian had already perished. Lin Jian, as the second most talented individual in the Lin family, had always been heavily nurtured by the clan, carrying great hopes, only to meet his end at Chu Ran's hands. First, it was Lin Xie, and now Lin Jian. "Ah, Chu Ran, my Lin family will tear you apart." The Lin family's third elder roared, brandishing a battle knife that echoed with fury as he charged toward Chu Ran. Chu Ran ignored the third elder entirely, his gaze fixed on the remaining 5 Lin cavalrymen. "Die," he uttered a single word, unleashing 5 consecutive sword lights from the true cold sword, instantly shattering the protective spiritual energy of the 5 men and severing their throats, causing them to tumble from their steeds. With that, all of the Lin cavalrymen led by the third elder met their demise. Though these men were Lin family elites, each possessing a cultivation around the 5th level of the Star Forging realm, they had no means of resistance against Chu Ran's sword, bolstered by the great mastery sword intent. This was the overwhelming might of the great mastery realm, like a raging tide, without the enhancement of intent. No matter how high their cultivation, they were merely ants. Now, it was your turn. After slaughtering the Lin cavalry, Chu Ran's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon the Lin family's third elder. In his deep eyes, it was as if an entire world of swords glimmered with boundless brilliance. Subtle sword intent. Under Chu Ran's piercing gaze, the Lin family's third elder trembled. Even the steed beneath him seemed to sense the impending danger, rearing back in fright and halting in place. How can this be possible? Feeling the tremor from the battle blade in his hand and the war steed beneath him, the third elder of the Lin family was filled with disbelief. The subtlety of the realm was an exceedingly arduous process. Even he, after over 50 years of cultivation, had yet to reach this stage. Each time he sensed a potential breakthrough, he would discover that he had merely scratched the surface. Gazing at the surging sword intent in Chu Ran's eyes, He finally understood why young Master Lin had perished at Chu Ran's hands. Subtlety, you say? If you believe it to be so, then it is indeed. Chu Ran grinned. However, this smile resembled a sinister grin from the depths of hell, causing the entire body of the Lin family's third elder to shudder slightly. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Even if your sword intent is profound, it leads to but one conclusion: death." The overwhelming power of the 8th level of the star-forging realm surged throughout him. He intended to show Chu Ran that even the most subtle sword intent could not bridge the gap of 2 realms in cultivation. Is that so? To this, Chu Ran merely shook his head with a smile. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned grave, the smile vanishing, replaced by an icy killing intent. The scent of blood from the Chu family was too potent, stinging his nostrils. The third elder of the Lin family deserved to die. To pay for the lives of the fallen members of the Chu family, Blade, a thunderous shout erupted as a myriad of swords surrounded Chu Ran, instantly transforming into 1,000 blades that soared forth at his command. The roar of the swords echoed like a multitude of dragons, stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens. Countless blades whistled as they converged upon the third elder of the Lin family. No, this could not possibly be subtle sword intent. True subtlety could not possess such overwhelming ferocity. As the myriad of swords descended, the third elder's complexion paled dramatically. He had seen many manifestations of subtlety, yet none could exhibit such terrifying brilliance. That it cannot be subtle. Could it be? Chapter 15. A family in turmoil, life and death uncertain, great ascendancy. The 2 trembling words escaped the third elder's throat with great difficulty as he sensed the chaotic and collapsing spiritual energy within him. An overwhelming dread spreading throughout his mind. The sword intent of great ascendancy was far too fearsome. Unless he possessed a subtle knife intent, he might stand a chance. Otherwise, even as an 8th level star forging cultivator, he would have no means of resistance. This was true pressure, the genuine pressure of intent. The pressure of 2 realms shattered his spiritual energy. Chu Ran, the third elder of the Lin family, roared in a fit of despair. "Even if you kill me, you will surely die. Are you threatening me?" Chu Ran regarded him with indifference. "Do you not realize that you have already been expelled from the Chu family? The Chu family now belongs to Chu Changhe. Your father is imprisoned, and the heavens of the Chu family have already changed." The third elder of the Lin family stared fixedly at Chu Ran. "Without the protection of your family, should you kill me, the Lin family will surely tear you to pieces." He had to survive. Death was not an option. The matter of Chu Ran mastering the great ascendancy sword intent must be conveyed back to his family, urging them to eradicate him at all costs. Otherwise, it would not be long before the Lin family would fall at Chu Ran's hands. "What did you say? A family upheaval. My father imprisoned?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's body trembled violently, feeling his blood boil, his face turning purple as he nearly spat out blood. This was impossible. Chu Ran ground his teeth and shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at the third elder of the Lin family. With his father's prestige in the family, there was no way Chu Changhe could usurp power. This was utterly inconceivable. The clansmen would never follow Chu Changhe. Humph. Do not forget that your illicit intentions toward the young lady of the city lord's residence enraged them, leading to your Chu family's loss of shops, territory, and mining rights, with major families severing ties. What prestige does your father have left to speak of? Seeing Chu Ran's condition, the third elder of the Lin family finally felt a sense of relief, his words pouring forth relentlessly. Now, with the city lord personally intervening, if Chu Changhe becomes the head of the Chu family, everything will be restored in the ancient road city. Do you think such conditions would be rejected by the Chu family? Can Chu Changhe refuse? Chu Changhe, I will kill you. Chu Ran's eyes widened as he roared to the heavens. He should have anticipated this. From the moment he was deceived by Chu Changhe and expelled from the Chu family, he should have foreseen it. Chu Ran, as long as you do not kill me, I will immediately return to the Lin family with my Lin family's cavalry. The Lin family will never trouble you again. If you are willing, you may even join my Lin family. I swear in the name of the third elder of the Lin family that we will invest all our resources in cultivating you to assist you in your future revenge. To kill and to strike at the heart. The third elder's words were more lethal than murder, causing the myriad sword lights released by Chu Ran to shatter in the air, plunging him into the brink of despair. Endless self-reproach consumed Chu Ran. All of this was his doing. Had it not been for the incident with Xia Jian, how could the Chu family have fallen to such depths? How could his father have been imprisoned? The Chu family was his father's lifelong endeavor, now reduced to such a state. How could he, Chu Ran, be worthy of being a member of the Chu family? How could he be worthy of being a son? Seeing Chu Ran's appearance, the third elder suddenly struck his warhorse, urging it to gallop up the mountain where 200 Lin family cavalry awaited. Once he reached the summit, he would be safe. Chu Ran, do not listen to him. He seeks to disrupt your mental state. At that moment, a sharp command resonated from within the mine, piercing through Chu Ran's mind and causing his entire body to jolt. Sister Wearer! Chu Ran quickly inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the third elder of the Lin family attempting to flee on horseback. A flash of killing intent igniting within him. Die. The true cold sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth like lightning. With a dull thud, the true cold sword pierced through the third elder's back and fell heavily from his mouth. Chu Ran, help! A cry for assistance rang out. Chu Ran glanced back to see that the 300 cavalry of the Chu family, now surrounded by the Lin family, had suffered losses of no less than 2/3. With fewer than 100 remaining, they were in grave danger. The Lin family cavalry on the mountain had inflicted tremendous damage upon the Chu family forces. If the foes on the mountain were not eliminated, the Chu family's cavalry would surely perish. Chu Ran took a deep breath, forcibly setting aside the third elder's words from earlier, and then rushed to the body of the third elder of the Lin family. With a swift motion, he picked up the true cold sword from the ground and aimed it at the third elder's neck. Grasping the head of the third elder, Chu Ran leaped onto the elder's warhorse and charged toward the mountain. It's Chu Ran, kill him! The Lin family cavalry, currently attacking the Chu family's forces, saw Chu Ran and immediately sent a dozen riders hurtling toward him. Those who block my path shall die. Chu Ran barked fiercely, and in a flash of sword light, he cut them down. He then hurled the head of the third elder into the midst of the Lin family cavalry. Lin Jian and Lin Xian are dead. Those who dare move shall not be spared. His roar echoed through the mountains, reaching the ears of every Lin family member, causing their faces to change dramatically. The deaths of 2 leaders had thrown their morale into chaos. Brothers of the Chu family, kill! As the Lin family cavalry fell into disarray, Chu Er also let out a battle cry, and the remaining 100 surged like mad into the ranks of the Lin family cavalry. Without a commander, the Lin family cavalry became nothing more than scattered troops. In less than half an hour, they were completely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Though the Chu family emerged victorious in this battle, only about 50 remained standing afterward. Even Chu Yuer collapsed to the ground, her body bearing no fewer than 10 wounds, blood soaking her entirely. Sister Yuer, seeing this, Chu Ran hurriedly rushed forward, supporting Chu Yuer, and produced a healing elixir from his waist, placing in her mouth. How are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Chu Yuer gasped heavily, managing to utter 2 words that I have a few more healing elixirs. Quickly give them to the other brothers. Chu Ran handed over the last few elixirs to a lightly wounded individual. Those with lighter injuries assist the severely injured in recovery. Those who can move, clear the battlefield. After issuing his orders, he helped Chu Yuer to a shaded area, his crimson eyes fixed on her. Sister Yuer, after taking the elixirs, have you recovered somewhat, having regained a measure of strength? Chu Yuer, hearing Chu Ran's inquiry, revealed a hint of pain in her eyes, ultimately nodding heavily. What Lin Qian said was true. They are all from the city lord's residence. Without the city lord's involvement, Chu Changhe would never have succeeded in seizing power. Chu Yuer clenched her teeth. It was the city lord, Xia Yunhao, who personally intervened, severely injuring the family head and imprisoning him in the family dungeon. His life and death are now uncertain. As the last 4 words escaped her lips, it was as if half of her soul was drawn away. Chapter 16. Carrying the coffin into the city. Upon hearing the words father, Chu Ran tightly shut his eyes, remaining silent for an extended period. Only the pronounced tension in his cheeks and the tremor of his shoulders seemed to convey the fury and concern that swelled within him. Chu ran. The family head has instructed me to convey a message. In his eyes, hatred cannot be the sole sentiment you harbor. The familiar words caused a slight shudder to run through Chu Ran's frame. It was the second time his father had imparted such wisdom to him, but he inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, for he understood that his father spoke the truth. Chu Ran was the son of Chu Changtian. His gaze could not, and must not be solely clouded by hatred. Hatred would only blind one's vision and muddle one's judgment, leading one astray. Chu Ran, could not allow this. In the next moment, Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes. That instant, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. The hostility that once enveloped him receded entirely, leaving only a serene countenance, calm as water, devoid of any ripples. It appeared as though everything was of no concern to him. Only his increasingly profound eyes seemed to proclaim to the world that certain matters had been etched into his memory. Ran, are you all right? Chu gazed at the suddenly tranquil Chu Ran, her heart filled with worry. Even her address had shifted. She feared that the overwhelming blow might render Chu Ran incapable of recovery. More so, she dreaded the thought of him succumbing to despair. Sister, do not fret. Chu Ran shook his head, taking a deep breath, his calm gaze directed toward the ancient city. A simple yet powerful declaration emerged from his lips. Lord of the city, Xia Yunhao, I, Chu Ran, swear to the heavens that I shall personally avenge my father's blood. Young master, Monsieur, the body of the third family head has been found. At that moment, a report came in. Father. Upon hearing this news, tears streamed down Chu Yuer's face as she struggled to rise and see her father. However, her injuries were too severe, and she failed repeatedly. Her already pallid complexion turned even more ashen. Witnessing Chu Yuer's state, Chu Ran felt a pang of sorrow and gently steadied her. Sister Yuer, please accept my condolences. Allow me to handle these matters. You need only to rest here. Your safety is paramount. Only then will Uncle's spirit find peace. Chu Ran took a deep breath. Looking around, he addressed several lightly injured Chu family members. Take good care of Sister Yuer. He then gestured to the messenger. Lead me there. Yes, young master. The two swiftly made their way to the mine, where a crimson lacquered coffin lay, containing a corpse sprawled within. The body was completely covered in bloodstains, swollen from numerous wounds. Only the face remained recognizable as that of the third family head. Chu Jiangai, Unso. Chu Ran bowed thrice before his uncle's body. Uncle, I shall not let your death be in vain. I will collect every debt owed by those responsible. After a long silence, he suddenly raised his head, gazing at the coffin, and declared, Uncle, Ran shall take you home. With that, he moved forward, secured the coffin, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and mounted a warhorse. Young master, what are you doing? Chu Ran's sudden action startled those around him. Leave these matters to you. Guard the mine. Chu Ran turned to those behind him, saying, Wait for my news. I will ensure you return to the family with honor. With that, he spurred his horse and departed. Young master, a voice called out to him. Speak. Returning to the family now is perilous. The Lin family will not stand idly by, and Chu Changhe will not spare you. They have slain the Lin family's third elder and so many of their cavalry. How could the Lin family let you go? Even if you reach the family now, the Chu family is under Chu Chang's control. The family head is imprisoned. How could he possibly allow you, as the young master, to escape? He may even seek your life. If you survive, you will become the greatest obstacle to their control over the Chu family. You are the third family head of the Chu family. Chu Ran pointed emphatically at the coffin on his shoulder and declared loudly, I, the third family head of the Chu family, shall return, even in death. This is my vow. With that, he disregarded all else, spurred his steed, and shouted, Giddy up! The warhorse neighed loudly and galloped forth. One man and one horse quickly vanished from the astonished eyes of the Chu family members, heading along the ancient path toward the ancient city. Now he must return. There was no other choice. Did he not understand the counsel of his kin? Yet if he did not return, would he simply watch his uncle's corpse decay in these desolate hills? For years, his uncle had managed the Shishan mine and contributed immensely to the family. As the young master and his uncle's nephew, he could not allow such a fate to befall him. His uncle's tomb could only reside in the Chu family burial grounds, and his memorial tablet could only be placed in the ancestral hall of the Chu family. Moreover, there was another matter. His father. His father was imprisoned, his fate unknown. If he did not return, he would be unworthy of being called a son. Thus, returning to the Chu family was for both his uncle and his father. For the sake of either, this was the only choice. At this moment, the news from the Shishan mine had yet to reach the Lin family. He must return to the ancient city before the news arrived. If he lingered here, the Lin family would undoubtedly dispatch their strongmen for revenge, and with their current strength, they would be unable to withstand such an assault. Once he returned to the city, the Lin family's enmity would fall upon him, temporarily sparing the Shishan mine from attack. This was the very reason he must return, as the Chu family members watched the youth bearing the coffin depart. The last words of Chu Ran echoed in their minds. Even in death, I shall return to the Chu family. This was their young master, the young master of the Chu family, compassionate and loyal. He would never abandon his kin, even when ensnared in dire straits. This silhouette, at that moment, left an indelible mark upon their souls, compelling them to silently vow that, in this lifetime, they would follow their young master. Even unto death. Has this person gone mad? Why is he carrying a coffin? Exclaimed one onlooker in broad daylight. What a disgrace. That figure seems somewhat familiar. Isn't that Chu Ran, the young master of the Chu family? This good-for-nothing dares to show his face. He is no longer a waste. Just days ago, he killed the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Xie. He has recovered after being rendered useless. If he had not engaged in such despicable acts, he might indeed be a figure of note. As Chu Ran entered the ancient city, shouldering his uncle's coffin, he and his horse stirred up dust, drawing whispers from countless passers-by. Yet he paid them no heed, making his way directly into the ancient city. Along the way, he encountered several Lin family spies attempting to obstruct him, but they were swiftly slain by Chu Ran without so much as a pause. Bearing the coffin on his shoulder and wielding the true cold sword, he resembled a deity of death, leaving no survivors in his wake. Chapter 17. Have you also conspired in the usurpation? The news of Chu Ran entering the city with the coffin reached both the Lord's estate and the Lin family in an instant. Upon hearing this, Lord Xia Yunhao merely nodded slightly before stepping out of the Lord's estate. Meanwhile, Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family, received this news alongside the devastating report of the annihilation of 400 Lin family cavalry and the deaths of the third elder and Lin Jian. A murderous rage instantly filled Lin Jun's visage, veins bulging on his forehead. They killed my sire, the third elder, and Lin Jian perished by their hands, and now they have seized my Shishan mine, slaying hundreds of my Lin family cavalry. He dares to return to the city. With a furious roar, Lin Jun crushed the teacup in his hand into dust. In unquenchable fury threatened to incinerate the very essence of the Lin family estate. This incident had cost the Lin family nearly half of their decades-long investment in the Lin family cavalry, and with the death of the third elder and the promising Lin Jian, it had effectively pulled the Lin family from its position as the foremost family in the ancient city. How could the head of the Lin family not be enraged? Report. Head of the family. Chu Ran has returned to the Chu family bearing a coffin. At that moment, another report came in. Upon hearing this news, Lin Jun's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Moments later, he bellowed, "Summon the martial hall. Gather all Lin family cavalry. We shall proceed to the Chu family. If the Chu family dares to shelter Chu Ran, then today we shall annihilate them all. Yes, head of the family. Whoever stand in my way shall not expect mercy. I will show no leniency." Dismounting his warhorse, Lin Jun entered the gates of the Chu estate, where he was immediately confronted by several Chu family members. Chu Ran's cold shout instantaneously repelled those who sought to block him. "Young master." The two had been pushed back now, bore dazed expressions, unable to meet Chu Ran's gaze. One among them, torn by indecision, finally gritted his teeth and approached Chu Ran, speaking softly, "Young master, you must leave quickly. If you delay further, you will not be able to escape once the family head is alerted. Master of the house, what has become of my father?" Upon hearing the title master of the house, Chu Ran's heart jolted with alarm. The trembling scion of the Chu family stammered in reply, "No, not the former master, but the current master. Chu Changhe, former master? At this revelation, Chu Ran's grip on the Jinhan's sword tightened to the point where his knuckles turned white. He fixed his gaze intently on the Chu family member and declared, "You must remember this. There is only one master of the Chu family, and that is my father. A traitor dares to usurp the position of master." The young master, before the Chu family member could utter another word, he was abruptly silenced by Chu Ran's fierce command. "Withdraw." Without hesitation, Chu Ran strode into the Chu residence that a derisive laugh echoed as he crossed the threshold. "Kill without mercy? Chu Ran, do you overestimate yourself? Do you still consider yourself the young master of the Chu family?" A dozen members of the Chu family's guards swiftly converged around him, encircling him with a palpable sense of hostility. Yin Ping, the son of the second elder of the Chu family, had long been responsible for the 200 guards, alongside his father, as you two are complicit in this usurpation. Chu Ran's voice was calm and devoid of any discernible emotion as he regarded the newcomer. His expression betrayed no displeasure, no anger, nor even the slightest tremor, merely the casual tone of a simple greeting among acquaintances. Yet, this very tranquility struck Yin Ping as glaringly uncomfortable, rendering him unable to meet Chu Ran's gaze. In the past, he and his father had held humble positions within the Chu family, but through the master's patronage, his father had risen to become the second elder, granting them their current status. Their ascent was entirely due to the master's favor. Yet, they ultimately chose to conspire with the second master, Chu Changhe, to overthrow the master and instigate an internal coup. Thus, under Chu Ran's unwavering stare, Yin Ping found himself unable to confront him directly, his shame rendering him averted. Suddenly, a raucous laugh escaped him, as if he sought to mask his inner turmoil with mirth. "Chu Ran, spare me the pretense. With me here today, you shall neither enter nor leave the Chu residence. I ask you again, did you also partake in this usurpation?" Chu Ran pressed, his gaze remaining level and unflinching. His tone was just as devoid of emotion as before, yet a subtle glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Yin Ping clenched his teeth, diverting his gaze from Chu Ran's piercing eyes to the coffin resting on his shoulder. "It seems you are fully aware of your impending demise. Having even prepared a coffin for yourself, perhaps unbeknownst to him, a tremor had crept into his voice. Yin Ping." Chu Ran took 2 deliberate steps forward, softly enunciating his name, which caused Yin Ping's lips to twitch involuntarily as he instinctively retreated. Yet, this retreat ignited a fierce intensity in Chu Ran's gaze. A chilling proclamation erupted from his lips. "I shall ask one last time. Did you also engage in the usurpation?" An atmosphere laden with icy dread enveloped the space, as his words sliced through the air like a blade, piercing Yin Ping's mind and causing a shudder to course through him. Even the guards behind him felt the bone-chilling pressure, forcing the breath from their lungs. What formidable sword intent! Yin Ping gritted his teeth, channeling his inner spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to dispel the oppressive force, only to be horrified to find that even at the zenith of his cultivation, he could not withstand it. Indeed, he felt it begin to crumble. The weight of intent. This presence was no ordinary aura. It had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level, far beyond the mundane, for it rendered him utterly powerless to resist. When had Chu Ran become so formidable? Yin Ping trembled under the crushing pressure, attempting to form coherent words, but failing miserably. The terrifying aura left him with no doubt that uttering even a single affirmative would result in his immediate demise. Overwhelmed by 1,000 blades, just as Yin Ping teetered on the brink of collapse, a sharp voice pierced the air, shattering the oppressive atmosphere that loomed above him. A figure stepped forward, his father, the second elder of the Chu family, Yin Wei. "Chu Ran, while it is true that you have elevated us to our current status, do not blame us. Our loyalty lies with the Chu family, and we cannot idly witness its decline under your father's reign." Yin Wei regarded Chu Ran slowly, stating, "This is not merely our choice. It is the collective decision of the entire Chu family. Indeed, the family belongs to all the members of the Chu clan, not just your father. We shall choose whoever can lead the family to prosperity and a brighter future." Another figure approached, revealing himself as the third elder of the Chu family. Chapter 18. Foolishness, Ha! What a notion that we should choose whoever promises a better future. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ran laughed, an unrestrained, raucous laughter that echoed with profound desolation. Perhaps now he finally comprehended why the Chu family had stagnated despite years of development. This was the leadership, the elders who governed all affairs of the Chu family. Had it not been for his father's diligent efforts, the entire clan would have perished at the hands of these mediocrities long ago. Chu Ran, what is it that amuses you? What right have you to laugh? If not for you, would the Chu family have descended to such depths? The second elder glared at Chu Ran, his irritation palpable at the latter's reckless mirth. I laugh at your foolishness. Chu Ran's laughter ceased abruptly, his cold gaze fixed upon the second elder, the third elder, and the increasingly numerous supporters of Chu Changhe among the Chu family's upper echelons. I laugh at your lack of vision. You have chosen a family traitor who colludes with outsiders and poisons his kin as your savior. I laugh at your incompetence. Even in usurpation, you display such utter lack of skill. You allowed Chu Yiwerer to take 300 iron cavalry and depart. I laugh at your cowardice. Had it been me, I would have eliminated my father and myself to eradicate future threats. And I laugh at your utter lack of strength. You rely on the might of others for your usurpation, oblivious to the fact that those who depend on the power of others ultimately perish by their hands. You pitiful lot! How could I not laugh? Ha! Chu Ran's laughter erupted once more, rendering the faces of those present a ghastly hue, shifting from pale to purple in a display of utter discomfort. The onlookers gritted their teeth, yearning to kill Chu Ran, yet hesitant to be the first to strike. They had witnessed the bizarre demise of the third elder, Xia Longje, and the memory lingered like a haunting shadow in their minds. They feared repeating his fate. Look at your cowardly faces, trembling in fear. Yet you dare to follow in the footsteps of others in an attempt at usurpation. How could I possibly refrain from laughing? Chu Ran's icy gaze swept across the assembly, who found themselves utterly bereft of counterarguments. Chu Ran, even if we lack ability, strength, and courage, our judgment is never flawed. The second elder, suppressing his boundless fury and fear of Chu Ran's strange prowess, stepped forward and bellowed, seemingly attempting to rally the others. The second master possesses both ability and strength, along with connections that make him more suited for the position of family master. Which is why we have chosen him. Though the others remained silent, they nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with the second elder's words. Ability, strength, connections. Upon hearing these words and observing the reactions of the crowd, a tinge of sorrow welled within Chu Ran, prompting a cold smile to form on his lips. The term family is sacred. Yet, the presence of such individuals is the greatest affront to its sanctity. It is the tragedy of the Chu family. Perhaps this internal strife is the will of the heavens, seeking to reshape the Chu family anew. He had not intended to speak, but gazing upon these ignorant individuals compelled him to voice his thoughts. Chu Changhe, your destruction of the formation and ruin of my Shishan mine. Does that constitute ability? You shrink in fear of my arrival and dare not reveal yourself. Does that signify strength, trading my family's interest for the support of the Lin family and the city lord's residence? Does that count as connections? Destruction of formations, betraying family interests? It is unthinkable that the second master could do such a thing. The second elder bellowed in anger, utterly disbelieving. The others were expressions of disbelief, clearly rejecting Chu Ran's assertions. Only one among them remained silent, his complexion paling. The responsible elder of the martial hall, the third elder of the Chu family. He had never considered this angle, but Chu Ran's words prompted an instant recollection of the events surrounding the martial hall. He had once questioned how the second master had known about the ambush by the Lin family. The response from his second family head was that he had his own methods. At that moment, he felt no sense of wrongdoing, but upon reflection, it seemed that indeed there were some issues. Faced with the doubts, Churan pointed directly at the third elder. You must inquire of the third elder. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the third elder gritted his teeth and ultimately uttered 3 words. I do not know. You do not know? Churan fixed his icy gaze on the third elder, a glint of ruthless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Oh, you not recall what I said when I left the Chu family that day? He had declared that if there was no trouble, all would be well, but if trouble arose, there would be no mercy. This is your final chance. Will you speak? With a sudden motion, Churin raised the Jinhan sword in his hand. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from his being, crashing down upon the third elder. The terrifying sword intent swiftly engulfed the third elder's realm of understanding and directly invaded his mind and soul. Even the third elder's finely tuned perception crumbled instantly, leaving him without any means of resistance. With his perception shattered, his cultivation was rendered useless, even with the pinnacle of the 9th level in the star forging realm. He could not summon any power. The great vehicle sword intent? Churin Yu! As the great vehicle sword intent pressed upon his soul, the third elder's pupils instantly filled with blood, disbelief etched across his face. The great vehicle sword intent? How could this be possible? The second elder, standing closest, was struck deafeningly by the revelation, his mind ringing with confusion. Churin was but 17 years old, with a mere 6th level in the star forging realm. Yet his finely honed perception was already enough to astonish all present. However, he had already attained the terrifying great vehicle realm. This was a level far beyond their decades of cultivation. Even the second family head had never reached such heights. Since the establishment of the Chu family, no one had ever advanced this far. This step signified something that no one understood better than them. The great vehicle realm was the strongest barrier to entering the 100 refinements realm. In the entire ancient Path City, only 2 individuals had reached this step and achieved the 100 refinements realm, becoming the 2 most formidable figures in the city. The city lord Xia Yunhao and the hall master of the heavenly martial hall. Guhan, others like the family head Chu Changtian, the second family head Chu Chang'e, the Lin family head Lin Jun, the Lin family's great elder, as well as the heads and great elders of the Su family, and the deceased Xia Longjia, had all reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in the star forging realm for over a decade, yet they had never managed to break through to the final layer, the 100 refinements realm. That final layer was the great vehicle realm. Yet now, Churin had unexpectedly stepped into this domain ahead of time. How could this not leave the crowd in a state of shock? If all went well, it would not be long before Churin became a true powerhouse of the 100 refinements realm, the 3rd strongest figure in ancient Path City, following City Lord Xia Yunhao and Hall Master Guhan. At that time, the Chu family would certainly rise above the Lin and Su families, becoming the preeminent clan in ancient Path City. In that moment, many minds echoed with Churin's earlier proclamation, resonating like thunder. They truly lacked vision. They had participated in the second family head's usurpation, exiling Churin from the family and imprisoning the family head. This was not merely a lack of vision. It was sheer short-sightedness, foolishness, and utter stupidity. Spare me, young master. I will speak. I will speak. Under the oppressive weight of the great vehicle realm, the third elder, shrouded in the aura of death, could no longer endure and divulged the matter of deceiving Churin to go to the Shishan mine. Stunning everyone present, could it be that it was truly the doing of the second family head? If so, were they not aiding tyranny? Just then, a cold voice echoed from the main hall, as the second family head, Chu Chang'e, arrived late. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Chu Chang'e swiftly approached the third elder, his cold eyes fixed upon him. Third elder, how dare you conspire secretly with Churin, colluding inside and out, slandering me? This is treason. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the back of the third elder's head with a powerful palm. In an instant, the third elder's skull shattered like a watermelon, blood spraying everywhere. Third elder. This blow left the crowd stunned, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The second family head was ruthless, Chu Chang'e. Upon seeing the newcomer, Churin's wrath surged uncontrollably, a boundless killing intent erupting from within him. Even the dark star soul within him roared as if it threatened to burst forth and consume Chu Chang'e. As my father Chu Changtian's son, I should harbor only enmity. The words of his father thundered in his mind once more, forcing Churin to suppress the murderous intent within him that he wished to kill Chu Chang'e, but not immediately. The Chu family was not Chu Chang'e's family. He had returned not to destroy the Chu family or ruin his father's lifetime of effort. He must ensure that Chu Chang'e's reputation was utterly ruined, that every member of the Chu family recognized his malevolence, and that the Chu family returned to his father's hands, regaining its former peace. Boom! The coffin Churin had borne on his shoulder crashed to the ground, and he deeply bowed 3 times before it. Churin, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The second family head, Chu Changha, pulled a Chu family disciple before him. Regardless of what you intend to do, you must die here today. There is no one who can save you. You are not worthy. Churin turned to cast a cold glance at Chu Changha, utterly disdainful of his actions, afraid of his devouring star soul. Yet he drags others to shield him. Crack! The coffin lid slowly opened in Churin's hands, a strong stench wafting forth, causing many to instinctively cover their noses. However, when a lid was fully opened, everyone stood dumbfounded. Third family head! Third family head! The corpse of Chu Changhai lay within the coffin. Churin knew. Upon seeing the body, Chu Changha's face turned ashen. You have placed your uncle's corpse here. This is the height of filial impiety. Do not rush. Take it slow. Churin's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he spoke, each word deliberate. Your uncle's death was caused by you. I killed Lin Xia with my own hands, and before his death, he revealed everything. The array at the Shishan mine was destroyed by you, and the Lin family received your message to attack the Shishan mine. As he spoke, Churin suddenly fixed his gaze on Chu Changha. Do you dare to deny it now? The crowd erupted in an uproar as Churin's words echoed around them. If this were indeed the case, how could they face the third family head or the ancestors of the Chu family? Chu Changha panicked. You speak without evidence. He could not possibly admit to such a thing. If he did, he would be utterly finished. Years of scheming would come to naught, and the family position he had just gained would slip through his fingers. Is that so? Do you want me to use the great vehicle sword intent on your son Chu Song, so he can reveal everything? Churin's sword slowly rose, pointing directly at Chu Song not far away. The great vehicle sword intent might not work against Chu Changha, who possessed the peak of the 9th level in the star forging realm. Such strength could easily bridge the gap between the finely honed perception and the great vehicle realm. But as for Chu Song, seeing this scene, Chu Song was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his back and forehead slick with anxiety, nearly collapsing to the ground under the sword's point. Even the formidable third elder had to bow and plead for mercy. What chance did he have? Please, no, please. The pressure of the great vehicle sword intent served as the perfect interrogation. Those lacking sufficient cultivation and realm would have no hope of withholding the truth under such oppressive force. With their realm shattered, souls trembling, and shadows of death looming over them, only their subconscious remained. And the subconscious never lies. It is true. It was indeed the second family head's doing. How could you bear to do this? Witnessing Chu Song's reaction, even the dullest members of the Chu family realized that Churin was not lying. This was indeed the work of Chu Changha. That Chu Changha could commit such deeds while they aided him in usurping the family head position. The deceived members of the Chu family felt their faces flush with humiliation, as if they had received hundreds of slaps. Burning with pain, in that moment, the Chu family erupted in anger. They were all members of the Chu family, and their cooperation with Chu Changha in the usurpation was for the future of the entire family. Yet they had never imagined that Chu Changha was such a despicable beast. Such a beast deserved to die. The expressions of the second elder and his son were equally pale. They had been the most instrumental in the usurpation, yet they had never dreamt that Chu Changha was such a treacherous and cruel beast, willing to harm even his own brothers. They had aided and abetted him to such an extent. At this moment, the second elder and his son wished they could take their own lives before their kin to atone for their sins. Chu Changha, do you confess to your crimes now? Churin's cold shout reverberated in Chu Changha's ears, leaving him buzzing, causing Chu Song to collapse to the ground. What baseless accusations! How can there be any talk of confession? Exposed in the midst of the tumult, Chu Changha's countenance grew increasingly ferocious as he suddenly turned to his cadre of family guards and trusted confidants behind him. Bellowing, Chu Ran has slandered this clan leader. Execute him on the spot. His voice was a frenzied roar, yet none responded. Kill. Upon witnessing this, Chu Changha's fury surged, and he drew his sword with a violent flourish, aiming it at the second elder and his son beside him, exclaiming, "If you dare defy my orders, I shall end you myself." The second elder and his son stood unmoving, not due to lack of vision or will to resist, but rather from utter despair. Once devoted to the family, they now found themselves complicit in its ruin, and considered it more honorable to perish than to live as the clan's transgressors, hoping to appease the souls of those from the Chu family who had already perished because of this affair. Clang, the sword met a sudden resistance midair, crashing down as Chu Chang'a's body was forcefully halted in place. Chu Chang'a's furious roar echoed into the heavens that it was not Chu Ran who had acted, but the clan's elder. Enough. The elder approached slowly, his gaze fixed upon Chu Chang'e. I never imagined you to be such a person. Had I known sooner, even at the cost of my own life, I would never have allowed you to usurp the position of clan leader. Upon seeing the elder, Chu Chang'e trembled violently. He had not anticipated the elder's appearance at this moment. Chapter 20. 5 Swords. The essence of slaughter. Yet, the elder did not spare Chu Chang'e another glance. He strode directly to Chu Ran, his face etched with regret. Young clan leader, I have been foolish to believe this wretch's words. I shall personally seek forgiveness from the clan leader. You may deal with Chu Chang'e as you see fit. After speaking, he addressed the assembled members of the Chu family. All of you, heed the young clan leader's orders. Those who dare disobey shall be dealt with according to clan law. But elder, my father, Chu Ran's voice was grave. Well, the clan leader, the elder paused, uncertain of the clan leader's current condition, and quickly replied, I shall go retrieve him at once. With that, he hastened toward the Chu family's dungeon. Watching the elder depart, Chu Ran forced down the unease churning within him, his gaze darkening as it shifted back to Chu Chang. In that instant, his eyes revealed nothing but the intent to kill. Blood feud, to be repaid in blood. Chu Chang'e, a sinner of unimaginable proportions, shall not be spared. With a roar, Chu Ran brandished the true cold sword, advancing step by step toward Chu Chang'e. His pace was slow, yet with each step, the murderous intent emanating from the sword intensified, as if crimson glimmers danced upon its blade, growing ever more blinding. Kill, kill, kill! Unbidden, the echoes of slaughter reverberated in Chu Ran's mind, causing his eyes to redden, and the crimson hue upon the true cold sword to deepen, transforming into a blood-red shade in that moment, Chu Ran envisioned a river of blood, winding its way toward a distant sea of blood. Within that sea, a figure emerged. Chu Chang'e. This apparition ignited a furious roar from Chu Ran. I shall slay you. Boom! With Chu Ran's declaration, the river and sea of blood dissipated, leaving only the now proximity of Chu Chang'e. Murderous intent. The essence of slaughter. How is this possible? A chorus of gasps erupted among the onlookers from the Chu family, their astonishment palpable. The deepening crimson of the sword and the palpable murderous intent in Chu Ran's gaze signified the manifestation of the essence of slaughter. They could not be mistaken. Chu Ran had comprehended the true nature of the essence of slaughter at this moment. Acquiring a second form of essence. Could a martial cultivator truly cultivate a second essence? Such a notion was beyond their comprehension. Though they lacked understanding, they knew this was a rarity in the world. Could this be the true talent of their young clan leader? With such a terrifying young leader, how could the Chu family not grow powerful? Relieved that they had not inflicted severe harm upon the young leader, they felt fortunate to be alive and even more fortunate to witness the rise of a true prodigy, grateful to have been born into the Chu family. Many inhaled deeply, their gazes now filled solely with boundless respect for Chu Ran. Chu Ran, if you seek to kill me, then I shall strike first. Just as Chu Ran lifted his sword to deliver a fatal blow, Chu Chang'e, previously enfeebled, suddenly surged with vitality, seizing the sword from the ground and thrusting it directly toward Chu Ran's throat. Unbeknownst to him, the essence of slaughter had already locked onto Chu Chang'e, and his actions had long been transmitted to Chu Ran's mind. Darkness, consume. Chu Ran uttered a low incantation, shifting his body to the side as a surge of black spiritual power swiftly penetrated Chu Chang'e's body. The power of consumption erupted, rendering Chu Chang'e's form rigid in place. Swish! A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing one of Chu Chang'e's arms. This sword is for your betrayal of the clan, for the death of the third clan leader. The pain of a severed limb, coupled with the agony of consumed flesh, elicited a harrowing wail from Chu Chang'e. Swish! Another strike, cleaving away Chu Chang'e's other arm. This sword is for your collusion with the Lin family to kill me. Swish! A third strike severed one of Chu Chang'e's legs, causing his body to crash to the ground. This sword is for your conspiracy with the city lord, for injuring my father. Swish! Yet another strike, lopping off Chu Chang'e's final leg. This sword is for your usurpation and treason. As the four swords fell, the only sound resonating throughout the Chu family estate was the anguished cries of Chu Chang'e, sending chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Yet not a single soul felt a shred of pity. He deserved this fate. At this moment, the remnants of Chu Chang'e's head and torso, ravaged by Chu Ran's consuming power, began to wither, though his consciousness remained intact. Chu Ran raised his sword once more, the blade poised for the final strike. Swish! The last beam of sword light flashed, the cold glimmer slicing through Chu Chang'e's neck, silencing the cries within the Chu estate. Chu Ran's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed simultaneously. The final strike, may it guide you on your journey. As the words fell, the remnants of Chu Chang'e's body swiftly transformed into white bones. Much like the remains of Xia Longjie. Silence. The entirety of the Chu estate lay shrouded in silence. A pin drop could be heard. Only after a considerable time did a series of gasps break the stillness. It was unclear who first cried out. Long live the young clan leader. In an instant, the estate echoed with a singular voice. Long live the young clan leader, puffed, amidst the raucous cheers. Chu Ran expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion flushed, though far better than after his previous encounter with Xiaolongjie. He felt assured he would not burst from the strain. This was due, in part, to Chu Ran forging the dual star soul, which had elevated his cultivation, allowing him to withstand a greater influx of power than before. Furthermore, having severed Chu Chang'e's limbs and head meant that the discarded portions had not been consumed into mere bones, thereby facilitating the absorption of a significant amount of spiritual power and flesh energy. This was the true reason behind his actions. Young clan leader, young clan leader. Upon witnessing that Chu Ran was unharmed, the crowd cheers grew even more thunderous. The resounding roars reverberated throughout the Chu family estate, shaking the very ground, even reaching the ears of the hundreds of Lin family cavalry, led by Lin Jun. As they raced toward the Chu estate, at the same time, in a distant hall, the city lord, Xia Yunhao, who had been observing the events unfold within the Chu estate, felt a chilling, murderous, intent flicker in his eyes as he murmured, "In just a few days, you have grown to this extent. It seems fate demands your demise, and I must oblige." At merely 17 years of age, having reached the 6th level of the star-forging realm, he wielded the great Ascension Sword Intent, unfathomable and mysterious, capable of devouring the blood, flesh, and spiritual power of opponents well above his level. Moreover, he had comprehended a second essence during battle, transforming into a rare dual essence martial cultivator. Each aspect was terrifying beyond belief. Coupled with Chu Ran's photographic memory, should he be allowed to grow unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose an endless calamity to the city lord's estate, for he understood Chu Ran, his extraordinary temperament, clear sense of justice, and deep loyalty, with the sole flaw of being overly trusting of others. The incidents surrounding his daughter and his grievous injury to Chu Chang'e had instilled in Chu Ran a deep-seated hatred for him and the city lord's estate. Thus, Chu Ran must die. Immediately, he must perish. Only with his corpse could Xia Yunhao find peace, ensuring his daughter's tranquility. In the next instant, Xia Yunhao's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 21. The Brazen Old Dog. No, I must refine this power. Following Chu Chang'e's demise, Chu Ran found himself unable to search for his father, as he sensed the surging power within him threatening to spiral out of control. This realization caused his expression to shift slightly. If he did not suppress it soon, it would undoubtedly harm his meridians and Danton. Second Elder, I leave the matters here in your hands. Having spoken, he prepared to head directly to the cultivation chamber. Father has news. Inform me immediately. Young master, but I. The second elder gazed at Chu Ran, his face a mask of hesitation. He had never anticipated that not only would Chu Ran refrain from punishing him, but he would also entrust him with the matters at hand. After all, he had committed numerous transgressions against the family, against Chu Ran, and against the patriarch. In a word, one could do well or poorly. Chu Ran shot a glare at the second elder. If you fail, both sins shall be punished. With that, Chu Ran strode towards the cultivation chamber, knowing there was no time to waste. Watching Chu Ran's retreating figure grow distant, the second elder stood frozen in place to TO fail and suffer dual penalties. Did that not imply that as long as one performed well, there would be no punishment? I shall succeed. The second elder's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he beheld Chu Ran's departing silhouette. Today, even if Chu Ran were to take his life, he would have no complaints, for he would be deserving of such a fate. Yet, not only did Chu Ran spare him, he continued to place great trust in him. This kindness was beyond the measure of 1,000 lives. Young master, from this day forth, the lives of Yin Wei and his son are yours. He murmured towards Chu Ran's back, then took a deep breath. Turning his gaze towards the crowd of Chu family members, gather the people, and immediately prepare the morning hall to lay the third patriarch to rest, retrieve the remains of Chu Changhe, and cast them outside the city to feed the wild dogs. His name shall not be inscribed in the family register, nor shall it enter the ancestral hall. Notify Miss Yuerer from the Shishan mine to return to the family. As for Chu Song, he shall be temporarily imprisoned in the dungeon, awaiting the young master's decree. A series of commands flowed from the second elder's lips with remarkable clarity, restoring order to the previously chaotic Chu family. Within the Chu family, the second elder possessed a certain degree of capability. Otherwise, Chu Ran's father would not have elevated him to the position of second elder. Yet now, with internal strife just quelled, external threats continued to loom, and manpower was sorely lacking. This was the fundamental reason Chu Ran had spared the second elder and his son. Chu Ran, do not blame your uncle. Perish, just as Chu Ran exited the courtyard. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, but a profound sense of danger enveloped Chu Ran instantly. The bone-chilling sensation caused his complexion to change drastically as he abruptly looked up towards the void, where an invisible mountain loomed ominously from the heavens. The heavy mountain intent of the great ascension level. The city lord, Xia Yunhao. Recognizing the immense pressure descending upon him, Chu Ran immediately identified the source. He was exceedingly familiar with the heavy mountain intent. Over the years, due to his relationship with Xia Jian, he had often found himself at the city lord's residence, sometimes for days on end. During that time, city lord Xia Yunhao had treated Chu Ran well, frequently offering guidance on his cultivation. The heavy mountain intent had been demonstrated before him more than once, aimed at helping him grasp his own unique intent as swiftly as possible. Thus, upon witnessing the heavy mountain intent, he recognized the visitor. However, while the previous heavy mountain intent had been Xia Yunhao's guidance, today it sought his life. This is dire. The young master is in peril. City Lord Xia Yunhao intends to slay the young master. The overwhelming pressure of the Great Ascension Level's heavy mountain intent surged forth, shocking the entire Chu family that on the day when Chu Changhe usurped power, City Lord Xia Yunhao had employed this very tactic to severely injure the patriarch. Now he had come to target the young master. How shameless can this old dog be? Though Chu Ran possessed exceptional talent, he was still but a youth, whereas Xia Yunhao had long been a formidable presence in the ancient Path City for decades. No one would likely speak out against him when confronting the patriarch. Yet to employ such tactics against Chu Ran, using strength to overpower the weak, was an affront to the principles of martial cultivation. Yet Xia Yunhao proceeded without hesitation. This was utterly shameless. The members of the Chu family, witnessing the heavy mountain intent crashing down nearby, felt their spirits tremble violently. Given Xia Yunhao's terrifying prowess at the 100 refinements level, even with Chu Ran's prodigious talent, he was utterly incapable of resistance. They stood separated by an entire realm of cultivation. Was the young master truly to perish? The crowd, led by the second elder, erupted in furious shouts as they rushed towards Chu Ran. Even if they were no match for Xia Yunhao, they could not stand idly by and watch the young master perish at his hands. Quickly, summon all the iron cavalry of the Chu family from the martial hall. The second elder bellowed, running alongside Yin Ping. Boom, 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 as Xia Yunhao's heavy mountain intent bore down. a terrifying wave of energy pressed down on Chu Ran, causing horrifying sonic booms to erupt around him in an instant. Chu Ran's protective spiritual energy was thoroughly shattered. This energy had already reached the limits of what he could muster from his meridians and dantian, yet still could not withstand even a breath's time. The martial cultivators of the 100 refinements level were far too powerful, beyond what his current cultivation could endure. Great Ascension, Sword Intent. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ran lifted his gaze towards the invisible mountain, unleashing a thunderous roar as his sword intent erupted forth. Countless sword rays, numbering in the thousands, converge around him, ultimately forming a colossal blade towering several meters above his head. "Break for me!" he shouted fiercely, sending his sword intent hurtling towards Xia Yunhao's heavy mountain intent. This was a clash of intents. Should he fail, Chu Ran's intent would shatter, and Xia Yunhao's heavy mountain intent would crush his soul, leaving no chance of survival. Boom! 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 A dreadful sonic explosion resonated through the void the moment Chu Ran's Great Ascension Sword Intent collided with the invisible mountain. Each sonic boom generated waves of terrifying intent that rippled outward in all directions, including the Second Elder. All those rushing to assist were left unsteady, their souls trembling under the impact. Form of formation. The Second Elder roared as dozens of Chu family disciples swiftly gathered, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual energy to create a massive energy shield that enclosed them all within. This barely allowed them to resist the overwhelming wave of intent as they continued toward Chu Ran. Yet ultimately, as they neared Chu Ran, approximately 10 meters away, the energy shield they had formed shattered, and everyone within was sent sprawling backward by the wave of intent. This was the clash of Great Ascension intents. A single fluctuation was terrifying beyond measure. Where the iron cavalry of the Chu family? Watching helplessly as Chu Ran was nearly crushed by Xia Yunhao's heavy mountain intent, the Second Elder could not contain his urgent roar. If the iron cavalry did not arrive, the young master would truly perish. Should anything happen to the young master, the Chu family would have no future. Only with the arrival of the iron cavalry, bolstered by the combined might of several hundred martial cultivators forming an energy shield, could they hope to save the young master. Yet it was evident that the Chu family's iron cavalry would not arrive in time. Chapter 22. Heavenly Martial Hall, Guhan. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of shattering echoed in the air as Chu Ran's monumental sword of intent crumbled at a visible pace. It's still not enough. Chu Ran's eyes widened, filled with rage and despair, even blood seeping from the corners. Xia Yunhao was far too powerful. Even though they both possessed Great Ascension intents, Xia Yunhao had cultivated his for decades and was on the verge of achieving the unity of heaven and man. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had only just begun his journey into the Great Ascension. The chasm between them was like an insurmountable gulf. That he had held on for this long was already beyond Chu Ran's limits. Though he felt unwilling, he faced defeat with honor. Even if he were to perish today, the infamy of Xia Yunhao bullying a junior would surely spread throughout the ancient Path City, bringing him disgrace. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Ran's sword intent shattered explosively. Ultimately, he could not bridge the vast gap in strength. Death loomed just an instant away. TSK Xia Yunhao, is it not somewhat embarrassing to target a junior? This is not the conduct one would expect from the city lord of ancient Path City. Just as Chu Ran believed his demise was inevitable, a faint chuckle suddenly rang out from nearby. The moment the voice reached him, all the oppressive weight from the heavy mountain intent dissipated. Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Chu Ran's lips as he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Within him, nearly all his spiritual energy had been exhausted by that single strike, even the energy he had devoured from Chu Chang'e, the master of the heavenly martial hall. Guhan! Charan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart from within. He forced himself to lift his head and, at last, beheld a figure standing opposite Zhe Yunho, atop one side of the Grand Hall. Though Charan had only glimpsed this figure once before, he recognized the identity without hesitation. The distinctive fan in the other's hand was so unique that it had etched itself in his memory after a single sighting. The thousand-faced fan. With each flicker of its movement, it revealed a different painting, akin to witnessing a myriad of folding fans in motion. It was solely because of this extraordinary fan that he could identify the individual. However, he had no prior acquaintance with Guhan, the master of the heavenly martial hall, and the Chuan family appeared to hold no ties to this formidable institution. Why, then, would Guhan suddenly intervene to save him? The heavenly martial hall was a vast commercial empire, spanning hundreds of cities throughout the Tianyue Empire, wielding immense power. Charon had even heard his father mention that the influence of the heavenly martial hall extended into other nations. Even members of the imperial family treated its high-ranking officials with utmost respect. Yet, as his father had stated, the heavenly martial hall rarely involved itself in familial disputes, never engaging in warfare or politics, existing purely as a commercial entity. Nevertheless, no one could deny its formidable strength. The heavenly martial hall in Gudao City was but one of its numerous branches, and its master was none other than Guhan. One of the two formidable practitioners of the 100 Refinements realm in this city, the Chuan family was utterly bewildered. None could fathom why Guhan, the master of the heavenly martial hall, would suddenly appear. Could it be that their young family head had some connection to him? But how could that be possible? Upon seeing the newcomer, Zai Yunho furrowed his brow, astonished that Guhan had made an unexpected appearance. Isn't the heavenly martial hall supposed to abstain from any personal vendettas? He questioned, Ji Yuhan, are you about to violate your own hall's rules? Rules? Guhan gently waved his folding fan, its surface shifting. As he chuckled lightly, City Master Xia, there's no need to label me. I merely happened to pass by and was displeased to witness someone disregarding their dignity by attacking a junior. Zai Yunho narrowed his gaze at Guhan. This is a matter for my city. It has nothing to do with you, Guhan replied with a smile. I only know that Charon is my nephew. If you wish to harm my kin, I cannot remain a mere spectator. Your kin? Upon hearing this, Zai Yunho's expression turned grim. Are you jesting with me? He could not comprehend how Charon could possibly be related to Guhan. It was simply inconceivable. You are the one making jest of this. Guhan chuckled softly. What connection does Charon have to you that it concerns your own affairs? You. At this, Zai Yunho's complexion darkened to a ghastly hue. Are you determined to obstruct me today? Guhan shook his head, replying, Have I ever impeded you? It is your grand mountain intent that obstructed my path. I merely brushed it aside. Zai Yunho gritted his teeth. Guhan, do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget. I, Zai Yunho, am a master of this Gudao city. Guhan waved his hand dismissively, urging Zai Yunho to depart swiftly. Do not forget, esteemed city master. Humph. Zai Yunho ceased his words and turned away, vanishing from sight. That he had come to understand that, regardless of the circumstances, Guhan would thwart his attempt to kill Charon. Though Guhan claimed it was his grand mountain intent that had blocked the way. In reality, even if Zai Yunho attempted to strike Charon from another angle, he would still be obstructed by Guhan and subsequently eliminated. This was merely Guhan's way of sidestepping the rules of the heavenly martial hall. Yet, he could not fathom the relationship between Charon and Guhan, nor could he comprehend why Guhan would come to the aid of such a seemingly insignificant individual. Not only was he perplexed, but so too was Charon, though one thing was abundantly clear to him. Had Guhan not appeared today, he would surely have perished. No one would have been able to save him. I, Charon, shall remember today as events and repay you 100-fold in the future. Charon watched as Zai Yunho departed, the crimson hue in his gaze unwavering. Only after Zai Yunho had disappeared did Charon suppress the murderous intent within him. Taking a deep breath, strength, what he needed most at this moment was strength. The events of the past few days were a constant reminder that without power, one was rendered powerless, unable to protect family or even oneself. He must grow stronger with utmost urgency. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he buried them deep within his mind, enduring his discomfort as he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the distant Guhan. Thank you, esteemed Hall Master, for your timely intervention, and no need for thanks. Guhan's figure flickered. Appearing before Charon in an instant, he assessed Charon with a discerning gaze, nodding slightly as a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Come with me. If you remain here, Zai Yunho will undoubtedly return to kill you. Churin inquired. Where to? Gu Han replied, naturally, to the Heavenly Martial Hall. The Heavenly Martial Hall? Churin fell silent, gazing at Gu Han, still uncertain of the latter's motives. Yet he also recognized that Gu Han's words were indeed wise. If he stayed in the Chuan family, Zai Yunho would certainly come back to kill him. At that point, the Chuan family would be dragged into the fray. Only by leaving the Chuan family might the city master, Zai Yunho, refrain from directly targeting them, if only out of respect for the city lord's residence. After all, Zai Yunho feared Churin, not the Chuan family. I shall go. After a moment of contemplation, Churin nodded in agreement. With the influence of the Heavenly Martial Hall, if he were within its ranks, not even the city lord's residents of Gudao City, let alone the royal guards of the imperial city, would dare to provoke the Heavenly Martial Hall. With that, Gu Han turned to leave the Chuan residence. However, Churin hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Just then, Gu Han's voice echoed in his ears once more. Rest assured, your father will be fine. If he so wishes, there is no one in this mere Gudao City who can harm him. Churin paused, taken aback. If my father wishes it, what does that mean? You may inquire of him later. Gu Han glanced back at Churin, stating, now, let us depart. Churin remained silent for a moment, yet he followed in Gu Han's footsteps, exiting the gates of the Chuan residence under the watchful eyes of the family members. As the two departed, the Chuan family erupted into a flurry of discussion, marveling at the incredibility of the event. Before Gu Han's departure, they had scarcely dared to breathe, for his reputation was too fearsome, more terrifying even than Zai Yunho. Chapter 23. Thunderous Transformation into a Python. The head of the Lin family, Lin Jun, was leading 500 iron cavalry when he received word. The family head, Churin, has emerged from the Chuan residence. Having initially intended to annihilate the Chuan family, he now resolved to eliminate Churin first. A sinister glint flickered in Lin Jun's eyes as he commanded, remember this. I want him alive. He yearned to torment Churin slowly. For anything less would not suffice to quell the hatred within him. Family head, it seems Churin has emerged with someone else. Another message came through. Lin Jun's response was curt. Kill without mercy. Following the command, the Lin family's iron cavalry immediately sounded the call to charge. 500 iron cavalry surged forward simultaneously, swiftly encircling Churin and Gu Han in a tightly knit formation. Gu Han frowned slightly. Turning to Churin, did you provoke them? Churin nodded. I suppose so. Ji Han regarded him with mild surprise. Not only did you incite City Master Zai Yunho to shamelessly attack you, but you also drew Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family, to personally mobilize his entire clan as cavalry to hunt you down. Churin shook his head. That I did not provoke them. They sought me out. He had never intended to provoke anyone. Yet some were determined to take his life, and he found himself powerless to resist. Ji Han chuckled at this. In Gudao City, half of the factions seek to eliminate you, and yet you remain remarkably composed. The factions in Gudao City, the city lord's residence, the Chuan family, the Lin family, and the Su family, had all set their sights on Churin upon his return to the Chuan family. Thus, it was indeed half of them who sought his demise. Churin pondered for a moment before adding, the Su family also wishes to kill me, but they do not dare. Ji Han scrutinized Churin more closely. So, apart from your own Chuan family, you've made quite a few enemies among the other three families. Churin shrugged, slightly exasperated. If they come seeking trouble, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. I admire your ability to maintain your composure while engaging in conversation. The conversation between the two was abruptly interrupted by a sharp command from the leader of the Lin family's iron cavalry. This individual raised his broadsword and bellowed. The master has issued an order. Capture Chu ran alive. Spare no one else. Obey the command. 500 iron cavalrymen simultaneously shouted in unison, while the innermost ranks charged towards Chu Ran and Gu Han. Chu Ran cast a glance at these men. Remaining silent and motionless at this moment, he felt utterly drained, barely capable of walking, let alone engaging in combat. However, with Gu Han at his side, he felt no apprehension as the Lin family's cavalry surged forward. Gu Han lightly fanned his 1,000-face fan, summoning dark storm clouds that rolled across the sky, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. Lightning rumbled within the clouds as Gu Han raised his other hand. seizing a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's arm, which he hurled towards the Lin cavalry, transforming it into a massive thunder serpent that crashed into the crowd. Boom! 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 The path of the lightning serpent echoed with thunderous sounds. In an instant, both men and horses were reduced to charred remains, scarcely able to emit a cry before their demise. The remaining hundreds of Lin cavalrymen were left utterly dumbfounded. With a mere flick of his fan, he summoned thunder. With a simple gesture, he transformed lightning into a serpent. The thunder serpent howled, and to touch it meant certain death. What manner of technique is this? It is simply terrifying. Silence enveloped the area. Even the war horses beneath the Lin cavalry seemed to sense the fear and dared not make a sound. The once roaring Lin cavalrymen were now completely stupefied, their minds blank, even forgetting to breathe. In less than 50 heartbeats, they had been reduced to grotesque carbon sculptures. They harbored no doubt that their fate had been merciful, for otherwise, they too would have suffered the same terrible end. Who on earth is this person, so fearsome as to inspire such dread? To kill him? Is that not a jest? Chu Ran, too, was awestruck by Gu Han's sudden display of power, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Gu Han. Could this be the true prowess of the 100 Refinements realm? Gu Han remained silent, his expression unwavering. He gently waved his 1,000-face fan once more, and a refreshing breeze swept forth that a series of cracking sounds echoed as the carbon sculptures, still frozen in their final poses, collapsed into fragments, creating a pathway of charred remnants leading to the outside street. At the end of this ashen passage stood a solitary figure on horseback, Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family, Jiyu Gu Han. Upon seeing the figure before him, Lin Jun was instantly paralyzed with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. His legs trembled on horseback, for he recognized Gu Han's identity. Realization struck him, and his soul nearly fled his body. The very person who had exited the Chu residence alongside Chu Ran was none other than Gu Han, and he had issued a merciless order against Gu Han. With a dull thud, Lin Jun fell from his horse, trembling as he rose to his feet, bowing deeply, nearly touching the ground. Lord Gu, please forgive me. I meant no offense. This is all a misunderstanding. As the head of the Lin family, under normal circumstances, he would not need to bow so low. Even in the presence of the Lord of the Heavenly Martial Hall, he would engage if he wished, or simply turn away if he did not. For the Heavenly Martial Hall does not interfere in the disputes of other factions. That is their principle. He had no reason to fear. However, this time was different. He had issued a merciless order against the Lord of the Heavenly Martial Hall, which transcended mere involvement. It was a provocation against the entire commercial empire of the Heavenly Martial Hall. Should the Heavenly Martial Hall pursue this matter, a single word could spell the complete annihilation of the Lin family by the next dawn. How could his legs not tremble? How could he not be afraid? Let us go. Gu Han smiled at Chu Ran, who nodded in agreement without uttering a word. The two of them strode down the charred passage, passing by Lin Jun, and continued towards the direction of the Heavenly Martial Hall. Throughout the encounter, Gu Han did not even glance at Lin Jun, seemingly indifferent to his presence. With a sigh of relief, Lin Jun finally exhaled after they had passed, gasping for breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Go, hurry, he shouted, mounting his horse and hastily retreating towards the Lin family estate. He feared that Gu Han might suddenly remember and pursue him. As for the order to kill Chu Ran, it had long been forgotten. His own life had been nearly forfeit, and he had no time to consider anything else upon returning to the Lin estate. Lin Jun's heart continued to tremble for quite some time, muttering to himself, how could Gu Han be in the Chu residence? What is his relationship with Chu Ran? Someone, go investigate. I want answers, and do not return until you have them. Lin Jun's roar echoed throughout the Lin estate. Chapter 24. Under the 100 Refinements, all are ants. Walking behind Gu Han, Chu Ran was engulfed in thoughts of the moment Gu Han had unleashed his power. Even now, his heart was still quaking. Are you not grateful that you survived at the hands of Xia Yunhao? At that moment, Gu Han's voice resonated in Chu Ran's mind. Chu Ran's lips trembled as he asked solemnly, is it because of him that you only utilize the realm of intent? Indeed. Guhan nodded, stating, had he not been mindful of preserving some dignity for the City Lord Mansion and chosen to unleash the full power of the 100 Refinements realm, you would likely already be a corpse. Under the 100 Refinements, all are ants. This saying, long whispered in the martial world, is not mere rhetoric. The difference between the 100 Refinements realm and the Star Forging realm may seem slight, but at their core, they're worlds apart. In terms of both internal power and control over that power, the 100 Refinements realm is exponentially greater, by dozens or even hundreds of times, than that of the Star Forging realm. The term 100 Refinements signifies the process of refining and mastering one's own power to achieve a profound understanding. Only when one reaches a certain level of comprehension can they break through to the 100 Refinements realm. This level of understanding is referred to in the martial world as the Great Ascension of Intent. When the Great Ascension of Intent is employed to control the power of the 100 Refinements realm, the combination ultimately reveals the true strength of a 100 Refinements expert. Yet, Chu Ran possesses only the Great Ascension level of sword intent, lacking the strength of a 100 Refinements expert. He might manage against those below the 100 Refinements realm. But when faced with a true 100 Refinements expert, he would merely be an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Of course, this is also due to the presence of your Great Ascension sword intent. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished on the spot. This time, Chu Ran fell silent, refraining from speaking that he understood that Guhan was speaking the truth. He had previously thought that the 100 Refinements realm was merely a step above the Star Forging realm, and Xia Yunhao's attack had confirmed his suspicions. Yet he had not anticipated that this was merely his own naive, wishful thinking. Today, Guhan had demonstrated through undeniable facts just how childish and laughable his thoughts truly were. I must hasten my training to reach the 100 Refinements realm. Chu Ran clenched his teeth in determination. Only by attaining the 100 Refinements realm could he secure his own safety and survival. And only then would he be qualified to avenge today's grievances. You need not place too much pressure on yourself. You've only been training for a few years. Guhan suddenly halted, turning to face Chu Ran, and spoke slowly. Cultivation is a gradual process. True advancement requires steady steps. That IT is not about hastening the pace. While devouring power may yield quick results, one must also grasp the appropriate measure. Should you exceed that measure, it could adversely affect your future cultivation. Devouring, Lord Guyu. Upon hearing the term devouring, Chu Ran's heart jolted. The power of devouring star souls had awakened within him, yet he had scarcely utilized it. The incidents involving Xia Longjia and Chu Changhe had occurred within the Chu family. There was no way for Guhan to have learned of them. The only other instances had transpired in the mountains against the Lin family, and those individuals were all dead. How could Guhan possibly know? As Chu Ran wrestled with his doubts, Guhan's chilling voice echoed once again in his ears. There is no need for surprise. I not only know of your devouring power, but also that your dark star soul is a 9 heavens outer star soul. As soon as the words left his lips, Charan's expression instantly darkened, his steps halting abruptly as he regarded the ancient Han before him with an air of vigilance. The dark star soul from the 9 heavens was perhaps his most closely guarded secret, one he had never even disclosed to his father, that he was acutely aware of the significance and peril surrounding this matter. Should it be revealed to the outside world, he would face 2 possible outcomes. The first scenario involved powerful forces discovering it, such as the royal family, the 2 leading academies, or potentially even more formidable celestial sects, ultimately leading to his recruitment for training and cultivation. This outcome was naturally desirable, and Charan harbored aspirations toward it, yet the likelihood was exceedingly slim. More probable, however, was the second scenario, which had already transpired in his life. Xia Jian had once stripped him of his star soul, rendering him a mere shell of his former self, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. This past experience served as a constant reminder, compelling Charan to caution himself repeatedly against the reckless use of the dark star soul, lest it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In this world, numerous powerful factions existed, as plentiful as the stars in the sky, and among them were many eager to recruit talented disciples. Yet, the chances of encountering the first scenario were nearly non-existent. Indeed, which major faction lacked a few mediocre, talentless, direct descendants. The only way to transform them into geniuses was to strip the star souls from those without power, influence, or background, thereby appropriating their talents for themselves. Churin had read accounts of such occurrences countless times in books, and it was precisely these accounts that had made him wary. The Chus were diminutive in the vast martial world, as insignificant as ants, utterly incapable of safeguarding his star soul. Thus, his sole option was to devise every possible means of self-preservation, with concealment as the only prerequisite. Yet now, the ancient Han had inexplicably unveiled his nine heavens dark star soul. Coupled with the baffling act of risking offense to the city lord, Xia Yunhao, in order to rescue him, it was only natural that Churin's first instinct was to be on guard. He had heard that the ancient Han possessed a disciple named Gu Yi. Ah, how vigilant he was! Perhaps that was a good thing. The ancient Han seemed to perceive Churin's thoughts and, with a gentle smile, interrupted his spiraling musings. Nevertheless, Churin remained rooted in place, his eyes filled with caution as he observed the ancient Han. The ancient Han turned his back, no longer gazing at Churin, yet it seemed he was fully aware of Churin's thoughts. There was no need for such apprehension. If he wished to seize your star soul, why complicate matters? Churin was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Soon enough, he resumed, following the ancient Han toward the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. He understood that the ancient Han spoke the truth. Given his formidable strength at the 100 refinement stage, combined with the vast power of the Hall, acquiring his star soul would be a trivial task. Why go to such lengths? Furthermore, throughout this encounter, Churin had never sensed any malevolence from the ancient Han. Still, he was acutely aware of one truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The ancient Han's act of saving him must have its reasons. Master Gu, what is it that you wish for me to do? Speak plainly. Churin inquired in a low voice as he trailed behind the ancient Han. Uncertainty regarding his intentions left him feeling uneasy. You shall discover the purpose upon reaching the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. The ancient Han replied with a smile. Chapter 25. Why are you a woman? The Grand Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. The most majestic and opulent structure within the confines of ancient Path City stood proudly at the heart of the bustling city, soaring nearly 100 meters across 9 levels. IT encompassed training rooms, competition arenas, arenas of life and death, an auction house, and various shops, all in one magnificent edifice. The IT could be said that anything related to cultivation could be found within the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. Throughout the entire Tianyue Empire, from the unrivaled experts of the 100 refinements and soul refinement realms to the ordinary martial cultivators of the mortal and star forging realms, the shadow of the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts lingered in their lives. Churin had visited numerous times, most often to train within the hall facilities. The training rooms were equipped with various auxiliary formations, such as the Spirit Gathering Formation to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy, the Gravity Formation to strengthen the physique, and the Copperman Formation to hone martial skills, offering myriad benefits. Under the guidance of the ancient Han, Churin entered the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts. The first floor featured both the competition arena and the arena of life and death. The competition arena was primarily for martial cultivators to spar, while the arena of life and death, as the name suggested, was for battles to determine fate. The hall hosted several large-scale competitions each year, categorized by age groups or unrestricted bouts. Churin had participated in a competition for those aged 12 to 15, where he naturally claimed first place. That IT was during that event that the title of the city's foremost genius began to spread. The second floor housed various shops, including pill shops, treasure shops, material shops, and general stores. The third floor was dedicated to the auction house, which held small auctions daily and larger ones monthly. The fourth through top floors were renowned for their exceptional training rooms, with higher floors yielding superior cultivation effects, albeit at exorbitant prices. Even in his prime, Churin had only trained on the 7th floor. The ancient Han led Churin to a serene and elegant guest room on the 3rd floor, a space that perfectly matched the ancient Han's refined demeanor. Please, have a seat. The ancient Han gestured for Churin to sit without the need for formalities. Once Churin was seated, the ancient Han remarked, I will retrieve something. You may wait here. If you require anything, simply instruct those outside. With that, the ancient Han exited the room. Seated, Churin poured himself a cup of tea. Its rich aroma was invigorating, and he unabashedly drained the entire small teapot before him. He was not merely thirsty, but also famished. Having spent the last few days wandering through the mountains and forests, he had not enjoyed a proper meal, leaving him looking rather disheveled, glancing around for food. He approached the door and saw an elderly man standing outside. Is there anything to eat? Anything at all? He inquired. Please wait a moment, young master. The elder glanced Churin up and down, slightly furrowing his brow, before departing to prepare something. Watching the elder leave, Churin took stock of his own appearance. Covered in dust and blood, he resembled a fugitive, which explained the elder's peculiar look. Before long, the elder returned with a plate of pastries. As soon as it was placed on the table, Churin devoured them with gusto, causing the elder to raise his eyebrows in astonishment. Another plate, and bring another pot of tea, Churin called out, not pausing to consider the elder's reaction. The elder appeared somewhat reluctant, but said nothing further, turning to leave while muttering, "What sort of character has the master brought back? What does he think this place is?" Moments later, the elder returned with tea and pastries, only to be hailed by someone behind him. Hilao. Turning around, he saw a girl of about 16 or 17 sprinting toward him. The girl was tall and lithe, clad in a form-fitting red leather outfit. Her hair tied back in a ponytail, and she carried a long red spear that seemed taller than she was, exuding an air of vigor. Miss, upon seeing her, the elder quickly bowed. "Why are you not in seclusion for cultivation? What brings you here? I heard that the master brought back a young man. Who is he? Does he possess great talent? Is he formidable?" As she spoke, a flicker of hostility seemed to rise between her brows. "I am uncertain, but his talent appears commendable. At such a young age, he has reached the 6th level of the star-forging realm. His star soul seems somewhat peculiar. Even I cannot sense it." "Even you cannot sense it?" The girl's brows lifted slightly in surprise. In ancient Path City, it seemed that no star soul had ever gone undetected by the elder, not even the city lord. Xia Yunhao could conceal himself from Hilao. Yet, here was a boy brought back by her master who eluded even that scrutiny. Furrowing her brow in thought, she subsequently asked, "Does the boy possess any other remarkable qualities?" The elder pondered for a moment before replying. "Well, there is one notable trait," the girl, intrigued, queried. "What is it?" The elder stated with conviction, "He can eat and drink quite well." "Ilao, are you jesting with me?" The girl shot a glare at the elder, her displeasure evident. "What merit is there in being able to eat and drink? I can eat and drink as well. My master always says I nearly impoverish him." "Ha, indeed." The elder laughed heartily in response. "Bring me the food. I wish to meet him." The young girl spoke and directly seized the plate from the old man's hands, turning swiftly towards the guest room. The old man repeatedly cautioned, "Miss, that was brought by the Lord. You mustn't be so rude." "I understand." The girl waved her hand dismissively and entered the guest room. Meanwhile, the ravenous Churin, engrossed in his meal, accepted the plate without lifting his head, continuing his feast. It wasn't until he finished the second plate of delicacies and drank a pot of tea that he sat up again, nodding in satisfaction. "I must say, the pastries and tea from your Tianwu palace are truly delightful," he remarked, unable to suppress a satisfied burp. However, upon finishing, he suddenly realized that standing before him was no longer the old man, but a striking young woman. This girl, with a long spear slung over her back, exuded the aura of a formidable female warrior. "So, are you full?" The girl casually placed her foot on a chair beside Churin, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. Churin was taken aback and replied, "Yes, I'm full." The girl beckoned him with her finger. "If you're full, come with me." Churin, slightly bewildered, asked, "Wait, who are you? Where are you taking me?" He didn't even know her. Her imposing demeanor was somewhat intimidating, as if she were ready to strike him. "I am Gu Yi," the girl declared boldly. "Let's have a match. If you can withstand a single strike for me, you win." "Gu Yi, the disciple of the ancient lord?" Upon hearing those two words, Churin's mind buzzed, and he scrutinized the girl, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scratched his head in confusion. "Why are you a girl?" Chapter 26. "Buddy, you're quite bloodthirsty." Gu Yi, the sole disciple of the Tianwu Palace Master, was renowned within Gudao City, having begun participating in the martial arts competitions organized by Tianwu Palace at the age of 12. consistently securing the top position for 5 consecutive years. That it was said that when asked why she didn't compete in the 12 to 15 age group, her sole response was, "It's not challenging." Thus, the name Gu Yi became widely known. Yet, despite her fame, no one had ever seen her true visage, as she always wore a black robe and a veil over her face during competitions. This led Churin to believe that Gu Yi was a male, not just him. The entire Gudao city assumed Gu Yi to be a man. The name itself was masculine, but now Gu Yi suddenly appeared before him as a woman, leaving him utterly astonished. What's wrong with being a woman? Gu Yi shot him a fierce glare, raising her spear and pointing at Churin. Listen here, no matter who you are, I tell you, I am my master's only disciple. Don't even think about trying to take my master from me, or I'll pierce you with 100 holes. Do you believe me? Take your master from you? Churin was momentarily taken aback, pushing aside the spear aimed at him. Rest assured, I have no interest in your master. He had been puzzled by her aggressive demeanor, but it turned out she thought he wanted to usurp her master. What? You dare to look down on my master? Gu Yi's anger flared, pointing at Churin. You know that your words infuriate me. If you want to appease me, I'll give you a chance. Come to the competition arena and spar. If you can withstand one strike from me, we'll consider this matter resolved. Huh. Churin was taken aback by Gu Yi's roundabout way of asking to fight. He shook his head. No way. It's not interesting. This Gu Yi was certainly not someone easy to deal with. The subtle aura of spiritual power emanating from her indicated that her cultivation was undoubtedly at least to the 9th level. Her comprehension of intent and star soul was likely formidable as well. Most importantly, she was a disciple of Gu Han, who had saved his life. He did not wish to engage in a fight with Gu Han's disciple right after arriving at Tianwu Palace. Why not? Aren't you at the 6th level of star forging? Your strength is decent. Given your age, there aren't too many like you in Gudao City. Gu Yi seemed confused. How can you say fighting is boring? I truly don't understand what fun you find in living. Churin shook his head, replying, I don't enjoy fighting, but I do enjoy killing. Wow, you're quite bloodthirsty, my friend. Upon hearing Churin's words, Gu Yi appeared to be unleashed from a seal. Nearly jumping with excitement, she placed her hand on Churin's shoulder, embracing camaraderie. But I love it too. I absolutely adore killing. Come on, let us have some fun at the competition arena. Don't worry, even though I enjoy killing, I won't harm you. It'll just be for fun. Gu Yi's hand slid down Churin's shoulder, tugging at his arm as she urged him to leave. Hurry up if we don't leave soon. My master will arrive, and we won't time to play. Feeling Gu Yi's grip, Churin felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. What kind of woman is this? Is she even a woman? He had merely spoken casually, yet it had excited her. However, since he was already being pulled along, he might as well go. After all, she was a woman, and he, Churin, could not appear timid before her. It would also be a good opportunity to test his newly comprehended intent of slaughter. Creak! Just as the two were about to exit the guest room, the door swung open. Ji Yuhan entered, and upon seeing Gu Yi forcibly dragging Churin, his face instantly darkened, glaring fiercely at Gu Yi. You little rascal, are you causing trouble again? Oh no! Gu Yi, upon seeing her master, immediately shrank back. Without a word, she turned and fled, but not before giving Churin a hearty slap on the shoulder, nearly sending him stumbling. Good buddy, let us play again next time. Palace master, Churin said, pointing in the direction Gu Yi had fled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What kind of woman is this? She hardly resembles a woman. How could the venerable master of Tianwu Palace take in such a disciple? Ah, she has grown up on the competition arena since she was young. Her temperament is quite wild. Gu Han's expression was filled with helplessness. However, she is pure-hearted and straightforward. You need not take it to heart. The competition arena is filled with what? Mostly zealots or war profiteers, and such individuals are typically Gu, having grown up in that environment, has naturally developed this personality. That makes sense. Churin nodded, not overly concerned. Gu, in her own right, was indeed a remarkable woman. Her directness in expressing her likes and dislikes, without resorting to cunning, was a rarity in the world of martial cultivation. Interacting with someone like her felt easier and more genuine. Although he had only encountered her once, he found himself quite appreciative of her. Enough about her. I have brought you something, as Gu Han spoke. He produced a jade box, placing it on the table before Churin. The moment Churin laid eyes on the jade box, his expression changed instantly. He cradled the box in his hands, staring at it intently. This jade box was all too familiar to him. Wasn't it the only thing his mother had left him, the same box he had kept under his pillow for 17 years? How did this jade box come to be in Gu Han's possession? Could it be that Gu Han had stolen it from him? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. Suddenly, Churin's heart trembled as he noticed a character engraved on the top of the jade box. Gu. The jade box he had kept under his pillow bore the character Chu. Although the two boxes were identical in appearance, they were clearly not the same. His box was left to him by his mother. How could Gu Han possess an identical one? Churin's gaze shot towards Gu Han. Palace Master, this item, you. Gu Han shook his head, interrupting Churin. I know what you wish to ask, but some matters are beyond your comprehension at this moment. Even if I told you, it would be of no use. Beyond comprehension? Churin fell silent, observing Gu Han while recalling his father and the mother he had never met. He felt an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding these individuals. Too many secrets he was unaware of. These secrets seemed vast, far too significant to belong to such a small place as Gudao City. It was as if they did not truly belong to this small locality, or even to the Tianyuan nation. Chapter 27. The purple gold token. This jade box is a relic from a dear friend, who once said that when you awaken your dark star soul, you should be given this item. Gu Han gazed at the jade box in Churin's hands, letting out a soft sigh. 17 years have passed. I wonder how she is faring after this long separation. A dear friend? Churin remained silent for a moment before asking. Palace Master, is the dear friend you speak of my mother? His inquiry went unanswered by Gu Han. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet and ambled toward the window, gazing into the distance outside. Remaining silent for a considerable time, Chu Ran watched him intently, unable to see his eyes, only the silhouette of his back. Within that silhouette, there seemed to be a myriad of meanings beyond his comprehension, as if he were reminiscing or longing for something, yet more prominently, an indescribable sense of melancholy. The complex emotions embodied in that back stood in stark contrast to Gu Han's refined, scholarly demeanor. After a long pause, Gu Han's voice finally broke the silence. Take your belongings and depart. Depart? Chu Ran was taken aback, not expecting Gu Han to issue such an abrupt dismissal. Yet at that moment, he had too many questions clamoring for answers. Who was his mother, and what connection did she have with Gu Han? Did his father know about the jade box? What lay within it? And why was it to be bestowed upon him only upon awakening the dark star soul? What precisely was that black crystal that guided him in forging the celestial dark star soul? Countless questions remained unanswered, and he knew that Gu Han must possess some of the answers. But why did he remain silent? Much like his father, if you wish to know, then you must grow stronger. Only when you reach a certain level of power will you be worthy of the answers. As of now, you lack that qualification. Premature knowledge would only hasten the arrival of darkness. Gu Han did not turn around. His words reached Chu Ran's ears from his silhouette, prompting Chu Ran to clench his fists tightly. Power. Everything requires power. Ilao, take him to the training room. Gu Han commanded softly, flinging a token toward the door. An elderly hand, somewhat frail, intercepted the token with precision, and the old man subsequently entered the guest room. Gesturing to Chu Ran, young master, please. Chu Ran remained silent, inhaling deeply before resolutely stepping out of the room. The purple gold token. Outside the door, the elder gazed at the token thrown by the hallmaster. Initially believing it to be an ordinary one, never imagining it was actually a purple gold token. Upon inspecting the token, the elder gasped, his gaze instinctively shifting to the just-exited Chu Ran, his expression transforming. The earlier doubt vanished, replaced solely by reverence. Young master, the elder cradled the token in both hands, bowing as he presented it to Chu Ran. Chu Ran took the token, but unaware of its significance. Inquired, "What is this?" The elder explained, "The purple gold token is a privilege bestowed only upon the most esteemed guests of the Tianwu Hall. With this token, any expenditure within the Tianwu Hall is subject to a 50% discount. All activities hosted by the Tianwu Hall can be attended free of charge, and the auction house will not charge any service fees, as long as you are within the Tianwu Hall. Any request you make will be earnestly supported. 50% off? That seems rather decent. Chu Ran tilted the purple gold token in his hand. It indeed felt substantial, crafted from some unknown material, exuding a comfortable metallic quality without any harshness. Huh. Chu Ran's comment left the elder momentarily stunned. This was the Tianwu Hall's purple gold token, and merely describing it as decent seemed an understatement. Even in the entire Tianyue kingdom, those who possessed such a token were fewer than 20. Many royal family members and princes lacked the qualification to hold one. It was undoubtedly the coveted desire of countless individuals. Yet in Chu Ran's eyes, it was merely decent. The elder took a deep breath. Observing Chu Ran in silence, thinking to himself, "You do not recognize its worth. I cannot blame you." Nevertheless, he could not resist adding, "The Tianwu Hall mentioned here is not just the one in Gudao City, but all Tianwu Halls. That is the case everywhere." Chu Ran blinked. "What about the imperial capital?" The elder nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is the same. That's good to know." Chu Ran tucked the purple gold token away and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the elder and asked, "By the way, with this token, do I now have the right to use the 9th level training room?" The elder nodded. "Naturally," receiving a confirming answer. Chu Ran could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The 9th level training room of the Tianwu Hall had always been shrouded in mystery, said to occupy the entire 9th floor and existing solely as a single room. Within, the concentration of spiritual energy was purportedly 10 to 20 times that of the outside world, adorned with rare flowers and plants, each exuding vapors that greatly benefited martial cultivators, even nurturing the soul and enhancing realms. Moreover, there were spiritual energy hot springs and martial art practice partners, making it a coveted training ground for any martial cultivator. It was undeniably luxurious. However, the 9th level training room was rarely open to the public. Even possessing vast wealth would not suffice, as only those of high status were eligible for entry. Previously, Chu Ran had only heard of it, but had never experienced it himself, but of course, even if he could enter, he lacked the funds to do so. Not to mention the 9th level. Even the 8th level training room cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones for a single day, which equated to nearly half a year's income for the Chu family. The 9th level was far too extravagant for him. Didn't you just say that as long as one is in the competition hall, any request can be made? Chu Ran blinked and looked at the elder. Indeed, the elder nodded. However, upon seeing the glint in Chu Ran's eyes, he felt a slight shiver, as though being eyed by a thief, which was quite unsettling. "I have no money. Lend me some." Chu Ran extended his hand toward the elder with a casual demeanor, indicating that the elder should place the money in his hand, that he had no other requests. "Just this one. Borrow money." Upon hearing these words, the elder nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes, which had already retreated into their sockets, nearly falling to the ground as he stared incredulously at Chu Ran. "Young master, what did you just say? Borrow money, even with a 50% discount. I still can't afford to use the 9th level training room." Chu Ran looked at the elder as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Did you not say that with the purple gold token, you would do your utmost to satisfy any requests? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "Of course, we will accommodate." The elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Throughout his life, he had experienced countless situations, but he never expected to encounter someone who, holding the immensely esteemed purple gold token, would come to him seeking a loan. This was a token that the world coveted but could not obtain. It was as if one possessed a divine artifact, yet sought to borrow a broken iron sword, insisting that the iron sword was more useful than the divine artifact. Such a waste. Cut the nonsense about accommodating requests. You won't even lend a bit of money. Chu Ran huffed, feeling utterly mocked, disinterested. He counted the low-grade spirit stones he had on him, approximately 500, all of which he had scavenged from the Lin family's members in the mountains. With a 50% discount, it should allow him to stay in the 4th level training room for a while. No. Young master, it works like this. With the purple gold token, any training room can be used free of charge. The 50% discount only applies to shops and such, as those shops are not part of our Tianwu Hall's property and thus cannot be exempted. The elder's words left him sweating profusely as he hurriedly clarified. If he offended a purple gold car VIP of the Tianwu Hall, the consequences would be dire. Free of charge. You should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have bothered asking you for a loan. Chu Ran replied, no longer dwelling on the matter, and directly headed toward the 9th level training room, leaving the elder standing in place, utterly flabbergasted. Borrowing money with a purple gold token. This was likely unprecedented in the 1,000-year history of the Tianwu Hall. What kind of person is this? After Chu Ran had disappeared for a while, the elder finally regained his senses. Muttering to himself, he then entered the guest room and approached Gu Han, perplexed. Hall Master. The purple gold token before the elder could finish his inquiry. Gu Han's voice interjected. Because he is her son. Miss Yunqi? The elder was struck dumb by this revelation, standing motionless for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally nodded in realization. So this youth is he? No wonder the Hall Master brought him back. Being her son explains everything. After waiting all these years, he has finally arrived. Wasn't it said that he had been crippled by the city lord's mansion? The elder was well aware of this news. Ji Yuhan shook his head. That was merely a hurdle he had to overcome in his life. Having crossed it, he is now qualified and destined to tread the path that Yunqi had not completed in her time. This is destiny, and it is also fate. Had Miss Yunqi not been so resolute back then, she would not have encountered such a calamity. I hope this young man can overcome it. Whether he can or cannot, he must strive forward. He has no choice. Indeed, but is this the legendary 9th level training chamber of the Tianwu Hall? Upon arriving at the 9th level and opening the door to the chamber, Charan was instantly astonished by the scene within. A dense mist of spiritual energy enveloped him, making him feel as though he were amidst a cloud. Utterly elated, stepping inside the training chamber, he found the spacious area exquisitely arranged, resembling a grand estate, with a circular layout. Like the center stood an artificial mountain towering several meters high, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers and plants that emitted a captivating fragrance. Enclosed by a wooden fence, beyond which lay a circular stone path connecting the entire chamber, the path was lined with elegantly arranged rooms that exuded beauty and sophistication. From within the artificial mountain came the sound of bubbling water. An ethereal mist made it appear as if the mountain were shrouded in immortality, that a passage led directly into the heart of the mountain, that a spiritual energy hot spring, perhaps? Charan blinked and approached it directly. He tossed aside his clothes and plunged into the warm waters. His body, long devoid of spiritual energy, absorbed the essence of the spring like a black hole, the sensation of comfort overwhelming him to the point where he felt compelled to shout in delight. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber within the spring. When he awoke, it was already the next day. His internal spiritual energy had fully restored, and he even sensed a slight enhancement in his cultivation. With an overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloping his entire being, the 9th level spiritual energy hot spring of Tianwu Hall certainly lived up to its reputation. That moment, Charan felt an inexplicable pull entering his mind. He glanced up to see the jade box he had placed by the spring emanating this sensation. What could possibly be inside? As he gazed at the jade box, confusion clouded his eyes. He quickly dressed and sat by the hot spring, slowly opening the box. Inside lay a palm-sized circular stone slab, appearing ancient as if sculpted from weathered stone. Were it placed outdoors, it would surely be overlooked. Its condition far too decrepit, a broken stone slab. Charan's face turned a shade of green upon seeing this. This was what his mother had left him in the jade box. Surely, this was no jest. In his own box lay a mysterious crystal that had allowed him to forge the 9 layers of the Dark Star Soul. He had expected something equally remarkable within this box, only to be met with disappointment. Could it be that Gu Han had switched it? This thought flashed through Charan's mind, albeit fleetingly, for it was entirely improbable. If that were the case, why would Gu Han summon him? It would be far simpler to ignore him altogether. After a brief silence, Charan prepared to examine the stone slab. But as soon as his hand made contact, his expression changed dramatically. The Dark Star Soul within him suddenly activated, and a torrent of dark spiritual energy surged uncontrollably down his arm and into the slab. The energy he had just restored in his dantian was rapidly depleting. This sensation was all too familiar to him. Hadn't he done the same when unleashing the power of the Dark Star Soul to devour others' spiritual energy? Devour. Charan was momentarily stupefied. All this time, he had been the one consuming others. Yet now, he was being consumed by a mere stone slab. Straining to pull back his hand with all his might, he was horrified to discover that it felt as though the slab had ensnared him, rendering him unable to withdraw it. Was he destined to be reduced to nothing but bones? Stop! Charon gritted his teeth and bellowed, pouring all his focus into his dantian to control the Dark Star Soul, attempting to sever the connection to the slab's devouring force. Yet his efforts proved futile. The slab's power was too overwhelming, leaving him without the strength to resist. If it were merely the slab's consuming power, he could accept it. What infuriated him the most was that there was a traitor in his dantian. The Dark Star Soul was uncontrollably siphoning all his spiritual energy to the slab, driving Charon to the brink of wanting to excavate the Dark Star Soul from his dantian. It was maddening. Was today the day he would be done in by this traitorous force? As his internal energy waned, Charon's gaze grew increasingly hollow, his mind consumed by a single thought. The Dark Star Soul had brought him both fortune and misfortune. Chapter 29. Sacred Crystal Space. God of Darkness. Boom! Just as Charon felt his internal energy dwindling to nothing, the devouring force gradually consuming his flesh and soul, a thunderous explosion resounded in his mind, causing him to snap his eyes open. The slab's consuming force vanished, and the Dark Star Soul ceased its automatic operation. Everything returned to its original state. His gaze fixed upon the slab, which, under the nourishment of his spiritual energy, had completely shed its weathered marks. Mysterious patterns, indecipherable to him, were now etched onto its surface. 7 colors: red, yellow, blue, green, purple, cyan, and black, danced within these patterns, segmenting the slab into 7 sections, each adorned with a thumb-sized indentation. He could see the center of the slab, where the 7 sections converged, was a larger indentation that in total. There were 8 indentations, one of which housed a black crystal, emanating faint black light. The crystal illuminated the entire black section of the slab, while the other sections, though glowing, emitted only dim light, barely perceptible. This black crystal. Gazing at it, Charon felt an increasing sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Suddenly, realization struck him. He focused his mind on his dantian, and indeed, the black crystal that had once resided in the Dark Star Soul had vanished. What on earth had transpired? How had the black crystal from the Dark Star Soul found its way into the slab? Buzz! At that moment, an unseen energy surged from the black section of the slab, almost instantaneously penetrating Charon's mind, causing his consciousness to fade away. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a bizarre space, entirely composed of eerie black luminous energy. Strips of black brilliance wove through the space, appearing like a fabric spun from darkness. Yet upon closer inspection, it was an inky void. The strangeness sent shivers down his spine. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from an unknown source. Just as Charon hesitated, a shadowy figure abruptly appeared before him. He barely had time to discern its nature before the shadow, exuding a sharp menace, lunged at him. The overwhelming sense of danger made Charon's hair stand on end. He quickly stepped back and leaned away, the shadow flying past him, the fierce wind nearly grazing his face. Charon had no doubt that had he reacted even a fraction slower, his head would have been smashed to bits. What in the world was that? Panic surged within him as he turned to look, only to find a pitch-black figure standing right behind him. This figure was shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indiscernible. It resembled nothing more than a shadow. Most terrifyingly, he sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from this dark figure, as if it were a void of nothingness. Yet, the shadow remained there, seemingly fixated on him, sending chills down Charon's spine. With keen vigilance, he observed the dark figure, his brows furrowing in apprehension. What exactly was this entity? Roar! Suddenly, the shadow emitted another low growl before vanishing without a trace. Bang! A muffled thud echoed through the air. Chu Ran felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a heavy hammer. Amidst the excruciating pain, his body was propelled backward, blood splattering into the air before crashing to the ground. With great effort, Chu Ran managed to rise, only to spit out another mouthful of blood. The speed of this dark shadow was astonishing, its strength overwhelming, from the moment it struck until the impact. He scarcely had time to react. Even more terrifying was the fact that, despite the shadow's assault, he could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. It was as if the shadow had not even utilized spiritual power to send him flying. Whoosh! Just as Chu Ran had begun to rise, barely catching his breath, the dark shadow vanished again. Chu Ran's body was sent hurtling through the air once more, crashing to the ground in a cascade of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds resonated in the dark space, as Chu Ran's body flailed through the air like a ball. With each impact, he would cough up blood, and with each fall, he would stifle a cry of pain. Within mere moments, Chu Ran had endured no less than 20 brutal strikes. He felt as if his internal organs were on the verge of shattering, his bones seemingly reduced to fragments. An unending agony threatened to consume his very soul, leaving his face devoid of any color. Once, he might have harbored a flicker of defiance, but after being relentlessly battered, he had nearly given up entirely. It was not that he did not wish to resist, but rather that he found it utterly impossible. The dark shadow was like a phantom. When it struck, he had no opportunity to respond. Boom! Once again, Chu Ran crashed to the ground, unable to move, his eyes glazed over, yet fixed intently on the dark shadow, filled with resentment and disbelief. He could not fathom how a mere mortal could possess such terrifying power. The strength of the flesh could be so formidable. He had never imagined that the master of the Devouring Star Soul would have such a fragile body. It was a disgrace to the very notion of devouring the Star Soul. You are unworthy of it. At that moment, a sudden voice emanated from the dark shadow. The sound was deep and hollow, devoid of any emotion, as if it were not issued from a human mouth, resonating eerily within the strange dark space. Whether you are worthy or not is not for you to decide. Chu Ran's eyes widened in defiance, his jaw clenched tightly. You refuse to comply? Another voice inquired. Chu Ran roared back, I refuse. Boom! No sooner had the words left his lips than his body was sent flying once more, as if severed from a string. Comply. I refuse. The dark space reverberated with Chu Ran's roars and cries, echoing tenfold, then 100-fold, the volume diminishing. Yet his eyes remained steadfastly locked on the dark shadow, unyielding in their gaze. Bang! Once again sent hurtling away, Chu Ran fell to the ground, his body trembling, his garments torn to shreds. Nearly drowning in his own blood, his quavering voice echoed throughout the dark expanse. I will not yield, even if it costs me my life. Such unwavering will. It seems this is the reason the Dark Star Soul has chosen you. The dark shadow approached Chu Ran, looking down at him. Now, you are entitled to ask me 2 questions. Who are you? Chu Ran propped himself up with one hand, clutching his chest with the other, his gaze piercing into the dark shadow. And why am I here? This is the realm of the dark holy crystal. As for who I am. The dark shadow paused momentarily, as if struggling to recall something, but ultimately shook its head that it has been too long indeed, that I have forgotten who I truly am, in any case here I am a god. You may call me the Dark God. The realm of the dark holy crystal? The Dark God? Chu Ran clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the dark shadow, his eyes filled with hatred. I will remember you. Do you wish to seek revenge upon me? The dark shadow regarded Chu Ran with indifference. Perhaps, when your physical body has ascended to the level of a saint, you may have that opportunity. Ascend to the level of a saint. Chu Ran's heart jolted at those words. In the world of martial cultivation, one cultivates spiritual energy and mastery. What does the physical body have to do with it? He had never heard of such a concept as achieving sainthood through the physical form in the martial world. Chapter 30. The Path of Body Cultivation. Ignorant youth. The dark shadow scoffed lightly. The path of cultivation manifests in myriad forms, yet only the path of body cultivation is the supreme way. All others are but ants. How dare you, an ignorant fool, attempt to compare the path of ants with the path of body cultivation? Is body cultivation truly a great path? Chu Ran was taken aback in his understanding of the martial world. Only those incapable of forging a star soul, the so-called trash, would cultivate their physical form. Everyone. Body cultivation was always regarded as a side path, with no claim to greatness. Indeed, the outside world was so utterly lacking in depth. How could a realm ruled by a host of failures comprehend the essence of body cultivation? The disdain and contempt in the dark shadow's words reflected its scorn for the martial world and its disregard for powerful martial cultivators. Is this merely your own perspective? Chu Ran smirked derisively. Have you been here so long that you no longer grasp the vastness of the world outside? A jest, the dark shadow snorted coldly. Watch closely. With those 3 words, the dark shadow suddenly turned, delivering a powerful punch into the void behind it. An overwhelming fist shadow, reaching towards the heavens and descending to the abyss, burst forth with a thunderous roar. Endless darkness swirling around it, shattering all in its path. The dark space fractured like glass, chaotic winds surging forth from the rifts. The dark shadow's foot struck the ground, and in an instant, it was engulfed within the swirling tempest of energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent winds of space swiftly consumed the dark shadow. Moments later, the shattered space began to heal itself, the chaotic winds gradually dissipating, and the dark shadow remained standing, untouched and unchanged. Gasp! Witnessing the spectacle, Chu Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath caught in his throat. The dark shadow had entered the tempest of energy with its physical form, withstanding the onslaught without a single scratch. Records had stated, the winds of space were the mightiest winds in existence. Capable of obliterating all, this dark shadow had shattered space with a single punch, resisting the winds of space with its corporeal form. What incredible power lay within this body! Chu Ran felt as though his understanding of martial cultivation had been completely upended, revealing an entirely new realm of cultivation before him. Body cultivation was indeed so formidable. The physical form was the most powerful weapon granted to martial cultivators by the heavens. It had its limits. Yet no bounds that a powerful body could surpass any treasure in the world, shaking the very foundations of existence. The dark shadow approached Chu Ran, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. Ignorant youth, do you see? Predecessor, could you teach me the art of body cultivation? Chu Ran's expression grew serious as he gazed earnestly at the dark shadow. The animosity he had felt towards it had dissipated alongside the shattered space. The power exhibited by the dark shadow was the strength he yearned for, the strength he craved. The might of body cultivation was laid bare before him, stirring his innermost being since his arrival here. He had been battered by the dark shadow, sustaining grave injuries, his bones nearly shattered and his spiritual energy nearly expended. Yet, all of this had been intentional on the dark shadow's part. While each strike had brought him immense suffering and even brought him to the brink of death, they had been measured perfectly to inflict heavy injury without being fatal. Otherwise, with the dark shadow's ability to shatter space with a mere punch, he would have been reduced to nothing long ago. Devouring was indeed the ultimate method of body cultivation. To consume all things to refine the body was the supreme path. As the master of the Devouring Star Soul, how could his physique be so feeble? That would be an affront to the very notion of devouring the Star Soul. To consume all things to refine the body. Chu Ran murmured, pondering deeply, and no wonder. After each instance of devouring, he found it challenging to assimilate the spiritual energy into his meridians and dantian. It required extensive refinement over time to absorb even a fraction, with the vast majority of energy dissipating in the process. If this could be utilized for body cultivation, it might indeed be the best choice. In the realm of martial cultivation, the body serves as a vessel. The stronger the physique, the greater and more resilient the vessel, naturally allowing for the accommodation of more power. However, no matter how potent that power, it ultimately has its limits. While the strength of the physique knows no bounds, dark shadows uttered phrase after phrase, leaving Chu Ran ensconced in deep contemplation. Just as he pondered further inquiries, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself once again beside the spirit power hot spring. Glancing around, a look of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Could it be that what he had just experienced was merely an illusion? As he attempted to move, a surge of excruciating pain surged through his entire being, causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. Everything was indeed real, in the realm of the dark holy crystal. His gaze abruptly shifted to the blackened area of the 7-colored stone tablet he still held in his hands. The black crystal continued to emanate a faint black light, yet it now seemed to shimmer with even greater intensity than before. At that moment, the voice of the dark shadow resonated once more within his mind. Young one, remember, once the dark holy crystal is restored to its place, it will incessantly devour your power. With each consumption, the required strength will increase exponentially. You have two choices. Either allow it to consume your power, or find the spirit crystal to satiate it. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran trembled, after painstakingly absorbing power from others. He was now expected to relinquish it. As for the spirit crystal, who knew what that entailed, it certainly did not sound easy to procure. Chu Ran inquired, "What if I simply discard it?" "You may." The dark shadow responded succinctly, and before Chu Ran could react further, it added, "The star devouring soul will immediately consume you." With no other recourse, Chu Ran grasped the seven-colored stone tablet, intending to return it to its jade box. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, the tablet vanished from his grasp, leaving behind a seven-colored imprint in his palm. An urge to curse surged within him. How could this thing have embedded itself within him? No wonder he couldn't dispose of it. How could he possibly discard it now? Surely he couldn't resort to severing his own hand. Moments later, with a thought, he found himself once again in the realm of the dark holy crystal. The dark shadow remained before him. "I shall provide you with a shadow for training that matches your realm. You may return here to practice at any time. Remember, you are now the master of the star devouring soul. As long as you live, you must possess the strength befitting such a title. I shall personally deal with you. The star devouring soul cannot be sullied." With these words, the dark shadow vanished without a trace. Chu Ran found himself once more by the spirit power hot spring. Must such immense pressure be imposed upon him? Chu Ran felt speechless. He was to seek some elusive spirit crystal, engage in training. And if he failed to locate the crystal, he would be devoured. Yet if his training fell short, the dark shadow would come to collect. Was this truly a legacy from his biological mother? Surely it could not be from stepmother. Chapter 31. A promising opportunity. Throughout the day and night, Chu Ran remained immersed in the spirit power hot spring, not due to a lack of desire to emerge, but rather because his body simply would not permit it. He had been thoroughly beaten. Chu Ran vowed that the next time the dark shadow inquired about his compliance, his response would undoubtedly be a singular, emphatic affirmation. What an unnecessary torment to endure. The following day, his body finally began to recuperate. Exiting the hot spring, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, the cracking of his bones resonating like popping beans. And his entire physique was infused with newfound vigor. He felt an overwhelming impulse to shatter the nearby rock formation with a single punch. Unable to contain himself, Chu Ran struck a large stone by his feet, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the stone crumbled into dust, swept away by the spring water. Looking down his fist, he found it entirely unscathed. Chu Ran blinked in disbelief, an expression of astonishment gracing his face. He could distinctly feel that the force behind this punch was undoubtedly comparable to the might of his sword. Could it be that the thrashing he endured in the dark holy crystal realm had such an effect? It seemed extraordinarily potent. Was this the sensation of physical cultivation? Compliance? "You old fraud. If you have the guts, keep hitting me." Chu Ran grunted defiantly. Such remarkable effects stemmed from simply taking a beating, and he wouldn't even die. If he were to concede, he would no longer be known as Bu Ran. As he spoke, he exited the hot spring rock formation and sought out a training room. The surging spirit power immediately enveloped him, and without hesitation, he seated himself and resumed his cultivation. Outside the heavenly martial hall, a man and a woman entered through the gates. These two stood out notably amidst the throng of individuals constantly coming and going. The man, clad in a blue brocade robe, possessed delicate brows and starry eyes. Thus he could be deemed handsome, trailing behind the woman with a smile of compliance gracing his lips. This time, "My younger sister Xiaojian's assessment relies entirely on Miss Ling Shui." The woman responded coolly, "The Tianzi Academy only accepts geniuses." Understood, understood. My sister's talent is unparalleled, hailed as the foremost genius of ancient Path City. However, if Miss Ling Shui could kindly speak to Elder Chung on her behalf, my sister would be immensely grateful if she could secure a special recruitment token. the city lord's residence would surely be most appreciative. The woman, without turning her head, replied, "There is indeed a special recruitment slot available, but your sister must possess the requisite strength. Mere talent is insufficient." "Thank you, Miss Ling Shui." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianju couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, saying repeatedly, "As long as there is a slot." Although ordinary students were precious, they simply could not match his sister's caliber. If this time the ancient Path City Academy had a special recruitment slot, then that slot undoubtedly belonged to his sister Xiajian. Within ancient Path City, there was no one who could rival her. There may have been one in the past, but that individual had long been rendered useless. Though they had since recovered, in the presence of Xiajian, they were but ants. As long as Xiajian could obtain the special recruitment token, the people of the Northern Frontier King's residence would have to treat the Xia family with utmost respect. Reputation and status would follow in quick succession. The ninth-floor training room of the Heavenly Martial Hall had already been reserved. Miss Ling Shui could use it for as long as she desired. "Good," Chung Ling Shui replied with a single word, and the two made their way toward the staircase. However, they had no inkling that upon reaching the ninth floor, they would be intercepted by a guard of the Heavenly Martial Hall. "I apologize, but the ninth floor training room is currently occupied." "Occupied?" Hearing this, Chung Ling Shui furrowed her brows and turned to Xiao Tianju. "Wasn't it said to be reserved?" Xiao Tianju's lips twitched slightly. Since Chung Ling Shui had just entered the city, how could he have arranged it in time? He thought that since there were so few qualified individuals in ancient Path City to access the ninth floor training room, it would suffice to wait until they arrived to make a reservation. His previous statement was merely to showcase his ability to handle matters, yet he never anticipated that the ninth floor training room would already be occupied. In all of ancient Path City, there were but a handful of individuals qualified to train in the ninth floor room. Aside from the city lord's residence, there was only Lin family's first genius, Lin Lang. Could it be that, with the approaching recruitment at the academy, Lin Lang had come to train as well? Other than Lin Lang, he could think of no one else. If it was indeed Lin Lang, then it would be manageable. With this in mind, Xiao Tianju smiled slightly, confidence tinged with pride as he said, "Miss Ling Shui, rest assured, the person inside is my friend. The training room has indeed been reserved. It's just that my friend, having never been in the Heavenly Martial Hall's ninth floor training room, insisted on coming to have a look. Since you are here, he will certainly make room for you." Chung Ling Shui nodded, choosing to remain silent. Upon hearing Xiao Tianju's words, the guard of the Heavenly Martial Hall naturally did not impede them. Since it was a friend, he would not stand in their way. "Knock, knock, knock." The guard rapped on the door, but after a moment, no one answered. The guard hesitated, glancing at Xiao Tianju. Xiao Tianju said, "Just open it. Don't worry, I'm here, and no one will dare blame you." Upon hearing this, the guard had no choice but to produce the spare key for the training room and unlock the door. The two then stepped inside. "You go tell your friend to come out. I'm feeling a bit tired and want to soak in the spirit power hot spring," Chung Ling Shui remarked as she walked towards the hot spring. Creak! At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. And just as Chu Ran concluded his training, he stepped out of the training room, only to lock eyes with the two individuals by the spirit power hot spring, his expression instantly turning cold. He naturally recognized Xiao Tianju, the second young master of the city lord's residence and brother to Xia Jian, a man of considerable pretentiousness. In the past, Xiao Tianju had never held him in high regard, often goading Xia Jian by suggesting that Chu Ran was unworthy of her. He could be certain that Xia Jian's disdain for him was largely influenced by Xiao Tianju. Xiao Tianju had evidently spotted him too, and he appeared taken aback. "Chu Ran?" He could hardly believe that the person inside was not Lin Lang, but rather Chu Ran. "What are you, a waste, doing here?" "That question seems more fitting for me to ask you," Chu Ran replied, frowning as he regarded Xiao Tianju, then casting a glance at the cold and aloof Chung Ling Shui. With a slight shift in his gaze, he suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Tianju, I know you enjoy frequenting brothels, but this is hardly the place for you to be flirting with a lady." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianju's face changed instantly. "You're talking nonsense. Who told you that Miss Ling Shui is a brothel girl? What is the identity of Chung Ling Shui? If Chu Ran's words lead to him suffering at her hands, that would indeed be troublesome." This scoundrel is undoubtedly doing it on purpose, all out of revenge. He is your friend? Chang Lingxue cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ran, then turned her gaze to Xia Tianju. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. He is not. He is not a T that moment. Xia Tianju felt that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong if he affirmed it. Chu Ran would clearly deny it. If he denied it, then his previous statements would be exposed. Chang Lingxue might not mind how he perceived her, but if she thought the city lord's manner was unreliable, then the situation would escalate significantly. Xia Tianju was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, still refusing to admit it. If it is true, then so be it. I know what kind of person you are, what with spring flower, summer grass, and autumn fragrance. Haven't you played around with them all? This Chang Lingxue, however, is indeed the first. Chu Ran strolled over with a grin, his eyes greedily scrutinizing Chang Lingxue. Good. This time, the choice is indeed commendable. Chang Lingxue is far more beautiful than spring flower, summer grass, and autumn fragrance. Chapter 32. The scoundrel, Yin Xinyan. Chu Ran, if you speak another word of nonsense, I swear I will tear you apart. Xia Tianju's face had turned a ghastly shade of green. As Chang Lingxue's gaze grew increasingly frosty, he hastily approached her, explaining, Miss Lingxue, please do not misunderstand. This person is a beast. Although I know him, I hold nothing but enmity towards him, not just me. But our entire city lord's manor wishes nothing less than to see him dead. If that is the case, then let us kill him. Chang Lingxue's words were delivered with a chilling indifference as she cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ran. Her voice icy. Remember, in your next life, mind your words. Kill him. Xia Tianju hesitated, not because he couldn't kill Chu Ran. After all, he possessed the strength of the 7th level of the star-casting realm, whereas Chu Ran, even if he were to recover, would only be at the 6th level. He was hardly a concern. However, this was Tianwu Palace. The power of Tianwu Palace was vast, and there were long-standing rules against violence. To kill Chu Ran here would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Tianwu Palace, and that would lead to significant trouble. What? Did you not hear my words? Chang Lingxue's gaze suddenly fixed on Xia Tianju. Yes, I heard. Finju gritted his teeth, taking a decisive step forward, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He no longer needed to choose. Killing Chu Ran might displease Tianwu Palace, but after all, he was the second young master of the city lord's manor. Even Tianwu Palace would not dare to kill him, as long as he satisfied Chang Lingxue and secured a special recruitment slot for his sister. Xiao Dian, at Tianzi Academy, what could Tianwu Palace do? Daring to insult Miss Lingxue. You worthless fool! You must be tired of living. Xia Tianju let out a cold grunt, preparing to take action. However, just then, a voice rang out beside him. If you wish to strike, then do so. Stop dawdling. In the next instant, he felt a violent pain in his chest, and his body was hurled backward towards Chang Lingxue, a mouthful of blood spilling into the air. Chang Lingxue's brows arched slightly upon witnessing this. In a flash, she sidestepped, raising a hand to conjure an energy barrier that blocked the blood spewing from Xia Tianju, then dismissed the barrier with another wave. Observing Xia Tianju crumpled on the ground. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. Seemingly sensing Chang Lingxue's gaze, Xia Tianju gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, roaring, Chu Ran, how dare you ambush me? Bang, before he could finish his words. A powerful punch landed squarely on his jaw, sending his body flying once more, rendering him unconscious in midair. Even as he lost consciousness, he could not fathom how Chu Ran could be so fast. Fast enough that, even with his preparations, he had no chance to react. This worthless fool, does he not only possess the 6th level of the star-casting realm? Why, as a 7th level cultivator, does he find himself utterly powerless to fight back? Worthless, worthless, the same two words echoed simultaneously from different voices, one from Chu Ran, the other from Chang Lingxue. Chu Ran did not spare Xia Tianju another glance. A mere Xia Tianju was not worth his emotional investment. His current strength was no longer what it once was. A single punch from him could easily rival that of a 7th level cultivator. His enhanced physique naturally translated into astonishing speed, allowing him to deal with Xia Tianju without even needing to channel his inner spiritual energy. Chu Ran's gaze slowly shifted to Chang Lingxue as he spoke. My lady, I apologize for any prior disrespect. If you wish to kill me, I shall not hold it against you. Let us consider it even, shall we? This woman, so haughty and with words laced in pride, coupled with Xia Tianju's obsequious demeanor before her, made it clear that she was not an ordinary individual. He did not wish to make enemies with too many individuals. For now, he had only one adversary. The city lord's manor. They had insulted him, and she had ordered his death. Thus, their grievances were mutual. However, just because he thought this way did not mean she would agree. Cheng Lingshu merely cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ran, her words dripping with cold indifference. In this world, no one who has insulted Cheng Lingshu has lived to tell the tale. Chu Ran frowned. So, does this mean our enmity has been established? Cheng Lingshu replied, You are not worthy of being my enemy. Buzz! Just as her words fell, a sudden sound of breaking air resonated from outside the training room, and a figure, like a shooting star, crashed into the training room, hurtling towards Chu Ran. The speed of this figure was astonishing, and its momentum was terrifying. As it approached, the very space seemed to crackle with sound. Sensing this, Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Without retreating or evading, he stepped forward with one foot and threw a punch of his own. To dare to clash with me head-on is to court death. A rough, cold grunt emanated from the figure rushing in. Cheng Lingshu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Chu Ran, her gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. Not akin to, but indeed, to dare to clash head-on with Duan Hu, the only outcome for someone of this age is death. Duan Hu's fist could send even beasts of the same realm fleeing in terror, let alone a mere 6th-level youth. Boom! Crack. The two forces collided instantly, resulting in a resounding thud followed by a series of bone-cracking sounds that sent chills down the spine. Chu Ran stood his ground, unmoving, while the charging figure let out a piercing scream. Propelled out of the training room, his arm shattered completely, blood dripping alongside gruesome fragments of bone. Cheng Lingshu, who had maintained an expressionless demeanor, finally showed signs of change. Her delicate brows knitted together, seemingly shocked by the outcome. Although Duan, who also wielded the strength of the 7th level of the star-casting realm, he possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, enhanced further by the might of the Tiger Star. Even among peers, few could match him in sheer physical might. It was through this very ability that he had secured a recruitment token for Tianze Academy. Yet now he had been utterly defeated by a punch from a 6th-level individual. Complete defeat, to have his arm rendered useless before even reporting to the academy. This was one of her own. Right before her eyes, he had been incapacitated. This made Cheng Lingshu's expression turn icy. Her cold gaze fixated on the youth as she declared, The grudge was small, but now it has grown. Chu Ran smiled faintly. If the grudge is minor, then why seek to kill me? If it has grown, then what of it? He had no desire to stir trouble, wishing instead to avoid conflict. But since the other party was unwilling, then so be it. Let them clash. Who fears whom? Duan Hu, just then, a voice erupted from outside. That voice caused Chu Ran, who had just been smiling lightly, to lose his smile in an instant. He turned abruptly towards the door of the training room, his eyes deepening with a chilling glint, a murderous intent flickering in the depths. The voice was but 2 short words, yet it resonated within him, etching itself into his very bones. Even if he turned to ash, he would not forget. The owner of this voice represented boundless humiliation and hatred, the scoundrel among the lecherous. In Xinyun, Lingshu, what is happening? The voice rushed into the training room, yet before it could reach Cheng Lingshu, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed. Cracked at a series of fist sounds made the temperature in the space drop by a degree, filling the training room with an intense, murderous aura. These murderous intents brought In Xingyun's steps to an abrupt halt, his gaze snapping towards the source of the fist sounds. Yet upon seeing the figure of the youth, even In Xingyun was momentarily stunned. A worthless star soul slave, Chapter 33. This girl is fierce. I am your ancestor. Endless fury surged forth, unleashing an uncontrollable tempest the instant that figure materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, 2 whirling gusts of wind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him from his original position. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a thunderous punch imbued with overwhelming force. crashing towards Yin Qingyun. Upon witnessing this, Yin Qingyun's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Spiritual energy. He could actually sense spiritual energy emanating from his opponent. How could a discarded soul, stripped of its star spirit by his own hands, still possess such power? Brother Qingyun, kill him. At that moment, the voice of Cheng Lingxue reached Yin Qingyun's ears, causing a cruel smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Since you weren't completely destroyed back then, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, Yin Qingyun lifted his foot and kicked towards Chu Ran. The formidable force crashed into Chu Ran's fist, resulting in an explosive clash. The two powers detonated simultaneously, sending Chu Ran's body hurtling backward, crashing violently against the rocks below. His outstretched arm was marred with deep fissures, blood seeping incessantly from the wounds. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyun merely staggered back 3 steps. Yet, that mere 3 steps left him momentarily stunned. He had been pushed back by a discarded soul. This was almost unbelievable to him. How could a mere mortal body unleash such overwhelming power? What a tremendous force! Chu Ran, having been propelled to the ground, felt an intense tremor within his heart. The casual kick from Yin Qingyun was so formidable that even using all his might, he found himself utterly defenseless. 100 refinement realm. The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. A look of horror flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Yin Qingyun was actually a master of the 100 refinements realm. Such prowess was unparalleled within the entire ancient Path City, surpassed only by the city lord Xia Yunhao and the master of the heavenly martial hall, Gu Han. Yin Qingyun, a mere 20-year-old master of the 100 refinements realm, the grandson of the infamous poison master Yin Tianhe, was astonishingly powerful. Yet, in the depths of Chu Ran's gaze, there was no trace of fear, only an increasingly fierce, cold-blooded intent. Regardless of who stood before him, they would bear the brunt of his wrath. Yin Qingyun. The name escaped his clenched teeth, igniting a blaze of fury within him. In the next moment, the true cold sword materialized in his hand, the grip so tight it produced a series of cracking sounds. "I want you dead," he growled, thrusting the sword directly at Yin Qingyun without a hint of hesitation. However, this seemingly unstoppable strike appeared feeble against the might of the 100 refinements realm. A mere flick of Yin Qingyun's hand halted the true cold sword mid-air with overwhelming force. Clang! As Yin Qingyun's fist closed around it, the true cold sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The strength of a 100 refinements realm martial artist was truly formidable for Chu Ran. At this moment, it was far beyond his capability to contend with. Regardless of the number of techniques he possessed, they were mere trifles in the face of absolute power. This was the suppression of cultivation. An insurmountable barrier. Last time you escaped. This time, let us see who can save you. Yin Qingyun shook his head lightly, unwilling to let this worthless existence disrupt his enjoyment. As he raised his hand, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. With a gentle tap of his fingers, the radiance bore down upon Chu Ran, expanding in his vision, deepening the intensity of his gaze, as sinister black light flickered ominously. Darkness. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, the words dripping with murderous intent seeping through. Streams of black spiritual energy spiraled from within him, coalescing in his hand, as the aura of slaughter enveloped him, causing his hair and garments to flutter as if caught in an unseen wind. The aura of slaughter. Yin Qingyun's eyes narrowed. How could a discarded soul, stripped of its dantian by him, still manifest such an aura? Moreover, the previous strike had clearly contained immense spiritual energy. This indicated that the opponent still possessed a star spirit. Without a star spirit, it was impossible to wield such abundant spiritual energy, let alone harbor any semblance of an aura. This worthless fool had reconstituted his star spirit. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Yet as he grasped this fact, a glimmer of killing intent ignited in his gaze. The process of reconstituting a star spirit was exceedingly complex and arduous, almost impossible to achieve. Yet undoubtedly, those who succeeded possessed an indomitable will and a heart of a warrior. These two qualities were essential for any strong individual. This meant that, in the near future, this youth would undoubtedly achieve great things. Given the blood feud between them, he would never allow the other to continue living. Die. As the word escaped his lips, a lethal force coalesced in Yin Xingyun's hand, ready to strike down this foe and eliminate any future threats. Just then, he felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. This pressure was not a result of cultivation or realm, but rather an enigmatic force, acting not on his body, but directly upon his star spirit. T sent his star spirit into a frenzy, causing his surrounding spiritual energy to spiral into chaos and disrupting the power he had just unleashed. Yin Xingyun's gaze locked onto the black spiritual energy radiating from the youth's hand, and he could distinctly sense that this pressure targeting his star spirit was undoubtedly emanating from that black energy. What kind of star spirit power is this? Surprise flickered in Yin Xingyun's eyes. He had never encountered a star spirit that released black spiritual energy. Not just him. Cheng Lingxue, standing beside him, also gazed in shock at the black energy in Chu Ran's hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. This force stirred her star spirit into a tumult as well. Regardless of what your star spirit is, you must die. Yin Xingyun's brows furrowed as he issued a cold shout. He then forcefully suppressed the agitation of his star spirit, stabilizing his internal energy, and unleashed another dazzling radiance, aimed squarely at the youth's head. Last time, I stripped your star spirit. This time, I will tear apart your dantian and see what kind of star spirit you possess. He was eager to uncover what star spirit could incite such turmoil in his own. You wish for my death? Then you shall meet your end first. Chu Ran bellowed, lifting his hand to summon the dark spiritual energy. He too was curious to see if this dark energy, capable of devouring a 9th-layer peak martial artist of the Star Forging realm, would have any effect on a master of the 100 Refinements realm. If worst came to worst, he would perish alongside his enemy. However, at that moment, a low hum reverberated through the air. The energy sphere hurtling toward Chu Ran shattered in an instant that a long spear soared over his head, embedding itself into the rocky formation behind him. Yin Xingyun exclaimed, spinning around in fury. Cheng Lingxue also turned to look, and a young girl-esque figure appeared at the door of the training room. It was Gu Yi. Her gaze swept across the crowd as she huffed. Who dares to act recklessly in my heavenly martial hall? Are you tired of living? Gu Yi. Chu Ran was equally astonished by her sudden appearance, slowly retracting the dark energy in his hand, that if he could avoid using it, it was wiser to do so, lest he attract unwanted attention. As for Yin Xingyun, given some time, he would ensure the latter's demise. Not just Yin Xingyun, but also Xia Vian and the city lord's manor. In due time, none would escape his grasp. Who are you? Yin Xingyun asked, his brow furrowed. Gu Yi, the young master of the heavenly martial hall. She replied, brushing past Yin Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue, swiftly approaching Chu Ran and patting him on the shoulder. Good to see you again, buddy. Without a pause, she propelled herself forward, yanking the spear from the rock and landing in front of Chu Ran. The young master of the heavenly martial hall? Upon hearing those words, even Yin Xingyun's breath caught momentarily. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, standing there with an air of indifference. Hiss, it hurts. Just then, a pained cry erupted as Xia Tianju, who had been knocked unconscious by Chu Ran's punch, awoke. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Yin Xingyun beside him, joy surged through him. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Yet his sudden movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to collapse once more. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Chu Ran. Brother-in-law. Kill him! Kill him! Humph! Before Yin Xingyun could respond, a cold snort echoed throughout the I in an instant. Gu Yi vanished from her spot, and with her spear piercing through the air, it struck Xia Tianju's throat, silencing his cries abruptly as he stared wide-eyed at Gu Yi. You. His voice faltered, ending in silence. Tianju. Yin Xingyun furrowed his brow and let out a low gasp. Yet Xia Tianju had already succumbed to death. Here I stand, daring to engage in violence, courting my own demise. Gu Yi turned around and drew his spear. With a sickening sound, blood gushed from Xia Tianju's throat, and his lifeless body crashed to the ground. Gu Yi's gaze immediately shifted to Yin Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue. Dare to cause trouble in my Tianwu Hall. There shall be no mercy in killing. No matter who you are, his cold voice reverberated throughout the 9-story training chamber. Even In Xingyun felt a chill in his heart. This girl is truly fierce. Her strikes are merciless. Chapter 34. Let us get it done. You too, do you wish to fight or kill? Gu Yi, shouldering his spear, addressed In Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue, saying, If you desire a duel, choose the competition arena or the life and death stage. This place is not for brawling. If not, get out of Tianwu Hall at once, and do not let me see you again. As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the training chamber, and dozens of Tianwu Hall guards rushed in, standing at the entrance, ready for orders. Glancing at Gu Yi and then at the guards, In Xingyun slowly released his grip on his sword. He held these people in utter disdain. Yet, this is Tianwu Hall. Even if it is merely a small branch of the ancient Dao city, it remains part of Tianwu Hall. He would not let his impulsiveness bring trouble to his family or the Tianzi Academy. Gu Yi, is it? Very well. In Xingyun grunted softly, then turned to Cheng Lingxue and said, Lingxue, let us depart. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Chu Ran. I will remember you. After saying this, she turned and left the training chamber alongside In Xingyun. Chu Ran did not spare her another glance. His gaze remained fixated on In Xingyun. In Xingyun, one day, I shall kill you. After tidying up, Gu Yi waved his hand to the guards and then approached Chu Ran, patting him on the shoulder. Good brother, do you have a grudge against him? Chu Ran replied solemnly, to the death. This indeed poses a bit of a problem. Gu Yi sheathed his spear and inquired, Do you know who he is? The grandson of the infamous poison master In Tianhe. I am aware. As Chu Ran nodded, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes, akin to a prowling beast poised to strike. Regardless of his identity, I shall personally take his life. Gu Yi clapped Chu Ran on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly worthy of my good friend. But I must caution you, the poison master is not to be trifled with. Even Gu Yi, who feared neither heaven nor earth, displayed a hint of caution in his eyes as he spoke. In Tianhe, the poison master point one of the top 10 alchemists in the Tianyue kingdom. Though while others concoct elixirs, he brews poisons. Once, In Tianhe was not a poison master, but a revered alchemist, celebrated and respected by many. However, 60 years ago, the entire In clan was annihilated overnight by the Sanqing sect, one of the 3 major sects of the Tianyue kingdom. Including In Tianhe's wife and children, all perished at the hands of the Sanqing sect. Only In Tianhe, who was absent that day, escaped this calamity, but upon learning the news, he was utterly shattered. Subsequently, under the guise of an alchemist, he summoned powerful warriors across the land, seeking vengeance, but few answered his call. The influence of the Sanqing sect was too vast. No one wished to offend them for the sake of In Tianhe. Thus, In Tianhe's temperament underwent a drastic change, that he vanished for 2 decades, during which no one in the Tianyue kingdom mentioned his name, assuming he had been killed by the Sanqing sect. Yet no one anticipated that 20 years later, the entire Sanqing sect, with over 20,000 disciples, including the sect leader and elders, lay lifeless, their bodies devoid of any wounds, as if no battle had occurred at all. They died in such a bizarre manner. Later, it was discovered that the cause of death was the violent extraction of their souls. The perpetrator was none other than the long-absent In Tianhe, who had used his concocted soul extraction powder. The souls of all 23,000 members of the Sanqing sect were extracted and sealed within a soul banner, nourished daily with potent poison, forcing them to endure the agony of soul severance for eternity. Thus, the name of the poison master reverberated throughout the Tianyue kingdom. Thereafter, In Tianhe developed hundreds of terrifying poisons, each more chilling than the last. The absolute vein poison used by Xiaoyan against Chu Ran was among them in the years that followed. Anyone who dared to offend him, whether slightly or gravely, would meet a swift death or find themselves trapped in a fate worse than death. Over the years, countless families have been obliterated at the hands of the poison master. This is In Tianhe, a name that instills fear in all hearts. However, Gu Yi's words did little to quell the murderous intent simmering deep within the young man's gaze that he had declared that he would kill In Tianhe. Regardless of who he was, Gu Yi smiled. She could keenly sense the intensity of Chu Ran's killing intent. Yet it was precisely because of this that she chose to stay, if Chu Ran were to falter upon learning the identity of his foe. He would not be worthy to stand beside her. Gu Yi then asked, "What is the situation between you and Cheng Lingxue?" She had clearly heard Cheng Lingxue's words before leaving, which indicated a burgeoning intent to kill. Given Cheng Lingxue's status and standing, she might prove to be even more troublesome than Yin Tianhe. After all, women are known to hold grudges, especially such self-important women who cannot tolerate any slight or insult. Chu Ran shook his head. What could there be? She is so ugly, I have no interest in her. Indeed, very ugly. Gu Yi laughed heartily upon hearing this. She could easily tell that Chu Ran was deliberately deflecting the topic to avoid owing her too much. The more she spoke, the more it would seem as though she was assisting him. "Miss, what shall we do with Xia Tianju's body?" At this moment, a Tianwu Hall guard rushed over to inquire. However, before he could finish, a gunshot whizzed by, the gun's tip pressing against the guard's shin. "That I've told you countless times. Call me young master." Yes, young master." The guard trembled in fear, swallowed hard, and quickly corrected himself. "I am guilty. Young master." "Humph." Gu Yi snorted, retracting her spear and ordering, "Dispose of the body outside the hall and post a notice. Anyone who dares to act against Tianwu Hall shall face death without mercy." "Yes, young master." "Notify the city lord's manor to collect the body." "Yes." The guard complied and left. After the guard departed, Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly and said, "You killed Xia Tianju. Do you not fear the city lord's manor, seeking trouble?" "They dare not," Gu Yi replied. "The city lord's manor is only fit to bully others. They do not have the audacity to act arrogantly in my Tianwu Hall. This world operates on such principles. Those with power can act recklessly, while the powerless must endure humiliation." After finishing her words, Gu Yi placed a hand on Chu Ran's shoulder and said, "Come, good brother, I shall take you to a place." Chu Ran asked in confusion, "Where to?" Gu Yi licked her lips. "To the competition arena." Chu Ran paused for a moment. Indeed, she was the same Gu Yi he encountered during their first meeting. The battle-crazed girl. However, he did not hesitate and nodded. All right. Regardless of whether he could win or lose, cowardice was not in his nature. In his world, there were only two words: get it done. Chapter 35. Let them both come at me. As they exited the 9th floor training chamber, Gu Yi tossed a black cloak to Chu Ran, while she found a training room to change into a black outfit and don the cloak. Gu Yi surveyed Chu Ran once more, seemingly confident in him. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Chu Ran laughed. "What is there to fear?" Gu Yi grinned. "Rest assured, we shall only compete in intent. My master says your sword intent has reached perfection, and you have also mastered the intent of slaughter. I have yet to encounter anyone who cultivates dual intents. You will soon see." As they conversed, they reached the base of a competition arena on the first floor. Two individuals were already engaged in combat atop the arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators, all shouting enthusiastically. Standing beneath the arena, Chu Ran observed the two combatants, both of whom had rather formidable physiques. During their clash, neither utilized spiritual energy nor martial techniques. It was purely a brutal melee. Each strike landed with a resounding impact, eliciting cheers from the crowd, who were red-faced and fervently cheering. After all, such bare-knuckle fighting ignites the spirit and passion of men. The young master has arrived. Brother Gu has come. At that moment, someone recognized Gu Yi, and instantly, chaos erupted around them. Even the two individuals on stage halted. "And oh worries, continue your fun. I'll join once you're done." Gu Yi laughed heartily, waving her hand at the two on stage as she spoke. Her voice transformed into a coarse, rugged tone, entirely different from when she conversed with Chu Ran. This left Chu Ran utterly astonished. Could they truly play like this? No wonder, after so many years on the competition stage. No one had ever discovered that she was, in fact, a woman. Chu Ran could hardly imagine the expressions on the faces of these burly men if they were to learn this revelation. "Gulao, is this brother beside you your newly acquired sparring partner?" One bearded man on stage glanced at Chu Ran, remarking, "This little physique one do. Gu Xiong, are you serious? He looks as thin as a chicken." "When did you change your taste?" Another robust man chimed in, echoing the laughter that ensued among the crowd. I really look that frail?" Chu Ran blinked, glancing at the two on stage, compared to them. He did seem rather slender, not just a bit. Those two hefty fellows could likely accommodate 3 or 4 of him. Little brother, you haven't even fully matured yet, and you dare to come play on the filming competition stage? With that physique, I could eat 10 of you in one go. Huh. The foaling competition stage was distinct from other arenas. Surrounding this stage was a sealing formation. Once one stepped onto it, all spiritual power within would be sealed, rendering it unusable. Only the power of intent and physical strength could be employed. The Gu, he shot a glance at Chu Ran, chuckling, "Good buddy, they're provoking you." Chu Ran shot her an irritated look. "Don't talk to me. Your voice makes me uncomfortable." It was odd to hear a girl speak with such a rough voice, making Chu Ran feel quite uneasy. The Gu glared at Chu Ran. "Bear with it. Little brother, are you sure you're here to fight Gu Lao? With that little frame of yours, honestly, I fear Gu Lao might make you cry." The bearded man pointed at Chu Ran, laughing uncontrollably. "Can you even defeat Gu Xiong?" Chu Ran inquired, raising his head. "Absolutely not." The bearded man shook his head vigorously, then turned back to Chu Ran, grinning. "But I can certainly take you on. Stop bullying him here. You rebuilt like an ox. Why pick on this little brother? Let us continue." The other man on stage seemed somewhat impatient, shouting out loud, "Come if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid?" The bearded man snorted, ready to charge forward, but suddenly a figure flashed before him, landing directly in front of him. It was Chu Ran. The bearded man stared at Chu Ran in bewilderment. "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Another man looked equally stunned. "Let us fight. Didn't you say you could handle me? Come and try." Chu Ran retorted, beckoning with his finger. The burly man behind him burst into laughter, preparing to step aside. But then Chu Ran gestured with his other finger. "You don't leave either. You both come at me." The crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. His audacity to step onto the stage had already defied everyone's expectations. Especially given the stark difference in their physiques, the power of the body was almost directly correlated with size. This was why typically the more formidable beasts were larger. The same applied to martial artists. Yet, not only had Chu Ran stepped up, but he also dared to challenge both of them simultaneously. Even Gu Yi, concealed beneath her dark veil, revealed a hint of interest. This is intriguing. She had initially thought Chu Ran would refrain from joining, as he was merely brought in to hone his intent, and she didn't believe he possessed any explosive physical power with that slight build of his, although she herself was not large. She had grown up on this competition stage, and the gravity training chamber in the martial arts hall had been her home for years, granting her physical strength surpassing many as for Chu Ran. The former heir of the Chu family, how could he have possibly trained his physique? "Little brother, are you sure you just said what you did?" The bearded man cautioned Chu Ran, suggesting he could still retract his statement. However, before he could finish, he felt a sudden force from behind, propelling him forward a few steps before he could regain his balance. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have been face down on the ground. Turning abruptly, he spotted Chu Ran standing where he had just been. In that instant, the bearded man was left dumbfounded. What incredible speed! The other man on stage, who had been poised to mock, swallowed his words due to Chu Ran's sudden display. A chorus of gasps echoed from the crowd below, and one had anticipated that this masked youth could unleash such rapid speed without utilizing any spiritual power. With such speed, his physical prowess must be formidable. At the very least, they acknowledged that he had the qualifications to challenge the two men on stage. All right, it seems I underestimated you." The bearded man rubbed his sore backside, which had been kicked by Chu Ran, and smacked his lips. The other man, though silent, stepped a bit closer to him. Those who roamed the foaming competition stage knew well what it meant for someone to achieve such speed without employing spiritual power. The stakes are on. It's 1.5 now. Each of them won. The masked youth 1.5. After a brief moment of surprise, Gu Yi placed her foot on a chair and shouted loudly as soon as she saw someone taking bets. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to place their wagers. Although Chu Ran's odds were high, most were betting on the two burly men, as their strength was well known among the spectators. Chu Ran had merely showcased his speed. Yet, speed alone without strength was futile. The two men, upon witnessing this, leaped down from the competition stage, laughing heartily as they wagered all their possessions on themselves. They were unafraid of a 2-on-1 match, especially the bearded man, who wore a confident expression. Despite Chu Ran's speed being impressive, that kick had felt no more than a mosquito bite. How could he possibly lose? Gulao, just wait to lose everything with your bets. Ha ha! The two men laughed together and returned to the stage. Well, are we fighting or not? The bearded man looked at Chu Ran, twisting his neck and limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds, as if expressing his eagerness for battle. More so for the spirit stones he hoped to win. Wait, Chu Ran shouted. The burly man chuckled. Are you scared now? You've already placed your bets. How can I not show my hand? Chu Ran replied. Jumping down from the stage, the bearded man called out, Little brother, remember to bet on us. Don't lose all your savings. Ignoring him, Chu Ran dashed to Gu Yi's side. Gu Xiong, lend me some money. Gu Yi glanced at him, asking, Who are you betting on? On myself, Chu Ran declared. Not a chance. Gu Yi scoffed on the house. You think you can take my money without risk? Dream on. Although they had known each other for a short time, her insights from He Lao had convinced her that this fellow was undoubtedly greedy. First, he had devoured several plates of free snacks. Second, he had borrowed money with a purple gold token. Third, he nearly fainted upon hearing the 9th floor training room was free. Based on these 3 points, she concluded that Chu Ran was certainly not one to make a losing deal. His willingness to bet on himself indicated he had immense confidence in winning. She did not want to be taken advantage of. Chu Ran huffed. If you don't lend me, I'll concede, and you'll be the one at a loss. You think you can play with me? You read just a child? Gu Yi instinctively reached for the long spear on her back, glaring at Chu Ran. If you dare to concede or throw the match, I assure you, you will regret it. Chu Ran rolled his eyes. Can't you be a bit more graceful? Gu Yi replied coolly. How about this? If you win, I'll split the earnings with you. If you lose, I want to take a cut. Deal, deal. Without further ado, Chu Ran leaped back onto the competition stage, bellowing at the two burly men, Let the battle commence. As those words echoed, Chu Ran felt a surge of adrenaline. He must win this fight. From his observations, at least 200 people had placed their bets with Gu Yi, and the total amount wagered on the two men must have exceeded 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The one who pressed him down only wagered a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This implies that if he emerges victorious, he could at least secure over 40,000 spirit stones. Such a sum represents several years of income for the Chu family. Winning would instantly elevate him to the status of a minor landowner. Bang! 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 Just as his words fell, 2 burly men charged at him, their massive forms causing the arena to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Chu Ran swiftly dodged the initial onslaught of their fists, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the bearded giant. Boom! With a dull thud, the bearded man staggered back 3 steps, prompting him to burst into laughter. Little brother, that kick of yours is no match for a seasoned woman. Put in more effort. Chu Ran scoffed lightly. That's what you say. Gathering the majority of his strength, he unleashed a fierce punch aimed at the bearded giant. However, to his surprise, as his fist was halfway out, the other giant struck with a cunning angle just as Chu Ran leapt into the air, leaving him unable to evade without using his spiritual power. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Chu Ran's lower back with tremendous force, as if a heavy hammer had struck him, sending his body hurtling through the air until he landed 2 meters away. Are they really that strong? Chu Ran rose once more, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. He acknowledged that he had underestimated these 2 men. Their strength was certainly not inferior to his, and more importantly, their experience in close combat far surpassed his, especially in a 1 versus 2 scenario. It seemed he would have to unleash his full power. Kid, your physique holds up well. Come on, let's continue. The giant bellowed at Chu Ran. Without uttering a word, Chu Ran transformed into a blur, instantly appearing behind the giant, launching a punch toward his back. This time, he would not hold back. With all his strength unleashed, both his speed and power surged more than 2-fold, drawing gasps from the spectators below. Especially at this terrifying speed, even many 6th-tier martial artists could not achieve such a feat with their spiritual techniques. They struggled to comprehend how mere physical strength could attain such velocity. This scene not only shook the audience, but also caught the attention of an elder in the distance, whose brow furrowed in surprise as a hint of astonishment flickered in his deep-set eyes. Murmuring 2 words, "Body cultivator?" Indeed, a body cultivator. Beside the elder, a woman nodded slightly. This woman was none other than Cheng Lingxue, who had previously occupied the 9th-tier training room, since Chu Ran had taken that room. She opted for an 8th-tier one instead. The body cultivation technique nurtures the physical body with spiritual power, distinct from ordinary methods of physical enhancement. For instance, weighted training and increased gravity training are merely methods for refining the body. True body cultivation requires both elements. However, genuine body cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare. Even in the great wilderness city, they are seldom encountered, with each volume being of immense value, often deemed a treasure. Most body cultivators are only considered semi-body cultivators. To think that in this small ancient path city, there exists someone knowledgeable in body cultivation techniques. As the elder spoke, he led Cheng Lingxue towards the spirit-sealing arena. Feigning weakness, what a clever lad. The giant, sensing the movement behind him, swung back with a heavy punch, only to find that Chu Ran's maneuver was merely a ruse. The moment the giant's fist was unleashed, Chu Ran's figure shifted again, instantly appearing behind the other giant. Boom! A punch, infused with all of Chu Ran's might, sent the unsuspecting bearded giant flying several meters away. Chu Ran did not halt his momentum before the bearded giant could rise. He delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling off the arena. The bearded giant was eliminated. "You little brat," the fallen giant seethed with rage, utterly unprepared for Chu Ran's unconventional tactics. Chu Ran regarded the remaining giant with a smile. "Now, it's just you and me. If you have the guts, don't dodge." The giant huffed in anger. If Chu Ran continued to evade, he would never catch up. It was as if you're being toyed with. Chu Ran nodded. "All right." Upon hearing Chu Ran's response, the giant roared, leaping forward with all his might, his entire being resembling a roaring beast, as he swung a massive fist towards Chu Ran. The force of the punch created a deafening sound as it sliced through the air, instilling fear in many onlookers. The power of this punch undoubtedly equated to that of a 5th-tier martial artist, capable of shattering gold and stone. Such raw physical might was rare in the entire ancient path city. Even the bearded giant, who had been previously knocked off the arena, was astonished by this display. He anticipated that this kid had held back during their earlier fight. Yet, this was a blessing in disguise. At least he did not have to worry about losing money. Without the use of spiritual power, the boy was doomed to defeat. "Do not confront him directly below," he cautioned. Although Chu Ran's physique was formidable, he was merely at the 6th tier of the star forging realm. So how could his physical strength surpass that of a 5th-tier martial artist? This meant that a direct confrontation could pose a threat to his life. However, Chu Ran seemed oblivious, raising his fist and charging directly at the giant. Chapter 37. Those who seek to kill me, I shall surely kill in return. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a blast of explosive power that reverberated through the air, followed by the sickening crack of bones fracturing as one figure was sent flying, his arm nearly obliterated. That figure was indeed the giant. Meanwhile, Chu Ran merely took 2 steps back before steadying himself. The outcome was clear. "Ha ha, I've won. I've won. I've won. Ha! Wait, I wagered too little." In an instant, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, most of whom had bet on Chu Ran's victory. However, they represented only a minority. The majority, witnessing this scene, wished they could rush onto the arena and deliver a fatal blow to Chu Ran. Many had gambled everything they owned as a smile crept on a Guyi's face. This time, he would earn at least 80,000, and even if he shared half with Chu Ran, he would still pocket over 40,000. A tremendous profit. Guyi grinned. I didn't expect such an unexpected windfall. However, the crowd failed to notice that the previously eliminated bearded giant was now wearing a sinister expression. 1,000. He himself had wagered a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum he had painstakingly earned over 5 years of fighting in the arena. Yet today, in an instant, he had lost it all to a mere boy. Fury clouded his judgment. This boy had clearly feigned weakness to lure them into making large bets, only to turn around and win their money. What audacity! "You brat, I will kill you." Fueled by rage, the giant charged back onto the arena, his violent battle intent enveloping him, causing his strength to surge once more as he struck at Chu Ran. Big guy, what are you doing? Are you defying the rules of the arena? Have you no shame? Little brother, step back. His intent is formidable. The crowd cried out in unison, with the addition of his profound battle intent. The bearded giant's strength would undoubtedly double. Judging by what Chu Ran had displayed, he simply could not win. The bearded giant had clearly developed a murderous intent. He aimed to eliminate Chu Ran. He merely smirked slightly. Using intent, are we? Others may be unaware, but I have heard from my master that Chu Ran's intent far exceeds his cultivation level. Chu Ran had not anticipated that this man, unable to accept defeat, would disregard the rules and seek to take his life. He could hardly be blamed for this. With a cold snort, Chu Ran concentrated his boundless intent of slaughter into his fist and launched it towards the charging bearded giant. Die! The bearded giant roared once more, his battle intent flaring intensely. The two intents clashed, producing a series of piercing shrieks in the air. Buzz! In an instant, an invisible wave surged forth, shattering the bearded giant's battle intent. Boom! Their fists met at that moment, and the bearded giant's arm exploded almost instantaneously, flesh and blood scattering as his body was sent flying. The spectators below were left in disbelief. While it was not surprising that Chu Ran could wield intent, they could hardly fathom how he could shatter the bearded giant's profound battle intent with mere ordinary intent. With the collapse of the intent, the added strength vanished, and the bearded giant was defeated. That was profound-level intent. How could it possibly be overcome by ordinary intent? It defied reason. Not only is he adept in spiritual energy, but he also excels in body cultivation. Once again, the dual cultivation of intent and essence. This youth truly possesses exceptional potential. The elderly figure who had arrived at the arena gazed at Chu Ran on the stage, a flicker of intrigue passing through his age-worn eyes. Dual cultivation of intent. On the side, Cheng Lingxue also exhibited a hint of astonishment. The elder gently stroked his beard and nodded, stating, to break through to the subtle realm of intent from a common understanding, there can be but one possibility. This youth harbors another form of intent within him. At least reaching the subtle realm, if not the great completion, the only regret lies in the fact that his star soul is merely at the 6th layer. However, should he pursue the path of physical cultivation, it would not pose a significant hindrance, if he can persevere. This young man is destined for greatness. The most arduous aspect of physical cultivation is indeed the need for unwavering persistence, requiring one to endure tremendous hardships. Those who manage to persist are exceedingly rare. Moreover, true physical cultivators possess far superior combat prowess compared to their spiritual counterparts. Throughout history, there's been no shortage of formidable physical cultivators. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, her gaze fixated on the youthful figure on the stage, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Yet obscured by the black veil, she could not discern his identity. Go, deliver this to him. The elder produced a token from his hand, upon which the characters student were engraved prominently in the center, with the words Tianzi inscribed in smaller script at the bottom right. It was the student token of Tianzi Academy. Cheng Lingxue nodded slightly and accepted the token. Such qualifications indeed merit the status of a student at Tianzi Academy. Be careful, big beard. A sudden shout broke the tension, startling everyone. The crowd's attention snapped back to the arena, where the masked youth, after sending the bearded brute flying, did not relent but fiercely pursued him, delivering a devastating punch to the bearded man's head mid-air. Instantly, the man's skull shattered, blood and brain splattering, resulting in his immediate demise. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. No one had anticipated that the bearded man, who had been nearly undefeated in the spirit-sealing arena for the past 5 years, would meet his end at the hands of a mere youth. This youth certainly strikes with ferocity. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, it was the bearded man's refusal to adhere to the rules that led to his own demise. He had sought to kill, only to be killed in return. One could only say it was deserved. Those who seek to slay me shall meet their demise. A detached voice resonated from the arena. Sending a chill through many as the youth leaped down from the stage, those around instinctively took several steps back, clearing a path for Chu Ran. What had started as laughter among the crowd now transformed into a profound respect. This was the respect owed to a true powerhouse. In the realm of martial cultivation, only the strong are deemed worthy of respect. The weak are destined to be trampled upon. Quite the man. Gu Yi chuckled at the scene, then summoned a servant from Tianwu Hall. Clear this place. Chu Ran shrugged and inquired, shall we continue fighting? Gu Yi rolled his eyes in mock horror, replying, forget it. You enjoy killing too much, and that frightens me. He understood that Gu Yi was jesting, that it was evident that when he had unleashed his killing intent, Gu Yi had already seen what he wanted to see, rendering further combat unnecessary. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar figure appeared in his peripheral vision, approaching him. Chung Lingxue. Chu Ran's gaze instantly turned ICY.GU. He clearly noticed as well, promptly raising his spear and positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Ran. Chung Lingxue. What brings you here? Chung Lingxue glanced at the spear in Gu Yi's hand, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. It's you? Realization dawned upon her. Upon recognizing Gu Yi, she also recognized Chu Ran. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity with this figure. It was this fellow. Gu Yi regarded Chung Lingxue and asked, are you here to fight? You are unworthy. Chung Lingxue merely scoffed, then tossed the token directly at Chu Ran, stating, you may cower behind a woman for now. There will be ample opportunities to meet again. With that, she turned and departed. Her retreating figure echoed a few words into Gu Yi's ears. Neither man nor woman. Chapter 38. Trouble looms. Gu Yi's eyes flickered with a cold glint upon hearing this. However, the chill dissipated quickly. She remained silent, even loosening her grip on the spear, for she had witnessed Chung Lingxue's act of tossing the Tianza Academy student token to Chu Ran. Chung Lingxue was merely a student yet to enroll in the academy. Despite being a specially recruited student, she lacked the authority to issue student tokens. Only those at the upper echelons of the academy possess such privilege. This implies that Chung Lingxue must have someone powerful backing her. Likely an elder from Tianza Academy. Should she harm Chung Lingxue, the elder behind her would undoubtedly intervene. She had no desire to attract trouble for Tianwu Hall, nor for her master a student token. You say? Chu Ran, upon receiving the token, frowned slightly as he observed Gu Yi's reaction, gaining a vague understanding. Given Gu Yi's fiery temperament, had anyone else dared to insult her, as neither man nor woman, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Yet Gu Yi refrained from acting. Clearly, Chung Lingxue had powerful allies. It was precisely this individual who had granted him the student token. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran abruptly flung his hand, hurling the token back towards Chung Lingxue. I refuse to accept the token brought by a dog. Gu Yi regarded him as a friend. How could he remain passive when a friend was insulted with such disdain? While he may not have been able to accomplish much, he certainly would not accept something from her, no matter how precious it may be. What he desired, he would procure for himself. I disdain the scraps of others. A resonant hum echoed as the student token was halted mid-air by a surge of spiritual power behind Chung Lingxue. The girl abruptly turned, her brows furrowing as cold light flickered in her eyes. This is the second time you've insulted me. Chu Ran replied with a cold smirk. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. I shall ensure you understand the meaning of regret. Chung Lingxue huffed, reclaimed the token, and after casting one last glance at Gu Yi, she departed. The elder who had accompanied her was not far off. Naturally, he had not missed the unfolding events. Seeing Chung Lingxue return, the elder frowned slightly, saying, Lingxue, you acted impulsively. Chung Lingxue retorted, he has insulted me twice. He must pay the price. The elder sighed softly, his gaze filled with fondness as he regarded Chung Lingxue. Alas, it is his loss for rejecting the student token. Let us leave. The two then made their way to the 8th floor training room. Gu Yi approached Chu Ran's side, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. My good brother, you needn't have thrown away the student token on my account. She had never anticipated that Chu Ran would suddenly return the token he had just acquired. While it brought her a sense of relief, it was entirely unnecessary. The Tianza Academy token held little significance for her, as she was backed by Tianwu Hall. But for Chu Ran, it was different. Behind him stood only the humble Chu family, which might suffice within Gouda city, yet outside, it would prove virtually ineffectual. The world of martial cultivation is one where strength and background reign supreme. Often, background overshadows strength. Without a background, even extraordinary talent holds no value. This is why many gifted young individuals seek to join academies or sections. Tianza Academy undoubtedly provides a substantial support network, at least throughout the entirety of Tianyue Kingdom. Yet Chu Ran had discarded it simply because someone insulted her. Chu Ran smiled and shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I simply found her displeasing. Gu Yi laughed heartily. How amusing. I find her quite displeasing as well. Chu Ran glanced at Gu Yi, saying, I believe your coarse voice is even more displeasing to me. Gu Yi huffed. Hold your tongue. Chu Ran smirked, eyeing Gu Yi's coin pouch, and flicked his fingers towards her. Hand it over. Gu Yi generously tossed the coin pouch to Chu Ran. As a token of gratitude for helping me vent my frustrations, it's all yours. Thank you. Chu Ran accepted without hesitation. Departing with the pouch, Gu Yi stared in astonishment. I was merely being polite. How could you be so ungrateful? No need for pleasantries. Chu Ran left behind those 4 words as he vanished around the staircase. Upon returning to the 9th floor training room and soaking in the spiritual power hot spring, Chu Ran initially intended to find a training room to practice. Suddenly struck by an idea, he raised his palm. A strand of dark spiritual power swiftly merging into the spiritual power hot spring. Gurgle, with a rumble, the spirit power hot spring suddenly erupted into a tumultuous boil, a torrent of magnificent spiritual energy surging into Chu Ran's body as it was consumed by the dark force. In an instant, Chu Ran was filled with joy. Initially, he had merely been seized by a whim to test the devouring power of the Dark Star Soul, curious whether it could absorb other entities imbued with spiritual energy. To his astonishment, it actually worked. However, his elation was short-lived, as his expression quickly shifted. The spiritual energy within the hot spring was overwhelmingly vast, even surpassing the magnitude of the Xiaolong Jie he had devoured previously. He found himself utterly incapable of controlling the influx. With such colossal power entering his body, he was certain to be overwhelmed. This was a disaster, as he felt the spiritual energy within him reach a critical mass. Chu Ran was left dumbfounded. He was not alone in his astonishment. At that moment, nearly everyone present in the Tianwu Hall's training room was equally taken aback. They watched in disbelief as the once vibrant energy within the training room dissipated at an observable rate. In mere moments, the spiritual energy within the room had thinned to a level indistinguishable from the outside world. This phenomenon occurred in both the lowest 4th-level training room and the 8th-level chamber alike. Over 100 individuals rushed from the training rooms, clamoring for the attention of the Tianwu Hall staff, who themselves were equally bewildered. Such an event had seemingly never occurred in the long history of the Tianwu Hall. After an urgent report, the news swiftly reached the ears of Guhan, the hall master, who was equally perplexed. He promptly made his way to the underground formation control hall of Tianwu Hall, seeking the cause of the energy's disappearance from a series of formations. Soon, his gaze fixated on the gathering spirit formation in the 9th-level training room, which was operating at an unprecedented speed, 100 times faster than usual. The freshly gathered spiritual energy from the other training rooms was being rapidly siphoned away by the 9th-level formation. That it was evident that something was amiss in the 9th-level training room. Guhan turned to Hilao and inquired, who is currently training in the 9th-level room. Hilao replied, Chu Ran. This lad? Upon hearing Chu Ran's name, Guhan's expression changed dramatically. This could spell trouble. With that, he vanished from the underground formation control hall, heading straight for the 9th-level training room, in an 8th-level training room. The elder who had given Chu Ran the academy token furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed on the 9th level above, speaking in a low tone. Ling Shui, you previously mentioned that someone was occupying the 9th-level training room. Who was it? Chu Ran, the boy from the competition stage. Cheng Ling Shui replied, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Grandfather, are you suggesting that the disappearance of the spiritual energy is his doing? Chapter 39. The anomaly of devouring. It originates from the 9th level. As for whether it is indeed him, I cannot say. The elder pondered, confusion flickering in his eyes. It appears that a devouring force is consuming the spiritual energy from the other training rooms. But such a powerful devouring force should not be possible. He had heard of star souls capable of absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation, and he had even witnessed a few, such as the angry devouring star soul of the seventh heaven, the spirit devouring star soul of the eighth heaven, and the heaven devouring star soul of the ninth heaven, among many others. Yet, that boy only possessed a sixth heaven sword soul. It was inconceivable for him to wield such devouring power. Was there another reason behind this? Come, let us investigate. After a moment of silence, the elder spoke and left the training room, making his way to the ninth level if it truly was a devouring type star soul at work. This individual must be courted with utmost effort, for such star souls cultivated at an astonishing rate, their future potential immense. However, just as the elder and Chung Lingxue arrived at the entrance of the ninth level training room, a figure emerged from within that it was none other than Gu Han. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Elder Chung, is there a matter at hand?" The elder responded with a light smile, "Nothing urgent, merely here to ascertain what has transpired. This is Tianwu Hall. After all, there should be no issues." That Ji Yuhan gestured toward the ninth level training room, saying, "It is merely a new auxiliary cultivation formation we are testing in the ninth level room. Your concern is appreciated. Elder Chung, a new formation?" The elder raised an eyebrow, but chose not to press further, turning to take his leave with Chung Lingxue. Once their figures had vanished, the smile on Gu Han's face dissipated instantly. He turned back towards the training room, heading directly for the spirit power hot spring, his eyes flashing with anxiety. "You must hold on, my boy." Only moments before, he had sensed the arrival of Chung Sang and the elder. Fully aware of the implications if they learned of the Dark Star Soul's existence, he had rushed out to intercept them, not even having had the chance to assess Chu Ran's condition. He understood the sheer power of the Devouring Star Soul all too well. Such immense energy was beyond what Chu Ran could withstand at his current cultivation level. He certainly did not wish for Chu Ran to meet the same fate as his mother. However, upon entering the spirit power hot spring, the sight before him left him stunned. Chu Ran sat cross-legged, enveloped by dark energy that intertwined with the vast spiritual energy of the hot spring, forming hands that relentlessly struck at the youth. With each blow, a surge of crimson energy flowed into Chu Ran, fortifying his physique. His entire body radiated a blood-red hue, veins and tendons visibly coursing across his form. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless strikes caused cracks to form across Chu Ran's body, blood oozing from a multitude of fissures. Yet before the blood could cascade down, it was once again drawn into his body by the hands. Each strike carried immense force, sending shivers down Gu Han's spine. What excruciating pain must this inflict? Yet Chu Ran grit his teeth, enduring without a single sound. What manner of cultivation is this? Gu Han felt a chill run down his spine. Even he had never witnessed such a perverse method of training. This was no mere cultivation. It was akin to self-torture. He pondered whether, if placed in Chu Ran's position, he could withstand such violent assaults of spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, he took a few steps back, observing Chu Ran from a distance. Yet he did not intervene. He had discerned that Chu Ran was honing his physical form, utilizing the devouring power of the Star Soul to strengthen his body. Although he was unaware of who had imparted this method to Chu Ran, there was no doubt that it was an exceptional approach. At the very least, it would prevent him from being overwhelmed by the devouring force in the future. As for whether he could withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy, that remained to be seen. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage continued, and Chu Ran's face grew increasingly contorted, muffled groans escaping his lips. Clearly, he was nearing his limit. Still, Gu Han refrained from taking action, that if one wishes to strengthen their physique, enduring blows is undoubtedly the most effective and direct method. This was a rite of passage for every physical cultivator. Only through perseverance could one become a competent body cultivator. Gradually, the muffled groans transformed into anguished cries, which eventually dwindled to a barely audible whisper. Ji Yuhan realized that Chu Ran had reached his breaking point. If he did not intervene soon, the boy might truly be struck down. Raising his hand, a surge of icy spiritual energy coalesced into a massive icy blade, swiftly cleaving through the dark hands. instantly freezing them solid. The entire spirit power hot spring was encased in ice. Chu Ran's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Snap. Guhan lightly snapped his fingers, shattering the frozen hands. And the spirit power hot spring returned to its original state, though Chu Ran remained sprawled on the ground. After casting a glance at Chu Ran, Guhan turned to leave, after a brief interval. Chu Ran gradually regained consciousness. The pain within his body had completely dissipated, leaving only a faint reddish hue upon his skin, which would likely vanish shortly, as he felt the immense power coursing through his muscles. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. He could distinctly sense that his physical strength alone was now sufficient to shatter an 8th-level martial cultivator. This meant that even if he stood still, an ordinary 8th-level martial cultivator, regardless of their effort, would struggle to inflict significant harm upon him. Such a physique was comparable to a mid-grade common artifact, or even a high-grade one. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran entered the dark holy crystal space, scanning his surroundings. Noticing the absence of the dark figure, he shouted, "Old Hay, come and test me." He felt light as a feather now. It was impossible for him to be beaten so severely again. Bang! Yet, before his voice had even faded, a muffled thud resounded, and he was sent hurtling backwards, not even catching a glimpse of the dark shadow until he managed to rise to his feet. It was as if he had been propelled by the very air itself. Rubbing his aching back, Chu Ran muttered to himself, "That old black is as ferocious as ever." Buzzing filled the darkness, and Chu Ran felt a blur before a dark figure materialized before him. However, he instantly recognized that this shadow was definitely not the old black. The aura emanating from the old black was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to the depths of a black hole, instilling a sense of impending doom just by being observed. In contrast, the dark figure before him lacked such a foreboding presence. Chapter 40. Either death or injury. In the realm of physical cultivation, the most formidable aspect lies in hand-to-hand combat, which demands not only brute strength but also extensive combat experience and skills that can only be honed through the crucible of battle. From within the darkness, the voice of the old black echoed. As the voice faded, the dark figure lunged towards Chu Ran with a resounding punch. Its speed was astonishing. Despite Chu Ran's vigilance, he was still sent flying by the force of the blow. Whoosh! Before he could even react, the shadow charged at him again. Chu Ran performed a roll to evade, only to find that the dark figure's foot landed precisely where he had just been. Ouch! A sharp cry escaped Chu Ran's lips as his entire waist was pinned beneath the foot of the dark figure. And no matter how hard he tried, he found himself utterly unable to resist. The shadow swiftly retracted its foot. Just as Chu Ran managed to stand, the dark figure came rushing at him once more. Without a doubt, he was in for another round of merciless punishment. Fuming, Chu Ran gritted his teeth, yet felt utterly helpless. It was as if the dark figure could anticipate his every thought. No matter which direction he attempted to evade, the shadow's fists and feet always seemed to find their mark. Attacks were equally futile. It was utterly monstrous. Even the little black could overpower him. How could he dare call himself the old black? A disdainful snort echoed from the darkness. Chu Ran's lips twitched, and after a moment, he looked up angrily and exclaimed, "How can I strike when you can always predict my movements? Your speed is simply too slow. Every subtle twitch of your muscles and skin betrays your intended actions to your opponent, allowing them to act before you do. With such a state, victory will forever elude you." Chu Ran inquired, "What must I do then? Be as still as a virgin and as swift as a hare." The voice from the darkness intoned, delivering 8 succinct words: "Still as a virgin, swift as a hare." Chu Ran murmured, repeating the phrase several times, his eyes reflecting contemplation. He felt as though he grasped the meaning, yet simultaneously felt lost in its depths. The essence of stillness is not mere quietude, but tranquility of heart. To achieve a state where nothing else occupies the mind but the opponent, immersing oneself entirely in the movements of the enemy. This is what is meant by stillness. The essence of motion is not mere action, but the movement of the heart. The heart must synchronize with the enemy's movements. When stillness and motion harmonize, one can perceive every subtle twitch of the opponent, even the slightest flicker of their eyelids or skin. This is the essence of being as still as a virgin and as swift as a hare. A series of profound insights flowed from the darkness. Plunging, Chu ran into deep contemplation. Within his mind, a phantom figure began to materialize, and his entire being became absorbed in this illusory presence. The phantom figure moved swiftly, while he remained utterly still, merely observing. Focusing all his energy, he gazed intently. As time passed, he noticed that the phantom's movements appeared to slow down, transforming from an indistinct blur into something resembling slow motion. The moment this slow motion reached a critical threshold, Chu Ran suddenly unleashed a punch, with the force of his blow arriving just before the phantom figure could evade. His fist struck the phantom, causing it to explode into a myriad of fragments. As the phantom shattered, Chu Ran instantly opened his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though a gaze capable of piercing through time and space had ignited within him. Filled with confusion, he glanced at his own fist, instinctively swinging it forward at the same speed he had just employed. However, he observed that the speed of his punches seemed to diminish with each attempt. Hiss, the Eye of Stillness? A voice in the darkness gasped in astonishment. The dark god appeared before Chu Ran in an instant, his void-like eyes fixed intently upon him. He had never imagined that merely by imparting a few words, he could lead Chu Ran to such an epiphany, enabling him to comprehend the most difficult of abilities, the Eye of Stillness. When he himself grasped this concept, it had taken him a full decade. Yet this youth had achieved it in the blink of an eye. What extraordinary insight! Such comprehension, even throughout the long ages, he had never witnessed before. It was as if he were born solely for cultivation. No, there was one other who possessed such insight, but that being was not human. He was a god, the creator and pioneer of this world, the eternal divine emperor, the one who left behind the 7 divine manifestations and the 7 holy crystals, the celestial void divine emperor. The Eye of Stillness, Chu Ran whispered softly. Although it bore the term technique, it held no relation to martial arts. In simple terms, it was a capability. This ability could be classified into 2 categories. One is innate, while the other is acquired. In the world of martial cultivation, there exists a group of individuals who, while still in the womb, have the bloodline of great martial cultivators coursing through them. Upon birth, they awaken a certain unique ability contained within their bloodline, one of which is known as the Eye of Stillness. This falls under the category of innate vision. Acquired vision, on the other hand, is akin to Chu Ran's experience, wherein he comprehended it through his own efforts or serendipitously inherited it from a great being. Although innate and acquired visions differ in origin, they do not differ greatly in essence. Both possess their own unique capabilities. For instance, Chu Ran's Eye of Stillness allows external phenomena perceived by his eyes to slow down. While it may seem like a singular ability, it confers a tremendous advantage in combat and various other endeavors. For example, the nightmarish eye can ensnare enemies in an inescapable nightmare. The eagle eye allows one to see for thousands of miles. There are even the annihilation eyes, which can penetrate the very soul of an individual. The Tao of Heaven eyes can manifest myriad paths of heaven with a mere gaze, and so forth. Chu Ran, I shall impart a technique to you. Pay close attention. After a moment of silence, the dark god suddenly spoke. Without waiting for Chu Ran to respond, the instant his words fell, dark radiance began to emanate from his body, enveloping him. Within this glow, his bones and flesh instantly shrank, while his fists expanded dramatically, growing to twice their size. In the next moment, a tremendous punch was hurled at the nearby dark figure. The shadow shattered instantly, dissipating into the darkness. The dark god turned to Chu Ran and asked, "Did you see that?" Chu Ran blinked in surprise. "Is it over?" "Indeed, it is finished. You must be jesting," Chu Ran replied, blinking rapidly. "With such a slow, flashy display, I've already mastered it. You call that finishing? You're nothing. Old Black. Any martial technique can be grasped upon sight." This was a talent Chu Ran had possessed since his very inception. Although the speed of the dark god was impressive, under the unique prowess of the Eye of Stillness, it could not evade Chu Ran's perception. As soon as he spoke, the dark god fell silent, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Finally, after a prolonged pause, he managed to say 6 words. "I don't believe it." Prove it, swish. With a wave of his hand, yet another dark figure appeared. Clearly, the old black did not trust his own abilities. So be it. Chu Ran's body surged forward towards the dark figure, his spiritual energy swirling around him as his body. Flesh and limbs rapidly contracted. The moment his fist expanded, it struck the shadow. However, the impact was not as powerful as that of the dark god, and the shadow merely trembled slightly. Not only did the dark figure shudder, but the dark god, witnessing this scene, also quivered slightly. I'm not just skilled with my fists. I can kick too. Watch closely, old black. Chu Ran shouted as he launched a powerful kick at the dark figure. The dark god fell silent once more, unable to respond for a considerable time. After a lengthy pause, it seemed the dark god suddenly recalled something. He pointed to Chu Ran's body and slowly spoke. I forgot to mention, the after effects can be quite severe. With such a frail physique, if you use it consecutively twice, prepare to enjoy the after effects. With that, the dark figure abruptly vanished into the darkness. And a few words echoed in Chu Ran's mind. This technique is called either death or injury. Boom! In the fleeting moment of the dark goddess' disappearance, Chu Ran felt a terrifying explosion reverberate within him. His muscles and bones seemed to curl up instantaneously, engulfed by an excruciating pain that swept through his mind, causing him to collapse backward onto the ground. Moreover, upon exhausting his energy, he discovered that the spiritual power within him had been completely depleted alongside this technique. Even the two astral souls residing in his dantian withered from excessive consumption. T.O.B. either dead or wounded, dead or wounded. Old hey, you've played me. Why didn't you say so sooner? Buzzing. After uttering these words, a tremendous sound reverberated in Chu Ran's mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 41. The Iron Cavalry surrounds a mansion. Good buddy, good buddy. In a daze, the sounds of calling penetrated Chu Ran's mind, and he gradually regained consciousness. That he moved slightly, but the piercing pain within him nearly caused him to lose his breath. Fortunately, after a brief moment, he managed to recover. Sensing his physical condition, he realized that the aftereffects had mostly subsided, and even his internal spiritual power had unknowingly returned to a considerable degree. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds of knocking and calling once again reached him. Upon hearing that address, he immediately knew it must be Gu Yi. He opened the door to find Gu Yi standing there. Gu brother, is there something you need? However, after speaking, he felt that his address was somewhat inappropriate, for Gu Yi had already resumed her feminine attire. Clad in a light red form-fitting outfit, her long ponytail swaying, she appeared unmistakably like a blossoming young lady, though the long spear slung on her back seemed somewhat incongruous. From now on, just call me Old Gu. Gu Yi said, touching her spear and casting a fierce glare at Chu Ran. Huffing, if you dare to gawk again, I'll poke 100 holes in you. Do you believe that? Chu Ran smirked and replied. Old Gu, I've discovered that my eyes possess a special ability. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? Have you awakened some ocular power? What special ability? Something along those lines. Chu Ran chuckled. The special ability is that of a mirror of revealing. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, her understanding faltering. What is this mirror of revealing? I've never heard of such an ocular power. Chu Ran, growing earnest, elaborated. You see, I initially thought you were somewhat of a lady. However, when I glanced at you, you instantly transformed into a man, threatening to poke me 100 holes. Doesn't that count as revealing your true form? Gu Yi nearly drew her spear in response. Get lost. Chu Ran clicked his tongue, hastily retreating a few steps back into the training room, realizing that this woman indeed had violent tendencies. Gu Yi followed him in, but stopped at the entrance, saying, There's trouble at your home. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's steps halted abruptly, his body visibly trembling as he stiffly turned around to inquire. What has happened? Gu Yi explained, the Lin family and Su family have joined forces, dispatching 1,500 iron cavalry to surround the Chu family, threatening that if the Chu family does not hand you over, they will annihilate the entire clan. They dare. Chu Ran growled, his anger surging. He hadn't even sought trouble with these two families, and yet they dared to come knocking, seeking death. His brows furrowed with a chilling intensity as he turned to leave the training room, only to be seized by Gu Yi's grip on his arm. Calm down. You should understand that the forces behind this are not merely the Lin and Su families, but the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion? Chu Ran was momentarily stunned, falling into silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation with Gu Yi's reminder, he swiftly grasped the underlying issue if it were merely the Su and Lin families. Their target would not solely be him, but rather the entire territory and resources of the Chu family. Only the city lord's mansion harbored a lethal intent towards him. Previously, during the incident at the Chu mansion, Xia Yunhao had already been openly intent on killing him. Now, with Xia Tianju dead, Xia Yunhao would undoubtedly be even more frantic, wishing to flay him alive, while he was sheltered within the Tianwu Hall. The city lord's mansion dared not provoke him directly and sought to coerce him into leaving. Once he returned, Xia Yunhao would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. He recognized this clearly. However, Chu Ran would never back down. The Chu family was his bottom line. Those who dared to harm the Chu family would face utter annihilation. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran looked at Gu Yi and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the warning. I know what I must do. With that, Chu Ran strode out of the training room. Gu Yi said nothing further and did not attempt to stop him, watching as his figure disappeared into the ninth floor. Though she knew well that what awaited Chu Ran upon his return was likely death, she refrained from uttering even a single word of caution, for this was not solely Chu Ran's affair. It encompassed the entire Chu family, including his father, siblings, and clan members. If Chu Ran chose to remain in the Tianwu Hall out of fear of death, she would lose all respect for him. A Chu Ran like that was unworthy of being her friend. At the Chu mansion, the Su family S-800 Iron Cavalry and the Lin family S-700 Iron Cavalry, totaling 1,500, completely surrounded the Chu residence. Within the walls of the Chu mansion stood numerous members of the Chu family, ready to unleash a fierce counterattack upon anyone daring to breach their territory. The two factions faced off, the air thick with impending conflict. Chu Changtian, the head of the Chu family, and the family's elder stood outside the gates, coldly observing the members of the two powerful families. Chu Changtian, if you hand over Chu Ran, my Su family guarantees that we will not harm the Chu family in the slightest. Su Yuanshan, the head of the Su family, fixed his gaze on Chu Changtian and spoke slowly. The members of the Su family behind him stood resolute, ready to act at a moment's notice. Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family, remained silent, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, directed not only at Chu Ran, but at the entire Chu family. The third elder of the Lin family, Lin Jian, and Lin Xie had both perished at Chu Ran's hands, a blood debt that could not be shared. Merely targeting Chu Ran was insufficient, regardless of whether the Chu family surrendered him today. The Chu family must be eradicated. Seeing Lin Jun's demeanor, Su Yuanshan patted his shoulder and said, Lin Jun, my brother, do not be anxious. Have you forgotten the city lord's words? Once we eliminate Chu Ran, the city lord's mansion will personally annihilate the Chu family, and we won't even need to lift a finger. What is not to enjoy? Lin Jun scoffed disdainfully. That is only because Xia Yunhao does not dare to kill Chu Ran himself. He had already thoroughly investigated the matter regarding Xia Yunhao's earlier attempt to kill Chu Ran, which had been thwarted by Guhan, and it had no bearing on the Lin family, thus freeing him from any trepidation. Xia Yunhao feared the Tianwu Hall and did not dare act personally, leaving it to them. Were it not for his own deep-seated hatred for Chu Ran, he would never have acquiesced. The city lord's mansion feared the Tianwu Hall, but the Lin family did not. The rules of the Tianwu Hall forbade interference in any power struggles, and they would not dare to overstep their bounds in this matter. Lin Jun, Su Yuanshan, enough of this prattle. If you wish to strike, then come forth. The Chu family has no cowards among us. Chu Changtian roared. If you fear death, then you are no son of the Chu family. We will not surrender. We will not surrender. The thunderous roars echoed within the Chu family. If it were not for Chu Ran, the Chu family would have already crumbled under the hands of Chu Changha. As members of the Chu family, they would never betray Chu Ran. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun was immediately enraged. Lin family cavalry, he might command, kill them and flatten the Chu mansion. Kill! Kill! Led by the Lin family's young master Lin Lang. The iron cavalry of the Lin family roared. But just as they were about to charge, a voice suddenly resounded through the crowd. Who dares to touch a single hair of the Chu family? I shall annihilate their entire lineage. The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating above the Chu mansion, piercing the ears of all present like sharp blades. A figure simultaneously appeared at the entrance of the Chu mansion. The newcomer was none other than Chu Ran. Chapter 42. Sword Slashes Lin Lang. Chu Ran stood firm, bowing deeply to Chu Chantian and the elder. Father, elder! Upon seeing Chu Ran's return, Chu Chantian trembled. His face contorted with rage. Ran, why have you returned? Who permitted your return? Young master, you. The elder also pointed at Chu Ran, his eyes filled with anxiety and anger. Why did you come back? This battle was unavoidable. The Chu family, standing alone, could not possibly contend against the Lin family, the Su family, and the city lord's mansion behind them. The members of the Chu family had all resigned themselves to death. They believed that even if they perished, as long as Chu Ran remained alive, with his talent, he would surely rise again in time, and the Chu family would never vanish. But now, Chu Ran had returned. Wasn't he this a death wish? Wasn't he this sacrificing the future of the Chu family? The Chu family members did not fear death, but they did not want the Chu family to disappear from this world. Father, elder, there is no need for further discussion. Chu Ran declared loudly. I, Chu Ran, am also a member of the Chu family. The character Chu in my name was bestowed by my father. If the Chu family is in peril and I. Chu Ran, to a blind eye, how can I call myself a member of the Chu family? How can I be worthy of being my father's son? If the Chu family ceases to exist, what face do I have left to remain in this world? As a martial cultivator, one cultivates the heart. If today he does not return, the Chu family will face annihilation, and Chu Ran will be forever ensnared in guilt and self-reproach, ultimately becoming shackled and bound, transforming into a malevolent obstacle in his path of cultivation, rendering his journey of self-improvement devoid of future prospects, whether for himself or for his family. Chu Ran must return today, to live and die with his family, for he bears the surname Chu. More importantly, he is named Chu Ran. Ah, indeed, he is my son, Chu Chantian. Chu Chantian chuckled, unable to contain his laughter, his mirth resounding with boldness and abandon, unrestrained in its exuberance. With a son like this, what more could one desire? Even if he were to perish today, he would feel immense pride and honor for having such a son. Young master. Young master. Within the Chu family courtyard, a thunderous cheer erupted, celebrating the presence of their remarkable young master. Now that you have shown yourself, do not expect to leave alive. Lin Jun's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Ran. His eyes cold and piercing like venomous snakes, seemingly poised to devour him whole. Chu Ran. Beside Lin Jun, another chilling voice echoed, belonging to Lin Lang, the young master of the Lin family, whose bloodshot eyes were locked on Chu Ran, the very one who had slain his younger brother. Chu Ran, return my brother's life. Lin Lang roared, striking fiercely at his steed, propelling both horse and rider like an arrow shot from a bow. Charging directly at Chu Ran, the long sword in his hand surged with a roaring spiritual force, crashing down upon Chu Ran with tremendous might. Lin Jun softly called, intending to caution Lin Lang. For he had but this one son left, the future of the Lin family resting on his shoulders. Lin Lang must not come to harm. Yet in the end, he remained silent, for he had faith in his son's strength, believing that even a Chu Ran of the 6th realm could not hope to match Lin Lang's prowess, even if he were at the 8th realm. Chu Ran's life was entrusted to Lin Lang. It was for the best. Otherwise, Lin Lang would be perpetually mired in the grief of his brother Lin C's death, inevitably becoming a hindrance to his own cultivation, affecting his future. Why killing Chu Ran? He would also resolve a lingering grievance. How dare he come forth to seek death? Chu Chantian, witnessing this, let out a furious snort, just as he was about to intervene, only to be halted by Chu Ran. Father, I will handle it. Chu Chantian glanced at Chu Ran and nodded, yet still cautioned. Lin Lang has long been renowned for his formidable strength. Ranner, be careful. Lin Lang, the young master of the Lin family, was also the family's most talented scion, wielding the terrifying power of the 5th realm giant wave star soul, a peak of the 8th realm in the star forging stage. making him nearly unmatched among the younger generation. Though he trusted his son, Chu Ran was still merely of the sixth realm. The gap of two realms was akin to a chasm. Unless he employed the particular technique, yet the repercussions of that move were dire. And a single misstep could cost him his life, that he wished for Chu Ran not to resort to that technique. Rest assured, Father, Chu Ran nodded, then turned to descend the steps, his long sword gripped firmly in hand. His expression indifferent as he regarded the oncoming horseman. Young master, be cautious. The voice of the Grand Elder rang out behind him. However, Chu Ran paid it no heed. A mere Lin Lang was hardly worthy of his concern. He murmured softly, Today, I shall use you as an example. You seek death. Seeing Chu Ran stand his ground, blocking the path of his charge, a glimmer of cold malice flashed across Lin Lang's lips. Since you seek death, then die. The long sword in his grasp suddenly emitted a brilliant arc of sword light. This beam not only contained the most potent force within Lin Lang, but also the tremendous momentum from his charge, combining both to create a force so formidable that even an elder of the Chu family would be compelled to evade. Yet, Chu Ran merely stated calmly, To dare wield a sword against me. Your courage is commendable. In the next instant, he moved. Not only did his sword move, but his entire body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his sword bursting forth with resplendent sword intent. The sword spirit and star soul coalesced, the might of his sword intent roaring as his physical strength surged. This strike embodied the pinnacle of Chu Ran's power, a single sword strike summoning the chorus of 1,000 swords. In a heartbeat, the sword light unleashed by Lin Lang was torn asunder. Chu Ran's foot connected squarely with the flank of Lin Lang's steed. The horse let out a mournful cry, its body shattered, erupting into a mist of blood. Lin Lang reacted swiftly, leaping off as his mount fell. Yet before he could touch the ground, Chu Ran propelled himself upward, his sword flashing with cold brilliance, and Lin Lang's body fell directly onto the blade's edge. With a sickening sound, Lin Lang was cleaved in twain mid-air, crashing to the ground. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how a mere Chu Ran, at the sixth realm, could possess such astonishing speed and accurately predict his movements without a hint of error. In death, he remained bewildered. Young Master Lin Lang. A cacophony of panic erupted from the direction of the Lin family, shaking the very foundations of the Lin estate, for no one had anticipated that Lin Lang would fall so swiftly, not merely defeated, but dead. In stark contrast within the Chu family, jubilant roars resounded, echoing through the AIRS. Both sides clamored. A voice like thunder reverberated, shaking the heavens. Linger. Chu Ran, you dare slay my Lang. Chapter 43. The Might of a Fist. You dare kill my Lang. Lin Zhun's anguished howls nearly trembled the earth itself. I will flay you alive and wipe out the entire Chu family. Lin Zhun, the patriarch of the Lin family, had descended into madness. The death of Lin Lang had driven him into a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled, and face twisted in a mask of fury, resembling a vengeful specter. The onlookers from the Su family felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated that Lin Lang would fall so easily to Chu Ran, especially without even using that particular technique. Just days had passed since Su Qiming had called off the engagement, and already Chu Ran had grown to such terrifying heights. That technique? Yes, that technique. Su Yuanshan, the head of the Su family, recalled the scene described by Su Qiming, a wave of dread washing over him. The horrific demise of Xiaolongjia, at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the star-forging stage, haunted him like a nightmare, instinctively causing him to retreat several steps. He dared not approach Chu Ran too closely. He feared becoming another victim like Xiaolongjia. The farther away he was, the safer he felt. Patriarch. Noticing Su Yuanshan had retreated several hundred meters, the Grand Elder of the Su family hurriedly called out, intending to add more. Yet, Su Yuanshan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Silence. Keep watch. If Chu Ran dies, lead our forces to assault the Chu estate, leaving no survivors. If Lin Zhun falls, immediately lead the Su family's cavalry away from the Chu estate and annihilate the Lin family. Do you understand? In this battle, regardless of who lives or dies, The Su family must emerge as the beneficiaries. This is my promise to the entire clan. The foremost family of Gouda City must be the Su family. Annihilate the Lin family? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. I asked you, do you understand? Su Yuanshan shot a cold glare at the Grand Elder. Understood. The Grand Elder hastily nodded. Young master, be cautious. The Grand Elder of the Chu family called out sharply, but was halted by Chu Chantian. The Grand Elder looked at him in confusion. Patriarch, why are you stopping me? Lin Jun is a 9th realm star forging martial artist. How could Chu Ran possibly contend with him? Chu Chantian remained silent, merely shaking his head. As Chu Ran's father, he understood him well. Since Chu Ran did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, it signified his confidence in his own plans. Their intervention might disrupt Chu Ran's intentions. It was either life or injury. Facing the oncoming Lin Jun, Chu Ran let out a low roar, and in that instant, the bones in his body cracked loudly as he twisted and contracted. His fists expanding to the size of a head. A powerful punch was suddenly unleashed. In that moment, he transformed into a fearsome beast, the terrifying energy causing the air to split with a series of ripping sounds. Boom! The punch landed squarely upon Lin Jun's long sword, shattering the mid-grade ordinary weapon into fragments. The force of Chu Ran's strike remained unabated, demolishing the violent spiritual energy shield surrounding Lin Jun, and crashing down upon his body. Under the eruption of such terrifying power, Lin Jun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward to the ground. The might of this singular blow left him either dead or grievously injured. The scene before them elicited gasps of disbelief from the onlookers, their cheeks trembling in shock. What manner of punch was this? The sheer strength behind it had effortlessly obliterated a mid-grade, ordinary weapon and shattered the protective spiritual energy of someone at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the star forging realm. What kind of power was this? How could a single punch be so astoundingly formidable? How had Chu Ran achieved this? Not only was the crowd left in a state of bewilderment, but members of both the Lin and Chu families were equally stunned. No one could have anticipated that a distinguished figure like Lin Jun, at the peak of the 9th layer of the star forging realm, would be unable to withstand a single blow from Chu Ran, resulting in his fall to the ground. The Lin family had even forgotten to rush to Lin Jun's aid. Father, kill Lin Jun, quickly! Chu Ran bellowed, turning sharply to his father and the Grand Elder, who stood idle. It was not that he wished to refrain from engaging personally, but the after-effects of such a devastating technique were far too severe. Merely executing this one strike had completely drained his internal spiritual energy and physical strength. It could be said that after this blow, Chu Ran had nearly lost all combat capability. Upon hearing Chu Ran's command, Chu Chantian quickly reacted, unleashing a brilliant sword light from his hand that pierced Lin Jun to the ground. The head of the Lin family, Lin Jun, is dead. The Grand Elder was not idle either. Upon noticing Chu Ran's unstable condition, he rushed to his side, intending to support him, only to be firmly rejected by Chu Ran. Be cautious of the Su family. Upon hearing these 4 words, the Grand Elder immediately understood, stepping back a few paces to stand behind Chu Ran. The head of the family? The head is dead. The head is dead. Simultaneously, cries of panic erupted from the direction of the Lin family. With the young master slain by Chu Ran and the head of the family dead, chaos ensued within the Lin ranks. Should we annihilate these Lin family members? Asked the Grand Elder, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he proposed beside Chu Chantia. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment. The Lin family was in disarray, their combat strength significantly diminished. If they dispatched all the Chu family's cavalry, they could easily decimate the Lin family. No, do not forget that there are still several elders in the Lin family, and the Su family members are watching closely. Chu Chantian decisively shook his head in refusal. Not to mention the City Lord's mansion had yet to make an appearance. He could not wager the lives of over 1,000 individuals from the Chu family. It was a gamble he could not afford. Indeed, as soon as Chu Chantian's words fell, the Lin family's cavalry stabilized under the command of several elders. Observing the Chu families in action, they dispatched people to retrieve the bodies of Lin Lang and Lin Jun. And under the Grand Elder's direction, all 700 Lin cavalry charged back toward their family estate. They too sought vengeance for their head and young master. However, if war broke out, would Su Yuan Shan lend assistance? Perhaps when the head was alive, he might have, but now, it was highly unlikely. He might even take the opportunity to turn against them and conspire with the Chu family to devour the Lin family. The Lin family could not afford such risks at this time. They needed to return to their clan as swiftly as possible to elect a new head and regain control. Waiting for the City Lord's mansion? The City Lord's mansion was renowned for its unreliability in Gudu City. This was common knowledge. In mere moments, the area was left with only the members of the Chu family and the Su family. As the Lin family departed, a hint of regret flickered in Chu Ran's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder of the Lin family was not an ordinary character, able to suppress the desire for vengeance over the deaths of the head and young master, opting instead to preserve the remaining strength of the Lin family. This was undoubtedly a most prudent choice. Gradually, Chu Ran's gaze shifted toward the Su family. Su Yuan Shan, you have one last minute. Leave at once, or no one shall depart today. Chu Ran summoned all his strength to deliver a thunderous proclamation toward the head of the Su family, who stood at a distance. This declaration sent a shiver through Su Yuan Shan. After a brief silence, Su Yuan Shan clasped his fist from afar, stating, "My Su family holds no significant enmity with the Chu family. We have always been grateful for the kindness extended by the Chu family over the years. Thus, we shall take our leave, and I hope Brother Chong Tian does not take offense, nor should young Chu Ran hold any grudge. Farewell." With that, Su Yuan Shan waved his hand, and the Su family's cavalry thundered away. On the way, Su Yuan Shan summoned the Grand Elder. "Do you recall what I stated previously?" The Grand Elder nodded, affirming, "If Chu Ran dies, the Chu family will be exterminated. If Lin Jin dies, then the Lin family will face annihilation." Su Yuan Shan snorted softly. "Then why are you still lingering? Go." "Yes, head," the Grand Elder exclaimed before leading 800 Lin cavalry directly toward the Lin family estate. At that moment, he finally grasped why the head had issued such orders. With both the head and young master of the Lin family deceased, the news would undoubtedly plunge the Lin family into turmoil. If the Su family's cavalry appeared now, they could easily obliterate the Lin family. The Lin family was the foremost clan in Gudu City. Their destruction would render the Su family the greatest beneficiary. Chapter 44. The Blood Unicorn. Master Luo. With the Su family members having disappeared, Chu Ran collapsed to the ground. The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he quickly assisted Chu Ran to his feet. Sensing Chu Ran's condition, he produced several restorative pills and placed them in Chu Ran's mouth. Chu Ran remained silent, promptly retrieving dozens of low-grade spirit stones from his waist pouch, concealed beneath his long sleeves. A flicker of black spiritual energy surged, incinerating the spirit stones into ashes, all their energy devoured by Chu Ran's body. After sitting cross-legged for a while, feeling his strength and spiritual energy partially restored, he finally stood up. "Young master, young master." At that moment, the entire Chu family erupted in cheers, reverberating across half of Gudu City at the entrance. Chu Changtian looked at Chu Ran with pride in his eyes, a smile that refused to fade gracing his lips. But he had not expected that Chu Ran was also a physical cultivator. Just then, a light and agile voice rang out from the distance, as a graceful figure with twin ponytails emerged from the crowd, slowly walking toward Chu Ran. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder of the Chu family immediately stepped in front of Chu Ran. Meanwhile, several guards from the Lin family surged forth. Chu Ran's current state was too precarious. Even an ordinary martial cultivator could pose a lethal threat to him. Although the approaching girl bore no apparent malice, they dared not let their guard down. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he gestured for the Grand Elder and others to step back. Chu Ran coolly addressed her. "Peeping Tom?" The visitor was none other than Luo Xingmi, who had spied on Chu Ran in the mountains. "Hello again, handsome." Luo Xingmi beamed, then gracefully approached Chu Ran, whispering in his ear, "Not only a physical cultivator, but you also possess the breath-holding eye. Such a technique with such severe after-effects must be extraordinary. Am I right? After a few days apart, you truly surprise me more and more, handsome." Upon hearing Luo Xingmi instantly unveil all his secrets, Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly. This woman had discerned his twin star soul at a glance the last time. A feat even martial cultivators at the 100 Refinements realm could not achieve. This time, she had directly identified his physical cultivation status and the breath-holding eye. The physical cultivation was not particularly concerning, as he had just showcased his physical prowess. However, how had she perceived the breath-holding eye? That was a visual ability. Even though he had indeed used it just moments ago, it was not something easily detectable. Chu Ran took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Who exactly are you?" At merely 16 or 17 years old, possessing such terrifying abilities coupled with an inscrutable cultivation level, he could not believe that Luo Xingmi was an ordinary person. Such an individual was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom. Huh. The girl did not respond but burst into laughter. Then she placed her finger to her lips and whistled melodiously. Instantly, a long whinny resounded from a distance, and a fiery red shadow rushed forth, halting before the girl in an instant. That it was a blood-red unicorn, with a crimson horn on its head that gleamed like a sword, radiating a series of crimson glimmers. As the unicorn neighed, it resembled a dragon's roar, showcasing its regal splendor. A blood unicorn? Master Luo. The moment the unicorn appeared, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the distance, echoing continuously. The unicorn blood horse is the most noble breed among the renowned sweat blood horses. Said to possess the bloodlines of both the sweat blood horse and the unicorn dragon, that in the entirety of the Tianyue kingdom, there exists but a single specimen. This majestic steed once resided within the imperial palace, until the emperor bestowed it upon an extraordinary individual, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, known as Luo Xingmi. Not only was a unicorn blood horse granted to her, but she was also conferred the esteemed title of Master. In the Tianyue kingdom, this title holds immense prestige, allowing its bearer to stand shoulder to shoulder with kings. Over the course of thousands of years, only 10 individuals have ever been honored with the title of Master, each one a figure of remarkable contribution to the kingdom, deserving of veneration within the royal ancestral hall. Luo Xingmi is undoubtedly the youngest master since the founding of the Tianyue kingdom. Luo Xingmi? Master Luo? At the moment he beheld the unicorn blood horse, Chu Ran recognized Luo Xingmi. Yet he could hardly fathom that this peeping enthusiast was, in fact, the illustrious Master Luo, renowned throughout the Tianyue kingdom as its foremost genius. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with the name Luo Xingmi. Though he could not recall where he had heard it is said that she reached the 100 Refinements realm by the age of 14. Presently, her cultivation level is beyond measure. If she can see through herself, it is hardly surprising. How did Master Luo come to Gyudening? My heavens, Master Luo has actually arrived in our Gyudening. Countless pairs of incredulous eyes were fixated upon Luo Xingmi. None could have anticipated that they would witness her radiant presence within their lifetimes. As the rumor suggested, she is youthful and strikingly beautiful. I surmise that Master Luo has come to challenge our Gyudening's foremost genius. Xiajian, I have long heard that Master Luo has battled against the finest talents across over 300 cities in the Tianyue kingdom, and it is said that few can withstand even a single strike from her. If our Gyudening's top genius, Xiajian, can endure a blow from Master Luo, Gyudening will surely gain renown throughout the land, attracting countless talents and strengthening its power. It is indeed possible. Xiajian possesses the 7-fold celestial star soul and has now reached the pinnacle of the 9th star forging realm. It is rumored that she has also cultivated the Ice Lotus intent to the great completion stage, and achieving the 100 Refinements realm is merely a matter of time. Withstanding a single strike should pose no problem. Luo Xingmi leapt onto the unicorn blood horse and turned to Chu Ran, saying, "Hey, handsome, after I battle Xiajian, I shall seek you out. Dare you withstand a blow from me?" Gasp! Master Luo has issued a challenge to Chu Ran. This left many breathless with astonishment. It is said that Master Luo only seeks out the top genius in any city she visits and has never issued challenges to anyone else. In her own words, unless one is the very best, they lack the qualification to provoke her. Yet today, they witness someone capable of prompting Master Luo to challenge them directly. Could it be that Chu Ran's talent and strength have truly reached such heights? Almost all gazes converged on Chu Ran, eager to see whether he would accept. Not interested. Chu Ran decisively shook his head. The crowd in the distance sighed in disappointment. Indeed, Chu Ran still lacked the courage to accept the challenge. How could someone with no resolve to fight be worthy of the title of martial cultivator? After all, what courage could a wretch, who had drugged his childhood sweetheart, possess? Surely only base desires. But in the next moment, the crowd felt a ringing in their ears, their faces flushed with embarrassment from Chu Ran's words. If we are to fight, it must be with all our might. How could there be merely a single strike? His declaration resonated through the crowd like thunder. Merely withstand a single strike does not constitute a battle. To engage with full force is what a true confrontation entails. One must remember that he is facing Master Luo Xingmi, the first genius of the Tianyue kingdom, personally bestowed with the title by the emperor. Chu Ran dares to speak of battle. Who could claim he lacks courage? Chapter 45. Dare to battle. Good. Luo Xingmi nodded, then spurred her steed, and together they galloped into the dust. As she departed, a fierce battle intent ignited within Chu Ran's eyes. In their previous encounter, he had refrained from fighting due to ignorance of her identity. But this time, he knew. He sought not merely victory or defeat, but to face a true genius. Even without a glimmer of hope for success, he would not retreat, for only by clashing with genuine talent could he ascertain his own standing and comprehend the gap between himself and true genius. His father had once said that Gyudening was merely a starting point for him, not the end. He believed that his battle with Master Luo would mark another beginning, guiding him toward the path of strength. He was a physical cultivator, and the essence of physical encompasses more than just the body. It embodies a warrior's spirit, honed through countless battles. Yet at that moment, a long neigh from the unicorn blood horse echoed from the distance. Luo Xingmi, having galloped a few hundred meters, halted in the middle of the road. A group of individuals appeared before her and her steed. At the forefront stood none other than the city lord, Xia Yunhao, who had come to eliminate Chu Ran and obliterate the Chu estate, accompanied by hundreds of guard from the city lord's manor. This time, even Xia Yan had arrived, intent on personally slaying Chu Ran. The Lin and Su families had failed to eliminate him, and with Gu Han behind Chu Ran, should Xia Yunhao intervene, Gu Han would undoubtedly appear as well. However, Xiao Dian was different. The entire Gyudening knew what Chu Ran had done to her. And should she slay Chu Ran herself, even Gu Han would have no justification to intervene, unless he wished to defy the rules of the heavenly martial temple. It's the city lord's men. Alert the Chu family to be on guard and prepare for battle. Chu Changtian, spotting the approaching figures, narrowed his gaze and issued commands, simultaneously looking toward Chu Ran, commanding, "Ranner, return to the manor." However, Chu Ran remained motionless. His eyes were fixed unwaveringly ahead, a torrent of murderous intent swirling within, almost materializing, radiating a chilling bloodlust. Clenching his sword, his grip crackled ominously. "Xia Yan." The three icy words escaped Chu Ran's lips. The unicorn blood horse? Upon seeing the mount beneath the interloper, the guards of the city lord's manor were instantly struck with fear. Even city lord Xia Yunhao trembled and leapt down from his steed, bowing deeply before the pair. "I am Xia Yunhao, the city lord of Gyudening, honored to meet Master Luo." He could hardly believe that Master Luo had come to Gyudening. However, he quickly surmised her purpose for arrival. Surely it was to confront Xia Jian. "Greetings, Master Luo." Upon witnessing the city lord dismount and bow, the guards hastily followed suit, paying their respects. Luo Xingmi's gaze briefly swept over Xia Yunhao before settling on the young woman beside him, her brows furrowing slightly. "You're city lord Xia Yunhao. Then she must be Xia Jian." Xia Yunhao thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." He promptly replied, "Indeed, Master Luo. This is my daughter." Xia Jian quickly offered her greeting. Xia Jian pays her respects to Master Luo, the first genius of Gyudening. Luo Xingmi appraised Xia Yan from head to toe, yet her brows knitted tighter, a clear expression of disappointment evident in her eyes. She had anticipated that someone heralded as the first genius of Gyudening would be a remarkable figure. However, she found instead a mere wastrel. In fact, among the cities she had traversed, Xiajian was perhaps one of the most unimpressive. Despite her decent aptitude, commendable cultivation, and acceptable realm, her celestial star soul was a product of usurping other star souls to forge her own, a talent bolstered by familial influence, marking her as a true wastrel. Such individuals only serve to disrupt the integrity of the martial cultivation community, and she held them in utter disdain. This sort of wastrel was unworthy of her blade. Sword Soul, Celestial Star? Luo Xingmi suddenly raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your relationship with Chu Ran?" The mention of Chu Ran's name caused Xia Yunhao's heart to skip a beat. This is bad. Master Luo actually knows Chu Ran. Uncertain of their relationship, he quickly reasoned that even if they were acquainted, it was likely a mere chance encounter. Given Chu Ran's status, he had no standing to be familiar with Master Luo. Xia Yan began to respond, but Xia Yunhao raised a hand to silence her. Xia Yunhao bowed and said, "In response to Master Luo, our city lord S. Manor was once allied by marriage with the Chu family. Jian and Chu Ran grew up together as childhood friends. However, this scoundrel possesses a vile character and abhorrent actions. He even took advantage of Jian's unguarded moment to drug her, intending to commit unspeakable acts. Fortunately, I discovered the plot and rendered his star soul ineffective. Afterwards, it became evident that not only Chu Ran, but the entire Chu family were despicable individuals, prompting a severance of ties with them. Our city lord's mansion holds no regard for alliances with such a family." Xia Yunhao's impassioned words painted the city lord's mansion as the very embodiment of justice. However, before he could conclude, Luo Xingmi abruptly interrupted, stating, "You claim you have destroyed his star soul?" Xia Yunhao, with a sense of righteous indignation, replied, "Indeed, such vile beings must be eradicated, for to spare them would only invite calamity. Had it not been for our city lord's mansion's foundation of benevolence, he would have been slain long ago." Luo Xingmi waved her hand dismissively. "I know not what manner of person he is, but I am aware that within the dantian of your so-called first genius, Xiajian, resides half of his star soul." A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could Chu Ran's star soul possibly exist within Xiajian's dantian? Wasn't it said to be destroyed? How could it have transferred to Xiajian's dantian? Could it be that Xiajian had fused with Chu Ran's star soul? Could Luo Fuzi be lying? Absolutely not. The Ice Lotus Star Soul of the 5th layer, the Sword Spirit Star Soul of the 5th layer, the Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul of the 7th layer? Realization flickered in many eyes. No wonder Xiajian, who originally possessed only the Ice Lotus Star Soul of the 5th layer, surged to the 7th layer Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul after Chu Ran's downfall. That it was all due to Chu Ran. The crowd's reaction startled Xia Yunhao, for the matter pertained to the reputation of the city lord's mansion. He hastily began to explain. While that may be true, it is also a consequence of Chu Ran's malicious actions. When dealing with wicked individuals, one must employ equally wicked methods. Hearing this, the crowd gradually settled down. Indeed, one ought to repay malice with malice. Although fusing with another star soul is looked down upon in the martial world, it depends on the individual involved. Luo Xingmi chose to say little, as these matters did not concern her, nor would she meddle in trivial affairs. However, one thing did pique her curiosity further. How could someone, stripped of their star soul, still cultivate to such an extent after having their star soul reforged? Such talent only served to heighten her interest in a potential duel. Seeing that Luo Xingmi had no further inquiries, Xia Yunhao sighed in relief, as this indirectly validated his suspicions that he then shifted the topic, asking, "Luo Fuzi, have you come to engage in battle with my daughter, Jian?" As he spoke, he discreetly gestured for Xia Jian to step forward. If she could duel Luo Fuzi, regardless of the outcome, it would be of immense benefit to the city lord's mansion. Should she withstand even a single strike from Luo Fuzi, the advantages would be immeasurable. Even in defeat, if she could endure for just a moment, Xiajian would undoubtedly gain renown across the realm. But it was a situation that promised only benefits, devoid of any drawbacks. Xiajian, recognizing the cue, promptly stepped forward and bowed, declaring, "Xiajian is willing to test the might of Luo Fuzi's blade. Please bestow your teachings." Luo Xingmi shook her head. You are unworthy. Upon hearing those 3 words, Xia Yunhao's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated such a response. If Xia Jian was deemed unworthy to receive even a single strike, who then possessed that qualification? Xia Jian's face flushed with varying hues of indignation. Her lips moved as she attempted to speak, yet no words came forth. The city lord's mansion had truly disappointed him. Such a talent dared to call themselves the first genius, and yet was inferior to Chu Ran by half. With that, Luo Xingmi turned and mounted her horse. Yet her words reverberated in the minds of Xia Yunhao and others, sending a shiver down Xia Zhen's spine. Could she, Xia Jian, truly be inferior to someone she had once deemed worthless? Even if that Chu Ran had regained his strength, in her eyes, he remained a failure. Luo Fuzi, please impart your wisdom. Xia Jian gritted her teeth and let out a low growl, then unsheathed her sword, thrusting it towards the departing Luo Xingmi. You claim I am less than Chu Ran? I shall demonstrate through my strength that I, the first genius of Guda City, am indeed worthy. Xia Yunhao, witnessing this, hastily called out to stop her. Jian, do not act recklessly. Luo Xingmi is no ordinary figure. She is a renowned Luo Fuzi. T.O. provoker may lead to calamity not just for you, but for the entire city, Lord's mansion. Yet he was too late to intervene. With a resounding explosion, the sword Xia Jian aimed at Luo Xingmi shattered in an instant. Xia Jian's south body froze in place. Her eyes wide with terror. I told you, you are unworthy. Luo Xingmi's voice, devoid of emotion, carried back to her. Xia Jian let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her lips as she was sent crashing to the ground beside Xia Yunhao. Her gaze dazed as it followed the retreating figure of the girl on horseback. She could barely withstand the force of a single voice from her, yet had dared to challenge her to a duel. Indeed, she was unworthy. Xia Yunhao helped Xia Jian to her feet, offering words of comfort. Jian, Luo Fuzi is the foremost genius of Tianyuan nation. Many prides of heaven have fallen before her. Your defeat holds no shame. Father, Xia Jian began, but her words faltered as her gaze became fixated on something several hundred meters ahead, for there stood Luo Xingmi, 1 person and 1 horse, halted at the gates of the Chu residence. Directly before Chu Ran. Why would she stop there? Why would she seek out Chu Ran? If even she was deemed unworthy of a moment's delay from Luo Fuzi, what merit could a person she had once rendered powerless possess? Xia Jian's body trembled slightly, yet the next moment, a gentle, ethereal voice floated on the wind. Chu Ran, may I challenge you to a duel? To assert one is unworthy, yet to issue a challenge to Chu Ran. If she is unworthy, then what of Chu Ran? Was she truly inferior to him? Xia Jian's complexion drained of color. No, I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. I must have misheard or misseen. Xia Jian shook her head vehemently, unable to accept such a reality. This was not the truth. Chu Ran was merely a stepping stone on her path to greatness, and would forever remain so. At the same time, Xia Yunhao heard the report from his subordinates, causing his expression to shift abruptly. Lin Zhun had perished at the hands of Chu Ran. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the star-forging realm had been defeated in direct combat by Chu Ran. How could a mere Chu Ran have grown so formidable? Suddenly, he recalled Luo Xingmi's earlier words. Xia Jian is not even half as capable as Chu Ran, igniting a spark of murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Ran must die. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Xia Jian. Bring Jian back to the city lord's mansion. However, before his command could be fully articulated, another voice rang out from afar. What harm is there in battling? Chu Ran accepts the challenge. Upon hearing this declaration, Xia Jian's countenance shifted dramatically, and she cast aside the guards of the city lord's mansion. Leave? I will not return. She was determined to witness how someone she had once deemed worthless could surpass her. Xia Yunhao frowned, admonishing, Jian, do not act willfully. He would clear every obstacle in front of his daughter. Chu Ran was merely a stepping stone in her path, and he would not allow her to fixate on such impediments, jeopardizing her cultivation mindset. No. If you insist on dragging me back, then kill me. Xia Jian gritted her teeth, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. As Luo Xingmi dismounted, she waved her hand, and a brilliant sound of a blade rang out from her crimson longsword, resonating loudly, akin to the roar of a tiger or the chant of a dragon. The air around them rippled with waves of power, palpable even to those hundreds of meters away, as if it could tear their very souls apart. Chilling many hearts, the essence of power, the essence of the blade, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. This level of mastery had undoubtedly transcended the realm of unity between man and blade. Only by reaching the essence beyond the realm of intent could such terrifying might be manifested. Luo Fuzi's cultivation had reached the realm of essence at just 17 years of age. This realization left many feeling breathless. Even Chu Ran, facing her directly, felt a chill in his heart. The pressure emanating from Luo Xingmi's blade essence nearly suffocated him. Only when he unleashed his own great master sword intent and killing intent did he feel somewhat relieved. A thought crossed his mind. What a terrifying figure Luo Fuzi is. This girl is no simple opponent. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Ran's mind. It was the voice of the god of darkness. Chu Ran remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword. So, Chu Ran, do you still dare to fight? Luo Xingmi's voice resounded once more. What is there to fear? Chu Ran declared defiantly. My sword is eager for battle. As the words fell, the sword in hand was similarly drawn from its sheath. The essence of the great sword and the realm of slaughter converged upon the long sword, causing it to shimmer with a blood-red radiance in an instant. In the flickering brilliance, even the source of the blade's pressure emanating from Luo Xingmi retreated slightly. Although these two realms could not shatter the very essence of Luo Xingmi's blade, they possessed a modicum of resistance. The interplay of these two realms was far more complex than a mere addition. Under the dual enhancement, the power unleashed could undoubtedly amplify each aspect by more than double. Chapter 47. Battle. Master Luo, two realms, dual cultivation of realms. Chu Ran's strike caused many onlookers to narrow their eyes in astonishment. And one anticipated that Chu Ran had cultivated two realms, emerging as a dual-realm martial cultivator. This was not merely a product of persistent training. It was a testament to extraordinary talent. Moreover, one of these realms had reached the great stage. Even Xia Jian, not far away, furrowed her brow, evidently taken aback by Chu Ran's dual realms. But so what? The essence of a realm lies in its refinement, not its quantity. If she wished to cultivate, she could. Come then, as long as you can withstand a single strike from me, it shall be yours. In the midst of her speech, a token appeared in Luo Xingmi's hand, a snow-white jade token. In the center of the token were the two characters for student. Above the characters, there was a bold red word, special. The lower right corner of the token bore two smaller characters, Tianzi. The back was inscribed with a single flickering character, Luo. This was the exclusive token for Master Luo, special recruitment from Tianzi Academy. Gasp! Upon seeing this token, countless individuals inhaled sharply. This was indeed a special recruitment token. It was incomparable to an ordinary student token. Even in the entire Tianyue Empire, no more than 30 individuals could obtain a special recruitment token in a single year. Each person who secured this token was a prodigy among prodigies in the Tianyue Kingdom. Upon entering Tianzi Academy, they would enjoy an esteemed status, gaining easy access to nearly all cultivation resources within. What is Tianzi Academy? It possesses a history older than that of the Tianyue Kingdom, with a foundation of over 10,000 years, rich in countless cultivation resources. Supreme techniques, martial skills, elixirs, and treasures are merely the most basic resources. Not to mention the myriad of secret methods, battle formations, and exotic treasures. Obtaining this token unequivocally signifies a future foothold within the entire Tianyue Kingdom. It was said that today, Gudao City was fortunate enough to receive a special recruitment quota. However, this quota had long been reserved by Xiajian. Unexpectedly, this seemingly predetermined spot was now brought forth by Master Luo. Could Master Luo do such a thing? Would the elder in charge of recruitment at Tianzi Academy consent? This is my token. Upon seeing the token in Luo Xingmi's hand, Xiajian clenched her fists tightly. This was the quota she had painstakingly secured through her own sacrifices, asking Yin Qingyun to plead with Elder Chengshang. Hurry, summon Elder Chengshang and Yin Qingyun. Xia Yunhao immediately issued a command. Although Master Luo held a prestigious position, the matter of recruitment tokens was determined by the elder in charge. Even Master Luo could not intervene. Whoosh! Luo Xingmi swiftly executed a strike, the blade's light appearing calm and unperturbed, resembling an ordinary blade's radiance. Not a hint of energy fluctuation could be sensed. It seemed as though no power had been employed at all, merely a casual slash. Had it not been for the knowledge of Master Luo's name, many might have assumed this was an intentional leniency on his part. But clearly, that was not the case. Chu Ran, alone, was hardly worthy of such consideration for Master Luo. Chu Ran remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the blade's radiance approaching him. Although the strike appeared ordinary, Chu Ran could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from within. This pressure was far greater than when Luo Xingmi had drawn his sword moments before. Even his two realms were being suppressed into submission. The power of the essence was, after all, an advancement of the realm's energy. In the face of this essence, the power of the realm was akin to that of an ant. This was akin to a duel between a martial cultivator of the 100 refinement stage and one of the star forging stage. An utterly one-sided annihilation. Yet, Chu Ran did not retreat a single step. He even gritted his teeth, enduring the weight of the essence, and took a bold step forward, under the dreadful pressure of the essence. It felt as if a colossal mountain bore down upon him, causing his entire body to emit cracking sounds from his bones. Crack! The stone slab beneath him shattered into dust. His feet sank 3 inches into the ground. Had his body not been sufficiently robust, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Sword. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, murmuring softly. The sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with brilliance, the two realms converging upon the longsword. And all the power of his sword spirit and star soul was concentrated within the blade, unleashing waves of radiant might throughout the arena. However, these waves of might were swiftly crushed by the essence of Luo Xingmi's blade as soon as they emanated from the sword's body. This was an overwhelming disparity of realms. Still not enough. Chu Ran sighed deeply within. The gap was too vast. Not only Chu Ran, but the crowd also shook their heads in disbelief. This was the true meaning of suppression. Under such overwhelming force, all embellishments would be rendered meaningless. What of the two realms? What of a formidable physical cultivation? All are but fleeting clouds. Chu Ran was destined to fail. Humph, if I cannot withstand such strike. How do you presume to endure it? Xia Jian could not help but let out a low snort at this scene. Just moments ago, Luo Xingmi's parting words had faded from her mind. Perhaps once, she was indeed less than half of Chu Ran. But that was merely a thing of the past. The present-day Chu Ran was hardly worthy of comparison. Master Luo's judgment was no greater than this. The special recruitment token from Tianze Academy must belong to her, Xia Jian, and her alone, to win or be injured. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Chu Ran gritted his teeth and let out a fierce shout. This was to be his final strike. That it was also, apart from the Dark Star Soul, the most powerful blow he could muster. Even in defeat, he would unleash his mightiest power to demonstrate to all that he, Chu Ran, was once the foremost individual in Gudao City, and still was, and would be in the future. To lose would be without regret. Buzz! The moment the 4 words left his lips, Chu Ran's body shrank suddenly. Yet the sword in his hand surged to more than double its size. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from the sword's body, sweeping outward in a thunderous surge. Even the essence of the blade that had continually pressured Chu Ran was gradually pushed back by this force. Slash! Seizing the opportune moment, Chu Ran let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the sword flew from his hand, transforming into a colossal sword measuring 4 to 5 zhang in length, crashing down upon the blade's radiance of Luo Xingmi. Boom! 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 An immense force reverberated through the air. The terrifying ripples of energy surged outward at an alarming pace, instantly toppling numerous onlookers. Startled, others hastily activated their protective spiritual energy, yet they were still knocked back 100 meters before they could dissipate the horrifying force. Among them were many martial cultivators at the 9th level of the star forging stage, stunned. All who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded, and one could have anticipated that Chu Ran could unleash such terrifying power with a single sword strike. Even forcing back the source pressure of Master Luo, what kind of strength was this? How could a martial cultivator of the 6th level of star forging possibly generate such overwhelming force? This was something even the pinnacle of the 9th level of star forging struggled to achieve. How could this be possible? Xiaojian also abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the clash of blade and sword in the sky. The might of this sword was something she could not even begin to replicate. Yet Chu Ran had accomplished it. How could this be possible? In the blink of an eye, Xiaojian's complexion turned ashen. When had Chu Ran become so formidable? How could he be so powerful just half a month after shedding the Star Soul? How could he have grown to such an extent? His growth surpassed even that of his former self. Given more time, what would become of Chu Ran? No, I refuse to believe it. Xiaojian gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 48. Now, is it in accordance with the rules? Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, reverberating like a clap of thunder, as the two energies clashed, ultimately resulting in Chu Ran's sword radiance collapsing beneath the might of Luo Xingmi's blade. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, witnessing the shattering of the sword's radiance, while the brilliance of the blade remained undiminished. Yet, no one dared to declare that Chu Ran was incapable, for they had all beheld a miracle that seemed almost impossible. Although the outcome remained unchanged, it was sufficient to instill reverence in the hearts of countless onlookers. With the power of a 6th-tier star forging realm and an unfathomable mastery of the origin blade intent, even a single strike from Master Luo was enough to command admiration. None among them could have achieved such a feat ultimately. It was simply unattainable. Chu Ran took a deep breath, yet he was not overly disheartened. He had come to understand the chasm between himself and a true genius, and had glimpsed what the source power truly entailed. This was a realm he had never before encountered. Yet now, he had brushed against it. That alone was enough. He believed that, given time, he too could master the essence of the sword. You have received my strike, and this token now belongs to you, Luo Xingmi said softly, tossing the special admission token of Tianze Academy toward Chu Ran, which then fell into his hands. Naturally, Chu Ran accepted it. After all, it was something he had fought for, exhausting even the strength to stand. Although he had not triumphed over Luo Xingmi, he was confident that he would achieve it in the future. My special admission token. Not far away, Xiaojian's face had turned as pale as paper, and she collapsed onto the ground. The events unfolding before her had starkly confirmed Master Luo's words. She was indeed inferior to Chu Ran, even though she had once stripped him of his Star Soul, rendering him powerless. After just over 10 days, he still radiated brilliance. Had she truly erred? Watching the token she had long coveted now in Chu Ran's grasp, her eyes grew increasingly vacant. Vaguely, she recalled telling Chu Ran that one day she would obtain the special admission token as the top of Gudao City and become a special admission student of Tianze Academy. Chu Ran had replied that he would relinquish the first place to her. But now, that would never come to pass. Had she truly made a mistake? If that incident had not occurred, would he still have selflessly offered the token to her? Surely he would have. No, Yin, you did nothing wrong. You acted to strengthen yourself, and now that he has recovered, you need not feel guilty. What you must do is not wallow in guilt, but to defeat him with your prowess and reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. Xia Yunhao's voice resonated in Xia Jian's mind, rousing her from her stupor. Yes, how could she, Xia Jian, concede so easily? What belonged to her must be seized back by her own hand. That is the essence of who Xia Jian is. You refuse to exert the power of your 2nd Star Soul, which only heightens my anticipation. The words of Luo Xingmi echoed in Chu Ran's mind, seemingly aware that he did not wish to reveal the existence of his 2nd Star Soul. Hence, she chose to communicate through mental transmission. Mental power is a force that can only be activated when a martial artist reaches the realm of origin. It can be used for probing or attacking and is arguably the most crucial power for those who have attained the origin realm. The 2nd Star Soul, you say? Chu Ran shook his head, choosing to say nothing further. The secret of the Dark Star Soul, unless it pertained to life and death, he would not choose to expose. Luo Xingmi smiled faintly, then leaped onto her unicorn blood horse, glancing back at Chu Ran, her voice drifting to him. Today, I have triumphed by no merit of my own, when you have ascended in power. We shall duel again. I shall be ready. Chu Ran nodded. Giddy up. Luo Xingmi urged, but just as she was about to depart, a voice rang out from behind. Master Luo, hold on. She halted her unicorn blood horse and turned to see two figures emerging from the crowd near the city lord's residence, the elder in charge of admissions for Tianzi Academy, Cheng Shang, and the trainee mentor, Yin Qingyun. Upon seeing them, Luo Xingmi inquired calmly, Is there something you need? We pay our respects to Master Luo. The two approached, bowing in deference. Cheng Shang then raised his head to address Luo Xingmi, stating, Master Luo, I am the admissions elder of Gudao City, and the identity of the special admissions student should rightfully be determined by me. Is it not somewhat irregular for you to act thus? Luo Xingmi replied, What did you just call me? Say it again, Master Luo. As those words fell, the onlookers witnessed Luo Xingmi flicker and then return to her original position. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Cheng Shang was struck across the face. Staggering back, his hand covering his cheek, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Luo Xingmi, his body trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. The crowd gasped in shock. Master Luo had casually slapped the admissions elder of Tianzi Academy. This was an elder of the academy. Since Master Luo's appearance, they had always perceived her as somewhat proud but amiable, at least towards Chu Ran. Yet they had not anticipated that she could display such cold arrogance. Nonetheless, Cheng Shang was an elder of Tianzi Academy. Was this not tantamount to slapping the academy in the face? Luo Xingmi regarded Cheng Shang with calmness. I shall ask you one final time. What did you call me? Trembling, Cheng Shang sank to one knee, stammering, Honorary Dean. As he uttered those four words, Yin Qingyun, standing to the side, suddenly recalled something, hurriedly kneeling on one knee and cupping his fists in respect. They had completely forgotten that Luo Xingmi held not just the title of National Master, but also that of Honorary Dean of Tianzi Academy. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd as Cheng Shang's title was spoken, eyes widening in disbelief. Master Luo was also the Honorary Dean of Tianzi Academy. The title of Honorary Dean is one of great prestige within Tianzi Academy, bestowed only upon those who have graduated from the academy and possess significant renown and strength. Typically, only those who have traversed the martial world for decades after graduation and achieved remarkable accomplishments and high cultivation would be eligible for such a title. Yet, how old was Master Luo? 17. 17-year-old Honorary Dean. This was simply breathtaking, elevating her to a level of admiration that was hard to fathom. Xia Yunhao was likewise taken aback. He had believed that, regardless of Master Luo's reputation, she could not possibly contend with Tianzi Academy and had no right to interfere in its admissions affairs. Yet he had never imagined that she would hold such a status within Tianzi Academy. She, too, was a graduate of Tianzi Academy. After graduating, she had received the title of Honorary Dean. At 17, such a defiant existence. Luo Xingmi looked at Cheng Shang, her tone remaining as flat as ever. Now, is it in accordance with the rules? Cheng Shang trembled as he nodded. It is in accordance with the rules. Although the title of Honorary Dean is merely a title, one still possesses the authority to issue a special admission token. Giddy up, Luo Xingmi commanded, lightly patting the horse's back, and they transformed into a crimson shadow, galloping away. Proceed with the subsequent matters according to the rules. As you command. Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyun dared not lift their heads until Luo Xingmi and her horse vanished from their sight. Watching the figure of the departing girl, Chu Ran, who had remained silent, clenched his fists a little tighter. This was the demeanor a true genius ought to possess. At 17, she held numerous titles that crowned the entire Tianyue kingdom, capable of bringing others to their knees with a single utterance. Before encountering Luo Xingmi, especially after awakening the 9th tier Dark Star Soul and becoming a body cultivator, Chu Ran had always believed that his talent had surpassed many. Even among the entirety of Tianyue Kingdom, But Luo Xingmi's emergence had forced him to confront the reality. In the realm of martial cultivation, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Though he possessed commendable talent, it was still far from sufficient. If he wished to become a formidable force to dominate the martial world, he had a long journey ahead. 1 year. 1 year from now, I will seek you out for another battle. Chu Ran fixed his gaze on the silhouette of the girl as she departed, his murmured words filled with determination and resolve. Father! Watching Luo Xingmi leave, Xiaojian's face was ashen. Was her dream of becoming a special admission student truly coming to an end? She had sacrificed so much for this token. How could she accept such an outcome? If it were anyone else, she could endure it. But this was Chu Ran. How could she come to terms with it? Xia Yunhao moved his lips, yet for a long time, he could not utter a single word of comfort. The appearance of Luo Xingmi disrupted all his plans, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Despite his teeth-gritting hatred, Luo Xingmi loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him without the strength to surpass it. After a lengthy pause, Xia Yunhao finally spoke gravely. Jian, rest assured, my father will spare no effort to fight for you. With that, Xia Yunhao rushed forward, assisting the kneeling Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyan to their feet. Elder Cheng, young Master Qingyan, he exclaimed, Lord Cheng, I trust you have seen that it is not that we are unwilling to assist, but rather that Master Luo has intervened, leaving us powerless. Elder Cheng pushed Xia Yunhao away, fully aware of his intentions, yet could only shake his head. Fear not, the items you have gifted me shall be returned before I depart. Yin Qingyun sighed, adding, Uncle Xia, I too am powerless in this matter. It is Ji Yin who has suffered the most. Xia Yunhao clasped his hands, sincerity and urgency filling his eyes. The situation is not devoid of possibility for negotiation. If both of you are willing, I, Xia Yunhao, shall bestow upon you all the treasures of the Lord's residence in exchange for your intervention. How might we negotiate? Elder Cheng resolutely shook his head in refusal. This is decreed by Master Luo. He is not someone I can afford to offend. Let alone him, even the Cheng family behind him could not afford to cross Master Luo. Xia Yunhao quickly clarified, it would not contravene Master Luo's wishes. After a moment of silence, Cheng Shang finally nodded. If it does not violate Master Luo's intent, then I am willing to listen. Elder Cheng was reluctant to return the multitude of gifts Xia Yunhao had presented, and if he could achieve his aims without crossing Master Luo, he would gladly go along with it. Master Luo had indicated that they must adhere to the established rules. Just as Xia Yunhao began to speak, a sudden gasp interrupted him. Grandfather! A young girl dashed to Cheng Shang's side. Cheng Shang turned to the girl, inquiring, Ling Shui, what brings you here? Cheng Lingshu pointed an accusing finger at Chu Ran. Seething with anger, the special admission token must not be given to him. Absolutely not. Given to whom? Cheng Shang followed her gaze and immediately spotted Chu Ran, who stood motionless, fixated on Luo Xingmi's departing figure. His brows furrowed. Are you suggesting that Master Luo granted him the special admission token? Although he had seen Chu Ran standing there, he never anticipated that the token would be bestowed upon him. Yes, Cheng Lingshu affirmed with a nod. Grandfather, you must understand he has insulted me twice. I, Cheng Lingshu, have never endured such humiliation. I will not let this matter rest. Child, do not act impulsively. Cheng Shang intended to counsel his granddaughter, yet ultimately fell silent, his gaze deepening that he knew Cheng Lingshu, who had been pampered since childhood and could not tolerate even the slightest grievance. Once wronged, she would seek retribution without relent. However, he wished for her to let this go, as anyone capable of prompting Master Luo to issue a special admission token was undoubtedly formidable. Though the Cheng family was influential, they should seek to forge alliances with such individuals rather than create enmity. Elder Cheng, though I am merely the lord of a small city, I understand your concerns. However, perhaps you are unaware that this young man harbors a vengeful nature, and Miss Lingxue has already made an enemy of him. Given his temperament, he will not simply let this go. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunhao stoked the flames further. Once he possesses the special admission token, should he rise to prominence, it will surely spell trouble for the Cheng family. Something I am certain you would prefer to avoid. Elder Cheng, Upon hearing this, Cheng Shang's gaze deepened as he looked at Xia Yunhao. Is it I who wishes to avoid this? Or is it you? Emir Xia Yunhao dared to play tricks on him. He was not so easily deceived. Xia Yunhao felt a jolt of alarm, forcing a smile while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Neither of us wishes to see that. Neither of us, Cheng Shang snorted softly. Speak, what is your proposal? Master Luo had instructed them to act according to the rules, had he not? What rules? Xia Yunhao replied. It is none other than the admission criteria of the Tianzi Academy. He continued, every special admission student must accept challenges from others. Only upon succeeding can they retain their token. Should they fail, the token changes hands. Are you suggesting? Cheng Shang's eyes widened in realization. This was indeed the admission rule of the Tianzi Academy. As long as Chu Ran could not defend his token in the challenge, it would be rendered ineffective, regardless of Master Luo's direct issuance. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shang asked, are you certain that Xia Jiyan is a match for Chu Ran? Within the ancient Dao city, it seemed there was no one else capable of challenging Chu Ran. Chu Ran had withstood Master Luo's strike. Could Xia Jiyan do the same? Absolutely. Xia Yunhao replied confidently. Jiyan has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the star forging realm, and her understanding of the realm has attained the great ascension stage. Once she breaks through to the 100 refinement stage, Chu Ran will be but an insignificant insect. Xia Yunhao's eyes sparkled with conviction. 3 days, just 3 days. Within this time, I will ensure Jiyan advances to the 100 refinement stage. Cheng Shang nodded resolutely. Very well. Let us proceed according to the rules. Qingyun, spread the word. The Tianzi Academy's admission challenge will be held 3 days hence at the Tianwu Hall. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Shang turned and departed. Yes, Elder Cheng. Yin Qingyun responded and followed suit. Humph. Cheng Lingxue shot a cold glance at Chu Ran, scoffing, were I not a stranger in the ancient Dao city, I would tear your mouth apart myself. Subsequently, she too took her leave. Jiyan, let us go. Xia Yunhao led the members of the Lord's residence away. In the span of 3 days, he would exhaust all the precious resources of the Lord's residence to elevate Xia Jiyan's cultivation to the 100 refinement stage. As Xia Jiyan glanced back at Chu Ran, she found him staring intently at her. Their eyes locked, and Xia Jiyan coldly murmured, I could have crippled you before. In 3 days. I still can. This time, you will have no opportunity to survive. Chu Ran's gaze was icy. In 3 days, I shall unveil your malicious facade, exposing your true self to the world. Chapter 50. Dambao Pavilion, once everyone departed. Silence enveloped the area outside the Chu residence, and Chu Ran collapsed, supported by the Grand Elder as they returned to the Chu estate. The repeated use of life-or-death techniques had taken a heavy toll on him. Despite the brief intermission, the strain had been overwhelming, and had it not been for his unwavering will, he would have succumbed long ago. Only upon ensuring the safety of his family could he no longer hold on and fell into a deep slumber. For an entire day and night, Chu Ran slept soundly in his dreams. He became a powerful martial artist, so formidable that there were no rivals left in the entire Tianyue kingdom. Everyone who beheld him would refer to him with reverence as Master Chu. Moreover, he was granted his heart's desire to see his mother. Yet, inexplicably, she refused to meet his gaze, always presenting him with her back. He cried out in desperation, but she remained unyielding. Ultimately, in his anxiety, Chu Ran jolted awake. Surveying the familiar room and the view outside the window, he inhaled deeply, realizing it had merely been a dream. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that one day he would turn the scenes from his dream into reality. In the span of that day and night, many events transpired within the ancient Dao city. The foremost of these was the upcoming Tianzi Academy's martial arts challenge in 2 days. Though it was termed a martial arts gathering, everyone was well aware that it was merely a contest, a challenge between the two greatest talents of the ancient Dao city. Point one was the former number 1 talent, while the other was the current top talent. The victor would earn the title of the true special admission student of Tianzi Academy. Regardless of who claimed this distinction, their family would reap immense benefits, enhancing their prestige and status significantly. Various families and factions would seek to curry favor with them, as no one would be foolish enough to provoke a family poised to produce a potential superpower. Even though the martial arts challenge was set for 2 days later, the threshold of the Lord's residence was already being battered down. It was rumored that even the northern border King's residence had sent representatives. This was due to the news that the Lord's residence had proclaimed that before the challenge commenced, Xiajian would undoubtedly break through to the 100 refinement stage. That on the other hand, the tale of Chu Ran withstanding Master Luo's strike had spread widely, yet everyone knew that it was merely a casual strike for Master Luo, its power restrained to the star forging realm. Otherwise, Chu Ran would never have been able to endure it. After all, he was only at the 6th layer of the star forging realm. Even with considerable talent, it was implausible for him to achieve significant progress in just 3 days. Meanwhile, Xiaji Yin was someone capable of breaking through to the 100 refinement stage. In a realm of rigorous trials, all beneath are mere ants. Chu Ran's chances of victory appear almost non-existent. Aside from this matter, there is yet another event that has stirred the entirety of Gudao City. The foremost family of Gudao City, the Lin family, has been annihilated by the cavalry of the Su family, resulting in the tragic demise of over 1,000 members of the Lin clan. The resources amassed by the Lin family within Gudao City have all fallen into the hands of the Su family, which has now indubitably established itself as the preeminent family in Gudao City. Upon hearing the guard account, Chu Ran dismissed him. The news of the Lin family's destruction by the Su family indeed took him by surprise. He had previously perceived the Su family as merely a puppet family, reliant on the Chu family's influence to gain power. However, it now seems that the head of the Su family, Su Yuanshan, is undoubtedly a formidable figure, and a ruthless one at that. Nevertheless, he harbored no interest in this development. What truly captured his attention was the upcoming martial arts recruitment event in 3 days. Peering out the window, Chu Ran murmured to himself, Summer Yun is on the verge of breaking through to the 100 refinement realm. It appears that Summer Yun has invested heavily in his daughter's training. One wonders how many resources he must have expended. The City Lord's mansion has certainly amassed considerable wealth over the years of governing Gudao City. I, too, must begin my cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran contemplated the implications that if Summer Yun truly achieves a breakthrough to the 100 refinement realm, his chances of victory would be severely diminished. He has already experienced the overwhelming power of that realm. Therefore, he must intensify his training in the following days. Glancing down at the pouch of gold he had received from Gu Yi, he noted that it contained over 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, such a sum would have sufficed for many years of cultivation. Yet now, with the Dark Star Soul at his disposal for devouring, he would likely exhaust it in no time. The only thing that vexed him was that this was all money. To consume it directly would be a tremendous waste. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran exited his room, checked in on his father, and then made his way out of the Chu residence, heading straight for the Tianwu Hall. Firstly, he required some quality elixirs to aid his cultivation. Secondly, the spirit energy hot springs in the 9th floor training rooms of Tianwu Hall were indeed alluring. Most importantly, they cost nothing. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of Tianwu Hall, Chu Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to a newly opened shop, lavishly decorated and undoubtedly standing out among the various establishments on the 2nd floor. To his astonishment, the Dambao Pavilion had even established a presence in Gudao City. He had long heard of Dambao Pavilion, a powerful establishment that supplied nearly 70% of the elixirs for hundreds of cities across the northern regions of Tianyue Kingdom. Yet, Gudao City had been devoid of its presence until now. He wondered if his low-grade spirit stones would suffice to purchase some higher-grade elixirs, at least 4th or 5th tier. Shaking his pouch, Chu Ran stepped into the Dambao Pavilion. It seemed today marked the grand opening of the establishment, with the shop adorned in festive decorations and bustling with customers. Rows of counters displayed a variety of elixirs. However, most were of the 1st and 2nd tiers, with only a scant few of the 3rd tier. As he perused the offerings, a girl of around 16 or 17 hurried over to assist him. "Young master, please let me know what elixirs you require, and I will guide you." Chu Ran nodded and requested, "I seek elixirs that are 4th or 5th tier for cultivation assistance, of course. Young master, please follow me." The girl led Chu Ran to the 2nd floor of the Dambao Pavilion, where the atmosphere was much less crowded, but the scent of medicinal herbs was far more potent. indicating that the elixirs here were of significantly superior quality. In no time, they arrived at a counter, and the girl entered to retrieve 2 vials of elixirs. This is the 4th-tier Jinlian pill, which clears the meridians and enhances the flow of spiritual energy, yielding excellent results when combined with cultivation techniques. The 5th-tier Lingxin pill, on the other hand, contains an immense amount of spiritual energy, making it particularly suitable for martial cultivators during breakthroughs, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. Chu Ran inquired, "How much do they cost?" The girl replied, "The 4th-tier Jinlian pill is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones per vial, while the 5th-tier Lingxin pill is 80,000 per vial, with each vial containing 10 pills." What an exorbitant price! At the mention of the cost, Chu Ran gasped in disbelief. He was aware that elixirs were expensive, but he had not anticipated such outrageous pricing. Even with his purple gold token, he could only afford 2 vials of the 5th-tier Lingxin pill. After pondering briefly, he gritted his teeth and handed his pouch to the girl. "In that case, I shall take 2 vials of the 5th-tier Lingxin pill." However, before he could finish his sentence, a portly middle-aged man arrived on the 2nd floor and shouted towards Chu Ran, "Shao Qing, quickly gather all the 4th and 5th-tier elixirs. The City Lord's mansion is purchasing everything." "Understood, Manager Tong," the girl replied promptly and hurriedly began to comply, apologizing to Chu Ran. "I'm sorry, young master, but as you heard, the 5th-tier Lingxin pill has already sold out. I sincerely apologize." City Lord's mansion? Chu Ran furrowed his brow. The City Lord's mansion was indeed quite wealthy, outright purchasing all the 4th and 5th-tier elixirs. On the inaugural day of Devouring Pavilion, they must have stocked an abundance of elixirs, at least hundreds of vials of the 4th and 5th tiers, equating to thousands of pills. Even if all those elixirs were given to Summer Jiyan, she would be unable to absorb them all. Even with his Devouring Star Soul, consuming such a quantity would be impossible. There was no doubt that something was amiss here. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would not behave in such a manner. "Young master, here is your money back." The girl at the counter pushed the pouch back to him. Chu Ran frowned. "It seems I arrived first, did I not? Furthermore, is it unreasonable for me to request 2 vials of elixirs?" The girl's inquiring gaze shifted to Manager Tong at the staircase. Manager Tong, with his rotund belly, quickly approached and scrutinized Chu Ran before addressing the girl at the counter. "Here's the deal. Let this young master have 1 vial of the 5th-tier Lingxin pill." "Yes, Manager Tong." The girl nodded and promptly handed a vial to Chu Ran, stating, "There'll be 80,000 low-grade spirit stones in total." Chu Ran shook his head, asserting, "I want 2 vials. This young master. Our Dambao Pavilion has just entered Gudao City, and the City Lord's mansion is, after all, the ruler of this city. The IT would be unwise to offend them. I hope you can understand." Manager Tong gazed at Chu Ran and continued, "Given your attire, you must be a young master from a notable family. Consider it a favor to the City Lord's mansion. Surely, you wouldn't want to offend them over a mere vial of elixir. Would you? Favor the City Lord's mansion?" Chu Ran had already resolved to relent, recognizing that it was their opening day and there was no need to complicate matters. Yet, this statement caused his expression to harden. The City Lord's mansion held no sway over him. Fixing his gaze on Manager Tong, Chu Ran declared resolutely, "I said I want 2 vials. You." Seeing Chu Ran's reaction, Manager Tong frowned, unprepared for such obstinacy. He had intended to let it go with just 2 vials, but now he glanced at the girl at the counter, ready to speak, only to notice the pouch of gold on the counter. After years of running a business, he could tell at a glance that the low-grade spirit stones in that pouch did not exceed 100,000. Turning to Chu Ran, he queried, "Young master, it seems these spirit stones are insufficient for 2 vials of the 5th-tier Lingxin pill." Chu Ran retorted, "2 vials, 80,000. Not a single coin less." Upon hearing this, Manager Tong's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that this young man was not merely here to purchase elixirs, but was, in fact, seeking trouble. 80,000 for 2 vials? What a ridiculous proposition. He must be a plant from another elixir shop. His demeanor grew cold as he bellowed towards the staircase. "Someone come." In an instant, a dozen guards from within the shop rushed forth, surrounding Chu Ran. Chu Ran's brows furrowed, his hand instinctively moving toward the sword at his waist, Coldly observing the encroaching figures, he possessed the purple gold token, which afforded him a 50% discount. 80,000 for 2 vials. What was the issue? However, before he could present his token, the guard had already advanced to take action, leaving him bewildered at the absurdity of the situation. Surveying the crowd, Chu Ran questioned, "Is this how Danbao Pavilion conducts business? Those without money dare to buy elixirs. Toss him out." Manager Tong scoffed. He was now certain that Chu Ran was sent by a rival shop to create discord. The guard surged forward, ready to seize him. "Stop." Just then, a soft voice rang out, accompanied by the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old girl clad in a white garment, draped with a sheer shawl. The girl's demeanor was gentle, and her ethereal aura imparted an incredibly refreshing presence, reminiscent of a fairy, dreamlike and surreal. Upon her arrival, many were rendered speechless, unable to tear their eyes away. Even Chu Ran found himself momentarily entranced. He had encountered numerous beauties, such as Chu Yu Er, Luo Xingmi, and Summer Jian, but few possessed her extraordinary grace. In his recollection, only Luo Xingmi could be compared to her. "Miss, greetings, miss," upon encountering the young lady. The esteemed Tong Zhonggui and others immediately bowed in reverence, their expressions reflecting utmost respect. This veneration was clearly not a mere formality. It emanated from the depths of their hearts. The young lady cast her gaze over the assembly, finally allowing her indifferent eyes to linger on Chu Ran for a brief moment before gently gesturing to the group of guards, saying, "You may all withdraw." "Yes, miss." Upon hearing her command, the crowd promptly bowed and retreated. Tong Zhonggui hastened forward. Bowing as he recounted the recent events to the young lady, he added, "He must surely be sent by another establishment to create disturbances. That I am aware of your benevolence, miss, but we must not encourage such impropriety. Not speak nonsense. Young Master Chu is the distinguished heir of the Chu family. How could he engage in such conduct?" As he spoke, he reprimanded Tong Zhonggui lightly. "Leave." The mention of the Chu family's heir, Chu Ran, startled Tong Zhonggui. Although he had only recently arrived in Gudao City, he had heard of this name, the very individual who had received a blade from Master Luo and personally obtained a special recruitment token from Tianza Academy. How could such a person be sent by another shop to cause trouble? No wonder, when he mentioned the city lord's residence, the young man appeared even more displeased. Tong Zhonggui dared not speak further and quickly stepped back. "Young Master Chu, I, Qin Xiang, extend my apologies on behalf of Danbao Pavilion." As she spoke, the young lady turned to the attendant at the counter, instructing, "Quickly bring me 2 bottles of 5th-rank spirit heart pills." Soon, the elixirs were delivered to her hands. The young lady performed a slight bow and presented them to Chu Ran, saying, "These 2 bottles are a gift for you, young master. I hope you do not take offense." "No need. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor." Chu Ran accepted the elixirs while simultaneously producing a purple gold token from his waist and pointing at the pouch of coins on the counter. With the purple gold token, it's half price, 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. After stating this, he turned to leave. The mention of the purple gold token caused a flicker of surprise to cross Qin Xianger's delicate features, momentarily halting her breath. Previously, she had only heard of the existence of the purple gold token in the Tianwu Hall. Yet in all her years at Danbao Pavilion, she had never witnessed anyone using a purple gold token to make a purchase. How could he possess a purple gold token? "Young master, please wait." As Chu Ran was about to exit Danbao Pavilion, Qin Xianger called out. Hearing her voice, Chu Ran turned back. "Is there something else?" "It's nothing significant. Merely that Danbao Pavilion owes you a debt." As she spoke, Qin Xianger personally stepped behind the counter and retrieved 3 additional bottles of 5th-rank spirit heart pills, presenting them to Chu Ran. "I implore you, young master, to accept." She then turned back and commanded, "Tong Zhonggui, come here." Tong Zhonggui approached bewildered, but as soon as he arrived, Qin Xianger raised her hand and slapped him across the face. "Apologize to young Master Chu." "Miss, I." Tong Zhonggui was momentarily stunned, clutching his reddened cheek, trembling all over. This was the first time in many years he had witnessed her lose her temper. "Apologize," with another low reprimand tinged with coldness. Qin Xianger compelled him. Tong Zhonggui, no longer daring to hesitate, approached Chu Ran with trepidation, bowing deeply as he stammered, Young Master Chu, I was blind to your status. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Observing the scenario, Chu Ran furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Qin Xianger's actions. He had no intention of accepting the elixirs, yet the sight of the 3 bottles was akin to seeing a dazzling sum of 240,000 spirit stones beckoning to him. Of course, it was not merely the allure of the spirit stones that compelled him to accept. It was the sincerity of the other party's attitude that made it difficult for him to refuse. Indeed, that was the case. Can they be exchanged for cash? Chu Ran blinked and quietly inquired. However, his voice was too soft for Qin Xianger to hear clearly, prompting her to ask, "What did you say, young master?" "It is nothing. I am grateful." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 52. The Art of Annihilation. As Chu Ran reached the 9th floor, he was presented with a note from the hallmaster. Guhan, which simply stated, "Do not devour the spirit spring." Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. How did Guhan know about his consumption of the spirit spring's energy? However, after a moment's thought, it became clear the commotion caused by his consuming the spirit spring must have drawn Guhan's attention. Initially, he had intended to continue using the spirit spring for cultivation, but now he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Buzzing upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chu Ran's expression suddenly changed as he raised his palm. The 7-colored stone plate in his hand emitted a series of ethereal glows, and streams of black gas began to seep from the darkness of the holy crystal within the black area. The moment these black gases appeared, they surged into his body. Witnessing this, Chu Ran's expression shifted dramatically. It was attempting to consume his spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he found a nearby cultivation room, seated himself, and swallowed 5 5th-rank spirit heart pills in one gulp. Boom! An overwhelming force of consumption erupted instantly, enveloping Chu Ran as the spiritual energy within him was uncontrollably drawn into the dark holy crystal on the 7-colored stone plate. Even the vast spiritual energy emitted by the 5 spirit heart pills proved insufficient to satisfy the hunger. Soon, the spiritual energy within him was nearly entirely devoured, followed by his flesh. His entire face contorted in agony, muscles tensed, veins bulging. Chu Ran's agonized screams reverberated throughout the cultivation chamber. The horrifying sensation of his flesh being consumed felt as though someone were scraping his skin with a dull knife, inflicting unbearable pain. That it was not until a considerable time later that the force of consumption gradually subsided. That moment, Chu Ran's entire body was drenched in sweat, his weakened form collapsing onto the ground. It took him 2 hours to muster the strength to sit up again. Endless dread lingered in his mind. This was only the 2nd time he had experienced such consumption. As Old Hay had mentioned, if the holy crystal was not nourished with spiritual crystals, it would continue to devour him, but he had anticipated that at least a month or 2 would pass before the next occurrence. Yet it had only been a few days before it began again. Moreover, this time, the force of consumption was evidently much stronger than before. At this rate, he feared he would not be able to endure the next episode. Regardless of his circumstances, he absolutely needed to find spiritual crystals. Chu Ran muttered to himself, looking down. However, he still had no idea what spiritual crystals truly were. Guhan. After a moment of silence, Churin suddenly thought of Guhan. Both Guhan and his father had mentioned their reluctance to see him follow in his mother's footsteps, although he was unaware of the trials his mother faced in the past. Guhan must surely possess some knowledge. Once his cultivation was complete, he resolved to seek out Guhan for answers. Galugulu. Charan dismissed further contemplation and directly consumed several spirit heart pills, as the dark spiritual energy circulated within him. The moment the pills entered his stomach, they were devoured by the dark energy, transforming into spiritual power to nourish his depleted body, just as the young lady at the Dambao Pavilion had stated. The spiritual energy within these pills was incredibly formidable. Even at his current cultivation level, a single pill nearly restored him to peak condition. The remaining spiritual energy was then channeled into the body refinement technique passed to him by Old Hay. As he relentlessly struck his own body on that day, when he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy of the absorption spring, Old Hay had imparted to him a body refinement technique named the Silence Demonic Art. He had no idea what rank this technique belonged to, but it allowed him to endure the overwhelming spiritual energy that threatened to explode his body. According to Old Hay, the silence demonic art consisted of 9 levels. With each breakthrough, one could comprehend an exceptionally powerful body cultivation technique, and upon reaching the 9th level, one's physical form could rival that of an emperor-level martial artist. As for what exactly the emperor level entailed, Charan had never heard of it. Even in ancient texts, there were no records regarding this realm. The silence demonic art. For body refiners, one must refine the skin, flesh, bones, meridians, and soul. It is thus to temper the skin with spiritual power, nourish the flesh with spiritual power, refine the bones with spiritual power, clear the meridians with spiritual power, and cultivate the soul with spiritual power. First level, skin refinement. Absorb the spiritual power of all things, transforming it into a colossal spiritual hand to strike the skin, causing it to crack, muscles to tense, and blood to erupt. Through the mingling of blood and spirit, one refines the skin. Only when the skin remains unbroken and blood is not shed can one achieve great success. Second level, flesh nourishment. Absorb the spiritual power of all things, allowing it to burrow beneath the skin, transforming into countless spiritual insects that gnaw at the flesh beneath, destroying and creating in a perpetual cycle. If the flesh remains unharmed and the body endures, one achieves great success. As Charan contemplated the training methods of the silence demonic art, a sense of dread enveloped him. This technique felt less like a body refinement method and more like a suicidal endeavor. Merely observing it sent shivers down his spine. The thought of practicing it was even more daunting. He had no choice but to cultivate it. Otherwise, he would have perished from the overwhelming spiritual energy of the absorption spring. Now, he had only just begun to practice the first level. But according to Old Hay, the first level was the simplest, and he could feel that it would not be long before he would break through to the second level. Chapter 53. Falling stars, clap, clap. The chilling sound of striking resonated throughout the cultivation chamber, echoing like thunder. Dark energy coiled around the young man, continuously devouring spiritual power from within him, manifesting as enormous black hands that relentlessly struck his body. Blood seeped from the myriad fissures that spread across his form like a spider's web, covering his entire body, even his face. At this moment, the young man sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a blood-soaked clay statue, marred and terrifying. Only his tightly clenched teeth bore witness to his existence as a living being. Roar. It was unclear how much time had passed when a young man suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar. The cracks covering his body gradually shrank and healed. Even the blood ceased to ooze from his skin. Despite the relentless assault of the black hands, they could no longer inflict significant harm upon him. In the end, no traces of their impact remained. Silence demonic art, break for me. With a thunderous shout, the young man shattered the black hands in midair, causing them to explode into countless specks of black light that hovered. Suspended in the air, he abruptly opened his eyes, their inky depths resembling an abyss, profound and dark. 9th level peak physique, 7th level cultivation. Gazing at his fists, a smile crept across the young man's face. The breakthrough of the first level of the silence demonic art not only elevated his physique from the 8th level to the 9th peak, but it also enhanced his cultivation by 1 level. He intended to enter the dark holy crystal space to test his newfound strength. Suddenly, fragments of the shattered black hands began to move in a peculiar manner, ultimately forming a line of black characters that hovered in midair. Silence palm. Wield the strength of one's body. Forge the silence palm, and shatter the ruins with a single strike. This was the body cultivation technique of the first level of the silence demonic art. Wield the strength of one's body. As he gazed at the black characters, Charan murmured softly before raising his right hand. The dark spiritual energy surged, consuming all the power within him, channeling it into his palm. Forge the silence palm. As the words escaped his lips, a torrent of black energy erupted from his palm, coalescing into a massive black handprint, nearly a meter in size, before him. The overwhelming power warped the surrounding space, visibly distorting it. Shatter the ruins. With a low growl, Charan thrust his right hand forward, the black handprint crashing into the stone wall of the cultivation chamber. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated, the force of the silence erupting, obliterating the stone wall into nothingness, leaving not even a speck of debris. Following this, there was a second and a third. The entire Tianwu Palace trembled under the resounding blasts, sending shockwaves of fear through countless hearts within. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Are we about to collapse? Gasps of astonishment filled the Tianwu Palace. The doors of several other cultivation chambers swung open, revealing pairs of bewildered eyes scanning the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, an abrupt cry echoed throughout the competition hall. "Oh, who did this? Who the hell did this?" The cries left many puzzled. Those in the know, with reddened eyes, revealed the cause that a friend's moment of enlightenment had finally come 2 days prior, only for the spiritual power in the chamber to suddenly dissipate, disrupting his breakthrough. After 2 arduous days, he had finally reached enlightenment once more, yet this terrifying tremor had interrupted his progress yet again. After 2 failed attempts at enlightenment, who knows how long it would take to achieve it again? Upon learning the reason, many regarded the informant with sympathetic expressions. With tears in his eyes, the informant exclaimed, "It's not my fault. It was my friend, that brat again. Is he trying to bring down our competition hall?" Guhan, upon hearing the commotion, was infuriated despite his scholarly demeanor, gritting his teeth in anger as he rushed to the 9th floor cultivation chamber. Upon witnessing the state of the 9th floor cultivation chamber, he nearly fainted from rage. Including the spiritual power cultivation chamber, the gravity chamber, and the martial arts practice area, all 3 cultivation rooms had completely collapsed. The entire 9th floor cultivation area was in disarray, with spiritual energy swirling chaotically and dust rising like a wasteland of tea that moment. The young man remained amidst the ruins, staring down at his palm. Motionless, Churin. Guhan's thunderous roar jolted Churin awake, who turned to look at Guhan, stammering, "Guhan Master, why are you here? You could have let me know in advance so I could come to greet you." Guhan shot a cold glare at Churin. "Today, you must give me a reasonable explanation." Churin surveyed the collapsed cultivation chambers and then glanced at the fuming Guhan, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking, "This is bad. How much will I have to compensate?" Even if just the cultivation chambers were involved, they were certainly not ordinary. There were formations and other factors to consider. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he were to exhaust the entire Churin family fortune, it would likely not suffice to cover the costs. "Well, if I said it was all because of you, Guhan Master, would you calm down?" Guhan furiously retorted. "Because of me? Stop making excuses here. How is it not your fault?" Upon this realization, Churin felt a surge of anger rising within him as he retorted loudly, "If it weren't for that cursed box of yours, would I be in this predicament? Time and again, I nearly lost my life to whatever is inside that box. How is it not your fault? And what on earth is this spiritual crystal? If I can't find it soon, I will truly be finished." Guhan regarded Churin with an expression of amusement. Did he not understand Churin? Was it not merely a fear of compensating for damages? "Fine, I won't ask you to pay for the damages. Do you really need to be this worked up?" Guhan remarked exasperatedly. "Does Churin Chantian know how stingy you are? If you had said earlier that you wouldn't be compensating, it would have been settled." "Thank you, Guhan Master." Churin grinned. "To be honest, it was all taught to me by my father." Upon hearing those words, Guhan turned and walked away. Chu Ran blinked in surprise and hurried after him, asking, "Gu Jianzhu, this concerns life and death. You must know what Ling Jing truly is." "In Xing Shi." Guhan did not turn back, seemingly unwilling to face Chu Ran again, but a single phrase floated back from his retreating figure. "Every In Xing Shi is a form of Ling Jing. Varying in quality, the better the In Xing Shi, the greater the assistance it provides you." In Xing Shi. At the mention of these 3 words, Chu Ran froze in place that he naturally understood what it was. In Xing Shi, also known as star meteorite. It could only be born under the illumination of celestial light, absorbing the starlight of a particular star for 10,000 years. Only then could a meteorite imbued with the power of that star come into existence. When a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mortal realm, soul wandering through the celestial expanse, possessing a star meteorite would guide the martial artist's soul to locate the mother star of that meteorite, ultimately aiding them in coalescing a star soul infused with the power of its mother star. The higher the quality of the star meteorite, the more valuable it is, and the more formidable the resulting star soul becomes. However, in the realm of martial cultivators, star meteorites are exceedingly rare and precious. Especially high-quality ones are often available only at exorbitant prices, should a location give birth to a star meteorite of the seventh heaven or above. It would inevitably incite a bloody contest. Only those from noble families or great powers might possess the opportunity to forge a star soul from a star meteorite. Ordinary martial artists can only rely on luck and talent to find a compatible meteorite and forge a star soul. This is why, in the world of martial cultivation, the mightier the force, the less likely it is to decline. Chu Ran never anticipated that the so-called Ling Jing mentioned by Lao He would actually be a star meteorite. Where could he possibly find one? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the training room. Chapter 54, The Method of Seizing Spirit for Body Enhancement. Upon opening the door, he found a young girl standing outside. Chu Ran recognized her as the counter-attendant from Devour Pavilion who had previously assisted him. "Hi, is there something you need?" he inquired. Seeing Chu Ran, the girl quickly bowed and said, "Young Master Chu, my young lady requests your presence." Chu Ran was puzzled. "Qin Xiang," the girl nodded. "Precisely." Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he had only met that Qin Xiang once. Why was she seeking him out? Could it be that she regretted giving him the elixir and had come to ask for money? No, he resolutely decided against going. Chu Ran shook his head and refused. "Please tell your young lady that I appreciate her elixir. But I have other matters to attend to and cannot go." After saying this, he attempted to close the door. The girl bent her waist even lower and said, "My young lady mentioned that it pertains to the city lord's mansion and Xiajian, and young Master Chu will surely attend. Not about money." Chu Ran paused for a moment, then ultimately nodded. "Very well, lead the way, as long as it wasn't about money. Then it was worth considering." Soon, Chu Ran was brought to the third floor of Danbao Pavilion. After the girl opened the door for him, she left. Chu Ran stepped into the room with some curiosity, and immediately a faint floral fragrance wafted towards him. Not overpowering, but rather refreshing, making him feel quite at ease. Looking around, the room was not very large, elegantly decorated, with few embellishments on the walls, save for several ancient landscape paintings and an antique guqin placed beneath one of them. Inside the room, several pots of blooming pale pink flowers were arranged, and a young girl was carefully watering them with a kettle. It was indeed Qin Xiang. "Young Master Chu, you've arrived." Hearing the voice, Qin Xiang slowly set down the kettle and walked towards Chu Ran, offering him a gentle smile. "Please, take a seat." Chu Ran, feeling no need for formality, sat down directly and said, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "Miss Qin," he added, "as long as it's not about the payment for elixirs, I'm open to anything." Giggle. Young Master Chu is jesting. The matter of mere elixirs is inconsequential. As they spoke, Qin Xiang also took a seat, her gaze lingering on Chu Ran several times. Over the years, there had been few who could sit before her and engage in light-hearted conversation. Previously, when she had been on the second floor of Danbao Pavilion, she had not taken a close look at Chu Ran, but now she realized that this young man was markedly different from others she had encountered, especially his eyes, which were deep and profound, evoking a sensation as if one might fall into an abyss just by gazing into them. It was clear that this Chu Ran was not as simple as he appeared. And no wonder he could withstand a strike from Master Luo. As Qin Xiang assessed Chu Ran, he too scrutinized her in return. There was an elusive brilliance in her gaze, indicating that she was no ordinary character. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around her were subtle, yet evident. Chu Ran estimated her strength to be no less than the pinnacle of the ninth layer, possibly even a martial artist at the 100 refinement realm. This discovery surprised him, making him more cautious. At such a young age, possessing such prowess, the Qin Xiang before him was far from the harmless appearance she projected. Chu Ran took the initiative to speak. "Did you not mention there was something regarding the city lord's mansion and Xiajian that you wish to discuss?" Qin Xiang smiled lightly. "I presume young Master Chu has heard that Xiajian is set to break through to the 100 refinement realm before the martial arts gathering. Yes? Wouldn't you like to know what method she intends to use for this breakthrough?" Chu Ran was taken aback. "What method, do you know?" Just as Qin Xianger had stated, Chu Ran was indeed curious about what method could allow Xia Jian to ascend from the 9th layer of the Star Forging realm to the 100 Refinement realm in just 3 days. It was a significant breakthrough, and even though Xia Jian had mastered the Great Ascension intent, the immense spiritual energy required for such a leap could not be gathered within a mere few days. Otherwise, how could it be that in the vast expanse of Gouda City, there were only 200 Refinement realm powerhouses to date? Qin Xianger did not respond directly, but instead said before that, "May I ask young master 2 questions?" Chu Ran inquired. "Is this a transaction?" "Not quite a transaction." Qin Xianger shook her head gently, raising a delicate hand to pour half a cup of tea for Chu Ran before continuing. "I am merely curious. If young Master Chu wishes not to answer, there is no obligation." Chu Ran nodded. "What are the questions?" Qin Xianger looked at Chu Ran and stated, "The first question pertains to the recent incident of uncontrolled spiritual energy within the Tianwu Hall. That was indeed your doing, wasn't it? The second question concerns the tremor that recently occurred in Tianwu Hall. I assume it too originated from you." Chu Ran did not hide the truth and admitted, "Indeed, this matter, even if he refrained from discussing it, with Qin Xianger's astuteness, she would surely uncover it. However, he was curious about what this implied. Why did Qin Xianger wish to know?" Qin Xianger seemed disinclined to explain further, instead stating directly, "Has young Master Chu heard of the method of seizing spirit for body enhancement?" Seizing spirit for body enhancement. Upon hearing those 4 words, Chu Ran's heart jolted. In the past, he had indeed encountered related records within ancient texts, and he vividly recalled the sinister nature of this method. The method of seizing spirit for body enhancement was, to be precise, a type of formation that was quite similar to its literal meaning. Seizing spirit referred to taking away another's spiritual energy, while body enhancement indicated infusing the seized energy into one's own body. To set up such a formation, it would require a minimum of 5 formation masters of the 5th tier or higher, alongside at least 100 martial cultivators as recipients, who must consume a substantial amount of elixirs until their bodies reach the limit of endurance. Following this, the formation would be activated to strip the spiritual energy from the 100 recipients and infuse it into the main subject, allowing for a dramatic increase in the main subject's spiritual power. However, once this method was executed, the only fate awaiting those 100 recipients would be one of devastation. Their meridians would rupture under the overwhelming force of the elixirs, their dantian shattered, leaving them either crippled or dead. He never imagined that the City Lord's mansion would resort to such a nefarious method to aid Xia Jian's breakthrough. And no wonder they were purchasing all the high-tier elixirs from Danbao Pavilion. "Why are you telling me all this?" This time, Chu Ran was genuinely intrigued as to why Qin Xianger would divulge such information to him. It seems young Master Chu is indeed aware of the method of seizing spirit for body enhancement. Qin Xianger did not respond to Chu Ran's inquiry, but instead slowly stood up and said, "However, young Master Chu is undoubtedly unaware of what is required as the focal point for this seizing spirit formation." "What?" Chu Ran genuinely did not know. 7-layer Heaven Star Meteorite, Qin Xianger revealed. The 7-layer Heaven Star Meteorite, meaning it could assist martial cultivators in forging a star soul of the 7th layer heaven. Yet those few words caused Chu Ran's eyes to widen in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the star meteorite mentioned by Guhan had appeared so swiftly. Chapter 55, 7-layer Heaven Star Meteorite, with Qin Xianger's statement. Chu Ran couldn't help but wonder if this woman could indeed perceive the thoughts within his mind. However, it is evidently impossible. After a brief silence, Chu Ran suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon Qin Xianger, asking in a deep voice, "Do you desire the 7-fold celestial meteorite?" Although he posed it as a question, he was almost certain that this was indeed Qin Xianger's true intention. He knew she would not casually reveal such information to him. But what did she mean by telling him this? Was she implying that he should venture into the Lord's manor to seize the meteorite? Was that even feasible? What a joke! Who wouldn't be interested in the 7-fold celestial meteorite? Qin Xianger looked at Chu Ran, nodded her head, and then gently shook it, saying, "But I fear that young Master Chu has misunderstood. I never intended for you to storm the Lord's manor." "What exactly do you mean?" "Speak plainly." Chu Ran shook his head, stood up directly, and declared, "If there is nothing further, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He had no desire to engage further with this woman before him. Her thoughts were too profound, and he sensed that she was digging a significant pit for him, one from which he might not escape if he stumbled into it. If I were to tell you that the Lord's manor is destined for destruction, would you believe me? Qin Xianger's words caused Chu Ran, who had already lifted his foot, to instinctively lower it again, turning to look at her as he said, I believe. He then added, one day, I will personally bring ruin to the Lord's manor. Qin Xianger shook her head. No, I mean tomorrow. Tomorrow. Chu Ran was taken aback. Miss Qin, are you certain you are not jesting with me? The Lord's manor will be destroyed tomorrow. By whom? Your Dambao Pavilion. Even if Dambao Pavilion possesses some influence, it would surely not dare to strike against the Lord's manor unless it sought rebellion. You will soon know whether this is a jest or not. Qin Xianger slowly returned to her chair, took a delicate sip of tea without looking at Chu Ran, and softly stated, after the martial gathering tomorrow, the Lord's manor will undoubtedly be washed in blood like tea that time. The spirit infusion array will be unable to be withdrawn in time, and you may take the opportunity to infiltrate the Lord's manor and obtain the sevenfold celestial meteorite, .as for the location of the array. Someone will inform you when the time comes. Chu Ran turned to regard Qin Xianger's silhouette, frowning, yet fell silent. He found it difficult to trust her claims, for the power of the Lord's manor was well established. However, when Qin Xianger spoke, her expression, demeanor, and tone bore no semblance of falsehood. After a moment, he asked, Are you not afraid that I will run off with the sevenfold celestial meteorite? Run off? Why would you run away? Qin Xianger turned back to look at Chu Ran, seemingly reverting to her harmless demeanor, and smiled gently. As long as you obtain it, it will belong to you. How could there be any notion of running away? Do you not want it? At this, Chu Ran genuinely found himself unable to fathom Qin Xianger. If the situation were true, then what exactly was her aim? Young Master Chu may harbor doubts, but there is no need to. Qin Xianger smiled. Though this is our second meeting, we may consider ourselves friends now. This sevenfold celestial meteorite can be regarded as a token of friendship. There will be many opportunities for us to communicate in the future. Will there not? Isn't it a bit too extravagant for a token of friendship? Chu Ran shook his head. There are no free lunches in this world. He did not believe in such tokens, especially from a merchant, a shrewd one at that. Merchants seek profit. Where is the unmerited favor? Qin Xianger chuckled lightly. Whether it is valuable or not depends on the person. Compared to you, young Master Chu, how could a mere sevenfold celestial meteorite be considered precious? Miss Qin need not flatter me. Chu Ran shook his head. He did not believe in empty compliments. They held no significance. He was well aware of his own worth. After a brief silence, unwilling to say more, he directly cupped his hands in farewell. I shall not trouble Miss Qin any longer. Shaoqing, see young Master Chu off. Qin Xianger said no more, summoning the girl from the counter to escort Chu Ran out of Dambao Pavilion. Upon exiting Dambao Pavilion, Chu Ran glanced back at the establishment sign and exhaled deeply. Even now, he found it difficult to discern the truth behind Qin Xianger's words. However, after tomorrow's martial gathering, the reality of the matter would be unveiled. He did not return to the 9-tiered training room, but instead left Tianwu Hall, heading towards Chu Manor. Just as Chu Ran departed, in a room on the 3rd floor of Dambao Pavilion, an elderly man of around 60 emerged from the back room. Upon seeing the elder, Qin Xianger inquired, Elder Wang, how did it go? The elder slowly replied, Indeed, he is a body cultivator and quite remarkable at that. Despite his tender age, he possesses the formidable strength of a peak 9th layer in the star forging realm. However, there seems to be something peculiar within this youth. Qin Xianger raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Peculiar? Why do you say that, Elder Wang? The elder explained, I can only sense a 6-fold celestial sword soul. Yet within his dantian, there appears to be another mysterious force that cannot be probed. Even when I attempted to investigate, my own star soul felt a twinge of trepidation. What? Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Qin Xianger showed a slight change in expression. Are you suggesting that he possesses dual star souls? The elder shook his head. I cannot say for certain. It may also be some rare treasure or an extraordinary body. In any case, there are many variables, Qin Xianger remarked, regardless of the variables, with such cultivation. He can disrupt the entire Tianwu Hall's spiritual energy field, even causing the entire hall to tremble. This alone signifies that this Chu Ran is not to be underestimated. Even so, I believe he still lacks the weight to compare with the sevenfold celestial meteorite. The elder shook his head. Moreover, whether this youth will accept the favor of the young lady remains uncertain. I do not share that belief, Qin Xianger asserted, as long as he acquires the sevenfold celestial meteorite. Whether he acknowledges this favor or not, this matter will surely leave an indelible mark on his memory. Should he utilize this meteorite to reforge his star soul, it will be forever etched in his mind. In the future, if Dambao Pavilion were to face calamity while he still lives, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Qin Xianger smiled. That alone is sufficient. I have indeed been short-sighted. The elder's surprise at Qin Xianger's words was evident. He had not anticipated that the young lady had already considered events years or even decades into the future. When he looked at Qin Xianger again, admiration flickered in his eyes. With your vision, young lady, the future of Dambao Pavilion will undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Tianyue Kingdom, perhaps even beyond. However, this all hinges on whether he can survive the martial gathering tomorrow. As for the future, Qin Xianger walked slowly to a flower pot, lifted a watering can, and continued to water while softly murmuring, as long as there is one person on my list who can grow, it is a gain for Dambao Pavilion, is it not? Indeed, it is so. Chapter 56. The Xianming Giant Sword. Boom! As Chu Ran reached the entrance of Chu Manor, a series of thunderous roars echoed, sweeping across the heavens. The spiritual energy above the entire ancient path city surged to a boil. The immense spiritual force transformed into a palpable substance, resembling serpentine tendrils of energy that darted chaotically through the void, rolling and surging. The resounding clamor that engulfed ancient path city was the result of these spiritual tendrils colliding with one another. Spiritual energy upheaval. Chu Ran's heart tightened, and his gaze instinctively turned toward the direction of the Lord's Manor. Not just Chu Ran, but at that moment, the eyes of the entire ancient path city seemed to converge upon the Lord's Manor. A brilliant column of spiritual light descended from the sky above the Lord's Manor. This column of spiritual light soared 10 zhang high, with blooming ice lotuses swirling within it, resembling ethereal sprites that adorned the luminescent column, casting a ghostly blue glow that illuminated the entire ancient path city. As the column of spiritual light descended, the previously chaotic tendrils of spiritual energy swirling above ancient path city appeared to be drawn in, wildly racing into the column, following it down into the Lord's Manor. What a spectacular display of spiritual energy upheaval. The 100 Refinements realm. Someone at the Lord's Manor has broken through to the 100 Refinements realm. 30 years prior, a nearly identical upheaval of spiritual energy occurred in ancient path city. That time, it was when Lord Xia Yunhao broke through to the 100 Refinements realm. And now, this spiritual energy upheaval has re-emerged at the Lord's Manor. Xia Jian has truly broken through to the 100 Refinements realm. Countless gasps resonated throughout ancient path city, echoing endlessly. Just yesterday, the Lord's Manor proclaimed that within 3 days, Xia Jian would undoubtedly break through to the 100 Refinements realm. However, few took this seriously. After all, how old could Xia Jian be? Despite having reached a certain level of cultivation and understanding, one still requires a considerable amount of time to accumulate spiritual energy in order to break through the 100 Refinement stage. Unexpectedly, within just a single day, Xia Jian achieved this remarkable feat. Truly, Xia Jian deserves the title of the foremost genius of Gudao City. The presence of Xia Jian in Gudao City is indeed a fortunate blessing. In the days to come, Gudao City will undoubtedly be renowned throughout the entire Tianyue Kingdom due to Xia Jian's name. The resounding echoes of admiration have even reached Chu Ran's ears. Xia Jian. Listening to these voices and gazing in the direction of the city lord's mansion, a glint of malice flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Even if you reach the 100 Refinement stage, I, Chu Ran, shall surely kill you. Just then, a large hand rested on Chu Ran's shoulder, and upon hearing the voice, he quickly turned around and bowed. Father, come, let us return home. Chu Changtian patted Chu Ran on the shoulder. and the two then entered the grand doors of the Chu residence. Xiaojian has already broken through to the 100 refinement stage. Is my son prepared for tomorrow's battle? Without glancing back, Chu Changtian's words reached Chu Ran's ears. Chu Ran nodded in response. Why, yes, as long as you are prepared, father will be at ease. Chu Changtian said no more. The two continued on to the main hall of the Chu residence, where Chu Changtian took a seat. That on the main table lay a broadsword, its width equivalent to 4 or 5 ordinary long swords. Chu Changtian gently wiped the massive sword with a towel and asked Chu Ran, Do you still remember this sword? The Xianming Great Sword. Of course, he remembered it vividly. This sword had been displayed in his father's study for many years. Chu Ran distinctly recalled sneaking into his father's study as a child, touching this sword, and subsequently being discovered by his father, which resulted in a severe beating. This was the only time in his life that he had been punished by his father. Ever since that incident, he had never dared to approach the Xianming Great Sword again. Who would have thought that today his father would actually take out the Xianming Great Sword? This was truly an unprecedented occurrence. This sword was personally gifted to me by your mother 25 years ago. Back then, she nearly lost her life to obtain it. Chu Changtian carefully wiped the Xianming Great Sword, his gaze softening as he looked at the blade, as if he were seeing the one who bestowed it upon him. Observing his father, Chu Ran felt an inexplicable stirring in his heart. He bit his lip several times on the verge of asking something, yet ultimately refrained. He understood that even if he asked, he would not receive an answer. Ever since her departure, this sword had remained untouched by his father, and it could no longer be moved. Chu Changtian firmly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his former self, the earlier sorrow vanishing. He slowly lifted the Xianming Great Sword, looking at Chu Ran, and said, Today, I pass this sword to you, that I want you to remember that from now on, regardless of what happens, as long as you exist, the sword shall too pass to me. Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had never expected that his father would suddenly entrust him with the cherished Xianming Great Sword. I shall remember it well. Chu Ran hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to accept it. Chu Changtian gazed intently at Chu Ran, devoid of his usual warmth and affection, leaving only an air of solemnity. Repeat after me. Chu Ran lowered his gaze to the Xianming Great Sword, slowly raising it to meet his father's eyes. The expression on his father's face caused a slight tremor in his heart. This was the first time he had seen his father so serious. He knew that this sword held immense significance for his father. From now on, as long as you exist, the sword shall too. He took a deep breath and boldly repeated the words. Chu Changtian approached Chu Ran, stroking his head, and said, One day, this sword will lead you to find your mother. Do you understand? Chu Ran nodded. I understand, father. Chu Changtian withdrew his hand. Very well, you may go now. Tomorrow there will be a martial competition. Do not bring shame upon me. Rest assured, father. Chu Ran then bade farewell to his father and returned directly to his room. Upon returning, Chu Ran entered the dark holy crystal space. He wanted to test just how formidable the Xianming Great Sword truly was. Within the boundless darkness, holding the Xianming Great Sword, Chu Ran engaged in combat with the shadowy figures. The thunderous sounds of fists and the sharp cries of the sword reverberated in the dark space. As he swung the sword, Chu Ran was astonished to discover that the Xianming Great Sword, for some unknown reason, grew heavier with each swing. It seemed that every time he infused spiritual energy into the sword, its weight doubled. After merely a dozen swings, he could no longer wield it. It felt as though he was not holding a sword, but a massive mountain, utilizing the power of the Devouring Star Soul. At that moment, a low voice from the dark space called out to him. The voice startled Chu Ran, and he instinctively complied. With a hum, the dark spiritual energy flowed into the Xianming Great Sword. And in an instant, the sword emitted a clear, dragon-like cry, its entire body trembling with excitement. The once monumental weight of the Xianming Great Sword returned to its original state. This left Chu Ran astounded. Grasping the Xianming Great Sword, he could distinctly feel the exhilaration it conveyed to him. Could it be that this Xianming Great Sword recognizes my dark star soul? Chapter 57. Are villains born from desolate lands? In the dark holy crystal space, a night of cultivation allowed Chu Ran to adapt to the Xianming Great Sword. Additionally, he discovered another benefit of the sword. It honed his physical body. As long as he utilized ordinary spiritual energy to activate it, the more he did so, the heavier the sword became, making it the ultimate form of weighted training. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Chu Ran heard a cacophony of noise emanating from the streets outside the Chu residence. The buzz was primarily about Xiajian's breakthrough to the 100 refinement stage and today's martial competition at the Tianzi Academy. Many were speculating whether Chu Ran could retain his special admission token. However, it was evident that almost no one believed Chu Ran stood a chance of victory. The gap between the Star Forging stage and the 100 refinement stage is far too vast, rendering any comparison moot. Not to mention that even if Chu Ran were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, he would still be no match for Xiajian of the 100 refinement stage. This has been a long-standing principle in the martial arts world. Just as Chu Ran was about to leave the Chu residence for the Tianwu Hall, two figures on horseback suddenly approached from outside the Chu residence. One was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, and the other was a young woman, around 17 or 18 years of age. The pair dismounted and walked directly into the Chu residence. "Hey, summon Chu Ran to see us," the young woman called out to Chu Ran, her tone filled with arrogance, as if addressing a mere servant. Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly, sizing up the two individuals. Their attire was quite extravagant, making it evident that they were not ordinary people. In particular, the elderly man beside the young woman exuded an aura akin to a mountain, a subtle pressure emanating from him. "I am speaking to you. Did you not hear?" Chu Ran's silence seemed to irritate the young woman, who called out to him again. "Who are you? What business do you have with Chu Ran?" Chu Ran inquired. "We are from the Royal Academy." Quickly call Chu Ran out. Inform him that his opportunity has arrived. Our time is precious, and we cannot waste it in this small Gudao city. Tell him, or we will leave without him." As she spoke, the young woman surveyed the Chu residence, her brows furrowing in disdain, and whispered to the elderly man beside her. "Elder Chiu, had I known that Gudao City was like this, I would not have come." Gudao City is situated amidst towering mountains and treacherous ravines, a stronghold that was carved out of the earth to connect the north and south of Tianyue Kingdom. It is said that Gudao City is magnificent and breathtaking, a sight to behold. It was precisely for this reason that she had chosen to accompany them. However, she found herself disappointed to discover that Gudao City bore no resemblance to the grand tale she had heard. It was, in fact, a desolate and impoverished place. People from the Royal Academy. The words of the young girl left Churin momentarily stunned. These two were indeed individuals from the Royal Academy. He had long heard that the Royal Academy had dispatched representatives to Ancient Path City, yet he never anticipated their appearance would come only today. However, the haughty demeanor she unconsciously exhibited while speaking, coupled with the disdainful expression that followed her words, caused Churin to furrow his brow. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for they were members of the Royal Academy, undoubtedly of noble birth. After a brief silence, Churin remarked, "You may be unaware, but I, Churin, have already obtained the special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy. Thus, I am now also considered one of its members." "Tianzi Academy members? Are you jesting?" The girl glanced at Churin, asserting, "Though we have just arrived in Ancient Path City, we have heard tales of the martial contest. Do you truly believe your young master can safeguard that token?" Churin retorted, "The contest is yet to commence. How can one know the outcome beforehand?" At his words, the girl could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Huh. Indeed, those from remote villages possess limited insight." Churin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Then, whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" "Unquestionably, it shall be the one from the 100 refinement realm," she replied matter-of-factly. "Have you not heard that all beneath the 100 refinement realm are but ants?" Churin scoffed. "Since you are already aware that I, Churin, stand no chance of winning, why then do you seek me out? Is it that your Royal Academy can only claim the leftovers?" He had long found her insufferable, her proud demeanor suggesting that she alone embodied nobility in this world. Who indulged such a foul temperament? Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "My Royal Academy only recruits elite talents. We would never settle for the remnants of others." Churin smirked. "Then what brings you here?" The girl was about to retort when an elder beside her raised a hand to interrupt. The elder turned to Churin. saying, "Young friend, if I am not mistaken, you must be Churin." "Indeed, I am Churin, but not the one you seek," Churin replied, then strode towards the gate, adding, "Rest assured, the hospitality of the Chuan family will ensure you do not leave empty-handed." With that, his figure vanished beyond the doors of the Chuan residence. Initially, he had held a measure of respect for the Royal Academy, yet the arrival of these two had swiftly altered his impression. Such an overbearing and arrogant attitude could be understood if one were merely a student. But as an elder of the Academy, to turn a blind eye to such behavior raised questions about whether the entire Royal Academy was composed of such individuals. A place of that nature, even if offered to him freely, he would refuse to attend. Elder and that individual is exceedingly impolite. As he watched Churin depart, the girl bit her red lip in frustration. Coldly huffing, it truly fits the adage, "From poor mountains and evil waters come cunning folk." Alas, since he behaves thus, we need not force the matter. With his disposition, he would scarcely last a few days at the Royal Academy. Eldarin shook his head slightly. He had encountered many such self-important youths who lacked awareness. However, he had rarely seen one capable of surviving in a place like the Royal Academy. "Welcome, esteemed guests of the Royal Academy." Chuan Changtun, the head of the Chuan family, hurriedly approached from within the courtyard. "That I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. I hope my esteemed guests can forgive me." "Humph," the girl merely snorted, not sparing Chuan Changtian a glance, before turning to lead Elder and out of the Chuan residence. Once mounted, they headed straight for the Tianwu Hall. Meanwhile, the Tianwu Hall had become nearly overcrowded, with almost the entire population of ancient Path City gathered on the first floor S arena, awaiting the contest. Ancient Path City, being a fort city, had never produced a special recruit of Tianzi Academy in all these years. Yet this year, two individuals qualified to contend for that coveted position had emerged. This was undoubtedly a momentous event for Ancient Path City, and none wished to miss this rare martial contest. Chapter 58. That glimmer of confidence, bro. You really dared to show up. As Churin entered the Tianwu Hall, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. Without needing to look, he knew it was Gu. Without turning his head, Churin replied, "Why would I not dare?" Gu. He stepped in front of Churin, inspecting him from head to toe. "Didn't you know? Many are saying you wouldn't participate in this contest." Churin shrugged. "What others say has no bearing on me." As he spoke, he glanced at the pale hand resting on his shoulder, exasperatedly saying, "Old Gu, can we perhaps change your method of greeting? After all, you're still a girl, yet you act more manly than the boys." Gu pouted, lightly huffing. "What? Are you unsatisfied? Would you like to have a sparring match to warm up?" Churin laughed and shook his head. "There's no need for warm-ups. Is it truly necessary to prepare for someone as insignificant as Xia Jian? Just scold me." Upon hearing this, Gu paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Churin, do you know what I admire most about you?" Churin pondered for a moment before responding, "My stature, my might, my good looks. Have some self-respect. Is it really that hard?" Gu raised an eyebrow. "What I admire most is your audacity. Regardless of your opponent, you always manage to maintain that bravado." Churin looked astonished. "At least you're a girl. Could you not be so blunt?" At this, Gu's expression turned stern, as she reached for her weapon, saying, "If you continue to speak like that, do you believe I wouldn't take you down?" All right, you win." Churin sighed, realizing this was the first time he encountered a woman who disliked being addressed in a certain manner. This was what true camaraderie felt like. Gu tilted her chin at Churin, asking, "So, how do you feel? Are you confident? If not, just toss that worthless token to Xia Jian." Churin shook his head. "She isn't worthy." "Ha ha!" Gu laughed heartily, delighted. As expected, Churin remains true to himself. "You haven't tiered. Come, I'll lead you into the arena," Gu declared, striding towards the right side of the Grand Hall. Churin followed closely, and the two entered the colossal arena, where the contest was to be held through an internal passage. The spectator stands were nearly filled to capacity, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Churin stepped into the arena. His gaze immediately fell upon the banner of the City Lord's mansion in the eastern spectator area. City Lord Xia Yunhao sat proudly, distinctly visible amid the vast arena, exuding an aura that instinctively deterred direct gazes. He remained silent, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Beside him stood several prominent figures, each a notable individual from ancient Path City, including Su Yuan Shan, the head of the Su family, Wang Bo, the head of the Wang family, and Qi Tianhan, the head of the Qi family. Although these families did not rival the Chuan or Su families, they wielded significant power, especially after the Lin family's demise. Several capable families harbored ambitions for ascendance. The only means to achieve such aspirations was through the city lord, Xia Yunhao. Today, my lord's daughter shall undoubtedly secure the special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy, enhancing the prestige of ancient Path City. A mere Charan dares to compete with Miss Xiajian. It is truly like an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly delusional, to have produced a talent like Miss Xiajian. Ancient Path City shall only grow more formidable. Flattering remarks echoed among the group, and though Xia Yunhao offered little response, the pride on his face deepened, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, clearly relishing their praise. Not just within the city lord's circle, but the entire spectator area buzzed with discussions surrounding Xiajian, A.S. for Churin. While he was mentioned, it was but a whisper compared to the fervor surrounding her. After all, the likelihood of a star-forging realm individual triumphing over one from the Hunter Refinement realm was nearly non-existent. Many could not help but sigh. A daughter should be like Xiajian. In that moment, the name Xiajian reverberated throughout the arena. How do you feel? Are you feeling the pressure? Gu Yi inquired, eyeing Churin with a smile, seemingly searching for any hint of trepidation hidden beneath his calm facade. However, she clearly failed, as instead of anxiety, she found an unwavering confidence radiating from him. It was a confidence that seemed to inspire those around him. Even Gu Yi felt an inexplicable trust in Churin. It was as though, simply by looking at him, one could envision victory, and if Churin were to strike, defeat was an impossibility. This left Gu Yi utterly astonished, as it seemed utterly bizarre. Although she was aware that Chu Ran must possess something extraordinary, undoubtedly surpassing the apparent cultivation of a 7th-level star forging realm, she still found it hard to believe that Chu Ran could prevail against Xiajian, a newly ascended powerhouse of the 100 Refinements realm. The disparity between them was simply too vast, rendering any hope utterly elusive. Yet, there was something so uncanny about Chu Ran. Just looking at him instilled a sense of certainty that he would emerge victorious. No, this is toxic. I must distance myself from you. After observing for a moment, Gu Yi vigorously shook her head, then left Chu Ran behind and departed without a second thought. Chu Ran stood there, speechless, wondering where the camaraderie had gone. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill breeze against his back, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake, compelling his gaze to dart towards the right rear of the spectator stands. There were eyes fixed intently upon him at a young man, approximately 20 years of age, whom Chu Ran did not recognize. This puzzled him slightly. He couldn't recall having crossed paths with such an individual. It seemed the young man noticed Chu Ran's scrutiny and swiftly vanished into the crowd of spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst Chu Ran's bewilderment, a voice resonated throughout the vast arena, its tone expansive, as though it descended directly from the heavens, prompting all eyes to turn upwards to the pinnacle of the grand hall. A figure gradually materialized, holding a 1,000-faced fan, standing suspended in the air. It was none other than Gu Han, the master of the Heavenly Martial Hall. I am Gu Dao Chang's Heavenly Martial Hall mastered. It is with great honor that I announce the selection of the Heavenly Academy's special recruitment challenge to take place here at the Heavenly Martial Hall. I hope all the talented youths of Gu Dao Chang participating in this challenge will showcase their true strength. Regardless of who ultimately claims the special recruitment token, it shall be a point of pride for Gu Dao Chang. May we uplift the name of Gu Dao Chang and instill fear in our adversaries. As his words fell, the arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Many aspiring participants, both young men and women, couldn't help but clench their fists, determination gleaming in their eyes. Even Chu Ran felt a slight stirring in his heart. Uplift the name of Gu Dao Chang and instill fear in its foes. What stirring words! Gu Han, only the city lord, Xia Yunhao, seated high in the eastern direction, let out a cold grunt. He was the true lord of Gu Dao Chang, while the Heavenly Martial Hall was merely a venue for hosting. Such words ought to have been spoken by him, not by Gu Han. What an affront! Father, there is no need to concern yourself with him. Once I obtain the special recruitment token, what does a mere home master matter? Xiaojin S voice E Xia Yun Hao S expression. Once Xia Yin secures the token, his status will undoubtedly rise, and at that point, he would no longer regard the minor lord of Gu Daocheng, who could never contain his ambitions. A mere Guhan was not worthy of his ire. Chapter 59. You have guts. The rules of the martial competition hall are well understood by all present, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. I invite Elder Cheng Shang of the Heavenly Academy and the trainee mentor Yin Xingyun to ascend the competition stage and preside over this challenge. As Guhan's voice faded, the ethereal figure above the competition stage abruptly shattered into a myriad of starlit fragments, vanishing in a thin AI arc, an illusion. Guhan's display startled many, as such a realistic illusion was beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces. Following Guhan's announcement, Cheng Shang and Yin Xingyun slowly stepped onto the competition stage. Welcome to the Heavenly Academy's Special Recruitment Challenge. All aspiring talents wishing to participate, please proceed to the competition stage. Cheng Shang began, his voice amplified by the special formation on the stage, resonating throughout the arena like a tolling bell. As his words concluded, several individuals swiftly made their way from spectator stands to the competition stage below. However, there were only 3 of them. Among them was the young man who had been staring at Chu Ran from the stands. Xiaojian was also present, along with another youth around 17 or 18 years old. If I am not mistaken, that young man is Su Ling, the eldest son of the Su family. Isn't it? He has come as well. Wasn't he supposed to be cultivating in the Hengshan sect? Su Ling has returned. It seems he too is vying for the special recruitment token. I wonder what level he has attained by now. He must be at least at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Star Forging realm. Upon seeing one of the youths among the 5, the crowd erupted in a series of gasps. The Hengshan sect is one of the 3 great sects of the northern frontier and even within the entire Tianyue kingdom. It holds significant renown. 5 years ago, Su Ling was sent to the Hengshan sect when the Su family was still a small clan in Gu Daocheng. Su Ling. Chu Ran also caught wind of the murmurs in the crowd and recalled the name with some familiarity. 5 years ago, at the age of 12, Su Ling awakened the 6th level of the falling Rain Star Soul, causing a stir throughout Gu Daocheng, heralded as the greatest genius of the city. However, shortly thereafter, his father, the head of the Su family, Su Yuanshan, sent him to the Hengshan sect. According to Chu Ran's father, the reason for Su Ling's departure was the Su family's weak standing, fearing that other families in town might conspire against him due to his talents. Now, 5 years have passed. It is uncertain what level Su Ling has attained. Ling Heir, the rise and fall of the Su family rests upon your shoulders. You must acquire the special recruitment token, no matter what. In the spectator stands, the Su family's patriarch, Su Yuanshan, gazed at his son, his fists clenched slightly. Although the Hengshan sect is formidable, it is insufficient to elevate the Su family status. Unless one becomes a core disciple of the sect, it cannot serve as a reliable support. Yet the Heavenly Academy can, for it possesses a background and strength that exceeds that of any sect. The term Cradle of the Strong is not mere rhetoric. This is precisely why many outstanding youth from large sects also choose to join the Academy. Once the special recruitment token is secured, even the City Lord's manor of Gu Daocheng will fall within the grasp of the Su family. Sensing his father's gaze, Su Ling turned to look back, offering a faint smile. In this insignificant Gu Daocheng, no one is qualified to contend with me. Not even Xia Yin. Chu Ran, please come to the stage. At that moment, Yin Xingyun's commanding voice silenced the entire arena, whether in the spectator stands or on the competition stage below. Nearly everyone began to search for Chu Ran's figure upon hearing the call. He is there. Chu Ran truly dares to show up. It seems he still has some pride. If he had any sense of honor, he wouldn't have committed such disgraceful acts in the first place. Upon seeing Chu Ran, a series of sighs rippled through the crowd. In fact, many had anticipated that he would shy away from participating in this challenge. After all, his special recruitment token had been issued by Master Luo in his capacity as the honorary dean of the Heavenly Academy. Even if he chose not to come and instead went directly to report to the Academy, No one would dare to utter a word against him. Yet he still came. What a fool. If it were me, I would certainly avoid this, forfeiting the special recruitment token. Such a golden opportunity squandered. Are the members of the Chu family all such imbeciles? Many lamented upon witnessing this. Chu Ran said nothing. He merely walked through the crowd with a calm demeanor, directly ascending the vast competition stage, even under the gaze of nearly 100,000 spectators. His expression remained largely unchanged. Only his eyes grew cold for a fleeting moment as they passed over Xia Jiyan. Ran air in the direction of the Chu family. Chu Chong Tian inhaled deeply upon seeing Chu Ran take the stage. Throughout the entire time within the Chu family, he had never once urged Chu Ran to give up. It was not that he was unaware of Chu Ran's ability to choose to withdraw, but rather that he knew Chu Ran would never do so. He is my son, and no one understands him better than I do. What Xia Jian had done to Chu Ran was indelibly etched into his soul. This vendetta could never be forgotten. This grudge must be avenged. Should Chu Ran choose to ignore it today and simply walk away, even if he achieves greatness in the future, this incident will forever remain a shadow buried deep within his soul, ultimately manifesting as a shackle to his cultivation. Once his strength reaches a certain level, it will emerge as an unbreakable fetter. In the world of martial cultivation, countless individuals have seen their paths severed due to such burdens. Among them was even he, Chu Chong Tian. What few have noticed amidst the crowd is a graceful figure, keenly observing the competition stage. This person is Qin Xiang'er from Dambao Pavilion. She gazes upon the ascending Chu Ran. She murmurs softly to herself, I have never misjudged a person. I hope you shall not be the exception. How bold of you! Upon witnessing Chu Ran take the stage, Yin Xingyun's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. His mocking laughter echoed in Chu Ran's ears, and as Chu Ran's gaze flickered, a flash of deep murderous intent crossed his mind. Do not be hasty. After Xia Jiyan, your turn will come swiftly. With that, he strode to the center of the stage alone. Neither Xia Jiyan nor Yin Xingyun would escape his reckoning. He would personally ensure that these two knew that his dignity was not something to be trampled upon. Is that so? I hope you still have the chance. Yin Xingyun's expression was rife with contempt in his eyes. Chu Ran was but an insignificant ant. Were it not for the current circumstances, he could have effortlessly crushed this ant beneath his heel. Chapter 60. Your words are too foul. A sixth tier in the casting star realm is hardly worthy of entering the academy gates. What significance does it hold for Master Luo to grant you the special admission token? Observing Chu Ran on the stage, Cheng Shang shook his head slightly. Whether intentional or not, his softly spoken words were amplified by the formation, reverberating throughout the arena and reaching the ears of no fewer than 100,000 spectators. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Many were aware that Chu Ran had yet to reach the 100 refinement stage. However, few knew the specifics of his cultivation level. Most presumed that his attainment of such a prestigious honor indicated at least a 9th tier cultivation. They could hardly fathom that he was merely at the 6th tier. In previous years, he wouldn't have even qualified for a standard admission token, let alone a special one. What could have transpired this year? Was Master Luo deliberately lowering the bar just to provide Chu Ran with a title? This Chu Ran, how adept he must be at ingratiating himself to have garnered Master Luo's favor. Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly, turning to face Cheng Shang. The latter's intent was evident. Yet, so what if it was deliberate? Did he care? Suddenly, Chu Ran smiled at Cheng Shang and said, I apologize, Elder Cheng Shang, but you are mistaken. I am currently at the 7th tier. The 7th tier? Ha ha! The 7th tier, how lofty indeed, truly worthy of the title Lit King. As soon as Chu Ran uttered these words, before Cheng Shang could respond, the crowd erupted into a chorus of ridicule and derision. For the special admission token, whether one was at the 7th tier or the 6th tier, made no difference in terms of qualification. I want to participate too. I'm joining, and I. No fewer than a dozen figures surged forth from the surrounding spectator stands, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In the arena of 100,000, during the grand assembly of Gudening, who wouldn't yearn for fame through battle. Their previous hesitance to approach stemmed from Chu Ran's connection to Master Luo. But now, upon realizing his mere 7th-tier cultivation, their reservations evaporated. As they approached the stage, they all turned their gaze towards Elder Chengshang. Elder Chengshang smiled and declared, "Anyone under the age of 20 is qualified to challenge." This statement served as a command to the eager contenders that I'll go. Me first. No one is allowed to vie with me. The crowd nearly erupted into chaos as they scrambled to be the first to ascend the stage. Ultimately, a burly youth roared and charged onto the arena. Shualong. This fellow. Upon witnessing the one who had claimed the stage, the others fell silent, no longer contesting with Shualong. Many recognized Shualong's strength. Despite being at the same 7th-tier cultivation level, his physique was honed to the toughness of steel, and few could breach his defenses. As Shualong ascended the stage, a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he pointed at Chu Ran and said, "You must be Chu Ran, right?" "Indeed." Chu Ran glanced at the individual but said nothing further. "To dare stand here at the 7th tier. Do you not wonder who granted you such courage?" Shualong grinned widely. "It seems today, I, Shualong, shall use your name to make a name for myself. Ha ha." Chu Ran remained silent, unwilling to engage in further banter. Instead, he surveyed the crowd below. All eyes were fixated on the stage. Glimmering with eagerness, clearly, they awaited the conclusion of his bout with Shualong. If he struggled even slightly, they would likely rush in immediately. He had no desire to waste time with these onlookers. His sole objective for being here was Xiajian. "Are you afraid?" Chu Ran's silence only emboldened Shualong to laugh even more recklessly. "Let me offer you two choices. Either hand over your token and vacate the stage immediately. Or you can teach me how to ingratiate myself with Master Luo to the point of tarnishing my own reputation to obtain this token. Your words are far too foul." Just as Shualong was reveling in his excitement, a voice suddenly interrupted, halting his words. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the in an instant. Shualong's form vanished from his original position, in midair. Only a bloodied silhouette remained, crashing down into the throng of challengers below, prompting the crowd to swiftly retreat. Yet, some were splattered with Shualong's blood. The manner of his fall suggested that his body had contorted grotesquely, with his back nearly touching his backside. He quivered a few times before becoming utterly still. He had evidently met his demise. One strike. Lethal. Gazing at Shualong's lifeless body, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. The formidable Shualong had perished just like that. How had he died? Many hadn't even witnessed how Chu Ran had acted. It seemed as though a shadow had flashed across the arena, and the once mighty Shualong was dead. What immense strength! What incredible speed! What ruthless precision! It appeared that Chu Ran truly possessed some measure of prowess. The audience was left in a daze. They had not anticipated that a confrontation of equal levels could conclude so swiftly. Even Elder Chengshang and Yin Xingyun on the stage were momentarily taken aback. First match challenge failed. Chengshang's voice roused the crowd from their stupor, and murmurs of astonishment surged throughout the arena. "Kid, you are quite clever." In the rear of the arena, Gu Han nodded slightly at the unfolding scene. He had initially harbored concerns that Chu Ran would be overwhelmed by a flurry of challengers, especially with Xia Jian and Su Ling, both at the 100 refinements realm, still to contend with. However, this display of power would undoubtedly deter many eager contenders. Who will be the next? Chu Ran's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd below, each time his eyes landed on a would-be challenger. They instinctively took a step back. The number of challengers, which had initially been around 20, dwindled to fewer than 5 in an instant. Aside from Xia Jian, Su Ling, and the young man, only 2 remained who had rushed forward. Chu Ran's previous strike hung like a shadow over their minds, causing them to abandon their ambitions and return to the spectator stands. While the special admission token was enticing, one must possess the strength to claim it. Fame is all well and good, but one must also have a life to enjoy it. Against an opponent who struck with lethal intent, one must weigh their own worth carefully, not a bunch of worthless fools. Among the 5, one youth glanced back at the fleeing crowd and snorted disdainfully before leaping onto the competition stage. Luo Yao, here to challenge. Once on stage, the boy clasped his fists and called out to Chu Ran. Without further ado, he drew a dagger, its eerie green glow glimmering as he charged at Chu Ran. 5th tier, Poison Blade Star Soul. 8th tier in the Casting Star realm. His assault immediately revealed the youth's Star Soul and cultivation level to many in the audience. The Poison Blade Star Soul is a particularly insidious and treacherous Star Soul. The power it carries is laced with potent toxins. Those who forge such a Star Soul find that even the spiritual energy they cultivate is imbued with toxicity. And this toxicity is lethal. Once it invades the body, death is nearly instantaneous, with not even a chance to consume an antidote. Coupled with his 8th tier cultivation, this battle may indeed prove to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 61. The True Sword of Slaughter. I favor those who are direct. Chu Ran observed the approaching Luo Yao. Muttering softly, I appreciate those who speak plainly. In the instant the boy charged, Chu Ran's eyes flickered, and he appeared beside Luo Yao, delivering a powerful punch. As the sound of his fist cutting through the air echoed, bang! A dull thud resonated as the youth's body was hurled away, bloodied and battered. Crashing down beneath the arena, a singular punch, a crushing defeat without a hint of uncertainty. The young man demonstrated to all what it truly meant to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. The crowd in the stands collectively held their breath, only to erupt moments later into thunderous applause. This was a roar of recognition for the youth's prowess, as well as an acknowledgement of the special student token he wielded. With a single blow, he vanquished the 8-fold realm warrior, Luo Yao, in a completely overwhelming fashion. Many practitioners of the 9th realm found it challenging to achieve such a feat. To possess the strength of someone beyond the 9th realm, at the 7th level of the Star Forging realm. Wasn't this the finest illustration of innate talent? In the world of martial cultivation, challenging those above 1's level is the exclusive domain of geniuses. The greater the talent, the more levels one can surpass. 2 battles, 2 absolute victories, were more than sufficient to convey the message. Only a small fraction of the crowd bore expressions of indifference, for they had witnessed, firsthand, Chu Ran's triumph over Lin Jun, the patriarch of the Lin family, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Star Forging realm. However, this incident had already been silenced by a decree from the City Lord's mansion, and none dared to speak of it openly. The reason behind the City Lord's actions was clear to many, so that more challengers would dare to face Chu Ran today, rather than fear him, thereby exhausting his strength in preparation for the final confrontation with Xia Jiyan, increasing her chances of success. The second challenge failed. Cheng Shang's voice rang out once more. But this time no one dared to ascend the stage. Even the last latecomer discreetly withdrew the moment Luo Yao fell. Only 3 individuals remained beneath the arena. Chu Ran, I will kill you. At that moment, a young figure suddenly appeared before Chu Ran, his gaze filled with lethal intent. This individual was none other than the youth who had been fixating on Chu Ran from the stands. Lin Mo. The instant the youth materialized, a voice arose from the direction of the Su family, revealing its owner to be Su Yuan Shan, the patriarch of the Su family. On that day, the patriarch of the Lin family and the young master had perished outside the gates of the Chu family. And the Su family's cavalry had ambushed the Lin family's forces on their return, slaughtering them en route before storming the Lin estate and bloodily annihilating the entire clan. Yet throughout this ordeal, they had failed to locate the second son of the Lin family, Lin M. In recent days, they had dispatched individuals to search high and low, intent on uprooting every trace. However, Lin Mo had seemingly vanished without a trace. Eluding all efforts to find him, their astonishment, he now appeared here, stepping onto the arena. Lin Mo, upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, Chu Ran finally comprehended the murderous intent directed at him from the stands. Though he had never encountered Lin Mo, he had certainly heard of him at the 5th level. He was renowned for his lethal Star Soul, possessing considerable talent and formidable strength, having reached the 9th level of the Star Forging realm 2 years prior. Today, he was at least at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Gazing at Lin Mo, Chu Ran simply shook his head with indifference. If I were you, I would not return. Moreover, it was not I. Chu Ran, who destroyed your Lin family. Nonsense. Lin Mo glared coldly at Chu Ran, his brow furrowed with palpable killing intent. An intangible aura of slaughter enveloped him, causing his garments to billow without wind, resonating ominously. Had it not been for you, how could the patriarch and young master have perished? How could the Lin family have been bloodily exterminated by the Su family? Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot. His teeth clenched tightly. It is all because of you. You, Chu Ran, owe a blood debt to the Lin family, and today I, Lin Mo, shall reclaim it all. Lin Mo roared, the downfall of the Lin family has bestowed upon me the transcendent killing intent. Born solely to slay you, a torrent of murderous intent surged upwards, coalescing into a sword of slaughter that hurtled directly toward Chu Ran, the manifestation of the transcendent intent. Lin Mo's attack took many by surprise. They had not anticipated that he had already mastered such formidable intent. This implied that, given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm. Even the city lord, Xia Yun Hao, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of regret flashing across his face. With the Lin family eradicated, should this youth be recruited into the city lord's mansion, it would not be long before they gained another strong practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm. A tremendous boon for the city lord's estate, as for the Su family. If the mere demise of such a trivial clan could facilitate the recruitment of a practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm, he would not hesitate to see the Su family obliterated. Stop! With this thought, Xia Yun Hao stood up, bellowing towards the arena. However, despite the volume of his voice, Lin Mo had already descended into a state of murderous intent. His eyes, face, and very soul consumed by a singular notion: to kill Chu Ran. The blood-red sword of slaughter surged forth, its intensity magnifying with each moment. Not only did Lin Mo fail to hear, but Chu Ran too remained oblivious. For at this juncture, a shadowy light flickered in Chu Ran's eyes, and deep within their depths, only the approaching blood-colored sword of slaughter shone, eclipsing all else in Chu Ran's darkened gaze. The speed of the incoming sword had slowed to an almost surreal halt, as if suspended in the void. The intent of slaughter and the sword's brilliance appeared to split into two distinct forces in his perception, one of slaughter and the other of sword intent. In an instant, these two disparate forms of intent reconverged within his eyes, morphing back into the original sword of slaughter. Suddenly, the shadowy light in Chu Ran's gaze dissipated, and the blood-red sword of slaughter vanished. Transforming into a profound understanding, it dawned upon him that intent could indeed complement and reinforce one another, merging into a singular form. He grasped it. He comprehended it. Let me show you what a true sword of slaughter looks like. As the sword of slaughter approached within mere inches, Chu Ran murmured softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of overwhelming sword intent and resounding slaughter intent erupted forth. The two forms of intent coalesced in the air, ultimately merging into a blood-red sword of slaughter that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo's. However, this sword surpassed Lin Mo's in both sword intent and slaughter intent, pulsating with energy that rippled through the space, its might far exceeding that of Lin Mo's sword. The overwhelming energy caused even those present below the arena to feel a tremor in their spirits. Chu Ran, you... Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. This sword was the result of his 5 years of relentless cultivation, a culmination of the power of the Star Soul, his internal energy, and the essence of intent. Wielding immense might, even a practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm would need to think twice before attempting to withstand it. It was precisely this technique that had emboldened him to step onto the arena and confront Chu Ran. As long as he killed Chu Ran, even if he did not obtain the special student token, he could still garner the attention of the recruiting elders at that time, even if he only received an ordinary student token. None would dare to challenge him. After a few years of cultivation at the academy, he would surely return to exact vengeance upon the Su family and the Chu family, restoring the Lin family's honor. This was the true reason he stood here today. Yet he could never have imagined that the technique he had spent 5 years mastering would be mirrored by Chu Ran. Moreover, it was not only equal, but surpassing his own. How could this be? Was it possible that Chu Ran had surreptitiously learned his technique in that fleeting moment? Lin Mo was filled with disbelief. How could such an abnormally gifted individual exist in this world? Chapter 62. I want Chu Ran to die. A miserable death. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed amidst Lin Mo's astonishment as the two swords of slaughter collided, shattering Lin Mo's sword into nothingness. Chu Ran's sword, however, surged forth, unimpeded, towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was utterly dumbfounded. All that remained was the sight of the blood-red sword gradually enlarging, seemingly counting down the final moments of his life. This left not only Lin Mo in shock, but the crowd as well. Rendered speechless. How could Chu Ran possess the ability to instantly learn his opponent's martial technique? What kind of monstrous talent was this? Even in the most ancient texts, no such accounts had ever been documented. To learn an opponent's ultimate technique within mere seconds was nothing short of appalling. Xiang Er, is this the youth you spoke of? In the southwestern corner of the observation platform, a young girl veiled in white gauze gently shifted her gaze from the competition stage to her companion. Qin Xiang, at a slight turn of her head, caused the delicate veil to flutter, revealing a glimpse of her visage. Yet even this mere fragment rendered the surrounding space dim and desolate. It was an indescribable beauty, breathtaking in its elegance. Enveloped in an air of nobility, she resembled a pristine lotus, to be admired from afar, never to be sullied by frivolity. Indeed, Qin Xianger had been fixated on the figure of Chu Ran on stage, exclaiming, "Though I have only encountered him twice, this youth gives me a sensation unlike any other." Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Oh, and Dream Lawn, he was the one who received a strike from Master Luo?" With a physique cultivated to the ninth heaven realm, possessing both ocular skills and an understanding of the essence of combat, his talents are indeed remarkable. As for receiving a blow from Luo Xingmi, it merely indicates that the girl holds him in high regard and chose to restrain herself, which is hardly noteworthy. Ji Minglan replied slowly. However, to comprehend an opponent's martial techniques within mere moments is indeed extraordinary. At least it is my first encounter with such a feat. Qin Xianger inquired, "What do you think? Is there any necessity to recruit him?" Ji Minglan gently shook her head. The Northern Frontier Royal Mansion lacks geniuses. However, should he manage to confront the 100-tempered realm without defeat, then we might reconsider. Is mere survival the only criterion? Is victory beyond consideration? He gives me the impression of being fundamentally different from those who merely seek to flaunt their strength. At the very least, I believe that if he lacked confidence, he would not stand there so boldly. In the Dambao Pavilion, the depth of Chu Ran's gaze left a profound impression on her. Imbued with an air of pride and an undercurrent of confidence, the eyes are the windows to one's soul. They do not deceive. She firmly believed in what she perceived within Chu Ran's eyes. Perhaps, Ji Minglan shook her head gently and remarked, "However, if he possesses nothing beyond what he has demonstrated thus far, winning against the 100-tempered realm is nearly impossible. My brother would certainly not take notice." "Young prince, not good. Lin Mo is in danger." On the observation platform, the city lord Xia Yunhao stood up abruptly upon witnessing the scene. He could not allow Lin Mo to perish at Chu Ran's hands. "Chu Ran, halt!" Xia Yunhao bellowed, leaping toward the competition stage. The sudden action startled Chu Ran, who furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Elder Qingshang, who, however, showed no intention of intervening. That it was evident that the two shared a common interest. "Since you wish to save him, I shall take his life." With a frown, Chu Ran scoffed inwardly. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into the Sword of Slaughter, causing its crimson radiance to intensify. Its speed amplifying further. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lin Mo, who remained in a daze, unaware of the impending peril. "Lin Mo, wake up!" Xia Yunhao's roar jolted Lin Mo back to reality. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Mo instinctively unleashed all his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Boom! The Sword of Slaughter collided forcefully against the spiritual barrier, sending Lin Mo hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he landed at the edge of the competition stage, where he coughed up more blood, his complexion pale, clearly gravely injured. Yet at the very least, he had preserved his life. Clutching his chest, he cast a grateful glance at Xia Yunhao. Had it not been for the city lord's warning, he might have perished at Chu Ran's hands. "Lin Mo, come with me," Xia Yunhao shouted, already at the base of the competition stage. However, Lin Mo struggled to rise, too severely wounded to stand. just as Xia Yunhao intended to ascend the stage and carry Lin and Mo away. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. Xia Yunhao, do not forget, this is the Heavenly Martial Hall, not your city lord's mansion. This is not a place for your recklessness. Gu Han. Turning around, he saw Gu Han's figure not far behind. His indifferent gaze fixed upon him, it seemed that should he dare step onto the competition stage, he would be met with the wrath of Gu Han's thousand-faced fan. Death. Seeing this, Chu Ran let out a low snort, resolutely charging toward Lin and Mo. You wish to protect him. Yet I shall claim his life. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the air. Chu Ran was abruptly repelled several steps back by an invisible energy wall, his complexion paling momentarily. Though unseen and intangible, the energy was extraordinarily formidable, undoubtedly released by a powerhouse of the 100-tempered realm or above. Cheng Shang. He whirled around to find Cheng Shang's arm, just returning from its earlier motion. It was unmistakably an attack unleashed by Cheng Shang. Chu Ran clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "The recruitment has not concluded, yet you dare to harm me. Do you have any shame left? Who says it is not over?" Elder Cheng Shang replied with a faint smile. The third match. Challenge failed. You. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's fists clenched tightly, the sound echoing ominously. How utterly shameless of a venerable elder from the Tianzi Academy. This left Chu Ran questioning whether attending the Tianzi Academy was indeed the right choice. Chu Ran, one day I shall take your life. At this moment, Lin Mo's voice reached his ears. Turning back, he saw Lin and Mo managing to stand, albeit with great difficulty, attempting to leave the competition stage. An overwhelming killing intent flashed across Chu Ran's features. In the next instant, he uttered a single word: die. His sword transformed into a radiant arc, vanishing from sight. When it reappeared, it had already pierced through Lin Mo's chest, with Chu Ran's figure instantly materializing before the wide-eyed Lin Mo, who had yet to draw his last breath. You talk too much. You shall die. With a thrust, the long sword was withdrawn from Lin Mo's chest, splattering blood across 3 feet. Lin Mo's unwilling body collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo is dead. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire arena. Chu Ran had truly dared to act. Elder Cheng Shang had already declared the match over, yet he still struck to take a life. Lin Mo. Xia Yunhao watched helplessly as Lin Mo fell before him, his expression contorting in rage. City Lord Xia, please return to your seat. Gu Han's voice served as both a reminder and a warning. Should he act, he would bear the consequences. Humph. Ultimately, Xia Yunhao could only snort coldly and grit his teeth as he returned to the observation platform, a voice reaching his ears. I want Chu Ran dead. Horribly dead. Rest assured, Father. Chapter 63. Barking old dog, swift in action, fearless and undaunted, with a heart of a fierce tiger, yet delicately sensing the roses, he is indeed a talent worth cultivating. The usually reticent Ji Menglan observed the scene. A glimmer of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. This prompted Qin Xianger to blink in surprise, smiling lightly. Hee, this is the first time I've heard you speak so highly of someone. Geniuses can be nurtured. The mansion has no shortage of them. However, character is of greater importance, Ji Menglan stated, her gaze fixed upon a young man on stage. If he can maintain his invincibility against the 100-tempered realm this time, I shall recommend him to my brother. Qin Xianger replied with a smile. The young prince dotes on you, his sister, dearly. Your word, of course, holds weight, and your judgment will not be flawed. Ji Menglan's words affirmed her discernment. Nevertheless, she still believed that Chu Ran held the potential for victory. Chu Ran, how dare you defy the rules of the Academy's peaceful martial gathering? Do you think that just because Master Luo bestowed you with a token, I cannot revoke it? Initially intending to grant Xia Yunhao a favor, as he had received too many things from him, he never expected that Chu Ran would dare to strike after his declaration of conclusion. This was a blatant slap to his face, a humiliation for the Academy. Peaceful martial gathering. Hearing those words, a cold smile crept upon Chu Ran's lips as he pointed accusingly at Cheng Shang. What you call a peaceful martial gathering is merely an act of the recruitment elder injuring a martial participant before the match is concluded. As an observer, Xia Yunhao intended to intervene in the gathering. Yet you turned a blind eye, When I engage in a martial contest, you strike me instead, and you dare speak of a peaceful martial gathering. Your actions are unworthy of the title of Recruitment Elder of the Tianzi Academy. In my eyes, you are nothing but a barking old dog. Did you not ask me if my token was granted by Master Luo, believing you could revoke it? I shall now make it unequivocally clear. My token was bestowed by Master Luo, and you dare not revoke it. So what? Come at me. The air crackled with furious denunciations, unrestrained and unabashed, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence, while Elder Qingshang's face turned a shade of deep iron. He had long harbored disdain for that old fool. Now, since the latter had cast aside any semblance of dignity, why should he hold back? He had not intended to invoke the name of Master Luo, but now he would make use of it. Let us see who dares to touch Chu Ran. This old dog. Does he dare? You. Elder Qingshang's wrinkled visage twisted in frustration, yet he could not muster a single coherent word. Chu Ran, do not attempt to excuse your defiance of the Academy's martial arts regulations. Has Elder Qingshang ever harmed you? Are you now attempting to heap upon yourself the shame of slandering the admissions elder? Yin Qingyun stepped forward to support Elder Qingshang, glaring at Chu Ran, and coldly admonished, do you not understand? Slandering the admissions elder, regardless of who bestowed your token, grants the Academy the right to revoke it. Slander? Chu Ran retorted with a chilling smile. If one dares to act, why fear the words of others? At this moment, the crowd was utterly taken aback. None had anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Members participating in the assessment were pointing fingers at the admissions elder, an occurrence seemingly unprecedented in history. This Chu Ran truly had audacity. Yet if what he said were true, the admissions elder indeed warranted condemnation. To lay hands on a participant, such behavior was beyond egregious. However, if false, it would likely result in the revocation of Chu Ran's special admission token. Everyone knew that the admissions elder of Tianzi Academy represented the institution itself. To slander or insult him was undoubtedly a grave offense. Even a token granted by the honorary dean would bear no weight. Yet, the truth of the matter remained elusive, as they were too distant to discern any clear details. Elder Qingshang, Mentor Yin Qingyun, I believe it best that the assessment continue, came a calm voice from Guhan, abruptly halting the accusatory words that were about to escape the lips of the two men. Elder Qingshang's assault on Chu Ran was invisible to others, but Guhan perceived it with clarity. While others might shy away from speaking, Guhan had no such reservations. If you're to relay this incident to Tianzi Academy, both Elder Qingshang and Mentor Yin Qingyun would lose their positions and face severe repercussions from the Academy. They dared not take that risk. Yin Qingyun glared at Chu Ran, gritting his teeth, and then took a deep breath to compose himself. He turned to Elder Qingshang and said, Elder Qingshang, as the esteemed admissions elder of the Academy, it would be beneath your dignity to quarrel with a mere youth. He may lack shame, but we still have our reputations to uphold. Qingyun, you speak true. How could I stoop to bicker with a brash young pup? Elder Qingshang nodded in agreement. Esteemed and respected? Upon hearing those words, Chu Ran nearly erupted with laughter. Esteemed and respected indeed. What a farce! Yet he understood that this matter must end here. Given his current standing, he could do little against them, not if he continued to speak. He would only complicate matters for Guhan. Let the challenge proceed. This time, it was not Elder Qingshang who spoke, seemingly incensed by Chu Ran, but rather Yin Qingyun. The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Yin and Su Ling ascended the competition stage almost in unison. It appeared neither wished to delay any longer. However, after stepping onto the stage, they exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding palpable. Even their opening lines were nearly identical. Su Ling, are you prepared for a duel? Xia Jian inquired. Xia Jian, are you ready for battle? Su Ling replied. Their synchronized exchanges suggested a prearranged agreement, and upon finishing their lines, they both paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Su Ling, it seems our thoughts align. Since we are of the same mind, why waste words? Let us fight. Xia Jian replied with a serene smile, her delicate hand resting upon the sword at her waist. In an instant, the blade shimmered reminiscent of a pale blue ice lotus blooming forth, chilling the surrounding air. The long sword was drawn, gripped firmly in her fair hand, showcasing her striking poise. Naturally, Su Ling, wielding a folding fan that sparkled with silvery brilliance, unfurled it in tandem with her words, revealing an embroidered scene of rain at dawn. As she fanned it, the previously still raindrops began to move, transforming into a gentle cascade. Even the sky above the competition stage bore witness, with two clouds of rain slowly coalescing. Before either combatant had even struck, their presence had already stirred a notable commotion among the spectators, their hearts fluttering in anticipation. Clearly, Su Ling was also a formidable practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm. The realization that two such powerful individuals stood ready to face off sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, many rising to their feet, eyes glued to the unfolding drama. As for Chu Ran, having just been disregarded by Su Ling and Xia Jian, the attention of the onlookers had completely shifted away from him. It seemed the competition stage no longer belonged to him, but had transformed into the arena for Su Ling and Xia Jian. For many years, battles among practitioners of the 100 Refinements realm had seemingly never occurred in Gudening. To witness a confrontation between such titans would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for the vast majority present, rendering their attendance worthwhile. Should fortune smile upon them, perhaps they might glean some insights amidst the clash, yielding boundless benefits. How could they not be exhilarated? Chapter 64. A foolish woman, upon seeing Su Ling nod. Xia Jian offered a faint smile and then turned her gaze toward Elder Cheng Shang. Elder Cheng Shang, might I inquire whether my duel with Su Ling contravenes any martial arts regulations? Before Su Ling's arrival, Chu Ran had indeed been her target. However, now that Su Ling, a practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm, had entered the fray, she had naturally become Xia Jian's primary objective. Defeating Su Ling would render Chu Ran inconsequential in her eyes. Easily manageable thereafter, I request Elder Cheng Shang's approval. Su Ling also offered a slight bow towards Elder Cheng Shang. Unlike Xia Jian, whose focus had shifted, he had always been unwavering in his aim during this martial arts event, to confront Xia Jian. He recognized her as a fellow practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm, while Chu Ran was but an insignificant insect. Though he possessed some talent, he remained a mere ant, lacking the cultivation to reach the 100 Refinements level. Defeating him would be trivial. The special admission token would surely belong to him. That was confidence, the confidence of one in the 100 Refinements realm, although this may not align entirely with the rules. As long as the spectators consented, there would be no issue. As he spoke, Elder Cheng Shang surveyed the surrounding crowd. Agreed, agreed. The audience erupted in a chorus of approval, shaking the very halls of the Tianwu Hall, prompting a smile from Elder Cheng Shang. Very well. Let the battle commence. However, do remember to hold back. Do not take each other's lives. Both young individuals, possessing such remarkable skills at their tender ages, could certainly be deemed geniuses, deserving of a place in Tianzi Academy. In his possession were 3 ordinary admission tokens yet to be distributed. He had intended to grant one to Lin Mo, but alas, Lin Mo had perished. He certainly did not wish to see these two cause further fatalities. Yes, Elder Cheng Shang. Both participants affirmed in unison. Just as they prepared to assume their stances for battle, a cold voice unexpectedly interjected from the side. Ladies, do you not find her actions somewhat inappropriate? The voice belonged to none other than the previously overlooked Chu Ran. He had not intended to speak, but a sudden revelation compelled him to voice his thoughts. He cast a mocking glance at Xia Jian and said, Xia Jian, if I am not mistaken, has your worn-out pair of shoes been cast aside by Mentor Yin Qingyun, only to be kicked aside? Xia Jian, worn-out shoes, Mentor Yin Qingyun? Chu Ran's words instantly drew countless astonished gazes, implying that he was accusing Yin Qingyun of being involved with Xia Jian. Was Xia Jian truly the discarded shoe? Did these two harbor some sordid secret? This was no small piece of news. A murky relationship between a mentor and a student was strictly forbidden within Tianzi Academy. Such matters concerning admissions could not be tolerated. Should the Academy discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to the revocation of the student's participation and the mentor's title. Chu Ran, cease your nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xia Jian's face turned a shade of green. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Chu Ran. her wide eyes seemingly attempting to devour him whole. Why relationship with Qin Yun is proper and excellent. If you dare speak further, I shall not spare you. Proper? Chu Ran laughed derisively. Just a pair of shameless dogs. You dare speak with such righteous indignation. I have seen many women, but none so utterly shameless as you at this. Chu Ran could not help but roar with laughter. And yet, you have already been cast aside. You are destined to be a woman scorned and toyed with by all. Just moments ago, he had already discerned a distinct flicker of disdain in Yin Qingyun's eyes upon Xia Zhiyin's ascent to the stage. Although it vanished almost instantaneously, it was utterly imperceptible to his keen gaze. You speak nonsense. Xia Zhiyin glared fiercely at Chu Ran, her lips nearly drawing blood from being bitten so hard. Despite their infrequent meetings following their liaison, Yin Qingyun had assured her that this was merely due to his status as a mentor. Once the evaluations concluded, they would be free to be together without pretense. She was convinced that Yin Qingyun loved her. What Chu Ran claimed could not possibly be true. Xia Zhiyin, do not spout such absurdities. There is no relationship between us. Before Chu Ran could utter another word, the visibly agitated Yin Qingyun stepped forward, casting a fierce glare at Xia Zhiyin. Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiyin felt her mind whirl. However, she quickly regained her composure, wishing she could slap herself for revealing her connection to Yin Qingyun. Was she not endangering him? Her love for Yin Qingyun was genuine. How could she have acted so recklessly? Yin Qingyun's words were merely a reflection of his circumstances and should not be taken to heart. This was clearly Chu Ran's instigation. Xia Zhiyin glared at Chu Ran with gritted teeth. You despicable little man, today I shall ensure your demise. How laughable and foolish. How did I ever find such a dimwit appealing? Chu Ran longed to return to the past, to pierce his own skull and question what had possessed him to elevate such a woman. It felt like a sacrilege to his own intellect. Chu Ran, if I were you, I would immediately seek refuge in a corner, preserving my life in the aftermath of our confrontation. At that moment, Su Ling, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Ran. Her eyes filled with contempt. Her disdain for Chu Ran's abilities was surpassed only by her disdain for his character. To undermine a rival's confidence with such baseless accusations, it was simply disgraceful. What are you, to speak so insolently? Close your filthy mouth. Chu Ran frowned, letting out a low growl as he turned his gaze sharply towards Su Ling after a brief silence. He suddenly began to laugh, saying, I see now. Is it that this worn-out shoe was cast aside by Yin Qingyun only to be donned by you? No wonder you were so eager to step forward. He bore no grudge against Su Ling, nor did he wish to create one yet. He hadn't anticipated that she would insult him right off the bat. In that case, he would not hold back. It seems I underestimated Xia Zhiyin. The discarded rags I discarded are now being fought over by you. Ha ha ha. Chu Ran laughed heartily. His laughter left Xia Zhiyin's complexion oscillating between shades of blue and purple, her delicate form trembling with rage. Yin Qingyun, gritting his teeth in frustration, dared not interject as Su Ling, too, struggled to maintain her composure. Her body and face twitching from the effort, even causing her hand gripping the folding fan to turn pale from exertion. Chu Ran, I will kill you. Chu Ran, you seek death. Xia Zhiyin and Su Ling shouted in unison, ready to engage in combat. After a battle of attrition, now it seems we are to have a collective assault. Chu Ran observed with a more unrestrained laughter at their response. However, in an instant, his laughter ceased. He stepped forward with a sudden intensity, his gaze towards the two like a dark abyss, an overwhelming intent to kill radiating from him, enveloping the entire competition arena with a chilling proclamation. Since you are intent on this, come at me together. I, Chu Ran, fear nothing. Arrogance, utterly unparalleled arrogance. The arena fell silent in response. Chu Ran seeks to take on two opponents, two formidable practitioners of the 100 Refinements realm? What audacity! Has he lost his mind? Chapter 65. Extreme. Reign of Death. H.M. Ji Menglan was similarly taken aback, yet a flicker of realization soon crossed her eyes, followed by a shake of her head. I initially thought he was a talent worth nurturing, but it seems he is merely a brash and eccentric individual seeking attention. With a single statement from Chu Ran, The last vestiges of favorable impression he had in Ji Menglan's mind evaporated. Qin Xiang'er, standing nearby, furrowed her brows. "Xiang'er, let us depart." Ji Menglan gently patted Qin Xiang'er before turning away. Qin Xiang'er paused for a moment, letting out a sigh before following suit. "It appears I have indeed misjudged him." Talents are often prideful. The greater the talent, the more profound the pride. Undoubtedly, both Su Ling and Xia Jian on the competition stage were prodigies. They would not stoop to overwhelming the weak with their numbers. Chu Ran was confident that the two would never simultaneously strike at him, which is why he dared to utter such words. Should they refuse, he would immediately withdraw from the challenge, using their refusal as an excuse. A clever yet misplaced tactic. A calm voice emerged from Ji Menglan's graceful figure. To evade battle through cunning will never forge a true warrior. Such a person is unworthy of my attention. Mere trash, daring to boast. Before Xia Yan could speak, Su Ling coldly scoffed. "Xia Jian, grant me a moment. I shall deal with him first, then we will battle." "No need." Xia Yan shot a fierce glare at Chu Ran, gritting her teeth. "His life is mine." Yet, just as she was about to act, a restraining gaze landed upon her. None other than from the audience stand, where Xia Yunhao was seated. Xia Yan wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately held her tongue, casting one last furious look at Chu Ran before retreating to the back. "Thank you." Su Ling glanced at Xia Jian before her gaze fell directly on Chu Ran. "You can perish now." With that, she swiftly fanned her folding fan towards Chu Ran, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered above him, with a steady drizzle cascading down. Each raindrop pulsed with immense waves of spiritual energy from the 100 Refinements realm. Seemingly formidable. Falling rain star soul? Glancing up at the sky, a knowing smile curled at the corners of Chu Ran's mouth as he gently caressed the Xianming giant sword strapped to his back. Murmuring, "For our first collaboration, I hope you do not disappoint me." Buzz, the Xianming giant sword seemingly understood his words, releasing a resonant sword cry that echoed throughout, infused with a hint of bloodlust, transforming into a black streak that fell into Chu Ran's grip. Subsequently, he stepped forward, completely enveloped by the curtain of raindrops. He was eager to test just how formidable the 100 Refinements realm truly was. With a low shout, Chu Ran swung the massive sword, cleaving through the torrential raindrops. Buzz, the dazzling sword light, imbued with the might of a soaring dragon, instantly shattered the downpour before him. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions reverberated, the forceful energy causing Chu Ran's steps to falter momentarily. Raising his gaze to the falling raindrops above, he nodded slightly. Indeed, the power of the 100 Refinements realm is remarkable. However, ends there. It is far weaker than I anticipated. On that day, Guhan's casual thunderbolt left me profoundly shocked. The power of these raindrops pales in comparison, not even 1,000th of his lightning. He did not retreat. The commotion on the competition stage caused Qin Xiang'er, who had just stepped away, to halt in her tracks. Ji Menglan paused as well, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She had not expected this youth to act contrary to her assumptions, instead choosing to confront the challenge head-on. This was indeed beyond her expectations. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Did he genuinely possess the confidence to face two opponents? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiang'er widened her eyes at Ji Menglan. Could it be that he truly has a chance? This time, Ji Menglan remained silent, rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the competition stage. She was eager to discern what it was about him that bestowed such confidence. Entering the rainfall realm, seeking death, observing Chu Ran beneath the rain, a glint of cold, murderous intent flashed in Su Ling's eyes. Extreme rain of death. With a fierce shout, the previously unremarkable raindrops above transformed into a dazzling display of lethal brilliance. Each droplet appeared to morph into an indestructible blade, descending with overwhelming power infused with the essence of the Great Ascension Realm's rainfall. The power intertwined with intent. Within the intent lay power. The perfect amalgamation of intent and power, each existing within the other. This was one of the terrifying aspects of a practitioner from the 100 Refinements realm, the mastery of strength. Such formidable control allowed one's various powers to seamlessly blend. unleashing an utterly terrifying energy. This terror grew exponentially. Su Ling, with a force that crushes upon impact. It seems he is unwilling to waste any time and aims to obliterate Chu Ran directly. Come on, Chu Ran raised his head and shouted decisively. Wielding the Xianming giant sword, in that instant, he appeared to transform into a colossal beast, charging headlong into the torrential rain. His formidable physique swung the Xianming giant sword with such vigor that each arc of its blade shattered raindrops into countless fragments. This sword light was not conjured from spiritual energy, but was entirely summoned through the sheer strength of his corporeal form. Each swing was akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through a flood. Even these unparalleled raindrops could not shatter the brilliance of his sword light. Such is the might of physical strength. Though spiritual energy is powerful, it can never rival the ferocity of physical prowess, which is more direct and carries a greater deterrent effect. What a formidable display of corporeal strength! The spectacle on the arena left many gasping in astonishment. They were aware of Chu Ran's physical prowess, yet they had not anticipated it to be so profound as to withstand the might of the 100 Forging Realm. The power of the 9th layer physical cultivator could indeed challenge that of the 100 Forging Realm. Is this the true strength of physical cultivation? The world only knows the power of physical cultivators through ancient texts, but few truly understand where that strength lies in the realm of martial cultivation. True physical cultivators are exceedingly rare. Yet before them, Chu Ran's actions vividly demonstrated what true physical cultivation embodies. Is the strength of a physical cultivator truly so remarkable? Su Ling furrowed his brow. He had initially believed that Chu Ran would be easily dispatched. Yet his performance exceeded expectations. However, that was all there was to it. The power he had unleashed was still less than 1/3 of his full potential. Struggling further would only grant him a few more seconds of existence. An ant attempting to shake a tree. Su Ling shook his head slightly. Then, with a sudden flourish of his folding fan, he launched towards the void, unfurling a magnificent scroll of rain that loomed in the air. Chapter 66. A sword shatters. The scroll spread across the sky, instantly enveloping it in dark clouds, with torrential rain pouring down like a deluge. The deluge, laden with surging spiritual energy, ravaged the entire arena, sending waves of resonating vibrations through the space. Those positioned behind the arena, including Yin Xingyun, Xia Jian, and even Elder Cheng Shang, instinctively took several steps back, their faces reflecting astonishment. They all understood that Su Ling's capabilities were formidable. Yet they had not anticipated that even without invoking his Star Soul, he could unleash such overwhelming power. Even if they wished to counter, it would require considerable effort, let alone a mere Chu Ran. Under this onslaught, Chu Ran was undoubtedly doomed. Treasures, gazing at the scroll of rain above him, Chu Ran tightened his grip on the Xianming giant sword and shouted, "Xianming giant sword, go!" The sword transformed in an instant into a streak of light, leaving his hand and weaving into a vast net of blades in mid-air, intercepting the torrential downpour above. The tremendous roar of the unleashed energy engulfed the arena in a storm of power. Chu Ran's figure was instantly obscured by the tempest of energy. The terrifying energy storm tore through Chu Ran's garments, revealing his robust, well-defined muscles and bronze skin beneath. Yet, it merely shredded his clothing. When the energy struck his body, it was as if it had collided with reinforced steel, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Observing his unharmed physique, Chu Ran finally comprehended why old He always asserted that physical cultivation represents the true path. "Shatter for me!" In the next moment, Chu Ran bellowed, and the Xianming giant sword abruptly changed course, plunging into the rain clouds above, aimed directly at Su Ling's scroll of rain. The torrential raindrops could not hinder its advance in the slightest. Upon contact, it was as though it were not a sword, but a colossal blade capable of rending the heavens. Countless onlookers watched in disbelief, their eyes bulging with astonishment. What a powerful sword! What a terrifying sword light! The might of a single strike could not even be thwarted by the strength of the 100 Forging Realm. When did this young man become so formidable? "Linger, be careful," Su Yuanshan, the head of the Su family, shouted in warning. Careless? Hearing his father's admonition, Su Ling paid it no heed. Even if he were careless, what could it matter? Could a mere Chu Ran truly overturn the heavens? To attempt to dismantle my scroll of rain is a fanciful notion. Su Ling coldly regarded the giant sword racing towards the scroll, too lethargic to even make a move that a dark, broken sword daring to test the might of the scroll? Absurd. The rain scroll was a gift from his master, Elder Jun Mo of the Hongshan sect, imbued with a fragment of the power of heaven and earth, a genuine low-grade earth artifact. Such items were rare, with fewer than 3 existing in the entirety of the ancient Path City. Not to mention a mere broken sword. Even the sword wielded by City Lord Xia Yunhao could scarcely compete with his rain scroll. However, just as his thoughts finished, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the rain clouds, causing his expression to change instantly. From the depths of the rain clouds, a massive energy cloud surged forth, black and azure powers clashing, sweeping across the arena. The once mighty rain clouds began to dissipate like leaves before tempest. The torrential downpour abruptly ceased. Yet most alarming to Su Ling was that his rain scroll was under siege by a force even more violent than the energy cloud itself, with one strike of sword light. The rain scroll developed cracks .2 strikes, and the fan's ribs shattered .3 strikes, and the rain scroll exploded in the void, its fragments cascading down like rain upon the arena. Puff, as the treasure was destroyed. Su Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back a dozen steps, his complexion as pale as paper. Treasures of Earth grade and higher possess a process of acknowledging a master, once a bond is formed. The treasure can communicate with its owner, allowing for enhanced control and greater power. However, there is a drawback. Should an acknowledged treasure suffer damage, its master will inevitably face backlash, the more severe the damage. The graver the injury. How is this possible? Su Ling clutched his trembling chest, his gaze fixed on the void, disbelief etched across his face. What grade of treasure is this? How could it destroy his rain scroll? A mid-grade earth artifact? Or perhaps a high-grade one? Even a high-grade artifact would struggle to achieve such a feat. Could it be that the massive sword in Chu Ran's hand is an exquisite earth artifact or even a heavenly artifact? Not only was Su Ling rendered speechless, but the crowd was also left in stunned silence. In the entire arena, there was but one person remaining calm, and that was Chu Changtian, the one who had bestowed the Xianming giant sword upon Chu Ran. Chu Changtian sat there, unfazed, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Jian, let us strike together. First, we must eliminate Chu Ran. At that moment, a booming voice from the observation platform, belonging to Xia Yunhao, roused everyone from their stupor. Upon hearing this, countless eyes flashed with intense disdain. Strike together? How shameless. Is this something a city lord should say? How embarrassing. This was clearly an attempt to seize the treasure. A sudden murmur of disdain erupted from the crowd. They realized that Xia Yunhao had spotted the extraordinary nature of the giant sword in Chu Ran's possession and was urging Xia Jian to claim the treasure. Had he no shame to be so brazen? City Lord Xia, do you believe your words are appropriate? A voice tinged with disdain, belonging to Guhan, echoed in response. Whether it is appropriate or not is not for me to decide. You should direct your inquiry to Elder Chengshang, as he is the admissions elder. Xia Yunhao scoffed lightly, pondering whether treasure or reputation held greater importance. Without question, treasure. This was a proposal made by Chu Ran, the holder of the special recruitment token. Since it was a suggestion, there would naturally be no issue. Chengshang nodded slightly in agreement. With this statement, it was tantamount to endorsing Xia Jian's involvement. However, as Chengshang stated, the initiative had indeed originated from Chu Ran, so even if Xia Jian were to act, none could voice objections. You asked for this yourself. If you die, you must bear it. As a martial cultivator, if one cannot stand by their own words, what qualification do they have to pursue the path of strength? Yes, father. Xia Jian pondered briefly before nodding. The ice lotus sword in her hand shimmered with ethereal blue light. The sword star soul manifesting. A low exclamation escaped her lips. In an instant, an ethereal shadow of a colossal ice lotus sword enveloped her, transforming her entire being into a gigantic sword. The chilling aura emanating from her caused the surrounding space to tear and ripple with folds. Above her head, a magnificent ice lotus blossomed in the void. The ice lotus unfurled. An unmatched sword intent radiated from Xia Jian, sweeping outward in all directions. The terrifying presence made even those spectators hundreds of meters away on the viewing platform feel a slight constriction in their breathing. She would not be foolish like Su Ling, holding back. Instead, she unleashed the most formidable technique of the Hundred Forgings realm, Star Soul manifestation. This was the true embodiment of power unleashed by a master of the Hundred Forgings realm. Chapter 67. A Palm, Annihilation. Beneath the Star Soul manifestation of the Ice Lotus Sword, Xia Jian's cold gaze fell upon Chu Ran as she commanded, Ice Lotus, flying feathers. In an instant, resplendent ice lotuses coalesced around her, spinning rapidly and unleashing waves of spiritual energy in the form of sword strikes. Each rotating ice lotus acted like a hidden weapon, capable of releasing dozens, even hundreds, of ice lotus sword waves. After Xia Jian pointed, these sword waves thunderously descended upon Chu Ran. Our enmity ends here. The frigid words echoed amidst the rolling ice lotuses, which then surged downwards with a deafening roar. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice lotus flying feathers transformed into a torrential rain of swords, completely enveloping every corner around Chu Ran. A profound martial skill. Witnessing the technique Xia Jian unleashed, many gasped in astonishment, never expecting her to resort to such a move. This was the signature skill of Xia Yunhao. The most potent martial technique of the City Lord's mansion 10 years ago, Xia Yunhao used this very skill to slay the then City Lord of Ancient Path City, Duan Tianyun, and obliterate the entire Duan clan, allowing the Xia family to seize control of the City Lord's mansion. Little did they know, a decade later, Xia Jian had similarly mastered this formidable martial art. Utilizing this technique, the outcome was bound to be without suspense. Chu Ran, despite being a genius, could consider himself fortunate to perish beneath such a strike. Xia Jian. Chu Ran's gaze bore down with fierce intensity upon Xia Jian, and he had awaited this day for far too long. And his patience was wearing thin. It was time to reclaim what was owed. Slowly, he raised his hand, gradually coalescing dark light upon his palm, the brilliance intensifying until, in a fleeting moment, it formed a pitch-black sphere of light, akin to a black hole, that swiftly devoured all illumination from the arena. Darkness descended in an instant. On the arena, both Chu Ran and Xia Jian vanished, along with Elder Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyan. All shrouded by the encroaching darkness, the onlookers were left bewildered. What was happening? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, light returned, mirroring the abrupt arrival of darkness. Everything on the arena reverted to its original state. The sky was still filled with ice lotus flying feathers. Xia Jian remained coldly poised, and Elder Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyan returned to their positions, as if nothing had changed. No, something had changed. The sole alteration was that the dark sphere, which had invoked the darkness, had vanished from Chu Ran's hand, replaced by an enormous pitch-black palm that loomed before him. This hand was a meter in size, unfathomably dark, exuding a desolate and solitary aura that seemed to emanate from the ancient void, causing unease within the hearts of onlookers. A palm. Annihilation. The next moment, these four words slowly escaped the youth's lips. The obsidian hand was thrust forward, directly targeting Xia Jian, erasing the ice lotus sword rain along its path. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms reverberated through the air. Annihilation palm, annihilating all existence, reducing everything to silence. Xia Jian gasped, her pupils widening as the enlarging dark palm caused her body to tremble slightly. It was a force that seemed capable of making everything vanish, even with her mastery of the Hundred Forgings realm. She felt an unsettling agitation within her as she faced this palm. She could scarcely fathom the nature of this power. Was it derived from the Star Soul? But what kind of Star Soul possessed such terrifying strength? What had transpired with Chu Ran in recent days to grant him such power? She knew not, nor did she wish to discern. All she understood was that today, Chu Ran must die. Break for me. Xia Jian roared, her ice lotus sword Star Soul surging with renewed brilliance before bursting forth, hurtling toward the dark palm in that instant. the sword and palm clashed. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, nor a horrific spectacle. Time seemed to still at that moment. Buzz. The next instant, a colossal wave of energy rippled outward from the point of impact, igniting an unending storm of energy that swept across the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. The energy tempest battered the protective array surrounding the edges of the arena, producing terrifying detonations. The overflowing energy plunged the entire arena into chaos and obscurity, akin to the sudden darkness that had previously engulfed it, rendering it once again unviewable. And no one knew what transpired on the arena at that moment, nor could they discern who emerged victorious from this clash. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, a silence so intense that one could hear a pin drop. Every spectator held their breath, their gazes fixated upon the arena, eager to be the first to witness the outcome of this battle. In this moment, no one doubted Chu Ran's potential for victory. His strike had proven to all that his earlier declaration of facing both opponents simultaneously was not a mere provocation, nor an excuse for himself, nor idle boasting that he genuinely possessed the capability to contend against both. The strength of a 7th-tier star forging realm cultivator could unleash such terrifying power, igniting a fervor within the breaths of those present. What constitutes a genius? This was the true genius. At that moment, a startled exclamation resonated. The chaotic energy on the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the scene before the onlookers. However, they beheld the figure of Xiajian, Elder Chengshang, and Yin Qingyun alongside another indistinct silhouette, standing where Su Ling had previously been. Yet, Su Ling appeared to be clad in a white robe. This indistinct figure resembled Chu Ran, garbed in a green shirt. How could Chu Ran occupy Su Ling's position? Moments later, the audience's vision finally clarified, revealing all that transpired on the arena. Yet the sight that greeted them caused every spectator's eyes to widen in shock and disbelief. The figure was indeed Chu, and Su Ling was there too. However, Su Ling was not standing. He lay motionless at Chu Ran's feet. A pitch-black great sword was embedded between Su Ling's neck, nearly severing it entirely. Blood had spilled across that small area. Ling. A roar reverberated throughout the martial arena. The voice of Su Yuanshan, head of the Su family, echoed like a heartbroken lion, his tone filled with desolation, vastness, and an endless sense of despair and fury. Su Ling was dead. In that instant, the crowd understood. The 100 Forgings realms, Su Ling had perished. He had succumbed to Chu Ran's blade at the very moment the arena was engulfed in chaotic energy. Chapter 68. You should not have provoked me. Gazing at Su Ling's lifeless form on the arena, Qin Xianger spoke. Menglan, can you sense what power that is? Ji Menglan replied slowly, dual star souls, at least a 9th-tier star soul. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Qin Xianger's eyes as she softly repeated, 9th-tier star, I shall visit my brother. Ji Menglan offered no further words, turning to leave. This time, Qin Xianger did not follow but remained in place. Watching the youth on the arena, time and again, he had surprised her, reaffirming her discerning eye. She was uncertain if more surprises awaited her from this youth. Yet, regardless of whether they did or not, she understood that as long as Chu Ran survived, her investment would yield substantial returns. The crimson stain beneath the youth's great sword shone like the blinding sun, drawing the attention of many to another figure, Xiajian. They remained eager to discern the outcome of the recent clash between palm and sword, who emerged victorious and who was vanquished. Yet, Xiajian stands there, cold and indifferent, as if she had not moved an inch from the very beginning. Only she knows the true nature of what transpired moments ago. However, she remains silent, biding her time for another strike from Chu Ran. Chu Ran, return my son's life. A sudden roar reverberates from the observation platform. The fierce expression of Su Yuanshan indicating a complete loss of reason as he furiously descends the platform, charging towards the arena. Chu Ran has not merely slain Su Yuanshan's son. He has obliterated everything Su Yuanshan cherished, the future of the Su family. The death of Su Ling has brought Su Yuanshan's long-laid plans to an abrupt halt, irrevocably shattering the family's prospects. In the absence of these aspirations, Su Yuanshan seems to have lost his very soul. What rationality can remain? In 3 seconds, return to the observation platform immediately. A cold command echoes throughout the arena. Although the speaker remains unseen, everyone recognizes the voice belongs to Gu Han, the master of Tianwu Hall. Who dares to defy the rules of Tianwu Hall? 3. Su Yuanshan appears oblivious to the command, continuing his furious advance towards the arena, shouting, "Kill! I will kill you!" 2. He remains unyielding, his lips trembling with the desperate cry of Chu Ran. 1. I shall have your life. Su Yuanshan's voice cuts off abruptly, his figure collapsing just short of the arena after a blinding flash of lightning, reduced to a charred husk. Those who witness this scene are left trembling in shock. The esteemed head of the Su family has perished just like that. Many minds echo with the ferocious roar of Su Yuanshan in his final moments, struggling to fathom how such a cunning man could act so recklessly. As if he were courting death, "Clear the area." Gu Han's voice rings out, and soon, guards from Tianwu Hall appear to remove Su Yuanshan's remains. Head of the family! Head of the family! The death of Su Yuanshan sends the Su family members in the observation platform into a frenzy. Yet in an instant, they are all escorted away by dozens of Tianwu Hall guards, and one knows the fate that awaits them. What is clear is that the Su family is truly finished. Much like the Lin family before them, with the demise of both the head and heir, the clan is on the brink of collapse. Eldest Elder, lead the Chu family cavalry to annihilate the Su residents. Chu Chantian turns to the eldest elder and speaks quietly. Meanwhile, he remains seated, gazing calmly at the young man on the arena, who fills him with pride. "I had no intention of killing you, but you should not have offended me." Chu Ran retracts the Xianming greatsword, casually kicking Su Ling's corpse off the arena. His indifferent tone sends shivers down the spines of those who hear it. To offend him is a grave mistake. These simple words convey a harsh truth. Those who defy him meet their end. The Lin family, from the head down to Lin Mo, serves as a testament. Su Ling's death serves as a reminder to the world that this young man speaks with authority and acts upon his words. Many eyes instinctively shift towards Xia Jian. Throughout Gudening, nearly everyone is aware of the enmity between the two. Will Xia Jian meet a similar fate? Next, it shall be your turn. Chu Ran's gaze slowly turns towards T this moment. He appears remarkably tranquil, as if all past rage directed at her has dissipated, leaving only serenity, calm as still water, devoid of turbulence. Only Xia Jian, under the weight of his gaze, perceives the sinister undertone lurking beneath his composure, akin to the chilling stare of a venomous serpent. She glances at Su Ling's lifeless form. For a fleeting moment, a question arises in her mind. Is what she has done truly worth it? In the depths of her consciousness, a voice seems to whisper, "It is not worth it." To sever ties with Chu Ran, a transcendent talent capable of slaying a 100-forged martial artist with a 7th-tier cultivation, over a mere 5-tier sword soul, is indeed a grave folly. Yet this thought lingers only for an instant. Her eyes are soon enveloped once more by an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth remains. Ultimately, only one of them can survive in this world. Either she or Chu Ran. Your previous strike was indeed formidable. However, your fate remains unchanged. Death. Xiaojin gently shakes her head. That palm strike was indeed powerful. Even she finds it difficult to counter. Had that blow been directed solely at her, perhaps it would have provided Chu Ran with an opportunity. Yet his final choice was to turn upon Su Ling. Su Ling is undeniably dead. Yet, she is convinced that in executing that strike, Chu Ran must have expended a significant portion, if not all, of his strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, such force would have been unattainable. Exhausted, "I see." Xiaoyan gazes coldly at Chu Ran, as if he has become her plaything. "Now, I shall show you who truly deserves the title of Gudening's foremost talent. The special student token should rightfully belong to me." With a commanding shout, the ice lotus sword soul surrounding Xiaoyan erupts with resplendent starlight, illuminating the sky with its brilliance, a torrent of soul energy radiating forth, rendering all who dare to gaze upon it unable to look directly. Not accuse me of lacking compassion. I grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and apologize, and I, Xiaojian, may still grant you a second chance at life. Previously, she spared Chu Ran's life. This time, she remains willing to do so. However, she will not afford him any opportunity for redemption. Even if he lives, it will be as a bedridden invalid, consumed by despair. She intends for all to understand that this is the consequence of provoking Xia Jian, the repercussions of angering the city Lord's residents. She will use Chu Ran to establish the authority of the city Lord's residents. Chapter 69. The Arrogant Youth, Kong. A resounding sword cry interrupts Xia's words, as the Xianming greatsword plunges into the arena floor with a thunderous impact. Resembling a blade capable of cleaving the heavens, that IT stands there, emanating an imposing sword aura that ripples outward. Even Xiaotin's attached Star Soul weakens in its presence that he dismisses words. The sound of the sword is his response. One cry of the sword signifies a battle. That which belongs to him, Chu Ran, he shall reclaim with his own hands. The dignity trampled upon will be restored in full. He aims to make the world aware that throughout his life, Chu Ran has acted with integrity, and his pride shall not be trampled upon by anyone. This is your own choice. Do not regret it once you descend into hell. Xia Jian snorts in anger. The boundless ice lotus sword intent radiating outward like a vast sea, emanating from her center in all directions. Simultaneously, her attached Star Soul bursts forth with dazzling energy. Today in Gudening is truly lively. It seems my visit was not in vain. At that moment, a boisterous laugh descends from the heavens, not only landing upon the arena, but resonating throughout the entire venue, reaching the ears of nearly 100,000 spectators. Amidst the crowd's confusion, their gazes suddenly fixate upon the arena's sky. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning, a figure of a young man descends from the void, hovering above the arena. This youth bears wings, enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity. Each flap of his wings reverberates with a thunderous sound, shaking the entire arena. In an instant, the youth lands squarely between Chu Ran and Xia Jian. Casting a dispassionate glance at Chu Ran and muttering two words, "Trash," he then turns to Xia Jian, his disdain even more pronounced. "Still trash." Two pieces of trash are contending for the title of Gudening's foremost talent. In just a decade, has Gudening fallen to the depths where even trash can be deemed a talent. The youth's face is a portrait of endless scorn, with his eyes encircled by lightning. He surveys the arena, filled with sorrow. It seems that under the rule of trash, the entire Gudening has become a refuse dump. His voice booms, imbued with a powerful aura of thunder, reverberating throughout the arena, shaking the very foundations. Arrogance, utterly brazen, the crowd, upon hearing his words, erupts in fury, their teeth clenched as they glare at the youth on the arena. This youth, upon his arrival, did not merely insult Chu Ran and Xia Jian as trash. He condemned everyone in Gudening to the same fate. How outrageous! Yet soon, a question arises in the minds of many. Who is this youth? How can he be so audacious? Who do you call trash? Upon hearing this, Xia Jian's expression darkens with fury. She can tolerate being called trash, but to imply that they are under the rule of trash, this is undoubtedly an affront to the City Lord's mansion. To her, the City Lord's mansion has always been sacred, a bastion erected by her father, impermissible to be sullied or slandered by anyone. The youth merely let out a soft snort, and in the next moment, a formidable aura of thunderous might descended upon Xia Jian. With a sudden cough, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Xia Jian's lips, and she staggered backward, her face ashen, clutching her chest. She gazed at the youth in sheer horror, struggling to utter four words: unity of heaven and man. Upon utterance of those words, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This youth possessed the realm of unity of heaven and man. Even Xia Jian, of the 100 Forgings realm, could not withstand even a fraction of such overwhelming pressure. How terrifying and powerful this was! How old could this youth possibly be? Not more than 20. This was a level that even the city lord of Gouda City, Xia Yunhao, had yet to attain. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd as they stood transfixed, staring at the youth on the arena. At such a tender age, to possess such formidable prowess, no wonder he had the audacity to utter such arrogant words. Who on earth was this youth? And why had he come to Gouda City? Even Chu Ran furrowed his brow tightly. The realm of unity of heaven and man was the strongest he had witnessed apart from Master Luo. Moreover, he was but a youth, reflecting on the youth's words. Could it be that 10 years ago, he was also from Gouda City? With such strength, his talent must be extraordinary. Even a decade ago, at the tender age of 10, he should have made a name for himself. Yet, why had he never heard of him? However, what puzzled Chu Ran even more were Gu Han and Chang Shang. Someone had intruded upon the arena, and Gu Han should have intervened immediately. Yet he had shown no reaction, not even uttering a word. Even if he remained silent, Chang Shang, as an elder responsible for admissions at Tianzi Academy, should not have stood idly by while a non-participant took the stage. Yet, neither of them reacted. This undeniably suggested that there was a matter he was unaware of. The people of the City Lord's mansion were indeed worthless. They would even resort to seizing other star souls to enhance their own talents. Only the Xia family, a disgrace in the martial arts community, could stoop so low. Casting a disdainful glance at Xia Jian, the youth let out a scoff of utter contempt. "Who exactly are you?" Xia Jian asked, her gaze fixed intently on the youth. Her grip on the Binglian sword tightening a nightmare. The youth uttered those two words, and in the next instant, his wings flickered, transforming his form into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight with a sharp crack. A resounding slap echoed across Xia Jian's face, sending her flying backward, landing on the ground with a blood-red handprint blossoming on her cheek. "Not only is this your nightmare, but it is also the nightmare of everyone in your City Lord's mansion." The cold words resonated as the youth reappeared at his original position. Xia Jian was left dazed, covering her face, her demeanor turning somewhat vacant. Throughout her life, she had only ever slapped others. No one had ever struck her cheek. Yet now, she dared not utter a single word. She could distinctly sense that this youth had no intention of killing her directly. Otherwise, she would have already become a lifeless corpse. "You brat. You seek death." Xia Yunhao, having reached his limit after 2 assaults on Xia Jian, roared as he charged toward the arena. However, he was once again intercepted by a figure, none other than Gu Han. "Gu Han, if you dare to stop me again, I shall show you no mercy." Xia Yunhao bellowed in fury. "You allow someone to intrude upon the arena and now seek to obstruct me. How outrageous!" Gu Han remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly. The youth on the arena then leisurely approached the edge, fixing his gaze on Xia Yunhao below, sneering. "Xia Yunhao, you old dog, you finally dare to show your face, huh? Old dog." At the sound of those words, Xia Yunhao's body trembled slightly, and he abruptly raised his eyes to the youth, roaring, "I will kill you." Just as he was about to take action, a voice interjected, "City Lord Xia, could it be that you truly do not recognize who he is?" Chapter 70. The Young Prince of the Northern Frontier. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yunhao instinctively turned his gaze toward the youth on the stage, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, a figure materialized in his mind, causing his expression to shift slightly as he coldly questioned, "What is your relation to Duan Tianyan? It seems you have not forgotten." A sinister grin spread across the youth's face, his eyes flashing as if ignited by 1,000 bolts of lightning. "Not only have you not forgotten, but I also have not forgotten, and I shall never forget. I have waited 10 long years for this day." As he spoke, the youth threw back his head and let out a wild laugh. "Huh, did you not expect this, old dog Xia? I, Duan Jinglei, am still alive. Remember this. The blood of my Duan family from a decade ago is the fate that awaits your Xia family today." Duan Jinglei. The moment he heard this name, Chu Ran finally recalled he never expected that the youth before him was the son of Duan Tianyun, the city lord of Gouda City, from 10 years prior. He vaguely remembered that he had been hailed as a genius not seen in a century in Gouda City. Beginning his cultivation at the tender age of 5, he had forged the 7th layer Thunder Star Soul by the age of 10, a title that had spread from the City Lord Mansion on the very day he forged his Star Soul. However, his fate had been fraught with misfortune. On the very night the title was announced, his father, Duan Tianyun, had been slain by Xia Yunhao, and the Duan family was bloodily exterminated overnight. From that moment on, the name Duan Jinglei had vanished from Gouda City. Everyone assumed that Duan Jinglei had perished that night. That it was precisely for this reason that Chu Ran had not anticipated that this youth would be Duan Jinglei. "Duan Jinglei, did you not die long ago?" Xia Yunhao was also taken aback by this name. He had witnessed Duan Jinglei's corpse with his own eyes back then. How could he still be alive? It was precisely because of the emergence of Duan Jinglei, this unparalleled genius, that he had resolved to take the risk and act. 30 years ago. He had already broken through to the 100 Forgings realm and had meticulously planned for 2 decades to ascend to the position of City Lord. Yet he had still hesitated to act because at that time, City Lord Duan Tianyin's reputation was too formidable, and he had no confidence. Little did he know that the emergence of Duan Jinglei had disrupted his plans, forcing him to act prematurely out of fear. He feared granting the monstrous talent of Duan Jinglei time to mature. Thus, that fateful night, he had to seize the opportunity when the City Lord's mansion was unguarded and take the risk. Fortunately, he succeeded. He obliterated the Duan family and took control of the City Lord's mansion of Gouda City. That night, he had dispatched many to search for Duan Jinglei, solely to witness his corpse and find peace of mind. In the end, he did see it. The Grand Elder of the City Lord's mansion had personally brought the charred remains to him. Recalling this, Xia Yunhao couldn't help but clench his teeth. That damn Grand Elder had dared to deceive him, leaving a grave threat for his Xia family. He swore he would not let this end without retribution. Xia Yunhao's eyes gleamed with unmasked murderous intent. Since I allowed you, the offspring of the Duan family, to escape by chance back then, today I shall settle the score and send you to meet your father. What? Old dog, do you intend to kill me yourself? Looking at Xia Yunhao, Duan Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Unafraid. Come then, I wish to see what you, this old dog, can do to me. Seeking death, Xia Yunhao hissed, his form blurring as he leaped toward the arena. However, before he could even land on the stage, a voice suddenly echoed from the direction of a special passageway in the arena. City Lord Xia, you truly are a figure of great authority. It seems this small Gouda city may no longer be able to accommodate you. The voice was utterly monotonous, devoid of any hint of fluctuation. Yet this very flatness resonated perfectly within the ears of the 100,000 spectators in the arena. The sound was neither loud nor soft, but rather imbued with an extremely gentle quality, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Amidst this comfort, there seemed to be a subtle undertone of authority, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence that it was reminiscent of a casual remark made by someone accustomed to being in a position of power. Even Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. While the voice was indeed pleasant, achieving a uniform response from such a vast audience was no simple feat. This mastery over sound could only be wielded by someone far beyond the realm of ordinary practitioners. Surely a master of the 100 refinement stage or higher. His gaze followed the crowd as it turned toward a special passage in the arena, where a group of individuals emerged, approximately a dozen in number. At the forefront was a young man clad in a golden python robe, adorned with a crown, his countenance exuding nobility. With each step he took, it was as if a gentle breeze swept through, imparting an otherworldly sensation. Particularly striking were his eyes, vast and reminiscent of the starry sky. When they inadvertently brushed over Chu Ran, they caused his heart to race inexplicably. This was merely a fleeting glance as the young man scanned his surroundings. It was terrifying. 3 words flashed through Chu Ran's mind in an instant. Even upon first encountering Luo Xingmi, he had never felt such a profound impact. The collective gasp echoed through the crowd at the sight of this young man. The golden python robe was of unparalleled nobility, reserved for the most elite. It was not merely a matter of wealth, but of an exalted status, the imperial dragon robe and the princely python robe. For this young man to don such attire, he must at the very least be of the rank of a minor prince. A minor prince? Xia Yunhao, following the sound, trembled violently at the sight of this figure. While others perceived the voice as gentle and soothing, to him, it pierced his soul like a steel needle. In an instant, he dashed to the young man's front, kneeling with a thunderous crash. Xia Yunhao, the Lord of Gudao City, pays his respects to the minor prince. I was unaware of your arrival in Gudao City. I acknowledge my transgressions. You are not my subordinate. The young man merely cast a glance at Xia Yunhao, not even pausing in his stride as he headed directly for the area beneath the competition stage. A minor prince? It was indeed a minor prince. Upon hearing Xia Yunhao's address, the crowd collectively held their breath. hastily rising to bow in unison. We pay respects to the minor prince. We pay respects to the minor prince. With a slight wave of his hand, the young man signaled for the crowd to resume their seats. As Chu Ran observed the approaching figure, a chill ran down his spine. This person was none other than the minor prince, Ji Feibai of the Northern Frontier Prince's Mansion. The Tianyue Kingdom was divided into two major regions. In Gudao City was the sole border point. North of Gudao City lay the Northern Frontier. The entire Northern Frontier was the domain of the Northern Frontier King, whose status surpassed even that of the royal family. In the Northern Frontier, a minor prince held a position akin to that of a royal heir, immensely elevated in stature. However, Gudao City had always been directly governed by the royal family. What could the minor prince possibly want here? Could it be to assist Duan Jinglei? Chu Ran's gaze instinctively shifted toward Duan Jinglei, who at that moment was bowing respectfully in the direction of the minor prince. Alongside his reverence was an unmistakable air of arrogance emanating from him. This arrogance had always existed, but was now more pronounced. Evidently, the arrival of the minor prince had transformed him in such a manner. Duan Jinglei was a loyal subject of the minor prince, perhaps even a trusted confidant. This realization sent a jolt of surprise through Chu Ran. He suddenly recalled the words Qin Xianger had spoken to him previously at the Dambao Pavilion, after the martial gathering. The Lord's mansion will surely fall. Could it be that what Qin Xianger said was true? Was the minor prince here to aid Duan Jinglei in seeking vengeance? Yet, he quickly shook his head. It seemed nearly impossible. Who was the minor prince? Given his status and position, how could he possibly seek revenge for someone as insignificant as Duan Jinglei, whose entire clan had already perished? Even if the minor prince wished to court Duan Jinglei due to his exceptional talent, he would merely send orders to his subordinates. There was no need for him to intervene personally. Not to mention Duan Jinglei, even 10 of him would be far from sufficient. Yet the minor prince had indeed arrived. He could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Regardless, this matter was of no concern to him, and he was disinclined to dwell further on the subject. Cheng Shang, the elder in charge of admissions at Tianzi Academy, pays his respects to the minor prince. Apprentice instructor Yin Qingyun pays respects to the minor prince. Upon seeing the minor prince seated beneath the competition stage, the two hastily bowed in greeting. Gentlemen, I trust you do not mind if I have an additional attendee for this assessment. The minor prince spoke blandly, glancing at the two on the competition stage. Of course, we do not mind. Before Cheng Shang could respond, Yin Qingyun, with a beaming smile, interjected, if the minor prince wishes to enter the academy, merely say the word, and there is no need for you to come personally. I shall personally deliver the token to your hand. Fool! Upon hearing Yin Qingyun's words, Chu Ran could not suppress a low scoff. He had initially thought that this Yin Qingyun was a noteworthy individual, only to discover him to be so foolish. Even Cheng Shang furrowed his brow, realizing that Yin Qingyun sought to make an impression before the minor prince, but had not anticipated uttering such a foolish statement. Who was the minor prince? How could he possibly attend an academy? This comment was clearly intended to flatter Duan Jinglei. How could Yin Qingyun be so oblivious? Be silent. The minor prince let out a soft huff, though he was not angry. An aura of authority emanated from him, rendering Yin Qingyun's face quite unsightly. His previously bowed posture became even more tremulous. Cheng Shang quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists. Duan Jinglei is a native of Gudao City and has come to participate in the martial challenge. It is only reasonable and does not warrant any objections. That is satisfactory. The minor prince nodded slightly. Convey to your dean that in the future, such brainless individuals should remain within the academy and refrain from tarnishing its reputation. Yes, minor prince. Cheng Shang nodded in agreement. As for whom the minor prince was referring to, it was clear to everyone present. Yin Qingyun's complexion turned ashen, yet he dared not breathe a word. Others might give him face due to his master, but the minor prince would not care in the slightest. Very well, continue your martial gathering. After the minor prince nodded slightly, he turned his gaze toward Guhan. Gujian master, my presence here does not impose any influence on the Tianwu Hall. Does it? The Tianwu Hall was not an ordinary power. Even the Northern Frontier Prince's mansion had to show some respect. Of course not. Guhan nodded in response. What went unnoticed by all was the extreme displeasure etched across Xia Yunhao's face. If the minor prince were to advocate for Duan Jinglei, it would spell trouble for him. His lord's mansion could even face annihilation. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the minor prince claimed not to be his subordinate, it was indeed with the support of the northern frontier prince's mansion that he had eliminated Duan Tianyun and seized control of the lord's mansion. The minor prince would surely not turn back to assist a mere Duan Jinglei in destroying his lord's mansion. The northern frontier prince's mansion would not engage in such a futile endeavor. Yet on the competition stage, Xia Jian seemed, Xia Jian, I offer you a chance. Admit that you are worthless, and before all the people of Gudao City, declare that you and your compatriots are worthless, and I shall spare your life. Duan Jinglei's cold, indifferent gaze turned towards Xia Jian. His icy, arrogant words seemed to present her with an ultimatum. Speak, and live. Remain silent, and perish. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. He could comprehend Duan Jinglei's enmity with the Lord's mansion, but why must he drag the entirety of Gudao City into this? The people of Gudao City bore him no grudge, did they? Do not say it. You must not comply with his wishes. If you dare utter such words, all of Gudao City will scorn you. A chorus of voices erupted from the spectators, all eyes fixated on Xia Jian, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade. She struggled repeatedly to lift her head and meet Duan Jinglei's gaze, only to falter each time, bowing her head in fear. The oppressive aura emanating from Duan Jinglei was too formidable, leaving her with no means of resistance to I am worthless. All of us in Gudao City are worthless. Gritting her teeth, her voice trembled, drawing forth a torrent of scorn from the crowd. In a bid for survival, she cast aside all dignity. Without dignity, what meaning was there in living? Ha! The raucous laughter of Duan Jinglei reverberated throughout the entire arena, inciting the citizens of Ancient Path City to grit their teeth in fury, wishing they could slay this arrogant fool and inform him that the people of Ancient Path City cannot be defamed. Yet, not a single soul dared to act. Duan Jinglei, with his cultivation at the 100 refined realm and a profound comprehension of the unity of man and heaven, possessed such strength that even the city lord, Xia Yunhao, would likely be no match for him, let alone they themselves. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they had no choice but to acknowledge the truth in Duan Jinglei's words, in his eyes. They were indeed all worthless. Whether the people of Ancient Path City were truly worthless was not for her to judge. At that moment, a calm voice slowly emerged from another corner of the competition stage. The speaker was none other than Chu Ran, who had remained silent thus far, but he now understood why Duan Jinglei had appeared with such an arrogant demeanor, looking down upon the entirety of Ancient Path City. He was here to seek the Dao Heart. The Dao Heart refers to the original intention of a martial artist during their cultivation journey. Only by maintaining this original intention can one ascend higher and venture further on the path of cultivation. However, this original intention can easily be lost amidst various unforeseen circumstances during the cultivation process. Once it is lost, it may become a shackle, a chain, ultimately evolving into a demonic obstacle, rendering further progress nearly impossible. When Xia Jian uttered her words, Chu Ran had been intently observing Duan Jinglei. He clearly saw that upon hearing Xia Jian's remarks, the aura surrounding Duan Jinglei instantly became transparent, as if he had shattered the shackles that bound him, causing a profound transformation in his demeanor. Clearly, Duan Jinglei's original intention was the heart of the once-in-a-century genius of Ancient Path City. Xia Jian's words had rekindled that feeling from his past, reinforcing the notion that, apart from him, the rest of Ancient Path City were indeed worthless. As for you, Duan Jinglei, you are no longer a person of Ancient Path City and have no right to utter such words. Another phrase slipped from Chu Ran's lips. Your quest for your original intention is of no concern to him, Chu Ran. However, if you wish to trample upon him and all the people of Ancient Path City to aid your search, then that is indeed related. You have found your original intention, but who will help him reclaim the dignity that has been trampled upon? His dignity is not something that just anyone can tread upon. He has been trampled once before, and there shall never be a second time, unless he is dead. In his world, dignity is everything. Living without dignity renders existence utterly meaningless. This is Chu Ran, Chapter 72. This is qualification. Allow me to elucidate what qualification truly means. In a single utterance, Duan Jinglei unleashed an invisible tempest of thunderous intent, crashing down upon Chu Ran behind him. As the thunder echoed, he did not even bother to cast a glance back at Chu Ran. A mere seven-tiered realm waste was unworthy of his attention. To obliterate a worthless being required only a casual wave of his hand. This is qualification. Having spoken, Duan Jinglei strode directly toward the elevated platform designated for victors, never once glancing back or caring for those behind him. This is confidence, an absolute self-assurance in his own strength. I do not understand why a special admission student token would be in the hands of such a waste. It diminishes my expectations for Tianzi Academy considerably. As he walked, he murmured. Upon reaching Yin Xingyun's side and noticing that Yin Xingyun had not moved, he calmly reminded, "This esteemed mentor may retrieve the special admission student token now." Indifference. Ever since he made his move, every glance and every word from him brimmed with disdain for Chu Ran and everything around him. It seemed in his eyes, Chu Ran had long since perished beneath the casual strike of his thunderous intent. Indeed, even Xiajian, a formidable figure in the 100 refined realm, could not withstand his oppressive aura. What right did a mere seven-tiered Chu Ran possess? As he gazed at the figure of Chu Ran gradually vanishing beneath the cascading thunder, even the crowd could not help but sigh. Ultimately, the gap in cultivation was simply too vast. Even if Chu Ran possessed the great ascension sword intent, under the pressure of the unity of man and heaven, the outcome was unlikely to change. The disparity in realms could not be bridged. Very well. Yin Xingyun nodded, then directly approached the location engulfed in thunder. Yet just as he lifted his foot, he halted, furrowing his brow slightly as he gazed at the scene beneath the thunder. Even the young prince in the audience, who had maintained a bland demeanor, displayed a fleeting hint of fluctuation in his gaze. However, it vanished in the blink of an eye. What? This mentor dares not even retrieve the belongings of a corpse. Yin Xingyun's pause elicited a fleeting smirk of contempt from Duan Jinglei's eyes. Oh right, I have yet to retract the thunder intent. This esteemed mentor must be afraid I might inadvertently harm you. Correct? The mentors of Tianzi Academy are hardly impressive. As he spoke, he finally turned to gaze at the spot obscured by thunder, marking the first genuine look he had bestowed upon it. Yet, upon this glance, he found himself momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together in confusion. Not dead. How could a worthless being still be alive? A surge of intent instantly penetrated the thunderous realm he had unleashed, revealing the scene within to his mind's eye, causing a flicker of astonishment to flash in his gaze. Dual intent, great ascension sword intent. He understood now why that worthless being had not perished. The dual intents, one of which had reached the great ascension stage, could offer a modicum of resistance, thereby explaining the situation. However, it was merely a temporary reprieve, an unexpected extension of life for a few more seconds. Now it was time to die. He spoke indifferently. Then, with a pointed finger, the intangible power of intent swiftly merged into the thunder enveloping Chu Ran, causing the might of the thunder to surge dramatically. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder resonated, shaking the entire arena with a resonant hum. Under the overwhelming pressure of this thunder, Chu Ran's defensive aura was instantly shattered. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, struck Chu Ran's body, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from him. Yet he remained steadfast and unmoving. Boom! The second strike followed suit. Boom! The third, a continuous barrage of over a dozen strikes ensued. At which point, Duan Jinglei's gaze finally tightened. The onlookers also began to realize the undeniable truth that Chu Ran had not perished, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps to ripple through the arena. The illustrious genius of ancient Path City, Xiaodian, could not withstand even a single bolt of thunder, yet Chu Ran not only endured but withstood so many, coupled with the death of Su Ling. The identity of the true first among the people of ancient Path City was now abundantly clear. Chu Ran. Chu Ran. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon the entire arena erupted in a chorus of voices, drowning out the thunderous roars. They were not merely cheering for Chu Ran. They were rallying for the dignity of ancient Path City. As long as Chu Ran stood tall, Duan Jinglei's proclamation that the people of ancient Path City were worthless was nothing more than empty bluster. Do not cease, bring it on. After the barrage of over a dozen bolts of lightning concluded, a low voice emerged from within the thunder. Duan Jinglei's expression faltered momentarily. The sound struck him like a resounding slap to the face. Searing with pain. Not only had he not perished, but he also dared to provoke him. Thunder, Duan Jinglei roared, raising his hand as dozens of bolts of lightning converged above Chu Ran's head, crashing down relentlessly. Ha ha! Splendid! Chu Ran's voice resonated once more. Crack, crack! A series of bone-crunching sounds erupted from Duan Jinglei's fist, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent as the force of the thunderous intent surged exponentially, enveloping a 10-meter radius around Chu Ran. The solid competition stage bore the brunt of the relentless bombardment, crumbling under the impact as debris flew. No, still too weak. Yet at that moment, ensconced within the thunder, Chu Ran could not help but shake his head. Thunder, one of the most volatile forces in existence, birthed from the heavens and the earth, harbored the power of nature's Tao, making it an exceptional means of body refinement. Every formidable cultivator had experienced drawing upon the thunder to strengthen their physical forms. This was something Old He had previously imparted to him. When struck by Duan Jinglei's thunder, Chu Ran immediately recalled this lesson and attempted to channel the thunder for body refinement. However, as expected, he failed, for Duan Jinglei's thunder was merely the power of the Star Soul, utterly incapable of reaching the requirements of the natural deed. In fact, it was even less effective than when the Black Hand had struck him. Without effect, it naturally posed no threat to his physical body. Even if he stood still, merely relying on the oppressive force of intent, he could not be harmed in the slightest. Just as Chu Ran had resolved to abandon hope and step out from beneath the thunderclouds. An unexpected stirring in his heart prompted him to abruptly lift his gaze skyward. The once flickering lightning transformed in that instant into a slow-motion spectacle. From the moment Duan Jinglei raised his hand, the entire process of thunder coalescing, forming, manifesting, and ultimately descending unfolded before Chu Ran's eyes in a languid manner. The essence of the moment melded with his spirit, and he reached out to embrace the thunder. A line of text gradually flickered through his mind. This text illuminated Chu Ran's world of perception like a beacon, clearing the fog of confusion that he understood. He finally grasped the true meaning of the unity of heaven and man. Within this unity, the so-called man referred to the martial cultivator himself, while the heaven represented the realm of intent. To achieve a flawless integration of oneself with this realm of intent, culminating in the ability to move with the intent at will, responding to every subtle shift of the body. In a mere gesture, he could unleash his intent that, in the blink of an eye, he could also release it. This was the pinnacle of the unity of heaven and man. It appeared I had underestimated you. However, it is time to bring this to an end. Duan Jinglei, having lost his patience, resolved that since the realm of intent could not obliterate him, he would have to take action. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in his grasp. The sword was abruptly aimed at Chu Ran, and a roaring thunder erupted from it, coalescing in the void into a colossal serpent of lightning. Its massive jaws lunging toward Chu Ran, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. He would no longer hold back. This strike would serve as the culmination of this senseless battle. Chapter 73. Who is the trash? Whoosh! Just as the lightning serpent descended to devour him, a sword let out a piercing cry. Soaring skyward in an instant, the blood-colored sword of slaughter pierced through the curtain of thunder, plunging into the gaping maw of the lightning serpent. Boom! The lightning serpent shattered with a resounding crash, dissipating into the void, causing even Duan Jinglei to involuntarily take a step back. The sword of slaughter, one strike, and the thunder was shattered. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. The realm of sword intent at the unity of heaven and man. Chu Ran had unexpectedly broken through to the realm of unity of heaven and man in such a fleeting moment. Even the young prince, gazing at the figure of the youth on the arena, could not help but reveal a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Turning to Ji Menglan beside him, the young prince spoke slowly. Menglan, is this the youth you mentioned? Indeed, Ji Menglan nodded. This young man possesses commendable character, strength, and skill, making him worthy of cultivation. His comprehension is also quite impressive. The young prince nodded slightly and remarked, especially combined with the eye of breath. He may indeed be a promising prospect. How could this be possible? Xia Jian, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in disbelief. She never imagined that Chu Ran would break through at this moment. His talent was becoming increasingly monstrous. Gritting her teeth, a chilling, killing intent surged within her. She could not allow Chu Ran to live any longer, for her own sake and for the sake of the city lord's mansion. The lightning serpent was shattered, and even Duan Jinglei was taken aback. The realm of unity of heaven and man. He could hardly believe that this insignificant existence before him, rather than being crushed under his oppressive intent, had instead risen against the odds and fortuitously attained the realm of unity of heaven and man. He had broken through by utilizing his momentum. However, Duan Jinglei quickly regained his composure, coldly observing Chu Ran as he emerged from the Veil of Thunder, remarking indifferently, "Your luck is commendable. Now, you have the qualification to stand alongside me." In that moment, he acknowledged Chu Ran, at least recognizing that the youth before him was far stronger than Xia Jian. "Luck, you say?" Chu Ran smiled faintly, then shook his head, replying, "However, I believe you're not yet qualified to stand beside me." Duan Jinglei was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Kid, have I instilled such confidence in you with just a few words?" "Not at all. It's just," Chu Ran elongated his tone, and in an instant his gaze became razor-sharp, as if 1,000 blades were coalescing within his eyes, fierce and intimidating. "In my eyes, you are the true garbage. You little brat, you're looking for death." Hearing this, Duan Jinglei's anger flared, and without hesitation, he wielded his sword. Launching it into the the same time, he was enveloped in a torrent of thunder, transforming into a thunder god. As the thunder roared, it summoned countless bolts from the heavens to descend. In thunderous voice, he uttered 4 words, "The wrath of thunder." At that moment, all the thunder in the sky seemed to respond to his command, wildly converging to form a colossal thunder dragon, as thick as a barrel and several zhang long. Roar. The thunder dragon surged forth with a deafening roar, barreling straight toward Chu Ran. The overwhelming force caused even a martial cultivator at the 100 refinement stage to feel a momentary constriction in their breath. This strike represented Duan Jinglei's utmost power. To perish beneath this blow would be no loss. A whisper escaped his lips as the thunder dragon sliced through the void, descending upon Chu Ran. What a terrifying strike! Chu Ran was in peril. The crowd trembled at the sight. This attack was the culmination of Duan Jinglei's star spirit, the unity of heaven and man, and the spiritual power of the 100 refinement stage. Combined with the might of his sword and martial techniques, given the ferocity of this strike, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chu Ran to withstand it. It was hard to believe he could endure. Chu Ran was undeniably formidable, but let us not forget that he had already endured a series of battles, even facing 2 opponents simultaneously, and had slain Su Ling, a formidable warrior of the 100 refinement stage. At this moment, even if he was not completely exhausted, his strength had waned. Perhaps he could resist in a contest of intent, but this unparalleled strike from the 100 refinement stage would be nearly impossible to bear. Was this truly the end? Many felt a sense of reluctance, yet they were powerless to intervene. Merely watching helplessly that it was either death or injury. As he beheld the thunder dragon descending, Chu Ran suddenly let out a roar. His body instantly shrank while his fist expanded, and the Xianming great sword he wielded simultaneously grew in size. The entire sword transformed into a giant 3 zhang long, slicing through the air toward the thunder dragon. Boom! A terrifying explosion and a burst of energy erupted, sending shockwaves of thunder and residual power rippling outward like waves. The overwhelming force activated the protective energy shield of the arena in an instant. Waves of terrifying energy rippled across the energy shield, leaving the onlookers in shock and awe. This energy shield was only activated when energy fluctuations exceeded the arena's capacity, preventing destruction and safeguarding the spectators. For centuries in ancient Path City, no battle had ever triggered the protective energy shield of the arena. This alone underscored the sheer terror of the power unleashed by their strikes. Although the energy waves on the shield protected the arena, they completely obscured the scene within, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at the unfolding spectacle. Almost simultaneously, nearly 100,000 spectators in the arena stood up, their eyes fixated on the energy shield, as if yearning to peer through and discern the outcome of this clash. Who emerged victorious? Chu Ran or Duan Jinglei? Enough, Chu Ran. It's time to call it quits. Just as the crowd eagerly anticipated the result, the young prince, who had been seated beneath the arena, suddenly rose and addressed the arena with a measured tone. The utterance of his words left countless individuals in stunned silence. What did the young prince mean by this? Could it be that Chu Ran had triumphed? In an instant, the protective barrier of the arena finally receded, revealing the scene within. Chu Ran stood with his great sword, its tip aimed at the half-collapsed Duan Jinglei, who clutched his chest, blood at his lips, and eyes wide with shock. Chu Ran had truly won. Countless fiery gazes fell upon the sword-wielding youth, and in their minds echoed a singular thought. This is the first genius of ancient Path City. Chu Ran, Chu Ran, Chu Ran. The arena erupted with a chorus of voices, reverberating throughout the arena and echoing across much of ancient Path City. Tell me, who is the trash? On the arena, Chu Ran stared coldly at Duan Jinglei. Duan Jinglei's cheeks trembled, his teeth clenched, yet he remained silent. I demand that you tell me, who is the trash? Chu Ran stepped forward, pointing at Duan Jinglei's Xianming greatsword, letting out a piercing sword cry. This step was not large, nor was the sound particularly loud. Yet in that moment, it struck like a hammer upon Duan Jinglei's very soul. Duan Jinglei's entire body quivered violently, yet he still clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Chapter 74. Why spare him? I will ask you one last time. Who is the trash? Charon took a step forward once more. An endless aura of murderous intent emanated from him, coursing through the tip of the Xianming greatsword and directly invading Duan Jinglei's mind, rendering his complexion ashen. He harbored no doubt that this time, if he remained silent, death would be the only fate awaiting him. Yet he found himself unable to speak. Should he articulate his thoughts, the Tao heart he had only just recovered would likely shatter in an instant. Spare where one can spare. The voice of the young prince suddenly resounded again, allowing Duan Jinglei to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The prince's words elicited a collective sigh from many onlookers. The crowd at the observation platform nearly yearned for Charon to thoroughly extinguish the arrogance of this presumptuous individual, ideally by swift execution. However, Duan Jinglei was, after all, a man of the young prince, who would dare to act against the prince's people, unless one wished to court death. Spare where one can spare. Upon hearing these words, Charon halted his advance, but he slowly turned his gaze towards the young prince and spoke. When he forces others to declare themselves trash, does he not also need to spare where he can spare? When he claims that the ancient Tao city is all garbage, has he not considered sparing? When he attempted to kill me on multiple occasions, did he ever think of sparing? Indeed, when Duan Jinglei acted thus, had he ever thought of sparing? Now, however, he demanded to be spared. By what right? Merely because he is the prince's man. Are you questioning me? The young prince regarded Charon with an impassive expression, revealing neither joy nor anger. His eyes deep as an abyss. I do not dare. Charon shook his head, stating, I merely feel that your actions will alienate many hearts, at the very least causing the million inhabitants of ancient Tao City to feel disheartened. Oh, the young prince appeared somewhat surprised. Not expecting to hear the term public sentiment from Charon, he smiled faintly and inquired, what do you believe should be done? Charon paused for a moment, then declared, I believe he deserves to die. The instant the final word escaped his lips, a chilling, murderous intent flashed through his eyes, and his sword swiftly sliced through the arena, aimed directly at Duan Jinglei's throat. If one wished to kill, one must act without hesitation. He had declared that anyone who sought to kill him would meet their demise first, regardless of who they were. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the observation platform erupted with gasps of shock. No one had anticipated that Chern would dare to truly attempt to kill Duan Jinglei, openly defying the young prince's command. Was this not akin to courting death? Ha! Truly, heaven does not wish for the lord of the city to perish. Xia Yunhao, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but chuckle. He feared the young prince might take note of Chern's talent. Yet unexpectedly, Chern displayed such foolishness, daring to defy the prince's orders. Who else could survive such an act? Buzz, a resonant sound of the sword echoed before Duan Jinglei, the Xianming greatsword halting merely an inch from his throat. The murderous intent enveloping Duan Jinglei caused his body to crumple to the ground. Gasping for breath, he realized his life had been spared. "Thank you, young prince." Duan Jinglei quickly knelt, bowing thrice towards the young prince's position. "You should not thank me, but rather Chern." The young prince lightly shook his head. Him? Duan Jinglei trembled slightly, for he had clearly seen that the one who had intervened was Yi Lao, the prince's aide. But why? "Duan Jinglei, are you not going to apologize? Do you truly wish to court death?" Ji Minglan's cold snort interrupted Duan Jinglei's thoughts. With some difficulty, he turned to glance at Ji Minglan and finally took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he nodded. "Yes, my lady. Chern, I apologize for my previous actions." Duan Jinglei bowed deeply to Chern. "In no need." Chern shook his head and said, "You should understand why you are still alive." After this statement, he fell silent. With a wave of his hand, the Xianming greatsword flew back into his grasp. The reason Duan Jinglei had not perished was not due to Chern's restraint. He could not possibly hold back. Rather, it was the young prince's people who had intervened that I asked for who it was. He had no way of knowing, for anyone beside the young prince possessed unfathomable power. Yet he could not comprehend why the young prince would attribute this matter to him. No need to ponder. The young prince merely wished to spare you. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang in his ears, so enchanting it resembled the sound of silk and bamboo. Chern immediately sensed a pair of beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Turning slightly, he beheld the young prince's companion, the princess of a northern frontier. "Protect me," yet he furrowed his brow. But in an instant he grasped the meaning behind the words. The young prince did not wish for him to bear the grave charge of defiance. Since he had not killed Duan Jinglei, it could not be deemed an act of rebellion. However, whether one was guilty or not hinged solely upon a young prince's words. Why go to such lengths? Did he wish for Chern to feel gratitude? Chern shook his head slightly and chose not to speak further. "Chern, I want you dead." At that moment, from a corner of the arena, where she seemed forgotten, Xia Yin suddenly shouted, "Let us see if you still possess the strength to resist." She had waited when Su Long perished, and she had still been waiting when Su Ling fell. Now, with Duan Jinglei's defeat, she could no longer afford to wait. It was time to claim Chern's life. Xia Jian, this woman dared to act at such a moment. What a shameless individual. Upon hearing this voice, a chorus of reproaches erupted from the crowd. Ever since Xia Jian had been frightened into uttering those words by Duan Jinglei, the crowd's perception of her had shifted entirely. Now, witnessing Chern in a series of battles, nearly depleted of strength, she seized the opportunity to strike. Such behavior was utterly contemptible and nauseating. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Xia Jian paid no heed to the crowd's disdain and accusations. Her sole focus was on Chern. As long as she eliminated him, all criticism would cease, and people would only cheer for her, celebrating her triumph. This was reality. "Elder Chung, might I ask you to announce the continuation of the match?" Xia Yunhao promptly urged, drawing scornful glances from those who had been observing the father and daughter duo. Like father, like daughter indeed, Duan Jinglei has been defeated. The challenge continues. Elder Cheng's voice rang out. The moment his words fell, Xia Ren brandished her ice lotus sword, unleashing a storm of ice petals that blanketed the arena, all directed towards Chern. Chern raised his head to the sky, clenching his fists. His weary body had already expended its strength in the void annihilation palm. His meridians and dantian lay empty, his spiritual energy drained to the brink of collapse. Yet, in his eyes, an unwavering obsession remained. The obsession for vengeance, the obsession for retribution. He gripped the Xianming greatsword tightly, gazing coldly at the oncoming storm of swords, as the dormant dark star soul within his dantian began to stir. Chapter 75. Darkness Descends. Spiritual Energy. How could this be possible? How could he still possess spiritual energy? This scene left countless spectators astounded. Had Charon just exhausted all his spiritual energy? How could he still have any left? Moreover, it was a completely different kind of black spiritual energy, dual star souls, the power of the second star soul. Soon, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, igniting a renewed fervor throughout the arena. They could hardly believe that even after defeating a genuine talent like Duan Jinglei, Charon had not yet unleashed his full potential. This revelation caused many to gasp in disbelief that it was as if this youth would forever hold surprises in abundance. What truly defines a genius? This young man demonstrated through his actions. This is it. I thought you would never utilize your second star soul. In a corner of the arena, a girl with a lollipop blinked her eyes and smiled faintly at the youth on the stage. Dual star souls? You hide your talents well. He raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the spear, his fighting spirit radiating from his eyes. You had best not attempt to compete with me for the master. Otherwise, I will hold nothing back. Truly a dual star soul. Mrs. Forsyte is admirable. Beside Qin Xianga, Elder Wang's wrinkled face brimmed with respect. With such discernment, the Pill Treasure Pavilion would surely flourish under the young woman's guidance. I am indeed curious to know what kind of star soul belongs to the ninefold heavens. A flicker of curiosity passed through the calm features of Ji Menglan, for she had encountered numerous martial cultivators with star souls from the ninefold heavens, some powerful, some weak, and others utterly useless. Yet, she remained unaware of the nature of this young man's star soul. Only the young prince sat there with an air of indifference, seemingly unmoved by the presence of either the dual star soul or the ninefold heavens star soul. I am eager to discover what your second star soul entails. Xiaojian was not particularly surprised. She had already speculated about Chu Ran's second star soul. However, she knew that this would not significantly alter the outcome. Gulp! As she tilted her head back, a crimson pill was swiftly swallowed, and in an instant, a surging power erupted within her, radiating with a force at least threefold stronger than before. Her eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and her hair danced as if caught in an unseen wind, making Xiaojian resemble a fierce demon, the overwhelming power creating a cacophony of oppressive sounds in the air. Bloodthirsty pill, born of blood. Crafted from the essence of thousands of exotic beasts, this pill could instantly elevate one's power threefold, a truly terrifying substance. However, the side effects were equally pronounced. After consumption, one would require at least a year to detoxify, purging the blood poison that infiltrated the meridians and bloodstream. During this year, not only could one not cultivate, but they would also endure the agonizing torment of myriad poisons gnawing at their heart. Many had perished from this torment, unable to withstand its severity. The infamous poison master Yin Tianhe had crafted yet another terrifying poison pill that struck fear and admiration into the hearts of martial cultivators alike. How ruthless Xiaojian was. Many who recognized the bloodthirsty pill were taken aback by Xiaojian's audacious act. A woman, so resolute in her actions, such courage was truly commendable. An elderly man stroked his beard, observing Xiaojian on the stage with satisfaction. A young girl beside him remarked, "She's indeed brave. I would never dare to do such a thing." These two were none other than Elder and the girl who had previously visited the Chu residence from the Royal Academy. Devour. As Chu Ran beheld the tempest of swords infused with burgeoning power, he uttered two words that, in the next moment, tendrils of black spiritual energy emanated from the tip of the Xianming giant sword, gradually spreading outwards. The instant the black spiritual energy appeared, the surrounding space became chaotic. Threads of heavenly spiritual energy transformed into wisps, uncontrollably drawn into the abyss of black energy. Not only did the black energy consume these threads, but martial cultivators nearby also sensed their own power slipping away, gradually becoming uncontrollable as it flowed out of their bodies. What is happening? Many were struck with disbelief as they glanced at the swirling black energy atop Chu Ran's sword. Even the young prince, whose gaze had remained composed, felt a sudden jolt of intensity at the moment the black energy manifested, his entire being rising in surprise as he fixed his eyes upon it. Brother, Ji Minglan was equally taken aback, especially after witnessing the young prince's reaction. Her shock deepened. As an eighth Heaven Star Soul wielder, she could understand his response, but how could the true owner of a ninefold Heaven Star Soul react so profoundly? The young prince, realizing his lapse in composure, quickly inhaled deeply and settled back in his seat, speaking, I once read in an ancient text that there are countless star souls in this world. The ninefold heavens is not the highest realm. Beyond the ninefold heavens, there exist even more celestial bodies, known as the chaotic stars or sacred stars. It is said there are 7 sacred stars in total. The young prince's voice trailed off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. Yet, even these few words filled Ji Minglan's beautiful eyes with astonishment. Brother, do you mean? With a resounding sword cry, the black energy atop Chu Ran's sword surged forth. Piercing the void, in the emptiness, it erupted into a colossal orb of darkness. In an instant, an overwhelming force of devouring power swept across the sky, akin to a black hole, ravenously consuming spiritual energy from all directions. The icy rain of swords that had enveloped Chu Ran was almost entirely devoured in a heartbeat. Its might extinguished. This Xia Dian was momentarily rendered speechless. What is happening? How did her attack vanish so swiftly? This was the power she had gained after consuming the bloodthirsty pill, stronger than ever, yet it still disappeared in an instant. What kind of power is this? From which star soul does it originate? Xia Yin was utterly dumbfounded. It is time to conclude this. Chu Ran's gaze shifted from the heavens to the ground, landing upon Xia Yin not far away. Darkness descends. Stepping forward, he uttered 4 words with resolute finality. The black orb, guided by the Xianming giant sword, thundered down towards Xia Yin. Chapter 76. Is what you are doing appropriate? Xia Yin's expression twisted in rage as she directed her energies into the descending black orb. Thud! 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 Yet, after a series of muffled sounds, her powers failed to elicit any response. Simply being consumed by the black orbs, she watched the orb draw nearer. A sense of panic finally gripped Xia Yin. She recalled the demise of the third elder, Xia Lunja. According to Su Qiming, he had been devoured by the black mist released by Chu Ran, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Could I too meet such a fate? No. Xia Yin roared, Ice Lotus Sword. The blade, embodying nearly all of her strength, surged into the black orb. This strike was her strongest and final attempt. Yet still, she could not escape the clutches of oblivion. Bang! Xia Yin collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed upon the black orb now mere inches away. She understood that this time, she was truly finished. What kind of sinister power is this? Many witnesses to this scene were left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. Not only did it consume spiritual energy, but it also devoured attacks. This was utterly perverse. What kind of star soul is this? Indeed, it is the Devouring Star Soul. Luo Xingmi, with a candy stick now crushed in her mouth, stared at the arena, her gaze suddenly deepening. Losing all traces of youthful innocence, it was as though she had transformed into an entirely different person in that moment. The Devouring Star Soul has truly emerged in Tianyue Kingdom. It seems the prophecy was not mistaken, and perhaps the people of the Heavenly Demon Temple will soon appear that I hope you can survive. Luo Xingmi murmured softly to herself before disappearing into the crowd. Chu Ran, if you dare to harm Jiyan, I will annihilate your entire clan. Xia Yunhao's fierce roar reverberated throughout the arena, his eyes wide with fury. An unyielding killing intent surging forth. Bang! The moment his voice rang out, the black orb enveloped Xia Jian's arm, causing it to wither at an alarming rate. Blood, flesh, and spiritual energy drained away, turning into a skeletal form. A sharp, piercing scream erupted, filled with hysteria. Xia Jian's eyes widened as she beheld her arm, her pupils dilating, her body trembling violently. Chu Ran! Xia Yunhao bellowed, his rage threatening to burst forth, yet it was swiftly suppressed by Guhan. Chu Ran did not spare a glance at Xia Yunhao, his gaze fixated solely on Xia. A chilling aura of bloodthirst clung to his eyes, resembling a reaper poised to claim Xia Jian's life. Chu Ran, if you wish to kill me, then do it swiftly, Her voice rang out in a desperate shriek. You seek a swift end, do you? Yet why did you not grant me such mercy back then? Chu Ran took a step forward, his icy gaze piercing into Xiaoyan's soul, that on that fateful day, you used the deadly poison powder to strip away my star soul, achieving your seventh heaven ice lotus sword star soul. Did you ever consider this day? Xiaoyan's gaze became unfocused. The reason I did that was that I knew you would surely reconstruct your star soul, and it would be far superior to before. Spare me this time, and I promise to vanish from your world forever. I swear. Xiaoyan met Chu Ran's gaze, her resolve crumbling. The moment her arm transformed into bone, her spirit shattered. Death did not frighten her. She simply did not wish to perish in such a wretched manner. Thus, you have done this for my sake? Upon hearing these words, Charon couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had just encountered the most delightful jest in the world. Are you suggesting that you have falsely accused me of drugging you with the intent to harm? Merely to test my resolve? Indeed, indeed, Xiaoyan nodded in a flustered manner. However, before her words could escape her lips, another arm was once again ensconced in the black orb of light. A piercing scream erupted, so heart-rending that many instinctively gasped in shock. Yet, not a single soul displayed even the slightest hint of sympathy, for they had all comprehended the truth. The rumors that had spread through Gudao City were naught but fabrications. Charon had never drugged Xiaoyan, nor had any malicious designs against her. All these events were but a scheme concocted by Xiaoyan to ensnare Charon, aimed solely at stripping him of his star soul to elevate herself. Such treachery towards her childhood companion was profoundly wicked. No wonder Charon harbored such intense animosity towards Xiaoyan. It was likely that anyone in his position would have acted with even greater severity. A vile woman. She deserved this fate. Kill her. Kill. The multitude of voices thrust Xiaoyan into an inescapable abyss of doom. Charon, too, hesitated no longer. As murderous intent flared in his eyes, the devouring energy enveloped Xiaoyan's entire form in an instant. Halt! In that fleeting moment, a voice, aged yet commanding, suddenly resonated. The next instant, a radiant light blossomed upon the arena. Charon's devouring energy dissipated almost instantaneously, and as it was obliterated, he staggered back 4 or 5 steps. This force was overwhelming, so formidable that before it, Charon felt like an insignificant insect. Furrowing his brow, Charon cast his gaze toward the opposite side of the arena. An elderly figure stepped onto the stage with measured strides. Beside him stood a graceful young woman, both walking onto the arena under the scrutiny of all present. It is you. Upon seeing these two, Charon's fists clenched tightly, cold light flickering in his eyes. The Royal Academy, Eldarin. At the sight of the newcomers, Cheng Shang's eyes widened in astonishment. The Royal Academy's elder? The mention of Eldarin startled many, for news had long circulated that both the Tianzi Academy and the Royal Academy had sent representatives to Gudao City. Yet until now, only those from the Tianzi Academy had been seen. They had not anticipated the appearance of the Royal Academy's members at this moment. But why would they come to save Xiaoyan? Had they taken an interest in her? Trembling, Xiaoyan struggled to raise her head. Her arm, now a mere skeletal remnant, hanging limply. She wished to express her gratitude, but found herself unable, merely stuttering. Thank you for saving my life. The old man regarded her coolly, asking, I shall ask you but one question. Are you willing to join the Royal Academy? The younger generation is willing. Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. She understood that this was her only chance for survival. Excellent. In that case, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Royal Academy. Shintong, assist her. Eldarin instructed the young woman beside him, who promptly stepped forward, administering a pill to Xiaoyan before gently helping her to her feet. Observing this scene, the crowd was momentarily dumbfounded, and one had anticipated that the Royal Academy would suddenly claim Xiaoyan. Wasn't this the martial challenge of the Tianzi Academy? How could the Royal Academy act in such a manner? Yet even Cheng Shang of the Tianzi Academy remained silent. What could they possibly say? Do you believe your actions are appropriate? At that moment, a chilling voice slowly emerged. Charon clenched his jaw, gripping his sword tightly, fixing his gaze upon Elder Un and the others. Appropriateness is for us to determine. What do you consider yourself? Before Eldarin could respond, the young woman stepped forward, confronting Churin with a disdainful huff. I merely wish to enlighten you on how foolish your choice is. To reject the Royal Academy's invitation will be a regret you cannot remedy throughout your life. A year from now, I shall personally accompany Xia Yin to seek you out, and then you will comprehend the short-sightedness of your decision today. Let us depart, Eldarin murmured, leading the young woman and Xia Yin off the arena. Even refuse the scraps. The Royal Academy is truly only fit to pick up the leftovers. Churin's words caused Eldarin to furrow his brow slightly, while the young woman stumbled in her step, retorting angrily, "Humph! Foolish peasants, that's precisely you." Eldarin offered no further comment. He would not demean himself by engaging in a verbal dispute with a junior. The three then exited the arena. Xia Yunhao rushed over, his face brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for these two, Xia Yin would likely have perished at Churin's hands. Eldarin, if you can, please ensure you eliminate this Churin. Otherwise, he will surely become an adversary of the Royal Academy in the future. Xia Yunhao urged. He is unworthy. Eldarin shook his head slightly, then turned to Xia Yunhao, stating, "It would be best for you to remain silent. Were it not for Xia Yin, you would not even be worthy to stand before me." Xia Yunhao's breath caught momentarily, yet he dared not speak further, quickly retreating. Watching as Eldarin and the others took Xia Yin away from the arena, a single phrase reached Xia Yunhao's ears. "Father, take care." Xia Yunhao paused, then finally smiled. It was his first genuine smile in days. Meanwhile, Churin heard Xia Yin's words echoing in his ears. "A year from now, not only will I destroy you, but I will also annihilate your entire Churin family." Churin gritted his teeth slightly, coldly uttering 3 words. "Xia Yin, I couldn't kill her." He would remember the members of the Royal Academy. He would not rest until Xia Yin paid the price for her life. Sooner or later, she would face the consequences of her actions against him. City Lord, City Lord." An urgent voice suddenly reached Xia Yunhao's ears, causing his expression to change instantly as he turned and vanished from the arena. In the challenge selection, Churin ultimately succeeded in retaining his special recruitment token. Congratulations to Churin for becoming a special recruit of the Tianze Academy. As the crowd began to disperse, Cheng Shang's voice echoed slowly. "Churin, Churin!" The entire arena was soon filled with a singular chant, a fervent roar that reverberated throughout the space. From this day forth, Churin's name would undoubtedly echo throughout Gudao City, leaving a profound mark in its history. Churin, at that moment, the young prince beneath the arena slowly rose to his feet, addressing the youth on the arena. "What do you think of the northern border prince's manor? Have you ever considered visiting the northern border city?" The young prince asked with a gentle smile. His words instantly widened the eyes of countless onlookers, who gazed at Churin with fervent envy. The young prince was clearly extending a hand to Churin. Should Churin agree, he would instantaneously gain wealth, resources, and connections. Everything would be at his fingertips. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be the finest of offerings. After all, this was an invitation directly from the young prince himself, far more precious than any invitation from others to join the prince's manor. With such advantages, combined with Churin's innate talent, his rise would be swift. At that time, even the City Lord's manor would have to show respect when encountering members of the Churin family, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. This was the northern border prince's manor, a colossal force that dominated half of the Tianyue kingdom. "Agree, quickly agree," seeing Churin hesitate to respond immediately. The crowd grew anxious, nearly shouting for him to consent. "If given the opportunity, I would indeed consider visiting." After a moment of silence, Churin nodded. Upon hearing this response, many in the crowd nearly rushed onto the arena to slap Churin across the face. What did that mean? It was clearly a rejection of the young prince's invitation. Could it be that Churin did not grasp the underlying meaning of the young prince's words? Yet it was evident he did. No one will believe that the esteemed young master of the Churin family could fail to understand such a simple implication. "Let us depart." Upon hearing these words, the young prince waved his hand dismissively and led his entourage out of the arena, not even casting a single glance back at Chu Ran. This prompted a chorus of boos to erupt throughout the venue. "Ha ha, Chu Ran, you have truly surprised me. To reject even a young prince's invitation. Do you not realize whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be so? On the competition stage, Xingyun laughed heartily. Regardless of whether it's true or feigned foolishness, I find it quite amusing. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, he and Chengshang gradually disappeared through a special passage of the arena. Chu Ran, do you know what you have missed? At that moment, the voice of Qin Xianger echoed in Chu Ran's ears. Turning around, he spotted her standing on the observation platform not far away. I only know that in this world, what I miss is of no significance to me. Chu Ran gently shook his head. Perhaps. Qin Xianger chose not to say more and departed as well. Ranner, at this moment, Chu Changtian stepped down from the competition stage. Approaching Chu Ran, he looked at the token at his son's waist with evident satisfaction and patted the young man's shoulder. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran asked, Father, do you think I should have declined the young prince's invitation? Chu Changtian smiled and shook his head. This is your own choice, as long as you believe your decision is always the right one. It suffices. The world is as such. There is no absolute answer. Understanding dawned upon him. His father's word allowed Chu Ran to exhale a deep breath, feeling a sense of lightness wash over him. Let us go home. Brother, are we truly going to give up on that Chu Ran? As they exited the arena, Ji Menglan, standing beside the young prince, finally mustered the courage to pose her question after holding it in for a while. Chu Ran's talent was evident to all. Why then? I do not favor those who are self-righteous and wait for a price to be paid. The young prince replied, shaking his head lightly, that I will not grant him the opportunity to elevate his worth in such a manner. He had encountered too many individuals like him, those who employed the strategy of feigned retreat. Such characters repulsed him. No matter how great their talent, they were unnecessary. He sought only loyal subjects, not cunning schemers. Chapter 78. The layout. Ji Menglan frowned slightly and shook her head. I do not believe he is that kind of person. Previously, she had perceived Chu Ran as merely a pompous individual. Yet, through battle after battle, he had clearly demonstrated that he was a man of his word. Perhaps this matter would be no different. Maybe the young prince remained non-committal. Regardless, what we require at the Northern Frontier Prince's residence is not such a person. We desire obedience and loyalty. Loyalty outweighs talent. This time, Ji Menglan refrained from further comment. Loyalty could be cultivated. Given time, she was certain she could train Chu Ran to be devoted solely to her and the prince's residence. However, this depended on whether Chu Ran possessed sufficient ability and qualifications. Chu Ran's talent was undoubtedly ample, but the prince's residence needed more than mere talent. Suddenly, the young prince halted, calling out, since stepping down from the competition stage. Duan Jinglei had remained silent at the back, but upon hearing the call, he hurried forward and bowed. Your Highness. The young prince scrutinized Duan Jinglei for a moment, noting the absence of the arrogant bravado he had displayed upon returning to Gudao City. Instead, he appeared deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant, his aura diminished and his eyes hollow. The young prince spoke in a low voice. You should know that I never keep useless individuals by my side. With a start, Duan Jinglei trembled slightly, dropping to his knees before the young prince. Your Highness, I have disappointed you. The young prince gazed intently into Duan Jinglei's eyes. Tell me, are you useless? I am not. I am not, Duan Jinglei stammered, unable to meet the young prince's gaze. The young prince lifted Duan Jinglei's chin with a hand, commanding, I will ask you once more. Are you useless? I am not. Not at all. Duan Jinglei gritted his teeth and shouted. Seemingly emboldened by his own outcry, he met the young prince's gaze squarely. I, Duan Jinglei, am not useless. Good. That is well. The young prince withdrew his hand, his expression returning to neutrality as he turned away, saying softly, Remember, winning and losing are not the most crucial things. As long as your confidence remains, you will always be yourself. Suddenly turning back, he pointed at Duan Jinglei. I do not wish for you to lose your pride after this incident. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Duan Jinglei's spirit trembled profoundly, and he quickly straightened himself. They had anticipated that losing to Chu Ran would disappoint the young prince. Yet unexpectedly, the prince offered him words of comfort. This left him feeling both honored and astonished. The young prince patted Duan Jinglei's shoulder. You may not have regained your full resolve, but that is all right. The CF family of the City Lord's mansion will not see the light of day again. How does that news fare in lifting your spirits? Upon hearing this, Duan Jinglei's entire body quivered with excitement. The vendetta had been avenged. He had awaited this day for far too long to remain unmoved. He never imagined the young prince would indeed help him retaliate. Immediately, he knelt and bowed 3 times before the young prince. "Thank you, Your Highness. I am grateful, and I vow to repay you." "Enough." The young prince offered no further words, and the group soon departed. My good friend, just as Chu Ran was about to exit the arena with his father and the rest of the Chu family. Gu Yi, bearing a long spear, suddenly appeared before them. "Father, you all may return home first. I will follow shortly." After addressing his father, Chu Ran approached Gu Yi and inquired, "Old Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Yi slightly clasped his hands. "First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on successfully obtaining the special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy. This holds immense benefits for you and the Chu family. A mere special recruitment token pales in comparison to your standing. Old Gu, you have never cared about such things, have you? Otherwise, that token would surely have been yours." This was not mere flattery. Gu Yi's strength was unfathomable, even though Chu Ran was qualified to contend with those of the 100 Refinements realm. Each encounter with Gu Yi left him feeling overwhelmingly formidable. He held no certainty whatsoever. Gu Yi shook his head gently. "Had you chosen to go to the northern frontier Prince's City, you would not have cared." "I dislike the feeling of being constrained," Chu Ran replied. Gu Yi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. "Your choice is correct. I too despise it. However, there's one thing you have misinterpreted. It is not that I do not wish to attend the academy, but rather that I cannot." Gu Yi grasped his spear, gently wiping it as if speaking to himself or addressing Chu Ran. "The academy is a gathering place for geniuses. Attending it is not merely about the cultivation resources, but rather the environment. Sometimes, the environment is more crucial than resources." Indeed, Chu Ran wholeheartedly concurred with Gu Yi's assertion. Within the academy resided a significant portion of the talents from the entire Tianyue kingdom. Once there, one would realize that everywhere were individuals stronger and more gifted than oneself. Even if one was reluctant to cultivate, the drive to improve would arise. The strongest sheep in a flock can never compare to the weakest wolf in a pack. That is the essence of environment. Remember to seek me out for a drink before you head to the academy, Gu Yi remarked as he shouldered his spear and began to leave. Before departing, he turned back to add one last reminder. Having rejected the young prince's overtures, you may find yourself targeted by many upon entering the academy, as numerous individuals from the northern frontier prince's residence are present there. Chu Ran nodded, remaining silent. Just as he was about to leave Tianwu Hall, a young man suddenly rushed before him, thrusting a piece of paper into his hands, leaving behind the words, "Hurry," before taking his leave. Watching the individual depart, Chu Ran felt perplexed, as he did not seem to recognize him. However, upon unfolding the paper, Chu Ran's heart leaped in surprise. Scrawled upon it was a map. To be precise, it is a layout diagram of a mansion. Although it does not specify which mansion it belongs to, Churin instantly recognizes that it is undoubtedly the layout of the City Lord's residence, as he is exceedingly familiar with its arrangement. On this diagram, a particular location is marked with a red circle, and Churin immediately identifies it, the back mountain of the City Lord's residence. Furthermore, it is not far from where Xia Yan and Yin Xinyan had once severed his star soul. Go quickly. Reflecting on the 2 words the young man had just left behind, Churin raised an eyebrow and instantly grasped the implication. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode out of the Tianwu Hall, heading straight towards the City Lord's residence. Chapter 79. Frantic Madness. Upon arriving outside the City Lord's residence, he felt an extraordinarily powerful pressure emanating from within. This oppressive force made it difficult for Churin, even outside the residence, to breathe easily. Besides this terrifying weight, there was an unsettling silence. It was eerily quiet, a stillness so profound that it sent chills down his spine. In the past, there would at least be the sounds of iron hooves patrolling. Yet today, not only was that absent, but even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds had vanished entirely. Not a single person could be seen on the streets outside the residence, creating an atmosphere of extreme eeriness. Churin felt a sense of unease. Yet a powerful curiosity compelled him to lean forward and peer through the open gates of the city lord's residence. However, upon doing so, his eyes widened in shock, and his entire face trembled. Corpses! The grounds of the city lord's residence were strewn with countless lifeless bodies, lying haphazardly across the ground. The bodies formed a ghastly pathway leading from the courtyard into the inner sanctum of the residence. The most horrifying aspect was that nearly all the corpses bore no visible wounds, and there was not a trace of bloodshed. That moment, Charon noticed a shadow hovering about 10 feet above the ground, suspended over the plaza of the city lord's residence, sending a thrill of fear through him. This shadow was sensing its surroundings, and the terrifying pressure emanating from within the residence originated from this very figure. Suddenly, the shadow's attention snapped towards Charon, causing him to nearly cry out in terror. Instinctively, he took several steps back, yet the next instant, he felt a flash of light before the shadow appeared right before him. Resembling a ghostly apparition, this figure was staring at Charon, who, in his bewilderment, returned the gaze. His horror, he recognized the individual. It was someone from the side of the young prince, during the competition on the stage. He had sensed this person's profound aura and had involuntarily stolen a few glances. He never imagined that the one responsible for the annihilation of the city lord's residence would be this person. It was over. The moment he laid eyes on this figure's face, Charon could not suppress a low gasp. It felt as though he had witnessed something he should not have. Would he be silenced? Just as Charon was lost in thought, the figure suddenly turned and departed. Vanishing from his sight in an instant, he was left bewildered, unsure why this person had spared him or why they had left so abruptly. However, he understood that everything unfolding before him confirmed the words Xin Xianger had spoken in the Dambao Pavilion. The city lord's residence had indeed been destroyed after the martial assembly concluded. After a brief moment of silence, he dashed into the city lord's residence, making his way directly towards the back mountain. Along the way, he encountered no fewer than several hundred corpses, ranging from the elders of the city lord's residence to young children, who had all succumbed to death, their souls shattered beyond repair, with not a single exception. Soon he arrived at the location marked on the layout diagram, which led to a cave. Without hesitation, Charon stepped inside, as expected, just as Xin Xianger had described. At the cave's end, he found a vast open area where an extinguished formation was etched into the ground. It seemed this formation was the soul seizing and body infusing technique, glancing at the hundreds of desiccated corpses lying around the formation. Similar to those he had previously encountered, Charon realized that these individuals must have been the recipients of the soul seizing and body infusing technique. Their blood, flesh, and spiritual energy had likely been absorbed into Xia Jian's body. Those he had devoured were all sent to kill him. Yet, these individuals were clearly innocent. To use so many lives to nourish one person is an act of unparalleled cruelty. The city lord's residence had truly gone to extreme lengths for Xia Jian's advancement to the 100 Refinements realm. Their annihilation today was nothing short of poetic justice. The only pity is that Xia Jian still lives. However, it will not be long before he personally takes her life. It must be you. The sevenfold celestial star meteorite. Charon's gaze swept over the corpses and landed directly on a crystal the size of a cow's. I placed at the center of the formation, a faint yet sharp sensation, reminiscent of blades, emanated from within the crystal. The sevenfold celestial star, the sharp blade star, the star meteorite. Upon seeing this object, Charon's heart leaped with joy. He glanced up at the gleaming stone seal in the palm of his hand. The black area seemed to sense the presence of this star meteorite, generating a powerful wave of energy. Without hesitation, Charon pocketed the sevenfold celestial star meteorite and turned to exit the cave. Instead of leaving the city lord's residence immediately, he began to search within. Before long, he emerged carrying a large sack, heavy with the spiritual stones he had collected from the corpses of the city lord's residence. No less than 200,000 low-grade elemental stones. And he even found 10 medium-grade elemental stones on the bodies of 2 elders. It is worth noting that a single medium-grade elemental stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade elemental stones. This sudden wealth filled Charon with an exhilarating sense of fortune. After pondering for a moment, he headed towards another direction, aware that it led to the treasury of the city lord's residence. However, to his disappointment, the treasury was nearly empty. It was clear that it could not have been taken by the young prince's people. The only possible explanation was that Xia Yunhao had emptied the treasury to assist Xia Jian in breaking through to the 100 Refinements realm. Nevertheless, he did manage to find a few valuable items within the treasury. The first was the city lord's ultimate technique. The feathered sword technique. Xia Yan had utilized it during the competition, and its power was indeed remarkable. He also discovered a sword, a prized possession of the city lord, a low-grade earth weapon. The feathered sword. These two items were said to have been obtained by Xia Yunhao from a secret realm. And it was precisely thanks to these that Xia Yunhao was able to break through to the 100 Refinements realm and slay the previous city lord of Gouda City, Duan Tianyan, thereby becoming the city lord himself. Little did he expect that today they would fall into his hands. After leaving the treasury, Charon continued to scour the residence, but found no trace of Xia Yunhao's body, which left him feeling a sense of regret. That old fellow must have possessed some valuable treasures. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave the city lord's residence at the fastest speed possible, seeking a secluded spot to await the fall of night before stealthily making his way towards the Chu residence. That it was unavoidable. Carrying such a bounty of spiritual stones and treasures would draw too much attention. Casting one last glance back at the city lord's residence, Charon murmured, "I had intended to personally annihilate your city lord's residence. Yet unexpectedly, you were extinguished by others. Consider these possessions as a form of spiritual compensation for me." By the following morning, news of the destruction of the city lord's residence spread throughout Gouda City. The most unimaginable revelation was that, even after the annihilation, many corpses had been ravaged, with some individuals left with nothing but their undergarments. This led many to question the sanity of those who had laid waste to the city lord's residence. However, soon a group arrived and seized control of the city lord's residence, reportedly led by the newly appointed city lord of Gouda City. Named Lu Yiqian, Chapter 80, A Leap in Advancement. In addition to the fall of the city lord's residence, another equally sensational piece of news circulated: the newly risen first family of Gouda City. The Su family had also been completely eradicated. However, unlike the city lord's residence, the destruction of the Su family was entirely orchestrated by the Chu family. And no one dared to speak ill of the Chu family, for it was common knowledge that the Su family had been supported to rise by the Chu family. Yet once they gained power, they not only failed to show gratitude, but also sought to stand atop the Chu family as the foremost family in Gouda City. They had even attempted to kill the young master of the Chu family during the Tianza Academy Challenge. Such an ungrateful family deserved their fate. It was only right within Gouda City. With two of the three great families annihilated, the Chu family naturally ascended to become the most powerful family. Especially with the emergence of Charon, a specially recruited student from Tianza Academy, the influence of the Chu family experienced significant growth. Families from all corners of the city came to pay their respects, and for a time, the Chu family was in high demand. Even the new city lord's residents treated the Chu family with considerable respect. Many whispered that the new city lord, Lu Yiqian, was sent by the northern border royal court. This implies that the ancient city of Gudao, the sole gateway connecting the northern and southern regions of Tianyu Kingdom, has been entirely seized by the northern frontier royal mansion in the training chamber of the Chu family. A resonating hum reverberated throughout as tendrils of black spiritual energy filled the entire room. Chu Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting on his thighs, with a stone plate the size of a grinding disc levitating above his right palm. The stone plate shimmered with a myriad of colors. Yet it was the black radiance that shone the brightest, nearly overshadowing all other hues. Waves of devouring power surged from the black area of the stone plate, engulfing the seven heavens guiding star stone that Chu Ran had placed upon it. The energy contained within the guiding stone was consumed at an almost visible pace, vanishing completely within half an hour, leaving the stone reduced to ashes. At last, a semblance of stability could be attained for a while. As Chu Ran gazed at the now calm black area on the stone plate, a long sigh of relief escaped his lips. Yet, just as he intended to rise, a tremendous force erupted from the imprint of the stone plate in his palm, surging directly into his body. Akin to a colossal beast rampaging through his meridians, the harrowing pain engulfed him, as if his meridians were being mercilessly torn apart by blades. Chu Ran's visage contorted in agony. He clenched his teeth, but could not withstand the onslaught of pain, his cries reverberating throughout the training chamber. Sweat drenched his entire being, veins bulging grotesquely on his forehead, cheeks, and arms. The power coursed through his meridians before converging in his dantian, ultimately flowing into the Devouring Star Soul. Only under the guidance of the Devouring Star Soul did the tumultuous energy finally stabilize, causing Chu Ran to collapse onto the ground. However, in an instant, he sat up with wide eyes as a second surge of power crashed into him, subsequently absorbed by the Devouring Star Soul. This cycle continued, the duration of which remained unknown to him. The relentless torment ultimately proved too much for Chu Ran, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself within the dark sacred crystal space. Lao He sat before him, eyes tightly shut, his body enveloped in black spiritual energy, as if he had merged with the very essence of the dark space. Observing Lao He, Chu Ran furrowed his brow. He could distinctly sense that Lao He's aura had become more substantial, intensifying the pressure upon him, as if he had suddenly grown stronger. Suddenly, Chu Ran detected a familiar force amidst the black spiritual energy surrounding Lao He. He was certain that this power emanated from the seven heavens star meteor. Chu Ran frowned. Could it be that the energy devoured by the black area of the stone plate was orchestrated by Lao He? You are not mistaken. It was indeed this entity that consumed your power. Lao He's voice resonated softly. You. Chu Ran gasped, taken aback to discover that it was truly Lao He. How foolish he had been to consider Lao He a benefactor, when this being harbored intentions to harm him. Yet, it made little sense. With Lao He's formidable strength, eliminating him would be as simple as a flick of a finger. Why resort to such convoluted means? With your current standing, you are not worthy of my attention. When you attain the status of a saint, perhaps then you may entertain such thoughts. Lao He's words silenced Chu Ran, compelling him to close his mouth obediently. Given your prowess, why must I still fetch the guiding star stones for you? Why not seek them yourself? Chu Ran ventured weakly. Lao He paused, seemingly at a loss for words, before grumbling, if I desired them, I could summon them with a mere gesture. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's eyes brightened. Without waiting for Lao He to finish, he interjected, then why not do so? Bring some back for me as well. I could use the funds. You have no idea how impoverished I am. Do you only recognize currency? Lao He glared at Chu Ran. What I meant was in the past. Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Ran's mouth. You aren't suggesting that you were once immensely powerful, only to be trapped in this dark sacred crystal space due to betrayal, are you? Lao He replied coldly. That is indeed the case. How clitch? Chu Ran scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. Where did you glean such a hackneyed excuse? Enough with the prattle. Remember, if you wish to survive, continue seeking spiritual crystals, or else we shall perish together. Lao He seemed to grow weary of Chu Ran's chatter, and with that, he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a lingering voice. Rest assured, I shall allocate half of the power from the spiritual crystals to you. The stronger you become, the better quality crystals you will find. This seven heavens spiritual crystal will last only half a month. Should you fail to locate more by then, your power shall be consumed, still intent on devouring me. Lao He, do you possess any shred of humanity? Chu Ran's desperate cries echoed in the darkness. Yet no reply came from Lao He. Left with no choice, Chu Ran exited the dark sacred crystal space in the training chamber. As he lay on the ground, Chu Ran simultaneously opened his eyes. Sitting upright, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, and as he closed his eyes to attune to this sensation, astonishment washed over his features. His cultivation had stabilized at the 8th level of the star forging realm, while his physical body had inexplicably reached the 100 refinements realm. This was undeniably a tremendous enhancement. With his current strength, he was filled with absolute confidence that he could easily vanquish a martial artist of the 100 refinements realm. Perhaps Lao He was not entirely unreliable after all. Chu Ran grinned. This remark traveled directly into the dark sacred crystal, causing the dark god concealed within the shadows to tremble slightly. Chapter 81. The Grand General of Heavenly Might. As Chu Ran stepped out of the training chamber, a persistent thought lingered his mind. 17 Heaven's guiding star stone had facilitated a dual breakthrough in both his cultivation and physique. Did this not imply that acquiring a few more could yield successive leaps in power? However, such musings were merely speculative. After all, guiding star stones above the 7 heavens were exceedingly rare and precious. Those below that threshold would likely yield far lesser effects. Nonetheless, if he could acquire more, it would be a favorable option. After paying a visit to his father, Chu Ran proceeded directly to the Tianwu Hall. That on his way, he noticed a significant change in the streets of Gudao City compared to previous days. It seemed that the city was now bustling with numerous individuals clad in ranger attire, moving about in haste. These rangers were typically composed of somewhat talented rogue cultivators, surviving by hunting exotic beasts or engaging in mercenary work, essentially a bloodthirsty lot. These individuals often banded together in gangs. Within Gudao City, several ranger factions existed, primarily supported and nurtured by various prominent families, tasked with capturing materials from exotic beasts. However, it was evident that the rangers crowding the streets did not belong to Gudao City. In addition to the rangers, there was also an increased presence of patrol squads, with many armored soldiers wielding sharp blades stationed along the city walls. This lent the entire Gudao City an air of solemnity, as though a great battle were imminent. Chu Ran found this rather perplexing. Previously, while there had been some patrolling soldiers from the Lord's mansion, they had been few and far between. Yet today, the numbers had swelled to an overwhelming multitude. What could be the reason behind this? Though Gudao City served as a fortress, it was still within the territory of Tianyu Kingdom, with the Northern Frontier Royal Mansion defending against the Northern Man Kingdom and the Royal Family Station in the south. Bordered on 3 sides by the sea, an invasion from external foes seemed improbable. Without external threats, could it be that internal strife was brewing? Chu Ran shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Regardless of the situation, it bore no relevance to him, and he had little inclination to ponder it. Upon entering the Tianwu Hall, Chu Ran made his way directly to the Dan Bao Pavilion. It seemed that Qin Xiang had anticipated his arrival, as she awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Ran, she offered a gentle smile. "Young lady here extends her congratulations to Lord Chu on your triple joyful news." Chu Ran was taken aback. "Triple joyful news? What are you referring to?" Qin Xiang beamed. "You have become a specially recruited student of Tianze Academy, acquired a 7 Heavens guiding star stone, and even conveniently looted the assets of the Lord's mansion. How could this not be considered triple joyful news?" You know all that." Chu Ran blinked in surprise that it felt as though Qin Xiang had placed eyes upon him. Leaving no secrets undisclosed. "Lord Chu, please come inside." As they conversed, the 2 individuals entered the 3rd floor chamber. Upon stepping inside, Chu Ran immediately offered a respectful bow, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for the information provided by Miss Qin. I acknowledge this favor and assure you that should you require assistance in the future, you may seek me out at any time. There is no need for such formalities, young Master Chu. We are friends now, are we not?" Qin Xiang replied with a gentle smile. "Since we are friends, why speak of such things? Very well. It seems I, Chu Ran, have been narrow-minded." As he spoke, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Chu Ran's eyes as he inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask, what is your connection to the Northern Border Prince's residence, Miss Qin?" Without a hint of reservation, Qin Xiang responded, "I am close sisters with Princess Ji Menglan." Chu Ran was taken aback, unaware that there existed such a relationship between them. Be able to refer to a princess of the northern border as a sister surely indicated that Qin Xiang was no ordinary person. Indeed, her demeanor and eloquence exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting she was likely the daughter of the Grand Master of Danbao Pavilion. He had heard that the main establishment of Danbao Pavilion was situated within the northern border royal city, which made this revelation less surprising. "Since you've inquired, let us proceed. I shall introduce you to someone." As Qin Xiang spoke, she led Chu Ran into the inner sanctum of the room. The inner chamber was elegantly serene, adorned with walls entwined with delicate pink blossoms. Amidst a gentle fragrance, there lingered a palpable aura of spiritual energy, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally pleasant and could the center of the room. a finely crafted round table was set, where a young girl veiled in white gauze Saturday clad in a flowing white garment. Her figure was exquisite, and as she gracefully rose, her slender, fair fingers cradling a teacup emanated an ethereal quality that captivated all who beheld her. Though her face remained obscured, the translucent veil allowed glimpses of her enchanting visage, so exquisitely refined that it left one breathless. This girl was none other than Jimenglon, the princess of the northern border, whom Chu Ran had seen previously standing beside the young prince in the arena. However, at that time, he had been positioned far from the stage, failing to appreciate her beauty in detail. Now, standing before him, she rendered Chu Ran momentarily spellbound, her beauty overwhelming to the senses. Yet before long,